Genesis 1:1. In the ancient writings of Canaan, there remains no trace of them except for Sanchuniathon, from whose works a much later author, Bereshit, compiled material. Both are mentioned in the book Meor Einayim by Rabbi Azariah de Rossi, and perhaps in other books as well. In the collection of Bereshit, there is a narrative of the creation by Sanchuniathon, which tells that a man named Elohim, God, and a woman named Bereshit, beginning, joined together, and had a son named Shemayim, heaven, and a daughter named Eretz, earth. See note 154. Already for a long time, modern scholars have observed that Sanchuniathon's account is an imitation of the Torah's story, like a monkey before a man, with some distortions, such as the names Elohim and Bereshit, which do not appear in their proper context. Nevertheless, experts in his words have not doubted that his account was stolen from the land of the Hebrews. However, regarding the matter of the union invented by Sanchuniathon between Bereshit and Elohim and the children born to them, Shemayim and Eretz, scholars have not properly sought the source from which the Canaanite drew. In my view, there is no doubt that Sanchuniathon borrowed from the received wisdom of Israel, having heard a fragment of it by oral tradition. Like someone dreaming, he spoke without understanding, elaborating without knowing the true intent. Anyone who examines the Zohar or tries to follow the riddles and allegories of the Kabbalists will not doubt that from the foundation of this wisdom, until now, the verse Bereshit in the beginning has always been interpreted in this way. They explain Bereshit as the Sephira of Chokmah, wisdom, Elohim as Bina, understanding, and from their union were born Shemayim and Eretz, that is, Tiferet, beauty, and Malkut, kingship. Furthermore, the word bara, created, is derived from bar, son, and its meaning is similar, just as bana, built, is derived from ben, son, and their meanings are alike. This similarity in the connection of the act of creation to the word son and bar is a precious and clear revelation that emerges from the depths of the holy tongue, and it would be an honor and glory for the Kabbalah, but this is not the place to elaborate. What should be noted is the reference found in the words of our sages Chazal to Sanchuniathon's error in the first chapter, Megillah, in the story of King Ptolemy, who gathered 72 elders. Among the changes they wrote for him, Elohim bara Bereshit, God created in the beginning. See Rashi there, who explained that they did this so he would not say that Bereshit is a name and that there are two authorities, one creating the other. See also Tosafot, who questioned Rashi's explanation, since Bereshit is not a name at all, and how could anyone be mistaken, etc. They explained, because the heretics would think that the verse mentions the Creator first. So if they wrote Bereshit bara Elohim, Ptolemy would claim that Bereshit is the Creator of the world, and therefore the Creator should be mentioned first, etc., and there would be two authorities, etc. Apparently, the Maharsha was greatly troubled by this, as the question remains, since they wrote it for him in Greek, how would he interpret the word for divinity, etc.? Perhaps, however, Tosafot's intent is not as Maharsha understood, and their view is that when Ptolemy saw the Torah begin with the word Bereshit, or beginning in Greek, he would not believe that they translated it properly, because the heretics would think that the verse mentions the Creator first. He would suspect that in the place where they translated beginning, there was another name meaning divinity, which they concealed from him out of fear that he would accuse them, and so he would come to believe that there are two authorities in the Torah. Therefore, they reversed it. This, in my opinion, is Tosafot's intent. After all this, from the translation of Sanchuniathon, and after all we know from the Jewish sages of Alexandria, Egypt, chief, among them Philo, who called the Sephira of Chokmah, wisdom, Reshet, beginning, and after knowing that the Jerusalem Targum translated Bereshit as Bihokmata, with wisdom, and after hearing in the Midrashim of our sages that the world was created for the merit of Israel, who are called Reshit, and some say for the merit of Moses, who is called Reshit, and others say for the merit of the Torah, which is called Reshit, and above all, after knowing that in the secrets of Kabbalah, the supernal wisdom is called Reshit. After all these things and truths, our eyes are enlightened to understand why the 72 elders changed the order of Bereshit. In a wonderful way, Rashi's words are confirmed, and the objections of Tosafot are removed, for his lips speak truth. It is likely, for the reasons mentioned, that Ptolemy and his group would believe that Reshit, or beginning in Greek, is a reference to the Sephira of Chokmah, wisdom. Thus, the intent of the Septuagint in making this change is clarified, for they knew well how the nations and the philosophers among our people had misinterpreted the Torah's secrets, and they took care not to place a stumbling block before them, just as the Kabbalists of our time are careful not to reveal the mysteries of Kabbalah to Christians and those who distort its paths. The very stumbling block that the ancients avoided, the Christians and their founder fell into when he revived the ancient error and called himself Reshit, see John 8:25, and his disciples called him Rosh Head, see Colossians 2:19. Both use the scepter of the king, who in Kabbalah is called Reshit and Rosh, perhaps from this confusion, and the secularization of this name. Our sages said, there is no head except for idolatry. Similarly, the early Christian scholars interpreted Bereshit as referring to the sun. See Gioberti, Filosofia della Rivelazione, p. 301. The discussion is lengthy and significant. I am amazed at how Rashi, of blessed memory, struck the mark of truth and did not miss, even though the foundation of his explanation, that Reshit among the Alexandrians alluded to a divine matter, was hidden from him. Nevertheless, he did not refrain from teaching us the correct interpretation, and did not fear the objections of Tosafot, even though they are clear and apparent to all, and were not hidden from him. This can only be attributed to the spirit of Kabbalah that animated him. As I have shown you from the words of our sages, a reference to the Kabbalist's view of the Sefer of Hachma being called Reshit, aside from the Alexandrians, Yedidiah, and the Targum, let us now seek in the words of our sages a complete explanation of the Kabbalist's interpretation of the first verse, and see that the names Shemayim, heaven, and Eretz, earth, are used by them, just as Reshit is used, to indicate the inner meaning intended by the Kabbalists. This is revealed in Bereshit Rabbah, chapter 1. Rabbi Yishmael asked Rabbi Akiva, because you served Nachum Mishgamzu for 22 years, what is the meaning of this verse? He answered, if it were written, Bereshit bara Elohim Shamayim ve'eretz, in the beginning God created heaven and earth, I would say that even heaven and earth are divinities. Thus, although Rabbi Akiva came to reject the interpretation that heaven and earth are divinities, it would not occur to anyone to mistakenly think that heaven and earth in this verse are divinities, and even more so, the question of Tosafot arises, if so, what was created? And since the Torah is in the holy tongue and not a translation like the work of the 72 elders, it is unlikely that anyone would make such a mistake in the usual language, unless we say, and this is my firm belief, that already in Rabbi Akiva's time, and even for him, heaven and earth were terms for divine matters, which are only his attributes. But divinity was not ascribed to them specifically as the mistaken ones claimed, and Rabbi Akiva came, and he explained that, in order to remove from our hearts the beliefs of heretics and to firmly plant within us the faith in the unity of God, the phrase the heavens was written, so that we would understand that they are not divine. If, referring to the physical heavens, they are already created, and if referring to the intellectual, spiritual heavens, they are not at all divinity, but rather his attributes, blessed be he. Everything is one God, without change or separation, blessed is his name. And this is the explanation of the 12th principle. From the passages in the words of our sages, Chazal, where heavens and earth are mentioned with an inner meaning, in my opinion, in their statement, Shavuot, chapter 4, if one swears by the heavens and the earth, he is exempt, but if by the name Aleph-Dalet, Memhe, Shaddai, Tziviot, etc., he is liable. Anyone who reads this Mishnah without bias, and who listens to its commentaries, cannot doubt that when heavens and earth were included among the holy names, it was with reference to certain beliefs, names, and appellations that indicate divinity, and heavens and earth are included among them. And what more proof is needed when it is explicitly stated regarding the Holy One, blessed be he? From where do we know that the Holy One, blessed be he, is called heavens? As it is written, and you shall hear in heaven, 1 Kings 8:32. Similarly, in Sanhedrin, the metaphor of heavens and earth is used to allude to spirit and matter, as in the verse, he will call to the heavens above. This refers to the soul, and to the earth, that he may judge his people. This refers to the body. The term earth is also found in the words of our sages with a hidden intention in many places, including a precious allegory in the Jerusalem Talmud and in Bereshit Rabbah, where it is written, Jerusalem Talmud, Kilayim, end of chapter 9, Bereshit Rabbah, Parashat Vayesheh. It is written, carry me out of Egypt and bury me in their burial place. Genesis 4:7-30. What would he have lost if he had been buried in Egypt? Rabbi Elazar says, there is a matter within. Rabbi Shanina says, there is a matter within. Rabbi Yehoshua ben Levi says, there is a matter within. What is this matter within? Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish says, I shall walk before the Lord in the lands of the living. Psalms 116:9. And I could not understand words of the Matna Kehuna in Bereshit Rabbah, who says that the hidden reason in there is a matter within is that the dead of the land of Israel come to life first. And he wrote, as explained later, and so it is explicit in the Jerusalem Talmud at the end of Kilayim. But I do not see such an explanation in Bereshit Rabbah, or explicitly in the Jerusalem Talmud, for in Bereshit Rabbah, a separate statement follows, unrelated to these words. There it says, our rabbi said two things in the name of Rabbi Shelbo. Why did the patriarchs cherish burial in the land of Israel? Because the dead of the land of Israel come to life first. Aside from the fact that the order of the statements shows that each is a separate statement, I do not understand why Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Shanina, and Rabbi Yehoshua ben Levi would say, there is a matter within, and keep their words sealed, as if in a closed book. Why would they need to conceal that the dead of the land of Israel come to life first when it is stated explicitly afterward? Even Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish, who seemed to reveal their secret, did not say so explicitly, but only quoted the verse, "I shall walk before the Lord in the lands of the living," as an allusion. Also, where is it hinted in this verse that the dead of the land of Israel come to life first? Furthermore, the resident is in the land, and the comfort is in the heavens above. Rabbi Chelbo, who explicitly said the reason is that the dead of the land of Israel come to life first, did not mention the verse brought by Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish, which according to the Matna Kehuna alludes to this reason, "I shall walk, etc., in the lands of the living." Also, the author of Yafe, Mara, with all due respect, did not correctly interpret the words of the Jerusalem Talmud. If he was right to reject the explanation of Ein Yaakov, who wrote an incorrect interpretation, he too erred in attributing to Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Chanina, and Rabbi Yehoshua ben Levi a lack of knowledge, and explaining there is a matter within as a secret they did not know until Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish revealed it. He also fell into the view of Matnat Kehuna, that the secret is that the dead of the land of Israel come to life first. There is no proof from the fact that the Jerusalem Talmud adds that Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish said in the name of Bar Kapara, and his answer is at hand, for it may be that Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish himself is the one who says, "I shall walk," etc. In Bereshit Rabbah, it is Rabbi Yehoshua ben Levi who explains there is a matter within, as "I shall walk," etc. in the lands of the living, and in my opinion, the version in Bereshit Rabbah is correct, and we should read in the Jerusalem Talmud. Instead of Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish says, "I shall walk," Rabbi Yehoshua ben Levi says, as in Bereshit Rabbah, and Rabbi Yehoshua ben Levi is the main speaker in matters of the God and secrets, as is known, unlike Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish. One who first stated the reason that the dead of the land of Israel come to life first is Bar Kapara, and Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish quotes him. If the beginning of Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish's words were meant to match the end, he should have mentioned Bar Kapara at the beginning, as is customary. All this was not hidden from the author of Yafe Mara, who noticed these 2 points and admitted part of it. Regarding the first, that Rabbi Chanina, Rabbi Elazar, and Rabbi Yehoshua ben Levi did not know the secret, he wrote, "It is possible that Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Chanina, and Rabbi Yehoshua ben Levi also knew it but did not explain it, since the logic does not require it." Regarding the second, about the opinion of Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish and Bar Kapara, he added, "It is possible that the secret is for Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish alone, that the soul, when separated from the body while in the land of Israel, rises directly to its resting place, since the place of the pure souls is beneath the throne of glory, which corresponds to the land of Israel. These matters are formulated in the language of Kabbalah, even though they appear in Talmudic style, for it is known that the throne of glory, the upper land, and the land of Israel are all one in the wisdom of Kabbalah. The proof becomes stronger when we consider that this Agada in the Jerusalem Talmud refers only to Jacob, and it is known that the land of Israel is particularly associated with him, just as Tiferet, the heavens, Jacob, is associated with Malchut, the land of Israel, kingship, the land of the living. Understand how the truth is consistent with itself and brings peace to the heights above. You will hear more from me at length about the allegorical use of heavens and earth by our sages, in hidden teachings from the books of Kabbalah and their commentaries among our sages. See what I wrote about the heavens as an allusion to angels, and how this fits well with what is accepted among the sages of truth, that the angels are in the world of Yetzirah formation, that is, Tiferet, and that is the hidden heavens. Elohim, God, this is a plural term, to indicate completeness in all forms of perfection, or to show that he has power over opposites, see Keter Torah by Karetar Aaron. In ancient Tuscany, the general name for their gods was Izar, a plural form for each one, and to this day, in the language of Iceland, Izar is used as the plural of, as to mean God. A certain scholar wrote, thus it is a general name, like Elohim in the Torah, Zoiga, Abhandlungen, p. 327. I have seen someone explain the verse wisdom has built her house, Proverbs 9:1, in this way, that divine wisdom includes all forms of wisdom and is their totality. At Hashemayim, the heavens, some have found an allusion in the word heavens, Shemayim, to the creation of angels, which is not explicitly mentioned, and there is some evidence, as heaven sometimes refers to angels, as in the verse, the heavens declare his righteousness, and all the peoples see his glory, Psalms 97:6, meaning both the upper and lower beings. The Targum, Aramaic translation, understood it this way, and translated it as the angels from above declare, etc. The angels are called heavens, just as the inhabitants of the earth are called earth, as in all the earth came to Egypt, Genesis 4:157. See above on Parashat Bereshit, etc. At Hashemayim, the heavens. The heavens are called in the plural because there are two. above and below the earth. This serves as testimony that everything is revealed and known before him, blessed be he, as he has already informed us through his Torah. The Ephodi wrote that heavens refers to the two poles of daily movement. See Rikma by Arjona Emijanach p. 172, land. The sage Aryigio wrote that the word derives from the root roots to run, and it hints at movement according to the later authorities. He was supported by the sages Chazal, who said, why is it called Eretz land? Because it wanted Ratzta to do the will of its creator. It is worth noting that in the Sanskrit language spoken in India, the word Gya means land, and also carries the meaning of movement and running. It is even more remarkable that, according to both the Hebrews and the Indians, the earth stands still. This serves as a sign that language is wiser than its speakers, and its source is higher than them. See Pothier Asai p. 82, omission Genesis. Some of our sages held that all things were created at once, Bereshit Rabbah, ch. 12, and elsewhere also Rashi on Genesis, which paved the way for Augustine to write similarly, and the naturalist Lazzaro Moro relied on him in his book Discras sul origine crossesi si riv, Contemp, vol. XXX FASC 103. He added, as our sages said, that things did not reach completion except each in its own. Time, the day in Genesis, which he understood as an unlimited period. See what I wrote on this in the section. And this is an ancient opinion in our nation, as it is mentioned in the book of Ben Sira, Ecclesiasticus. He who stands forever created all things together. When they said that everything was created at once, they meant the potential and hidden force within matter. The aforementioned naturalist also interpreted this to mean that every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew, Genesis 2:5, that is, before their revealed existence in actuality, they already had a concealed existence in potential in the bosom of the primordial matter. The verse is thus connected to the previous one, on the day that the Lord God made. He also made every plant before, and every herb, etc. Similarly, Cornelio A. Lapide taught the Christians in his commentary on Genesis IP 34. The words of the Chaver and the Kuzari are well known, that the divine act arises suddenly, so that according to these beliefs the primordial matter contained, within it all the forms destined to be created, and they were revealed and emerged from the simple to the complex. I have seen someone note that this is the same path followed by the leading naturalists of our time, who seek to descend to the essence of all living forms in plants and animals, to know which is the first form from which all arise and which underlies and sustains them. They found that it is the first composite, which they call cellula, cell, from which neither plant nor animal is exempt. What happens to each individual in its species happened to all species in the first, all-encompassing species, the primordial matter. How beautiful are the steps of this inquiry, which brings us to the gateway of the wisdom of Kabbalah, and what is learned from it about the attribute of Melkut kingship, which is the supreme primordial matter and preserves all forms. Observe the wonders, how the latest natural science is rooted in the earliest divine wisdom. What inspired our ancient sages if not the word of the Lord in their mouths? Genesis. See in its place what I wrote about the Septuagint's variant, Rashi's commentary, and the proofs and revelations, supporting its truth against those who criticized it, and those who changed his interpretation. And may God yet bring a precious revelation to reconcile it with the views of the Alexandrians I mentioned, and even more clearly, for we know from Marcus, a Christian heretic of the 2nd century, by their reckoning, a student of Valentinus, both learned in the wisdom of Egypt, that he plainly said that the word Bereshit bara Elohim, in the beginning, God created in the Torah, or in Archi in the Greek translation before him, is the beginning of all existence. And from it emerged all the higher beings, the eons corresponding to the Sephirot of the Kabbalists. Indeed, from the Sephirah of Chokmah, wisdom, which is the beginning, all the hosts of God emerged, the Sephirot, triads in the worlds of Bariah, Yetzirah, and Asiya, since Atzilut is the divine that encompasses all, numbering 30, as he also said that 30% are the eons, the higher beings that emerged from the beginning of the act of creation, in Archi, C. Bergier, Diet, De Theologue, Vol. 3, p. 303, Genesis, etc. The great sage Gioberti perceived the inner meaning of the word heavens, shamayim, in the act of creation, in accordance with the Kabbalists, and wrote, Le ciel de la Bible est el hyperurus des platoniciens, c'est-à-dire le lieu des idées. Il s'appelle ciel par allusion au continu infini. The heaven of the Bible is the hyper-Uranus of the Platonists, that is, the place of the ideas, it is called. Heaven in allusion to the infinite continuum. Gioberti, Filosofia della Rivelazione, p. 323. On this topic, I saw beautiful words in Ibn Ezra on Psalms 9. And the Holy One, blessed be He, is called Me'on, dwelling, which is the highest ceiling, and therefore it is borrowed for heavens, for He is truly the dwelling. In three ways, Ibn Ezra was connected to the Kabbalists in this brief discussion. The name heavens or dwelling is attributed to him, and according to Radak, even Meram height in the verse, many fight me from on high, Psalms 57 refers to him. By saying he is truly the dwelling, he alluded to the words of the sages, he is the place of the world, etc., which can only be understood according to the ways of Kabbalah, by saying he is the highest ceiling, and there is hardly any difference between him and the sages, who said, by laziness the ceiling sinks, and ceiling refers to the Holy One, blessed be He. This too can only be understood in the mystical structure known to the sages of divinity, who enumerate all the parts of the structure and call them by their names, from the highest firmament to the depths of the earth. Omission. In the beginning God created. The matter of creation ex nihilo yesh mi'ayin is not explicitly stated in the words of our early sages, although it is implied in many of their expressions and polemics with heretics. From the words of two early authorities, it appears that this was indeed the opinion of our sages. One is Eusebius, in the preparation of the Evangelion, Paris edition, p. 536, although he is suspected of combining Christian doctrines with ours. The second is Yedidiah there, p. 360, who says that matter was limited in its quantity according to the form desired by the Creator. I saw an interpretation of this verb bara, created, based on Kabbalistic foundations, which seems very correct to me, Tsof Novelet, by R. Elikim London, 433, and created is like cutting and decreeing, that the world was cut off and uprooted from its root, although there is no cutting, God forbid, but rather a separation by an intermediary that exists in absolute emanation, and it emerged outward and became a thing existing outside the intellect ad extra, like the image in the primordial intellect. Similarly, I saw that the great Italian sage Gioberti made such a note on the Italian term effluso. Existence, he wrote, also means etymologically. Genesis 1:2, Tihom, the deep. According to Radak in his commentary on Genesis, it is mentioned in the resurrection by the sage Zekuto Tekia 2:48 that Tihom is derived from tohu chaos, and it is also possible the other way around, with the tav added as in other plural nouns. It is also from the root vehem, and the Lord roared at. Genesis 1:3, light. It is both or light and with a slight variation, as they go in pairs. In the ancient Latin language, they said lux for both fire and light. What is noteworthy is that, or light in our language, is used for all four elements known to the ancients, or in its simple sense is the light itself and the air that is clothed in it, or is said of rain, as in his cloud scatters his light, Job 3:7-11, or is said of fire, which is light. For he is exalted in Zion, light upon the earth, therefore honor the Lord with lights. And all this is a significant allusion to the faith of the ancients, from which a trace remains in Kabbalistic wisdom, that everything was created from the light of the Holy One, blessed be He. The sun and the moon were called lights, orim, in the sacred tongue Hebrew, just as the stars were called stoicheia in Greek, which means visible, and in Latin the luminaries are called elementa, basic elements. Thus our word light or includes two meanings, the meaning of light and the meaning of element, and both are contained within it. And there is no light that includes both except for the light discussed by the Kabbalists, which is the light of everything intellect and the foundation of everything essence. See Eusebius, preparation, 1.584, Paris edition. And the natural sciences of our time have found two types of elements, light and heat calorico, and after investigation and research, it was found that both have the same course. In the words of a great contemporary scientist, heat and light behave according to the same laws. They are reflected, refracted, scattered, and polarized. And as if this latest knowledge was foretold, it is even visible in the Hebrew language, where the words for light, or, and fire are written with the same letters. Polytechnico, vol x, let there be light. In the recollections of youth, it is not a trivial matter, as you know from what the sages said, if it is only from you, meaning from the deficiency inherent in the material world, and not. I do not know what to think of someone who does not pay attention to the limitations of human intellect, and to knowledge that changes from generation to generation according to the advancement of understanding and the improvement of wisdom. Indeed, the philosophers have investigated the nature of light, where it comes from, its source, and how it reaches us. The opinions of the ancients differed on this matter. I will not mention them here, but I will point out to you the views of two great scholars among the nations, the eminent natural philosopher Newton and the philosopher Descartes. According to the first, light emanates as an essential emanation from luminous bodies. The second said that light is a fine material substance in itself. moving and perceived by us through the power of the sun. What they have in common is that when the sun ceases, so does light, and when the cause is removed, so is the effect. Many have sought to understand how, according to the Torah, light was created on the second day before the creation of the sun, which was not until the fourth day, and they have argued, how can the effect precede the cause? If not for the further investigation into the nature of light and the achievements that surpass those of the ancients, there would hardly be an answer, and we would remain silent. However, wisdom brings life to its possessors, and intellectual life provides the means to understand and reconcile even the words of the Torah. Let this serve as a testimony, so that our intellect should not rush to deny something we cannot reconcile with the natural sciences as currently understood. On this very day, we should trust and believe that the more knowledge we acquire, the more clarity and strength we add to our learning of God's teachings. For what the ancients did not know, we know today, that light is a distinct and separate entity, independent of the sun, moon, and stars. We have learned with certainty that sometimes light can be found without a luminous body. And to whom do we owe this honor? To the great naturalist Arago, who demonstrated this in Paris, the illustrious city. This is exactly what the Torah teaches us by stating that on the first day, light was created. And in my opinion, this is what the sages meant. When they said that the luminaries were suspended on the fourth day, their intention was that the light, which had been dispersed and scattered, began to gather into a spherical form and became the luminaries. This aligns very closely with the natural and astronomical theories of our time, and this and similar matters point to the divinity of the Torah, whose knowledge of the natural world surpasses that of all previous generations. Regarding the verse, "And God saw that it was good," the sages established a concise saying, "One should always enter with good." I found that their words are similar to the expressions of their Roman contemporaries, which is astonishing. Listen to the words of Macrobius Saturnalia, Book 155. Indeed, at Lanuvium, the word main is used for good, and even among us, in the opposite sense, main means not good. His point is that the Romans would say main, morning, instead of good, omission, and there was light. See what I wrote about the creation of the luminaries by the gathering of dispersed light in the firmament. Now, hear what contemporary writers have concluded, Revista Contemp, June 1862, p. 406, from the gathering and intensification of dispersed and fragmented light. According to Anton Lazaro Moro, the sun was formed as a sphere. This is also the view of Herschel nebular theory, Humboldt cosmic theory, and it is an ancient opinion, remembered from the time of the Greeks such as Anaximenes and Anaximander among the ancients, who sought to fix the beginning of the daily period at sunset. I have also found a valuable reference in the customs of Egypt, as attested by Jolytus de Mens p. 13. In Crozigignat II, the day was divided among them into 24 hours, and they counted them from evening to evening because of the night, which they called the mother of all. From this we learn two things. First, a great proof for the truth of our tradition. Either way, if our tradition is true, it prevails. If not, God forbid, who gave us permission to interpret Moses' words against the established custom in his place of birth and upbringing. Second, there is a remarkable agreement with the expressions of Kabbalah, which refers to the attribute of kingship as the quality of night, calling it the mother of all, from which counting begins from below upwards, and words of truth are recognized. This is also the view of Isidore Origenes 5, CHX, but Pliny 277 disagrees, saying they counted from midnight to midnight. To resolve the contradiction, Pastoret wrote that Pliny referred to the later Alexandrian Egyptians, while Isidore referred to the earlier ones. If so, we accept the latter, who spoke of the early Egyptians, and from them we learn about our Torah, which was given at that time and place. See also what I will write, God willing, on Exodus, in the verse, but on the first day. Genesis 1, 5. And it was evening, and it was morning, one day, the revealed truth, according to the opinion of our ancient sages, is that the day follows the night, as is evident from this verse. I saw in the treatise on marriage p. 165 by the scholar Ehrlich, head of the Reform movement in Berlin, that he brought another proof from this verse that the full day is from morning to morning, meaning that when morning arrives, it is a complete day. There are many objections to this mistaken view. If so, what is the significance of the evening, which is in the middle of the day? He should have counted only the beginning and end of the day, or at least one side only. Furthermore, just as "and it was evening" means that the entire evening, that is, the whole night, passed and ended, so too must "and it was morning" mean that the entire morning lasted until evening, which, according to the sages, is from when the shadows of evening begin to fall. Moreover, how can we understand the statement on the first day, "and it was evening and it was morning," if, according to his interpretation, the entire first day? It is not only the evening and the night that precede the coming of daylight, and as soon as the day breaks, the new day begins. Secondly, And further, if so, that with the coming of the morning one day is completed, why is the entire day not mentioned until evening, which is the essence of the day? According to his view, it would not be recalled or referenced in the language of Scripture, and this is contrary to reason. In this, what has occurred in other areas is also fulfilled. Israel has abandoned good. The enemy will pursue him, for the truths neglected by the scholars of our nation have been accepted by the nations of the world. See explications sur le livre de la Genèse, Vol 1 p. 32. He, the author, maintained the interpretation of the sages Chazal, even though Christians no longer observe the Torah's laws regarding the beginning of the day. I have seen that the aforementioned scholar based his arguments on two verses, which are indeed somewhat difficult to understand. The first is what is written Exodus 12:18, on the first month, on the 14th day at evening you shall eat matzot, and it says, from the 9th of the month at evening, etc. Here the evening is attributed to the previous day. I checked the Torah commentators and found no support for myself. In my opinion, the evening is attributed to the previous day not because it follows it in the count of days, but out of linguistic necessity, for evening erev is only used for the blending of day and light, and then darkness after the light. It is a relative term, and therefore it is attached to the light that preceded it, for it is said that it became evening and dark, and especially since evening is not, strictly speaking, used except at the point when light is covered from the earth, and it is necessary to relate it to that. One day, some of the recent scholars wanted to explain that these days of creation are not literal days but 1,000 years or more. There is nothing new in this after what I saw in Ibn Ezra, Otzar Nechmad 2:21-5, who wrote thus, and he agrees with the sage who says that a day is 1,000 years. Who knows if this is the intention of the sages when they said, it teaches that there was an order of times before this. See further ahead. One day, in the Midrash, Rabbi Yehuda, son of Rabbi Simon, said, it teaches that there was an order of times before this. And the Rambam, when discussing the creation of the world against Aristotle, wrote that time is among the created things, as it is an accident attached to motion, and he brought this statement and passed over it lightly, saying, for this is the opinion of the ancient philosophers, and every person of Torah should distance himself from it. Without arguing about Rabbi Yehuda, son of Rabbi Simon's statement, if you asked the Rambam how to estimate time one day without movement, perhaps he would answer that there was no actual time, only potential, or he would say that it was already created on the first day. And if you ask further by what was it measured, who can say what he would answer? And if he says by the movement of the sun, then what was new on the fourth day? It is even more difficult how he decided that Rabbi Yehuda, son of Rabbi Simon, believed in the eternity of the world, which is a strange error, especially if it is recorded in a book and copied. The Rambam could easily have explained Rabbi Yehuda, son of Rabbi Simon's words without finding fault in them, for he understood that by before this he meant before the creation of the world, and he also understood order of times as time itself, but neither is necessary, and it is easy to explain that Rabbi Yehuda, son of Rabbi Simon's intention, was that even though the celestial movement had not yet begun, nevertheless, the matter that was created at the beginning was already moving in some way, and that is what indicated the order and measure of time before it is said, and it was evening, etc. One day, for us, who know from the natural sciences of our time that there truly was an order of times before this, and we have investigated, and so it is among the sages of divine Kabbalah, there is no longer any reason to be surprised, and the words of the sages are confirmed in their plain meaning, which is wonderful. Omission, one day. See what I wrote in its place about the statement of our sages. He builds worlds and destroys them, and its agreement with the view of the sages of time. Know that those who agree with our sages include Cuvier, Leopold de Buch, Humboldt, Elie de Beaumont, and there are other naturalists in Britain who do not think so. See Charles Lyell, Revue des Deux Mondes, May 1865, p. 207. A similar idea is found in their other statement about his actions when they said that the Holy One, blessed be he, builds worlds and destroys them. If you ask about this and similar statements to many Torah scholars, they will remain silent or say, there is no answer, but my heart does not think so. Rather, I have waited for God, who hides his face, until he opens my eyes to see wonders. The ancients already interpreted this statement with good reason and understanding, and their words align with the view of Leibniz that it is a precious principle and a fundamental foundation, that this world was created by God by choice and will, and therefore it is the best of all possible worlds. And in the words of Leibniz, many worlds besides this one were possible. Therefore, there must be a reason why this one was chosen over all the others, and it must be said that the existing world is the best and most complete of them all. This is the view of the optimists. Similarly, they interpreted the aforementioned statement, Its meaning is not that God actually built and destroyed worlds, but rather, by way of metaphor, to teach that this world is the best among all possible worlds. They use the metaphor of a person who begins a task, and when he sees it is not successful, he abandons it once or twice until it comes out as he desires. Yet, even in this, it fits the sages and their words according to their plain meaning, and we no longer need today to take refuge in metaphor. Just as the naturalists have clarified, before the order of creation as we know it, regarding the mineral, plant, and animal kingdoms, there were already, in previous ages, other orders in these kingdoms, very different from those we know now. These were actual worlds that were destroyed, and their ruins and remnants we still see within the earth, from where they emerged into the open world, astonishing all who see them. All this is similar to what was said about Rabbi Yehuda, son of Rabbi Simon's statement. Let the scholars of our time look at this and see the threefold thread that comes from this precious teaching. First, the words of the early sages are clarified in their plain meaning, and it is not just the spirit of ancient traditions speaking through them, for in the time of the sages they knew nothing of what has been revealed by the naturalists of our time. Second, the agreement of the sages' words with the views of Kabbalah regarding the well-known cycles Shemitah. Third, it is a sign and proof that the words of Torah cannot be understood except through the connection of tradition. Without it, one cannot withstand the challenges of the sciences and discoveries revealed in nature in recent generations. Moreover, it is our duty to recount that we find the roots and branches of the sages' words in earlier generations, even higher than theirs. For in the fourth book of Ezra, one of the Apocrypha, it is written that the world will return to chaos and void in the 7 days of creation, as was the case according to the original laws of God. In conclusion, this belief in the existence of worlds before this one is ancient in our nation, and it is among the precious proofs of the divinity of our Torah. Since natural science leaves no room for doubt in this matter, and from every side this presses on the Christian clergy as well, therefore, one of their distinguished members, Cardinal Wiseman, in his book Des rapports entre la science et la religion révélée, Introduction, Analytical, P-Synth, sought to find mention of it in the writings of their early authorities, but in truth, he did not succeed. A clear article with only slight hints found in Grégoire de Nazianzus, in my opinion. S. Basile. Also in Caesareus, Origen, and Nazianzus, there is an echo of what they heard from the teachings of our sages of blessed memory, who prophesied without knowing. And I will conclude with precious words on the subject, which were spoken by the Chaver the Companion. As follows, Kuzari, part I, if the author of the Torah had been required to believe and acknowledge the existence of primordial matter Huli, or of many worlds before this one, it would not have been a flaw in his faith. Genesis 1:7. And between the waters that were above the firmament, the lower and upper matter were both called water mayim, due to their simplicity before each acquired its particular form. Anyone who thinks that the Torah believes in the literal existence of water above the stars has not properly understood the figurative language of the ancients, especially those of the East. This is the error made by Dupuy Vol. 2, ch. 8, who criticized King David, as if he too fell into the error of believing in the actual existence of water above the firmament, when he said, "Praise him, you highest heavens, and you waters above the heavens," he wrote. And he called upon all to praise God, even the waters whose existence the mistaken natural philosophy imagined to be above the firmament. Similarly, the Syrians believed these waters covered all the spheres, and in their imagination placed an endless ocean and the great sea above the cherubim and the seraphim. So wrote Dupuy. Yet 300 years before him, the Italian sage and poet Tasso already knew and understood what Dupuy only realized generations later, for in his dialogues the Italian wrote, "The natural philosophers called matter water because of its watery quality and lack of form, similar to the quality of water, just as water has no inherent limit, boundary, or permanence, but acquires these from the vessel that contains it, so too matter acquires permanence and boundaries from form." Dialogues Y, pp. 322 to 323. On a level far above any matter and body, we can understand, in this way, the vessels discussed by the sages of truth. Furthermore, he wrote elsewhere, "Water is an analogy for matter, not only according to the natural philosophers, but also according to the theologians, and in the words of the Torah, and the Spirit of God hovered over the face of the waters, we can understand that waters refers to matter lacking form." If my memory serves, the noble Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, a man of remarkable intellect and knowledge, interpreted this verse as, we have as well as the verse, the waters above the heavens. He also interpreted, and God separated between the waters below the firmament and the waters above the firmament, accordingly. And the aforementioned Pico was a great scholar, one of the righteous among the nations, who learned much Torah from the sages of Italy, as they also remember him in their books. He sought to ascend in the knowledge of Kabbalah, glimpsed it, and passed away. Beyond those already mentioned, I found relevant words in the books of the great Italian scholar Giordano Bruno, who was burned by the Inquisition in the 16th century. He wrote, "The bodies that generate heat are the sun, and those that generate cold are the earths, which are rightly called water, because these bodies are only visible due to the water upon them. Therefore, it is appropriate for us to call them by the reason they appear to us." This view was agreed upon by Moses, our teacher, peace be upon him, who called the air firmament. In its superficial sense, it separates and divides the lower waters, which are on this earth, from the upper waters, which are on the other spheres. De la causa principio et uno vol 1 p 174. Today, we do not need all this, but only to accept with precision that all existence began as water within water, and as our sages said, nothing is lacking. This is the conclusion of all contemporary natural investigations. I was surprised at one of them who wrote that the first to publicize this idea was the Greek Fouché Physique, forgetting the words of Moses and our sages. See Xenophanes G. Genesis 1:8. And God called the firmament heaven. There is no doubt that in our language, heaven or firmament refers to all the air between the earth and the stars. For example, a bird flies and rain falls from the heavens. Thus, it is correct, as one wise man said, that this refutes the approach of the ancient astronomers who believed in the eternity of the celestial spheres, which they called heavens, and that the matter beneath the sphere of the moon is different from that above it. This reveals the sanctity and divinity of the Torah, which attained knowledge beyond what the ancients achieved. Explication du Livre de la Genèse, Paris 1732, Vol 1, p. 42. What seems difficult is the verse in Job, "Can you, with him, spread out the skies, strong as a mirror of cast metal?" which seems to support the view of the ancient astronomers who believed in the existence of strong spherical spheres. In my opinion, this is not necessary, for we already find in the book of Job that he uses physical metaphors to show human inability to act as God does, making things tangible to bring them closer to understanding. As it says, "Who set its measurements if you know, or who stretched a line upon it?" Similarly, he shut in the sea with doors. Likewise here, can you spread out the firmament as a strong mirror, that is, in a physical way, even by means of something as strong as a cast mirror? Just as the cornerstone and doors regarding the sea are not literal, so too, cast mirror is not literal. Genesis 1:14. Let there be lights. See what Rashi wrote from the words of our sages, that everything was created on the first day. This is a sign for you that the sages did not invent these words on their own, but received them from ancient tradition. For so too Ben Sira, who preceded them by many years, already expressed this belief regarding the creation, Ben Sira, ch. 18:1. Years are so called because they repeat and return, and in Greek, Iniados, year, is named for repetition and recurrence. Genesis 1:16. The two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light. One should not infer from this that there are no greater bodies than these two lights in the heavens. For, as Ibn Ezra correctly said, see Otzar Nechmad 2:21-4, the verse refers only to the light as it appears on earth, and therefore it does not mention moon, but simply light. Genesis 1:20. Let the waters swarm, and let birds fly. The Torah records the creation of fish and birds on the same day, thereby drawing our attention to the similarity in their nature. Now, listen to the words of a great naturalist of our times, Sharon Turner, Tomo 2, p. 59. The similarity between the brain of fish and the brain of birds has already been noted by one of the great anatomists, Dr. Willis, who examined and found a great resemblance between the human brain and that of quadrupeds, and likewise found no less similarity between fish and birds. Both are born as twins from the womb of nature from the beginning of creation, and we see them similar in all their parts, especially in the brain and its structure. What is lacking in one is lacking in the other, and what is added in one over other animals is likewise added in the other. Thus, the sages who said that they were created from the mire came only to indicate peace among the writings, and according to their words, it is indeed correct that fish are similar to birds in nature. The view of the sages Chazal is the same as that of Anaximander, the ancient Greek. We do not diminish their greatness by saying that they learned from him. On the contrary, it is to their honor that there is no foreign wisdom among them. This is also the view of the poet Lucretius, who wrote in his work De Rerum Natura, Book 5, in agreement with the sages, and the view of Pausanias, Book 8, Arcadia. They chose the good and rejected the bad, for Anaximander did not believe that man was created in his final form and stature as the sages taught. He ruled that the beginning of man's creation was in the belly of a fish, where he grew and gained strength and power. Then the pious fish brought his head and most of his body onto dry land and expelled him through its bowels. Blessed is he who has separated us from those who err. Genesis 1:21. The great sea creatures, these are known as sea serpents. And the sages who interpreted this as Leviathan and its mate did not stray in the material sense from the rules of language and the meaning of the names. For we find that Leviathan is called a serpent and also a tannin, sea monster, as it is written, the Lord will punish with his hard, great, and strong sword Leviathan, the fleeing serpent, Leviathan, the twisting serpent, and he will slay the dragon that is in the sea, Isaiah 27:1. Elsewhere, it is explicitly called tannin. Behold, I am against you, Pharaoh, king of Egypt. The great tannin lying in the midst of his streams. Ezekiel 29:3. However, the legend of Leviathan and its mate surely has a hidden inner meaning. The sages used material beings and creatures of the lower world as metaphors to clothe their wisdom and riddles, as the Torah and the prophets often did. The great sea creatures, although interpreted as Leviathan and its mate, who are also called tanninim, even in their inner meaning, as the constellation Draco is called tannin in astronomy, are, as we said, known as sea serpents. Concerning their existence and their immense size, listen to what the naturalist Sharon Turner wrote in Storia Sacra del Mondo. If the ocean gathers in its bosom kinds of serpents resembling ours, it is doubtful, for naturalists have not yet managed to uncover them. 2 generations before us, Pontoppidan wrote about a large and strange creature of this kind in the Northern Sea. However, recent sailors, since they have not seen or encountered them in their voyages, have cast doubt on the story, even though American sailors and others have asserted that they have seen such creatures approaching the shore. At the edge of the discourse, the author lists witnesses, all agreeing on the existence of these sea serpents, and with so many eyewitnesses, no one can refuse to accept their testimony. Genesis 1:22. And God blessed them. In many places, Ibn Ezra interprets the word blessing as an increase, the opposite of, and they diminished, see Psalms 1:7-38, and if so, it is from the root of pul berika. This precious teaching, flowing from the depths of the Hebrew language, demonstrates the truth of the views of the Kabbalists and their allegories, which are rooted in the language, as they compared the descent of abundance to water that flows and increases. This is blessing or a pool. Its opposite, curse, is from the root meaning to make light, that is, to diminish. Likewise, Mara, curse, is of this meaning. See Rashi, Deuteronomy 28, who interprets Mara as deficiency, like a malignant skin disease. Therefore, flowing waters were considered an honor and glory by our ancestors, and the ritual of the broken-necked heifer was performed on a perennial stream, as our beloved Zakash hinted in his book Hatashiyah. The sages said, "Why are kings anointed by the water, so that their reign may continue?" They also said, "As the river flows continuously, so may your learning continue." Horayot 12a. This teaching brings us close to the Essenes, or the pious ones, who, as known from ancient writers Pliny and Josephus, loved to dwell by the sea or rivers. On such ideas I have based my studies of the Essenes to demonstrate that they were among the eminent sages of Israel and engaged in the divine wisdom of Kabbalah. Genesis 1:26. In our image, after our likeness. This likeness refers to the soul and its powers, which are similar to their creator. Some ancient philosophers and poets among the nations intended to understand our Torah. As Ovid wrote, he shaped man in the image of the ruling gods, Metamorphoses 1:4. If only the heretic Voltaire had understood Ovid's words, he would have comprehended the Torah's metaphor and not erred in understanding in our image, after our likeness in a physical sense. Even regarding the human body, it is possible to say that man was created in the image and likeness of God. Not that the Torah thinks God has a form or shape, but, as understood by the sages of Kabbalah, which is the true view of the giver of the Torah, every power and limb in the human body corresponds in an exalted and transcendent way to the Creator. Blessed be He, for there is nothing in the created that is not reflected in the Creator, albeit in an infinitely higher way. I was amazed to see that the sage Luzzatto, Mesilat Yesharim, Part 1, page 72, did not understand this, and from his words it seems that, according to our ancestors, the Creator has a form even though he does not have a body. I do not understand how the Torah, in its metaphors, could uphold such an error when it warns against attributing any image to God. Luzzatto erred in this matter, and this comes from a lack of faith in the wisdom of Kabbalah and its interpretations, which is proof that outside of it, sin crouches at the door. Genesis 1:27. Male and female he created them. The sages said that the first human Adam was created androgynous. Now listen to the words of a great Italian scholar of our time, Ghiberti. According to the naturalist Ackermann, the embryo embryoni has no signs of male or female, and according to Knox, it is androgynous. See Burdach, Volume 2, p. 271. If this is correct, then every individual from the beginning of formation in the womb starts as did the first human, according to Moses and Plato. See Protologia. Male and female he created them, the sages said. The first human was created with two faces, and also that Adam was androgynous. This was also the view of the Greek philosopher Empedocles, Rabbi Ben Fakira, quoting Miqqes by Rabbi Shimon ben Gabirol, wrote that Gabirol followed Empedocles' view. He said that nature acts only gradually. In other words, as Leibniz said, nature does not make leaps. And before man was created as he is today, he was composed of alternating forms, male and female as one, with two faces. In part, this was also acknowledged by the Ralbag Gersonides, who wrote on Let the Earth Bring Forth. The matter received these formative forms, some through others, so that it could receive the human form. Omitted, male and female he created them. Our rabbi said the first human was created with two faces. See what is written in its place, and among the ancients, Empedocles, and among the more recent thinkers, Darwin, stated that in the beginning, all living creatures were created male and female joined together. 135th. Empedocles, Sina, P and man became a living soul. The Targum Onkelos translates as a speaking spirit. He made the distinction between the human species and other living creatures' speech. This is also the opinion of many prominent naturalists in our time, among them Cuvier and Huxley, who wrote, Croyant avec Cuvier que la possession du langage articule est le grand trait distinctif de l'homme, believing with Cuvier that the possession of articulate language is the great distinguishing feature of man. M. Gratiole is also of the opinion that the faculty of language constitutes the specific characteristic of human intelligence. He, together with M. Serres and M. Isidore Geoffroy St. Hilaire, places man in a separate kingdom, but does not believe there is a better way to characterize this kingdom than by calling it the kingdom of the word regni du verbe. One could say that this faculty organizes thought just as the vital force organizes inert matter. Now we understand why Onkelos translated a living soul as a speaking spirit, because in his view, the vitality of the soul is not just speech, and one's soul is not called a living soul unless he speaks. And through speech, as you have heard from the aforementioned naturalist, Revue des Deux Mondes, tome XLV, p. 228, Genesis 1:31. And God saw all that he had made, and behold, it was very good. I saw in a Christian book by a wise scholar a good explanation for why it is written each day, and God saw that it was good, and at the end of the days, and God saw all that he had made, and behold, it was very good. What is the meaning of this goodness? He wrote, There is no doubt that the exalted God rejoices and takes pride in the habit he placed in the creatures to conduct themselves according to the wondrous order that results from the interconnectedness of all beings to fulfill his actions and achieve his intended purpose. By his holy will he sustains and affirms this wondrous order, and the maintenance and affirmation given by him, blessed be he, to this constant order is a law and statute that will not be broken. Thus, from his words, when it says, And God saw, that it was good, he established in his word a law that this order should not cease. Thus, the good itself is the order and the law. This fits with the saying of our sages, There is no good but Torah, which is the spiritual order, just as the laws of nature are the physical order. Regarding the words good and bad, I saw that Ibn Ezra in Otsar Nechmad, Vol 2, p. 218 wrote, The word good is general, etc. Good is general and bad is partial, and this is a true idea rooted in the views of the ancient sages, both Talmudic and Kabbalistic. The Hebrew language also agrees with this. Blessing implies addition, and curse implies deficiency. Similarly, charity in the language of the Torah means merit, which is related to the phrase they are righteous together, and sin means deficiency. Our sages also said, Why is it not said, It was good on the second day? Because there was division on that day. Thus, in their view, good is general. In Ibn Ezra's words, bad seems to mean part, as in the phrase shepherd, be broken, meaning brokenness and division. This also helps us understand the saying of the sages. Both these and those are the words of the living God. The intention is not each alone, but both together are the words of the living God. See how much Ibn Ezra's words agree with Kabbalistic beliefs, which say that the good is the supreme one, the key to crown, and Platonian and Platonic philosophy, the good is the one above all division and separation. As one who hears from behind the curtain, the Christian Matthew said, Why do you call me good? There is none good but the Father, and in the words of our sages, there is none good but the Holy One, blessed be he. Genesis 2, 8. A garden in Eden, in the east. Our sages said that the Garden of Eden is among the things created before the creation of the world. This is not the place to explain the Midrash, but come and see how great are the words of the sages and how ancient they are in our nation. For Onkelos translated from the beginning, and there is no doubt he intended the Midrash of the sages. Not only Onkelos, but also the book of 4 Ezra 3:6 explicitly says that the Garden of Eden was created before the creation of the world. And not only the book of Ezra, but also the Septuagint, the 70 elders, translated into Greek kata agatolas, and it is not surprising that Jerome also accepted this interpretation and explained it accordingly. Genesis 2:11. The name of the first is... Some have thought that Pishon is the river known as Phasis, and they relied on what is written, where there is gold, and we know of this river that it has gold ore. And Gihon, according to some, is the Shir or Araxes River, while others say it is the Nile. They are supported by the fact that, to this day, the inhabitants of Abyssinia call the Nile Gihon Sidufes, Vol 5:24. Also, in the book of Ben Sira, it is written that the Gihon overflows all its banks after the summer, which fits the Nile. Hiddekel is known today as the Tigris. I saw someone write explic sur la Genèse p. 235 that the name Diglath, found in Pliny regarding the Hiddekel River, was corrupted and became Yigri. In truth, the Hiddekel River is called Diglath, and also in the Talmud it is called Diglat. But Tigri, in my opinion, is an Arabic word meaning running, as the river runs, and this fits the explanation given by the sages that its waters are sharp and swift. And Parat is known to the Greeks as Opharat, and I found a reason for the addition of O to Parat in Greek. It is because the possessive suffix is attached to Parat in the verse, making it Opharat. The view of the sages is well known. The Kabbalists have a parable regarding the 4 rivers, which is among their most distinguished and ancient parables. From this, the researcher can see that these parables and the wisdom built upon them have been transmitted and strengthened from ancient times in our nation. For this parable, in its form, is found in the book of Ben Sira Ecclesiasticus, where it is stated that from the supreme wisdom, which is Eden for the Kabbalists, flow living waters like the Pishon and Hiddekel in the spring, and from it knowledge flows like the Peirat at harvest time, and from it understanding shines forth like the Gihon at vintage time. See there, she there, she 24. Genesis 2:14. It is the one that goes east of Assyria. The sages said the Torah spoke in reference to the future, and we have seen this in other places, such as between Bethel and Ai, and perhaps also in the matter of he pursued as far as Dan, meaning the place of the inheritance of the tribe of Dan in the future, or it is a place called Dan, as Josephus wrote to the Romans. Know that Jerome, who translated the Torah for the Christians, translated the prophets as if Alexandria in Egypt already existed at the time of the prophets, and it seems to me that Jonathan also translated this way, justifying it by the reason we mentioned, that he followed the Torah's manner of speaking in reference to the future. This is also supported by the poet Virgil's C. Justin's dialogue with Trypho the Jew, p. 173. Note, Perat. In the book Karmi Shomron, section 99, I saw a poem that the Samaritans sing in praise of the Torah and the tablets, written in Aramaic. It says, Eden, the wheel of life, from which one drinks, Eden that is called, from eternal life, Parat, its tablets are hidden, Parat, the wheel of wisdom, for all its generations. In my opinion, the wise Luzzatto judged well. The meaning of Parat is the Euphrates River, and the poet's intention is to say that the tablets are like a great river, whose waters roll and draw along in their course hidden and wondrous treasures. His intention is to refer to a great river, whichever it may be, and he could have brought proof from the Nile Yor, the proper name for the Nile of Egypt. In the book of Daniel, we find this term applied to the Tigris Hiddekel, and it is also likely that the name Perat was adapted for this broader meaning because it is related to the concept of fruitfulness and multiplication, as the sages Chazal said. Why is it called Parat? Because its waters are fruitful and multiply. This interpretation of the sages was accepted by Teodoro de Sevilla. See Otzar Kadmoniot, Tesoro Denticita Vol. 2 p. 118, who also explained it as deriving from the concept of fruitfulness and multiplication. As our sages said, its waters are fruitful and multiply. Similarly, Gihon is the river in Eden and is the stream descending near Jerusalem. In my opinion, the name Gihon was also adapted to share this meaning, as Gihon comes from the root meaning to bring forth from the womb. Likewise, we find Yarden Jordan in the land of Israel and Yardanos in Greece, and the sage Dinan estimated that both names share a common origin. Parat is referred to in the Bible as simply the river, for example, and its stream from beyond the river. Your ancestors lived beyond the river, as well as Solomon ruled over all the kingdoms from the river to the land of the Philistines, I Kings 14. However, from this verse we cannot learn that the river is the Euphrates, And on the contrary, since it mentions afterward the land of the Philistines, and the Euphrates was to the south, and the Philistines to the north of the land of Israel, it is not possible that this river is the Euphrates. Yonatan, in his translation, amended it to from the Euphrates River to the land of the Philistines, adding the word to, which does not appear in the text. Radak explains similarly, thus, the river is the Euphrates on one side, and the Philistines in Egypt on the other. Likewise, in the verse, what have you to do with the way of Assyria, to drink the waters of the river? And he will wave his hand over the river with his scorching wind. Genesis 2:19. And whatever the man called each living creature, that was its name. Maimonides' Rambam, in the Guide for the Perplexed, wrote things from which it can be understood that there was an ancient language prior to the sacred language, Lashon, HaKodesh, we possess, and from it he wrote that it is the name of the Tetragrammaton, the divine name. In any case, from his opinion, I saw that a certain scholar sought to prove the truth of the matter from the verse and whatever, that was its name, and he wrote, the author of the Torah himself informs us clearly that the names which man called each living creature are the names by which they were called in that ancient language. Genesis 3:7. And they knew that they were naked. Dupuy thought that the meaning is that they felt cold because they were naked, and according to him, the serpent, who brought evil into the world, was the cause of this sensation of cold, the opposite of the heat that comes from the sun, which in his view was considered the ultimate good by the ancients. But this interpretation is nonsense. For what sense is there to say afterward, and they sowed fig leaves, etc.? What power do fig leaves have to protect from cold? If he wished to hang himself, he could have done so from a large tree. In all the sacred writings, joy is compared to light and distress to darkness, and he could have fixed a peg in a secure place and proved from this that good and light were considered identical by the ancients. But even this is an unstable argument and should not be relied upon, for there is no need to conclude that they worship light and the sun based on such metaphors. Human nature tends to compare joy to light and the opposite to darkness. For the love of truth, we should not conceal that we find a verse in Isaiah that can be interpreted according to the opinion of the aforementioned writer, namely, so that they may know from the rising of the sun and from the west that there is none besides me. I am the Lord, and there is none else. I form light and create darkness, make peace and create evil. Isaiah 45:7. This was said to refute the dualists, the Persians among whom was Cyrus, to whom the discourse was directed. Elsewhere, I will elaborate on this, for it is clear to me. Genesis 3:8. At the wind of the day, I have seen a correct interpretation, which is that at that time the event took place as in the days of Elijah, when the Holy One, blessed be he, was revealed to man in a great and mighty wind. Therefore, and the man and his wife hid themselves, for they sensed his coming even before he arrived. The voice of the Lord God is the wind, for they had not yet heard articulated words from his mouth, only afterward when he said to him, Where are you? Genesis 3:15. Omission, he shall bruise your head. In the book Penim LaTorah, I wrote that sometimes the root shofsherpi means to see or observe, as in Arabic, and I saw that the Septuagint translated he shall bruise your head in this sense. Observe a bit. See Genese sur la explication, verse 431. Genesis 3:22. And live forever. Ibn Ezra Ra'avad in the book of Psalms wrote that in all of Scripture, olam, world, eternity, means a period of time. And it is possible that sometimes olam indicates an indefinite time, meaning the entire duration, and sometimes it refers to a limited time. Thus, the verses in which the word olam appears can be explained in different ways. Sometimes the phrase from everlasting to everlasting is added to indicate infinite time. For this purpose, they instituted reciting it to counter the heretics who say there is only one world, meaning the present existence, and no existence after death. As they said, when the heretics corrupted things, they instituted that people should say, from the world to the world, Barakat, ch9. It seems this was established specifically in the formula of the blessings, for already in Psalms we find from the world to the world, and from the time of David, they mention two worlds. In the chapter Haroeh, Rashi explained that Ezra and his colleagues instituted it, and elsewhere he wrote that mentioning two worlds is to say that this world prepares for the world to come, like a corridor to a banquet hall. The reason our ancestors used the term olam to indicate eternity was not that they thought the world would never perish, but because they saw all creatures passing and perishing except the world itself, which persists. Therefore, it indicates permanence without limit, meaning as long as creation endures, as they said regarding the lifetime of an individual olam, as in and he dwelt there forever. In my view, the opposite is true, for in the word olam we may find an allusion to the belief in creation ex nihilo if we assume it is derived from alam, hidden, and means youth, as in the days of his youth, hence the young woman. The cherubim, the sages explained that the word kerub, cherub, means like a child, keravia, sukkah, sv, but it would be more appropriate to relate the word kerov to the Hebrew word like a multitude, korov, as we find in the Mishnah, and the multitudes harovim guard there. Both ravia and rov derive from rav, meaning greatness or multitude, which is when a person is in their prime and ascendance. Some later commentators rejected this interpretation, saying that if so, the letter kaf would be a functional prefix, which is the objection of Ibn Ezra. In my opinion, there is no reason to object, for it is not surprising that a functional prefix would become part of the word itself, as this is the way of all words, whether in their transfer from one language to another, or in their joining to become one after having been separate. The letter that was originally a prefix becomes part of the word's root, an intrinsic part of it, and this is something that is clear to anyone familiar with the transformations and histories of languages from ancient times. And the Lord has left us a remnant, almost in the style of biblical rhetoric, which will bear witness and bring forth justice, the tradition and its interpretation. For example, we find the phrase come in vigor to the grave, Bokech Lech Ali Kabar, and on the word kelach kolech, Ramban explains that the letter kaf is added, meaning, you will die as if still fresh, your eyes will not dim, and your palate will not lose its taste. Similarly, in my opinion, the verb bala bielo, to swallow, has an added bet to indicate that the thing swallowed enters the throat, yerien, as we find in they drank and swallowed. Visht, thus, words of lau, the brill, felt like a person speaking from his throat and not articulating with his lips. The word achsar, cruel, is likely composed of two words, ach, but, and ziar, stranger, foreign. Remarkably, we find this root achsar appearing separately and used for the same meaning, perhaps before they joined to become one word, as in Job, and those who know me are utterly estranged from me. Mni viv di achzarfi. It is not far-fetched to see this as evidence of the antiquity of the book of Job. Belima blim, as in he suspends the earth on nothing, tivil hearts and end blim. It is likely to mean without anything mechblai, kabir, kibir, mighty, in my opinion. The kaf is added, and its meaning is like abir, strong, that is great and powerful. We find it written in full to indicate the general rule, as in the verse he brings down the mighty vechvid habir shpim, kezut khsvt garment, the kaf is added, like the kaf in kirov, karvibi, cherub, according to the sages, and it can also be said sut svt, as in he washed his garments in wine, svtich, vbdm nbm. Kedur, kshdvr, sphere ball, Abarbanel sought to defend the sages regarding the word kadur, saying, as for the kaf, which is root-based, this is not a difficulty for the sages, since we also find the root kaf in kadur, according to them, as in the sphere, hkhdvr, and Amos said, like a king destined for encirclement, kidvor, and this too is the kaf of resemblance. A sphere to a broad land, khdvar al arts rhbt yedim, and I will encamp like a sphere against you, viniti khdvr tlik, and in Midrash Kohelet they said, the words of the wise are like goads. Just as this sphere rolls here and there, so too, from the kaf of resemblance they made a root, etc. This defense is not very convincing if, as Abarbanel claims, the kaf in kadur is root-based only according to the sages. In truth, kadur is also among the proofs, for the kaf of usage can become root-based, as it is evident that its beginning, and root is dor, dvr, to circle, and from dor came kadur. Kama, kamech, how much, in my opinion, is split into two, Kma, mhk, like what mh, and afterwards they became one. This gives reason to critique Radak on Jeremiah 22, who wrote that mh can be used both positively and negatively, as in how precious is your kindness, O God, mech, and what is man that e krisk al him you remember him. In my view, these are not the same, for when amshki takarnvi used positively, it means like what machka and lacks the kaf of resemblance, and when used negatively, it is in the form of a question, like what is it? MHV, kevarat eretz keshbar tarts, a certain measure of land, according to those who say that kaf is a prepositional prefix, and from what we see that it always appears attached to the word, we know it became part of it. Omission, he placed the cherubim east of the Garden of Eden. See all that I have written, especially what we sought to prove from this about the existence of the oral Torah. I see that Marsham wrote similarly, stating that from the Torah's silence regarding the nature of the cherubim and the Urim and Thummim, we know that their form was already well known even before Moses. At the very least, We must admit that Moses did not clarify their nature in writing, but taught it orally, and by reaching this point, we have already proven the necessity of the tradition. How can we be surprised, then, that these two matters, being among the most secret and exalted aspects of divine service and Torah narratives, were hidden from the masses and entrusted only to the wise elders and judges of the people? The cherubim karvibim see in its place. The verb lefef, LPP, to surround, appears in the words of our sages similarly to keruv karvibi in Hebrew, whose root is a fafaf ap, to surround. As in troubles have surrounded me, apivc li arshraviti. They first said el afef, to surround, like el ekel, to eat, el ishtat, to drink, and later the lamb entered the root, as in shemla, compassion. We've also written in another book that teraphim tripim, household idols, in the portion, and there was no ephod or teraphim, enap, divitripim, are, like cherubim, and the proof is that wherever teraphim are found as idols, Targum Yonatan translates as idols teslamnia, but not in this portion, where he translates and there was no ephod and no revelation, vlite pudvmhv, that is revealer. This is strong evidence that he understood teraphim and Hosea as sacred objects, and they are the cherubim, from between which speech would emerge, revealing what Israel should do, as it says, and I will speak with you from above the cover, from between the two cherubim. If all this defends the sages against the arguments of their opponents, it is still our duty to say that even among the early authorities, some inclined to different views and interpretations, even though they lived close to the temple and its vessels and knew their form and design. We do not know how they could err and mislead, for both Josephus and Philo of Alexandria, who both describe the golden pipes, testify that the cherubim were in the shape of birds. In truth, this is hard to accept unless we say that because the cherubim had wings, they called them birds, as in other languages, where a bird refers to any flying creature. And regarding angels, it is also said, and he flew to me ali vip, and the sages said that the creation of angels is hinted at in the verse, and let birds fly above the earth, Waito VBP, and El Hearts VTP. And they said, this bird is Gabriel. It is also the opinion of Rashbam on Exodus 25, who explained birds as written the cherub from the overshadowing Kervi Bimshk Shvikiksh in the Zohar, Genesis 34a, and let birds fly above the earth. These are the messengers of the world, revealed to humans in the form of a person, as it says, let them fly above the earth, because there are others that are only seen in spirit, according to our human understanding. I searched the Zohar's commentators to see if I could find a clear explanation of this language, but I did not find one. In all these statements, the form of a bird is shared as a vision of a human form, and who knows if this is the way to understand the words of Philo and Josephus. I would suggest that the sages referred to the great and awesome bird that reaches up to the sky, as told in Babylonian legends, or perhaps they deviated somewhat from the truth so as not to admit to the nations that the cherubim had a human form in the temple, lest they accuse or force them to introduce an idol or statue of a king against the will of the Torah and our nation, who at that time risked their lives rather than allow an image of the emperors in God's house, even to the point of martyrdom, as Philo himself testifies. However, since this inquiry is significant and important due to the great visions concerning the cherubim and their presence in the Holy of Holies, it is our duty to seek clarity and find convincing evidence in those places where the cherubim are mentioned at length by the prophets of the Lord. Chief among these is Ezekiel the prophet, who will show us the way. In chapter 9, we find that he wrote, and I saw, and behold, the expanse that was over the heads of the cherubim was like a sapphire stone, like the appearance of a throne above them. It is clear that this vision is identical in all its details to the vision described in chapter 1, for he adds, and behold, there the glory of the God of Israel was, like the appearance I saw in the valley. And in chapter 8 it is written, I arose and went out to the valley, and behold, there the glory of the Lord stood, like the glory I saw by the river Chebar, in the vision by the river Chebar. Chapter 1, it is written, and the likeness above the heads of the living creatures was an expanse, and above the expanse over their heads was the likeness of a sapphire, stone, like the appearance of a throne. Thus the cherubim chapter 9 and the living creatures chapter 1 are united in his hand. They are one and the same. Under various names, for Ezekiel himself testifies that the vision was identical in all its parts. Furthermore, the firmament Rakia mentioned in chapter 1, which was above the heads of the living creatures Keot, was, in chapter 9, placed above the heads of the cherubim Cheruvim. Not only this, but regarding the living creatures in chapter 1, it says, the hands of a man were under their wings, while about the cherubim in chapter 9, It says, I saw for the cherubim a form of a hand under their wings. It is the same living creature that I saw by the river Shebar. Thus, you have an explicit verse that the cherubim and the living creatures are one and the same. Therefore, the term cherub is fitting in the language of the prophet for all 4 living creatures that bear the throne. Ibn Ezra explained this well in all his words, Exodus 25. However, we find that specifically the name cherub is ascribed to one of them, the creature in the second vision, which takes the place of the ox Shor in the first vision. To explain this change, 3 possible reasons can be given, and none are to be dismissed. Either we say that cherub means ox, or we say that at first it was called ox cherub, even if we do not know what it is, or we say that he saw a different creature in the form of a cherub instead of the first, which was in the form of an ox. Ibn Ezra inclined to the first explanation, as did the Rosh in Sefer Hadar, except that he expanded the ox form to all cherubim. Radak, in his commentary on the account of the chariot Ma'asa Merkava, inclined to the third view and wrote that to indicate a greater level of perfection higher than the first. He saw in the second vision a cherub instead of an ox. In my opinion, even if we agree with Ibn Ezra that Ezekiel's cherub is the ox in the second vision, there is still room to debate the use of the term cherub. For since we see that Ezekiel calls all the living creatures cherubim, it is not surprising if he singles out this name for one of them specifically, whether it be the ox, as Ibn Ezra claims, or, as seems more likely, the face of a man or a youth, as our sages and Radak say. If your heart leads you to ask if the name cherub Kuruv refers specifically to the human form, how could Ezekiel apply it to all the living creatures? I answer that since each of them had 4 faces, he called them all by their most distinguished form, which is the cherub, either because it was unique as the dwelling place of God, or because it is the form of the perfect human, just as Eve is called the mother of all living because she is the mother of the most excellent human of all. Only according to Ibn Ezra, who held that cherub means forms in general, do we not find a reason to call all the forms by the name cherub. Above all, there is a clear and evident reason to call the entire form by the name cherub, for although there were other faces besides the human face, such as the ox face, etc., from Ezekiel's words, it is clear that of the living creatures mentioned, only the faces differed, but the rest of the body, including the visible and awe-inspiring faces, and ultimately the dominant form, was human, to imply that in humanity all other forms are included and subjugated. For in chapter 1, regarding the living creatures, which are the same cherubim mentioned in chapter 9, as it says it is the living creature he began, by saying, and this was their appearance. They had the likeness of a man, and then went on to specify the parts of the body, namely the faces, adding, each one had 4 faces, etc., to show that the human face was the dominant one. As it says, the likeness of their faces was the face of a man, and regarding the others, the face of a lion on the right, etc., since the wings covered the body, he did not describe the other limbs. But only when they extended their hands did he see human hands under their wings, and the legs were a straight leg, but the sole was like the sole of a calf's foot. Also in chapter 9, after describing the 4 faces, verse 21, and that the face of a man was one of them, he repeated what he had said in chapter 1 to make clear that the dominant form was human, verse 22, and the likeness of their faces was the faces I saw by the river Chebar. This important observation is already found in the Zohar volume 348 AB, and if I am not mistaken, is also the view of Maimonides in the Guide for the Perplexed. According to them, the faces of the ox, eagle, etc. were not actually separate and distinct, but rather human faces that tended toward the form of the ox or eagle, etc., while discussing Regios' opinion. Let us mention the verse in Chronicles that says about the cherubim, the work of children's toys, and prove that Radak's first interpretation is correct. All the more so if you consider that, according to the scholar Regios' explanation, the intent is that they had wheels beneath them. It is not fitting to refer to this as the work of children's toys. For in biblical language, the work of refers to the entire design, from head to toe, and it is very far-fetched to call only a part, and an almost external part at that, such as the wheels underneath, the work of children's toys. In truth, everywhere we find in the Bible the work of Maaseh, it refers to the complete item and its entire form and all its details and parts, as in the work of a craftsman, the work of an embroiderer, and so forth. According to the understanding we have of the verse in Chronicles, the work of children's toys, it fits well, in my opinion, with the Torah's phrase, the work of a craftsman shall make the cherubim. It seems that work stands in place of 2 such phrases, the work of a craftsman and the work of cherubim shall he make them. The work of cherubim is itself the work of children's toys in Chronicles, and this teaches about that. If in Chronicles it says children's toys instead of cherubim, the reason is clear and well known. Since the context is about the form of the cherubim themselves, there is no need to say the work of cherubim. what would be new or informative in saying so? By the time Chronicles was written, the language had already begun to deteriorate among the common people, and half spoke Ashdodite, etc., so it was necessary to explain the old word cherubim. Not that they did not know what the cherubim were or their function, but their form was not clearly known after the exile, especially since a cherub could be composed of other faces, like those of Ezekiel. Therefore, the chronicler explained and said the work of children's toys, meaning they were in the form of children. Not so in the days of Moses, when in the written Torah, from the master of prophets, there was no need to explain further, for everyone knew, and if something was unclear, the entire interpretation of the written Torah was entrusted to the elders of the nation, who would teach them the way to go. Besides the proofs from Scripture, we can learn from another source, the practices of the Egyptians. It is not surprising that items later used for holiness were previously common among the Egyptians, if we understand what the sages of Kabbalah taught about, and they emptied Egypt, and the land of Israel first being given to the Canaanites, and Bathsheba being married to Uriah. We find that in Egypt they used for their idols vessels very similar in design and form to the holy vessels. Hear the words of the author of Chevrolet Olam, Africa section. Recent travelers found engraved stones among the ruins of the temples, and on them were carved, with extraordinary skill, shapes and images similar to the design of the ark, the tent, the tabernacle, cherubim, the showbread table, and other holy vessels, as God showed Moses. If we want to see what the Egyptian cherubim looked like, we must thank and praise God that we still have a suitable place to examine and fully understand this matter when we look at the images depicted in Champollion's Book of Egypt. And our eyes see that those forms, the forms of children, are as the sages Chazal received, and this is a precious and very important revelation to open blind eyes. In truth, it is not only in the forms of the cherubim and the vessels that the Egyptians and the Jews agreed in their measurements, but also in the structure of the house, its design, its halls, its rooms, and all its sections, as Champollion rightly noted, Figeac, l'Egypte, p. 199, and all this is as we wrote above in the name of the Kabbalists. This will be a great principle to keep in mind throughout our commentary, as we will mention from time to time. In this we have found a reason for the words of the Romans Tacitus and Suetonius, who, whenever they spoke of the beliefs of the Egyptians and the Hebrews, counted both as one religion and one law. Now let us mention some of the opinions of our sages regarding the interpretation of the cherubim. 1. The opinion of Rashbam, which we have mentioned, is that they are birds, Exodus 25. 2. The opinion of Ibn Ezra is that they are general forms, as we mentioned above. 3. The opinion of the Rosh in Sefer Hadar Zakenim is that they are the form of an ox, and there were no lack of great and important literalists who agreed with the view of the translators. 4. The opinion of Radak, which we mentioned above. 5. The opinion of Rambam Maimonides in the Guide for the Perplexed is that the cherubim are young humans, for the cherubim in the temple were in the likeness of youths. 6. The opinion of Abravanel, Exodus 25, agrees in every detail with the view of the sages that they were in the form of small children, male and female. And if among the ancients the majority agreed with the view of the sages, this was not the case among some of our recent scholars. Among them, the scholar Reggio, in Bikurei Haitim, for the year 5580, page 6. I am obligated to pause and see whether his words are true, but only briefly. I will not conceal that he spoke and admitted a precious truth, from which every honest person can learn, that there is not even a single light word in the Holy Scriptures that does not testify to the necessity of tradition and the oral Torah. All the words of the Torah are sealed and closed without the tradition, for he said, "Indeed, we see that the Torah sought to conceal the nature, the cherubim, etc., just as it wrote about the Urim and Tumim, which are mentioned without explanation, and with a definite article as if their nature was already known. In truth, deep, who can find it?" End of his words. If his words are correct, then one of two things must be true. Either the Torah intentionally concealed these precious matters due to the greatness of their glory, or there are matters that the Torah wishes to hide because of their great importance. Thus, we have learned that not only must we learn and interpret what is handed down orally, but also that there are things the Torah desires to conceal because of their importance. We have thus arrived at the essential study of divine Kabbalah and its fundamental existence, or that the Torah was silent by chance from the necessary explanation or relied on the listener. In any case, the existence of the oral Torah is at least proven by the highest evidence. After fulfilling our obligation in this area with these two statements, let us now see what is said about the name cherub, keruv. I see that his opinion is to interpret cherub as the reverse of riding rekev, from the root to ride, like other reversed roots, and he brought his proofs from the Psalms, where it says, "He rode upon a cherub and flew," and he soared upon the wings of the wind, Psalms 18:11. And elsewhere, God makes the clouds his chariot, moving on the wings of the wind, Psalms 104:3. Sometimes the clouds are called cherub and sometimes chariot, and thus they are one and the same, cherubim or chariots. To me, many things invalidate this reversed interpretation. We have never heard until now of such a strange thing that whenever the root word rekev is used in the scriptures, the letters would be reversed only when referring to the cherub, but otherwise the letters remain in their proper order. Why should the cherubim alone have the order of creation reversed for them? The proof he brought from Psalms, in my opinion, is an illusion. After proper investigation, nothing remains of it. Even if we agree that the two verses parallel each other, it is clear to the eye and ear that in one verse it says, he rode upon a cherub and flew, and in the other, God makes the clouds his chariot. The word in the second verse, which corresponds to cherub in the first, is not chariot, rekev, but clouds, avim, and his chariot, rekovo, is in place of the verb he rode, vayirkav, in the first verse. If we learn from these two verses, we must say that the cherubim are the clouds. Otherwise, how could the verse say, he rode upon a cherub, intending clouds, unless cherub refers specifically to them? All this aside from the oddity and awkwardness in the phrase, he rode upon a cherub. If cherub means chariot, how can it be heard as he rode upon a chariot? This would be a redundant statement without meaning or flavor, and what would be lacking if one of them was omitted? Furthermore, the verse itself declares that it does not mean clouds when it says, he rode upon a cherub and flew, and the verb flew clearly indicates something with wings, whether literally or metaphorically, and we do not find that clouds have wings, neither literally nor metaphorically. If it refers to wind, it says, he soared on the wings of the wind, adding wings of the wind to fill the lack of literal truth with metaphor. The proof he brought from the cherubim in the temple, about which it is said, I will speak with you from above the cover, from between the two cherubim, Exodus 2:5-22, also contradicts the premise. If we go to the end of the verse, it says, from between the two cherubim, and if cherubim were like chariots, it should have said above the two cherubim, for a rider does not ride between chariots but upon them. He also made me laugh for his harsh criticism of Rabbi Abahu, who explained according to his own will the initial letter kaf as if it were a prefix, as if what Rabbi Abahu did by the power of the sages' tradition is not what the scholars of our time do every day according to their own ideas, not in truth and not in justice, for they have nothing to rely on but the tradition of their ancestors. Besides, the words of Rabbi Abahu are correct, along with proper linguistic investigation and in other names where the kaf is added as a prefix and becomes part of the root, as we explained above. What he thought to decide in the interpretation of the word toys, sa'atzuaim, also suffers from the same flaw as with the word cherubim. If his interpretation is correct, this word would be unique in all of Scripture in this meaning, which is not the case according to Radak's interpretation, that it is like offspring tse'etzayim. It would not differ from its companions except by exchanging an ayin for an aleph, which is a common occurrence in Hebrew, especially in the book of Deuteronomy, which is known for its linguistic irregularities. Besides other arguments against the second interpretation of Radak, which the aforementioned scholar Reggio agreed with, the author did not consider two verses that directly contradict his interpretation. The first is a craftsman shall make it as cherubim, Exodus 37:7, and if cherubim are derived from chariot and include any kind of vehicle, how would the craftsman know what form is intended? What does a chariot have to do with the forms made for the Holy of Holies? The second verse concerns the cherubim, which were made in the likeness of a man, with bodies all around, and the intent, according to LaMikra, Genesis 15:9-1, with navigation. The most distinguished among the commentaries is that which describes them as being fashioned in the form of male and female, like a man joined with his companion. But how does this align with what is written in the aforementioned verse, that their form was like that of a living creature, different from other known living beings? In the book of Ezekiel, we find that the prophet likened the king of Tyre to a cherub, as it says, Ezekiel 28. You were in Eden, the garden of God. You were the anointed cherub who covers, and I placed you on the holy mountain of God. You walked among the stones of fire. I banished you from the mountain of God, and I destroyed you, O covering cherub. Anyone who examines these verses and their context will see that the prophet's intent was to liken the king of Tyre, before his downfall, to the cherubim in their two states as described in the scriptures. First, in the Garden of Eden, as it says, and he placed the cherubim at the east of the Garden of Eden. And second, in the Holy of Holies in Jerusalem, as it says, and the cherubim spread their wings above. Regarding the first state, he alludes by saying, you are in Eden, the garden of God. And regarding the second, he refers more directly at the end by describing the covering, as it says, covering with their wings. When he says, and I placed you on the holy mountain of God, this refers to Jerusalem, as it says, on my holy mountain in Jerusalem, All this is meant as a metaphor for his original innocence and holiness, as it says, "You were perfect in your ways," or perhaps to hint at the construction of the temple, which was carried out by Tyre in the days of Solomon. In all these statements, we see that a specific individual, the king of Tyre, is likened to a cherub. If the cherub did not have a human form, what likeness could be drawn? And after we have dismissed this idea at its root, it is our duty to state that there is no particular glory or novelty in what the scholar Reggio claims, for these ideas were not his own, even though he presented himself as their originator and supporter. Anyone who examines Gesenius' entry for the root-carved cherub will see that this is an old misconception, originating with 3 Christian scholars, and Reggio did not mention or acknowledge them. Even more so, it is worth seeing what the scholar Solomon Monk wrote in his book Palestina pp. 145-157e, where he at least admitted that the cherub had a human face, and also human hands, even though he did not clarify the meaning of the name cherub. The cherubim, after we have mentioned that their form was that of a youth and proven it by observation, we may add that the cherubim and the teraphim, household idols, are counterparts, one for the sake of holiness, the other for idolatry, one in purity, the other in impurity. There is no doubt in my mind that the teraphim had a human form, which is also the view of Ibn Ezra, and it is well supported by the story of Michal, who placed the teraphim in the bed in David's place. Speech and prophecy were attributed by their worshippers to the teraphim, as it says, "The teraphim speak iniquity," just as speech was attributed to the cherubim, and he heard the voice speaking to him from above the cover that was upon the ark of the testimony, from between the 2 cherubim. As further proof, it says, "There was no ephod and teraphim," and the correct interpretation is that in this context, teraphim are like cherubim, and both are for praise and for the divine, as it says, "There is no king and no prince." If we find there is no sacrifice and no pillar, the term pillar is not derogatory, but rather refers to any structure that stands upright and alludes to the altar upon which the sacrifice is made. To guard the way to the tree of life, I have seen an interpretation that, since man was expelled from the Garden of Eden after being appointed to guard it, as it says, to work it and to guard it, it was necessary to appoint other guardians in his place, and I find this pleasing. How sweet the idea, if we accept the tradition of our sages, that the cherubim were in the form of male and female, and according to the Kabbalists, who say that Adam and Eve represent the supernal cherubim, for then we can plainly see the reason for the cherubim taking the place of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden after their fall from the exalted level they once held. Genesis 4:1. And Adam knew, love, and particularly the love of a man for his wife, is called knowledge in our language, for knowledge and love are united at a lofty level. Hear the words of Plotinus, from the school of the Neoplatonists of the 2nd generation. What we desire is not to acquire the thing we long for without knowing it, but rather the opposite, to know it, which is the ultimate knowledge, to see it present in our soul and to contemplate it. In truth, it is always for the ultimate good that we act. We want it to be within us, to acquire it, and to find in ourselves the purpose of the action. Therefore, since we cannot acquire the true good except in the soul, this action will lead us back to contemplation itself. It needs? Book 2, p. 219, Desire, also aims at contemplation. The act of union itself is essentially contemplation, and is completed with the creation of form, that is, in an intellectual sense. p. 222, union is an intellectual and rational act, stemming from the need to produce many forms and intelligible things, to fill everything with intellect and to be continually engaged in understanding. p. 221. He also says, the beings that are born, being images of existing beings, indicate that the purpose of generation is not the act of generation itself, but I have found all these words to be close to many sayings of our sages, who spoke about union and procreation, and also similar in general to what Plotinus wrote in his works, compared to the teachings of the Kabbalists. From their statements, the reader will not forget their saying, anyone who does not engage in procreation diminishes the image, which seems to echo, in different words, what Plotinus said, union is an intellectual act, stemming from the need to produce many forms and to fill everything with intellect, and also his statement that the beings that are born are images of the existing ones. There is more to say if there were space. For more on the unity of knowledge and love, and their interdependence, see Damiron, Cours de Psychologie, Brussels, Tome I, p. 102. See also Rashi on the verse, for I have known him that he will command, where knowing means love, as in known to a woman, and Boaz, our relative. However, the root meaning of all these terms is knowledge, for one who loves a person draws him near and knows and recognizes him. Therefore, see how all that was said above is brought together, though the analogy is only to the knowledge of one person for another. Cain, a contemporary scholar known for his audacity in interpreting the Torah, especially the stories of Genesis and the early generations. Rinan p. 18, History of the Languages of the Sons of Shem, wrote that he is certain that Cain and Kenan are the same person under different names. In truth, when I saw the words of the Zohar 2, 168, I thought to myself, truly, the extremes meet, or he joins its two ends together, for there it is told that Kenan is the reincarnation of Cain. If there were space to elaborate, I would show how the reasoning that motivated the scholar is the same that motivated the Zohar, and that there is no escape from the scholar's compelling evidence unless one accepts the words of the Zohar. See there in the Zohar for a general discussion on the similarity and agreement between the two stories. Genesis 4:2, Abel. The Torah did not explain why he was called Abel Hevel, and some wish to interpret it as vanity Hevel Havalim because he died young. I have seen in Oper Etudes Assyriens, Paris, pp. 35-36, that he wrote as follows in the Assyrian language, the word son, pal or baal, and perhaps the reader will wonder, etc. And sometimes the name is written as Havbiha, and the name of the father, Havel Biliha, and Baal Blah in Babylonian, and Paul Plah in the language of Nineveh, are merely variations that arise in commonly used words, just as the Arabs say Ibn Son, from which comes Ben in Hebrew. Similarly, Baal of the Babylonians is a shortened form of Hevel, HBL. This last name appears in the story of the children of the first, man, Hevel Abel, the son of Adam, whose meaning is nothing other than son, child, aldai in the Assyrian language. The verb Hevel, to conceive or to bind, from the root as in your mother's labor pains, is certainly found, and from it comes Havel, Baila, meaning one who begets, and Havelut Vubliha, meaning born son. This name remains as Hevel Abel, the son of Adam, etc. Therefore, the suggestion to derive Hevel from Shavel, to bind or to give birth, or Hevel child or son, seems plausible, especially since there is no other suitable meaning for the name Hevel. In my opinion, however, it is unnecessary to connect Pal or Baal, meaning son in Assyrian, with Chavel or Hevel. It is more likely that both are siblings of the Hebrew, Aramaic bar son, with the difference being the interchange of R and L in the language, just as names and verbs are interchanged in Hebrew, for example, Nimlatsu and Nimratsu. Similarly, in Greek, lambda and rho are interchangeable. See Lucian 63, Judicio delle Voc, vol I. And if we wish to say, as he does, that the origin is from Shavel, since this verb is also found in Assyrian as mentioned above, it is possible that just as Yelad to give birth and Ben's son became Yelad and Ben in Hebrew, so too, in Assyrian, Shavel became Hevel's son. D, Genesis 4:4, and Abel also brought of the firstborn of his flock and of their fat portions. The scholar Grotius wrote that Abel offered the wool of the sheep, and it is clear to me that he learned this from the words of the sages in the Midrash Perkei di Rabbi Eliezer, which states that Abel offered sheep that had not been shorn. They also said there that this is the reason for the prohibition of Shatnez mixing wool and linen, so as not to mix Cain's offering with Abel's. From this you learn that, according to the Midrash, the wool was also offered, and it is already known that the scholar Grotius often followed the opinions of our sages in his commentaries, and he was beloved, trustworthy, and a teacher of knowledge among us, and his intellect was Rabbi Menashe ben Israel of blessed memory. On. This verse hinges the debate among the sages in Bereshit Rabbah Nida, chapter Parat Shatat, whether the offerings of the children of Noah were burnt offerings Olah or peace offerings Shelamim. And the halakha is decided C. Rambam, laws of sacrifices, that only burnt offerings are accepted from a non-Jew. And it seems to me that the reason is correct, since burnt offerings are entirely for the Most High, and therefore non-Jews are not permitted to offer peace offerings, only Israelites, because Israelites can eat from the divine table the portion that does not go up on the altar, as they are priests of God and a kingdom of priests among all nations and tongues. Just as the priests of Israel, the sons of Aaron, eat also from the most holy sacrifices, as they are on a higher and more inner level than Israelites, being the priests of priests, so too are Israelites the priests of the world and all of humanity, and they eat from lesser holy offerings, while non-Jews are on a lower level and do not eat at all. Therefore, they are only permitted burnt offerings. Perhaps this also explains the difference between pure and impure animals, and it is possible that the pure ones are those that were fit to be offered to the Most High before the giving of the Torah. We have evidence of this from Noah, who offered from every clean animal and every clean bird. So all the pure ones were offered on the altar, and these are the ones permitted for Israelites to eat, since Israelites are the priests of the world, and it is fitting for them to eat only from what is offered to the Most High. Among the children of Noah, this would make their eating similar to their service. I found proof that even after the giving of the Torah, An animal not fit to be offered on the altar is called impure, and it seems that this expression remained from the ancient custom, where all the pure animals were offered and the impure ones were not fit. This is what we find, Leviticus 27, and every impure animal that they do not offer from it, etc., and it is not truly impure, only unfit for sacrifice. In the book, The Beginning of Sacrifices and Their History 51 Cesare, I saw a preference for the opinion that they offered burnt offerings, as it is written, at first. All the domestic animals offered were entirely burned on the altar, and the ancients knew no other type of sacrifice. This is the reason that only burnt offerings are accepted from non-Jews, besides the reason we mentioned, because this was their original custom. The ancient Greek poet Hesiod Theog, v. 595 and following, also wrote that the entire animal was burned, until Prometheus saw that it was too wasteful and received permission from Zeus that only part of the animal would be burned and the rest eaten. But only to the god of the underworld would they always burn the whole animal on the altar. This, too, supports our hypothesis, as we know from expert scholars that the practices that were originally dedicated to the god of heaven later became dedicated to the gods of the underworld, after the worship gods fell from their status and others were established in their place. Similarly, the practice of burning the entire sacrifice, which was originally done for the Most High, was later assigned to the worship of the gods of the underworld, when people began to call idols by the name of God. See constant polytheism Romain. Genesis 4:7. Surely, if you do well. This verse, however it is understood, is more precious than pearls, both for the loftiness of the concepts it hints at and for their antiquity. According to Rashi and Onkelos, which is a close, straightforward interpretation, it is an allegory for the battle with the evil inclination, Yetzer Hara, which some recent commentators hastily thought was a late concept, but it is evident even before Moses. Most importantly, it is said, and unto you is its desire. The idea that the inclination or sin desires the person is almost within the realm of Kabbalah, and in reality, spirits that are nourished by human sin. It is astonishing that modern scholars have not paid attention to this. Moreover, this verse stands as a true and enduring sign that everything pertaining to faith of the heart comes only in hints in the written Torah, and most matters remain oral. For our intellect could not bear that such an important idea and allegory would appear at the beginning of the Torah, and then never be expanded upon by the giver of the Torah, especially since Cain's sin itself is not mentioned at all, and we learn of it only from these poetic hints and by inference. This seems to be the approach of Rashi and Onkelos and their followers. In my view, it is also possible to interpret sin crouches at the door as referring to punishment, not just sin, as the continuation of the verse suggests, for at the door is the opposite of if you do well, and therefore hints at some punishment. Perhaps we can interpret, based on what was stated above, he dwelt east of Eden, and the flaming sword. If we imagine the location of the cherubim and the flaming sword, it is inevitable that we picture them at the entrance to Eden, at its gate, and the hint to Cain is that if he does not do well, he will ultimately be punished there, as indeed happened. As it is written, he dwelt in the land of Nod, east of Eden, which is the place of the cherubim, and the flaming sword, as it says, he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden, etc. Here, sin means punishment, as we find elsewhere. It is worth noting that what was said to Cain about sin is the same as what was said to Eve about Adam. Nothing is missing, for to Cain it was said, and unto you is its desire, and you, he shall rule over her, and to Eve it was said, your desire shall be for your husband, and he shall rule over you. And perhaps, just as Eve was to Adam as the inclination to evil Yetzer Hara is to every person, so have some of our sages said that Adam and Eve hint at matter and form. If you delve deeply into this matter, you will see that it is not far-fetched. The allegories are similar to awaken this idea, and I saw in Bereshit Rabbah and in Tana Devei Eliyahu words that agree with what we have said. Let the reader examine them, for now is not the place to elaborate. It is stated in Yalkut Shemot first, and the flaming sword. This refers to Gehenna hell, and further in Bereshit Rabbah and the flaming sword, see there, and it shall burn them on the coming day. If you know to which Sephira, kingdom, Malshut, the flaming sword that turns alludes according to the Kabbalists, you will understand more, for it is the one that chastises. You will also see that the words of the Torah, the words of the Midrash, and the words of Kabbalah are all stamped with the same seal. Genesis 4:26. Enosh, Eusebius, in the Paris edition Y, p. 325, wrote that this is why he was called Enosh, meaning a true man, for he was the first to call upon the name of the Lord and pray to him. And Yedidiah the Alexandrian wrote, the name Enosh is translated as hope, because he hoped to call upon the name of the Lord. In his book, The Evil Lays Snares, see Eusebius there, p. 554. Perhaps Yedidiah refers to the Greek translation of the Septuagint, and Eusebius in 2, p. 118, repeats what was said, deriving the name Adam from Adamah earth, for he was taken from the earth, and also from Admut redness, to hint at his complexion. He adds and says, the Jews also call man by another name. They call him Enosh, and as they say, it hints at the intellectual, logical, and distinct aspect of man, as opposed to the material man. Thus, Enosh indicates another meaning, which we could translate into Greek as one who forgets Menash. In the books of the prophets, we read, what is Enosh, that you remember him, and the son of man that you care for him, as if to say, what is the forgetful man that you remember him, since he himself is prone to forgetfulness? And son of man refers to the material man. Thus, Adam is the material man, and Enosh is the intellectual one. From what Eusebius wrote about the Jews interpreting in his time, etc., it is surprising that we do not find such an interpretation in the books of the sages. Only among the later philosophers do we find that Enosh and Enoshut humanity refer to the intellectual form within man. Yet, Eusebius rightly says p. 325, that the Jews only call Enosh one who is perfect in his kind, and many midrashim support this, such as their statement, all of them are righteous men, and similarly they interpreted seed of men, see Zohar 2, 168 billions. Enosh, in Bereshit Rabbah, changed 24. It is said that 4 things changed in the days of Enosh, son of Seth, and one of them was that their faces became like those of monkeys. Also, elsewhere, it appears that, according to the sages, monkeys were originally human beings who fell from their stature, and their nature deteriorated. It is astonishing that in the previous generation, the French skeptic LaMikra sought to explain the creation of man in this way, saying that man was originally a monkey and became human when his nose elongated due to illness. In truth, to all this one may say, answer a fool according to his folly, and we also learn that there is no error or falsehood that does not contain a bit of truth. From the truth mixed with the nonsense of LaMikra is the statement of our sages about Adam the first man, that he had a tail. In our days, the naturalists have retreated from LaMikra's views and have come closer to the words of our sages. One of them, in Paris, Boudin, publicly taught at the French Academy of Sciences that, in his opinion, the monkey is nothing but a degenerate human, whose appearance changed, over time, due to marriages between sisters, mothers, daughters, and incest in general, which corrupts human nature and form over long periods. Genesis 5:24. And Enoch walked with God, and he was not. The prevailing opinion in our nation regarding Enoch, that he did not die like other men, was not widely known in ancient times. On the contrary, writings about him indicate the opposite, and it is clear from them that Enoch was not as many believed. For in Bereshit Rabbah, section 28, it says, and Enoch walked with God. Rabbi Shammah bar Shoshaia said, he is not listed among the righteous, but among the wicked. And further, Rabbi Yehuda said Enoch was a hypocrite, sometimes righteous and sometimes wicked. The Holy One, blessed be he, said, while he is righteous, I will remove him. Rabbi Yehuda said, on Rosh Hashanah they judged him when all the world's inhabitants are judged, from the time they placed Enoch among the wicked. The opposite view began to spread in the land, but in such a way that the scholar is astonished, namely, from the mouths of those called sectarians or heretics, and it seems that the sages argued with them, as is evident from their words, to overturn their interpretation and undermine the notion of Enoch's righteousness and continued existence. In Bereshit Rabbah itself, it is told that the heretics asked Rabbi Abahu, we do not find death mentioned for Enoch. He replied, why? They said, it is written here, taken, and elsewhere it says, for the Lord will take your master from your head. He said, if you are learning from taking, it says here, taking, and elsewhere, behold, I am taking away the desire of your eyes with a plague. Rabbi Hacham said, Rabbi Abahu answered well, not only the heretics, but also wise women, who in other matters we find arguing with the sages, as it is written there. A matron asked Rabbi Yossi, does it not say that Enoch did not die? He replied, if it had said, and Enoch walked and was silent, I would agree with you. But since it says, and he was not, for God took him, it means he is no longer in the world, etc. And I noticed 2 things about these statements without elaborating. First, in my opinion, one should not learn from the sages' debates with the heretics, that the sages' own opinion was always what they outwardly expressed to refute the opposing view on which the heretics relied. Sometimes they argued according to the needs of the moment and the person, and in this way many arguments that were raised against us from the words of the sages can be dismissed, such as the debate of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai with the heretics regarding the ashes of the red heifer, whether it purifies by itself or not. Second, in these particular statements, one sees that they did not strive so much to nullify the opinion and belief itself, as they did to demonstrate the weakness of the proofs upon which it was based. The proof is a statement, if you are learning from taking, And he brought an example from Ezekiel, where taking refers to death, meaning there is no necessary proof. My heart tells me that Rabbi Abahu's purpose was to prove to these heretics, whom I believe were the early Christians, whom we know believed in Enoch's continued existence, and entering paradise from the day of his birth, that without the tradition, we could not determine anything from the text alone. This is not new among the sages, for we find similar things in Soda, in the debate of Rabbi Eliezer ben Rabbi Yossi with the Samaritans, where he said, "You say Elon Moreh is Shechem. We also say so, but we learned it from a Gezerah Shava, verbal analogy, how do you know?" etc. from the Midrashim of the sages that speak of Enoch's holiness, and his entry into paradise is the Pesikta, and Moses went up to God, all sevenths are beloved, etc. in the seventh generation. The beloved is Adam, Seth, Enosh, Kenan, Mahalalel, Jared, Enoch, and Enoch walked with God. And in Tractate Derech Eretz, it is said that 9 entered paradise alive, and the first was Enoch. And one of the critics, Kerem Kem 51.3, wrote a polemic against Tractate Derech Eretz, and was supported by from the Tosafot in Bereshit 18. It appears that they count it among the external books, Sefarim Kitsanim, and in 2 ways this is mistaken. First, there is no reason to lower the status of a book merely by calling it external books, just as Baraito and Tosafot are not of lesser standing than the Mishnah in truth and authenticity. They simply emerged from a different source. Furthermore, the Tosafot themselves, in the first chapter of Yevamot, wrote regarding Enoch Shanach that the Agadah legends are divided on the matter, and they place them side by side. Bereshit Rabbah, which says that Enoch died, and another tractate, Masashit Devarim Acherim, which holds that he entered the Garden of Eden, Gan Eden, and they did not give preference to one over the other, as if they both stem from the same source. Additionally, Tosafot cite that in the Pesikta it is written, Enoch is Metatron, Von, but I have not seen such a statement in the words of the Tosafot, neither in the first chapter of Yevamot nor in the 3rd chapter of Chulin, except that they wrote that in the Pesikta, and in Chulin it is found in Sefer Yuchasin. In the section of Shemot 49, it is also written Youth, Na'ar, and both the Jerusalem Targum and Sefer Haye Sarah agree with Masashe Devarim Acherim. The aforementioned author, Kerem Kem, there, brought from the Septuagint translation that they rendered, he took him as Mititirukin, which in Greek means change. And he also brought from Ben Sira, who calls him in Greek Mititidin. From this, the aforementioned author speculates that the name Metatron, Yuan, originates here. He did not consider that if so, since this is such an ancient belief among our people, that even the Septuagint and Ben Sira could not deny the sanctity of Enoch and his survival, it is possible that even before the writing of these books, Enoch, who became an angel, and a seraph, was already given a new name. And how could he be called by another name? And if not, how could it later arise from a minor cause in the Septuagint translation? All the more, it is unbelievable regarding the sages of the Talmud Chazal that they would take a name from a root of the Greek language and elevate it as a symbol of holiness and sanctity. Regarding the Targum Onkelos, Si Ohev Ger by Rabbi Lozato, regarding the variant readings, in some books it is written, and he was there, for God did not cause him to die, and in others, and he was not there, for God caused him to die. I praise the aforementioned scholar for preserving in his introduction the version, and he was there, for God did not cause him to die, which aligns with the view of Chazal except for Bereshit Rabbah, and he rejected the opposing version, he was not there, for God caused him to die. However, I do not see sufficient reason to reject the 3rd version, and he was not there, for God did not cause him to die. In truth, at first glance, this statement seems self-contradictory. If he was not there, how is it appropriate to say, for God did not cause him to die? But upon further consideration, it becomes clear that this version should not be dismissed outright because of the apparent contradiction. If the contradiction is the issue, I suggest that we can resolve it by changing the interpretation and intent of the translation. And he was not there does not mean that he died, but rather that he was removed and is no longer among the living like other people. This provides a reason for why we say he was removed and do not say he died, for God did not cause him to die. Furthermore, for another reason, I find that this version is more satisfying. If, according to the version, and he was there, we must say that Onkelos not only sought to explain the Torah's intent and say that Enoch did not die, but also made an effort to completely reverse the literal meaning of and he was not. And instead of translating he was not there, he translated he was there, which is the exact opposite of the plain meaning. This is not Onkelos' way, even when he wants to depart from the literal, but rather to incline the interpretation as he wishes without distorting the simple meaning. Moreover, the revelation of Enoch's survival is not in the word, and he was not Vayinu alone, that Onkelos would need to anchor it there, but rather in the phrase, for God took him, as we see in Bereshit Rabbah. Even if we say that the revelation is in that word, and its intention is to say that he is no longer among the living, Onkelos could have explained it without contradicting, and could have interpreted, and he was not as merely a removal, not as literal non-existence, as Shadal Samuel David Luzzatto interpreted in, and he was there, according to this version. The text is distorted and missing the main point, which is the removal, which is clearly implied in the verse, whether removal by death or otherwise. Where then is the honor Onkelos' translation? Let me now turn to see what the ancient and esteemed Midrash in our nation, Pirkei de Rabbi Eliezer, says. What I hold regarding Enoch son of Jared is what is brought there in chapter 8, and it is worth examining, for it is precious. The text is as follows: hours, periods, seasons, and cycles, and leap years were before the Holy One. Blessed be he, and he would intercalate the year. Afterwards he transmitted them to Adam, the first man in the Garden of Eden, as it is said, "This is the book of the generations of Adam, the count of the world for all the generations of man." Adam transmitted them to Enoch, and he entered into the secret of intercalation and intercalated the year, as it is said, and Enoch walked with God, etc. Enoch transmitted them to. From his words, we learn that the author of the Midrash is among those who praise and sanctify Enoch, not among those who denigrate him, and thus his words cited in the Zohar and in Pirkei de Rabbi Eliezer are elevated in sanctity, peace in his heights. The secret of intercalation, from all that I will write, with God's help, in the book of the wisdom and its books among the sages, it will be clearly seen that the secret of intercalation and the mysteries of Torah were united in the hands of the sages and transmitted and learned as inseparable brothers. The Zohar and Pirkei de Rabbi Eliezer are equated in their assessments, also in another detail. The relationship of Enoch's book to Adam's book as evidenced by the verse itself, and in the Zohar 1, 36 billions, so we have learned. Enoch had a book, and this is the book from the place of the book of the generations of Adam and Eve, and this is the secret of wisdom, etc. See, now that these matters are one with what you heard from Pirkei de Rabbi Eliezer, how can I remain silent in the face of the testimony of Josephus to the Romans, who wrote in Antiquities, Book 9, Chapter 1, we see in the Holy Scriptures that Elijah and Enoch, who lived before the flood, were removed from among men, and we have never known of their deaths. If you combine Josephus' testimony with the Septuagint translation and the book Ecclesiasticus Ben Sira that we mentioned, you will see that this belief that Enoch entered the Garden of Eden alive was already prominent centuries before the destruction of the temple. If we find some sages who rejected it in their debates with the heretics, I have already explained that not everything the sages denied to the heretics was, in their opinion, the absolute truth. Rather, they sometimes cast doubt for a specific purpose, whether to demonstrate the necessity of tradition, as you have heard, or, as seems more relevant in our case, to remove the stumbling block of Christianization from our nation, because perhaps the matter of Enoch would cause people to err and think that flesh is not a barrier between the life of this world and the next, and from this to fall into the error of corporealization, especially if the opinion of Tosafot is accepted, who wrote that according to the view that Enoch is Metatron, Mentiti, he was already an angel before coming to this world, and this is sufficient for those who understand. Let us now approach the masters of Kabbalah, foremost among them the Zohar. In Zohar II, 55 billions, Rabbi Yossi, after first stating that the Holy One, blessed be he, sometimes removes the righteous when he knows they will sin, adds in the Zoharic language, "Come and see, Enoch was righteous, and the Holy One, blessed be he, saw that he would sin later, and took him before he could sin, as it is written, and to pluck among the roses. And he was not. He did not live as long as the other people of his generation, for the Holy One, blessed be he, took him before his time had come. Therefore, set before your eyes the matters presented above from Bereshit Rabbah, abbreviated as BR, and you will see that both sources are in agreement, especially in what is stated. The Holy One, blessed be he, said, while he is still righteous, I will remove him. The words of Bereshit Rabbah are clarified by the words of the Zohar. For although Bereshit Rabbah brings his opinion regarding the verse, it does not explain the expressions of the verse according to that opinion. Only in the Zohar do we find it. There, it is repeated regarding Enoch, Shanach, saying and. He was not to hint that he did not live long, as explained above, and it uses the language of taking to indicate that the Holy One, blessed be he, took him before his time had come. All this demonstrates that the words of both sources stem from the same origin, illuminate and complete each other, and each calls to the other and says, regarding the matter of being taken mentioned in the Zohar, nothing is missing from the parable in the Jerusalem Talmud about the sages who were sitting and studying under the fig tree. The owner of the fig tree came and picked the figs, and they applied this parable to the Holy One, blessed be he, who knows when it is fitting to pick his creatures, so that they will not come to sin. This parable is also found among the later commentators. See Ibn Ezra, Rabbeinu Avraham Ibn Ezra, and his commentary on which yields its fruit in season, whose words correspond to this purpose. Above all, it is not fitting to remain silent regarding the statement in the Zohar we mentioned, as it also bears witness that the Zohar is ancient among our people, and its author wrote it with sincerity and pure hands. For although the Zohar is mostly filled with the mysteries of Torah learned from the book of Enoch, Sefer Shanach, and its praise was not completed, nevertheless, the righteous Rabbi Yossi did not refrain from expressing his opinion about Enoch and somewhat diminishing his greatness and lofty holiness in the eyes of others. In this, he aligned his position with that of the earlier Bereshit Rabbah for all to see, showing that both are from the same time and hewn from the same source. Only Rabbi Elazar nearby there said Enoch was taken from the earth and brought up to the highest heavens, and all the highest treasuries were delivered into his hands. In this, he aligned his position with the rest of the sages' writings, which attribute this greatness to Enoch, likewise, on page 36 billions. For he was taken from the earth, etc. I will not send you away, until I inform you of all that has been done regarding the book of Enoch in our days. A certain scholar from England, named Bruce, traveled through the lands of Cush and Abyssinia, and, being confident in what he had learned from scholars and books that it was not impossible to find a copy of the book of Enoch, he investigated and researched in all the schools of Cush, among the Christian priests in their monasteries, and did not rest until he found a manuscript in the Cushite language. After this aforementioned researcher, others also found opportunity to further this work, until the book was published and printed in English in the city of Oxford, England, in the year 1838, according to their calendar. It is impossible to fully recount the precious insights that come from this book, especially those that shed great light on the Zohar and its discussion of the book of Enoch, but this is not the place to elaborate. Omission and Enoch walked with God. See what is written in its place. I could have expanded further, especially about his book, but one thing is clear, and therefore I have said I will not withhold it from you, the reader, for it is good in my eyes, if I am not mistaken, in all the Talmudic writings of our sages. There is neither mention nor remnant of the book of Enoch, and it was never mentioned by name, only hinted at in Pirkei de Rabbi Eliezer as having existed in ancient times. This is not the case in the Zohar, which is filled throughout with references to it, and its words are recalled and cited for honor and glory. Perhaps a reader might think that this is proof that the Zohar is later, since we do not find mention of the book of Enoch in Talmudic times. In truth, our sages said, "Blessed is he who entrusted his world to guardians," for one of the founders of Christianity, a descendant of Israel in the time of Jesus, that is, in the time of the earliest Tanaim, without doubt, not only mentioned Enoch and his book, but also cited its words, at length, as he did with some legends that were not recorded in books until the time of Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Hoshea Rabbah, the arrangers of the Midrashim. C.S. Jude, Epistle, Catholic, 15 volts, 14e. From this you learn that there is no proof here to cast doubt on the Zohar. Not only that, but I will speak without shame, the supposed curse turns into a blessing, and we can derive from this a clear and pure proof, among the many thousands of proofs I have, that the Zohar's origin and birth are truly among the Talmudic sages. Every researcher, whether wise or not, knows that after that Christian, no one for 15 or 16 generations claimed to possess the book of Enoch, and it was never mentioned or recalled. Its memory was lost and its hope gone. Only in the 16th century, if I am not mistaken, did the great critics, among them Scaliger, begin to restore it to its former status and make it known to the public. Therefore, the truth compels us from both sides to admit that the Zohar, in which the book of Enoch is mentioned, must have originated with the earliest Talmudic sages, for there is no room or time to say it was written later, unless it was in one of these two periods, either before the book of Enoch was lost or after it was found. For during the time when it was unknown and forgotten, it is impossible that the Zohar would mention it unless by divine inspiration. If you say after it was found, that is, after the 16th century, you are mistaken, for at that time the Zohar was already the precious cornerstone of all Israel, well known and famous everywhere. Thus you must say it was before it was lost, and so your own words answer you. Before it was lost is the time of the earliest sages of Israel, before Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai and his colleagues. All this is aside from the great strangeness and obvious error that cannot be avoided if one says that the author of the Zohar learned the book of Enoch from Christian books, for we do not find it in Hebrew books, and was so expert in their inner chambers as to extract such treasures, and was not deterred by the great fear that his disgrace would be exposed among Israel, and was not moved by the fear of God to refrain from praising a book that comes from a corrupted source and declaring it holy and sanctifying God's name publicly as he did. All this concerns the antiquity of the Zohar, but even from another perspective, we could prolong the discussion, for from here it is further explained that Christianity at its inception was merely a corrupted form of Kabbalah, which also proves its antiquity. For the books of Kabbalah, which are not mentioned in the Talmudic writings because they were hidden and secret among them, we hear their voice walking within the early Christian writings, for they were gossipers revealing secrets. Genesis 5:27. And all the days of Methuselah were, if you add the years of Methuselah when he fathered Lamech, and the years of Lamech when he fathered Noah, and the 600 years of Noah when the flood came, you will find that the years of Methuselah ended with the coming of the flood. This is proof that the accuracy is with the text. Our Torah stands in opposition to the text of the Septuagint, for according to the count of the 70, the Septuagint, Methuselah would have lived 70 years after the flood. This cannot be, for if it were so, Scripture would have mentioned it. This is from God, so that we learn from this about all other differences in the number of years between us and the Septuagint. Genesis 5:29. Noah. From the root comfort MHM, NH, see what I wrote in the section on Noah there in detail. I have also seen that the French scholar Renan Hist Deslanges, Semitiques I, p. 124, derives Noah N from comfort, and Cain kin from I have acquired 90, showing that, according to the Torah's author, these roots were originally two-letter roots, and only later was a third letter added to specify and refine the meaning. Therefore, we can explain how Noah N comes from the root comfort. It would be appropriate to call him Naaman, and as stated in the Midrash, see section on Noah there in Babylon. At the beginning of the use of the language, it was still felt that the three-letter roots were originally two-letter roots, and a third letter was appended to clarify the meaning more specifically. Parashat Noah, Genesis 6:10, Noah. Among the recollections that remain among the nations regarding the great and terrible flood, some later scholars have found that Deucalion, in whose time the earth was flooded by water according to Greek opinion, has a name in Greek with a meaning similar to Noah in Hebrew. See Duklot, Vengeance of the Torah, 75.2. Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Egypt is called in Psalms the land of Ham, and it is true that the father of Egypt, Mizraim, was Ham. However, for the land of Egypt to be called after its father, there must be a specific reason. We find this reason in Plutarch, who writes that Egypt was called by the priests Hamia or Hamia. From this comes the science of the division of substances, alchemia, alchemy in Arabic, which is known among us with a slight change, as chemica chemistry, since its origins were thought to be from ancient Egypt. See in the book of Exodus, where we prove that Moses, peace be upon him, mastered all the wisdom of Egypt, and certainly Solomon did as well. Therefore, we understand how he was able to dissolve gold and mix it with water, as it is written, he burned it with fire, ground it until it was fine, scattered it over the water, and made the Israelites drink it, something unknown to the people of that generation, but which our generation has understood through the laws of chemistry. Never let this saying depart from your mouth. The divine presence rests only upon a wise, strong, and wealthy person. All of these were true of Moses. Ham. Among the Greek idols, he was called so, and what is told about him suggests that it is possible that Ham, son of the serpent, was made into a god, as was their custom to worship created beings, and the great and ancient among humankind, see Duklot, 53.1 at length. Japheth. The name Japheth has remained as an eternal remembrance among two great and important nations descended from him, the Greeks and the Romans. The Greeks, according to their first poet Hesiod, refer to the head of their lineage as the good son of Japheth, and the Romans, according to Horace, call his descendants the mighty seed of Japheth. It is important to know that the name Japheth is not derived from either of these two languages, and it has meaning only in Hebrew, as it says, "May God expand Japheth," Genesis 9:27. This is evidence for the truth of our Torah's account. Genesis 6:11, and the earth became corrupt. This means the inhabitants of the earth, and it is surprising that such a simple matter was overlooked by the scholar Yesher Eigrot, who audaciously corrected the Holy Scriptures to read exile of the ark instead of exile of the land, without remembering the explicit verse about the exile of Jerusalem in the 5th month. Genesis 6:17. And I, behold, I am bringing the flood. The Torah mentions only one flood, while later secular wisdom refers to more than one flood. See the truth of our tradition. What is missing in the written Torah is completed by the oral Torah. Before natural science discovered this, our sages already taught us in Sanhedrin, chapter 11, Rabbi Abahu said, "The ocean is higher than all the world. Twice it is written, he calls to the waters of the sea, corresponding to the 2 times the sea rose and flooded the world. To what extent did it rise? Rabbi Yudan said, the first time, up to Akko and Jaffa, the second time, up to the cliffs of Barbaria. Rabbi Hananiah said, the first time, up to the cliffs of Barbaria, the second time, up to Akko and Jaffa. Rabbi Elazar said, the first time, up to Calabria, the second time, up to the cliffs of Barbaria. It is for researchers of our time to examine and explain the basis for these opinions and the evidence supporting them. In my view, this is a significant statement for the natural sciences of our day. I also saw in Bereshit Rabbah 38 and in the Midrash that the sages mentioned 3 floods, one in the generation of Enosh, one in the generation of the flood, and one in the generation of the dispersion. Breath of life. The terms soul, inchmach, and spirit, RVH, can refer both to physical and spiritual breath in living beings, and there are many examples of both meanings in the scriptures. The use of a term that refers to both physical and spiritual breath is not unique to our language. In my opinion, all languages are compelled by necessity to do this. The only question is which meaning came first, and why 2 different things are called by the same name. This is not the place to discuss it. In Greek, for example, pneuma refers both to vital and intellectual spirit, as well as to physical breath. In Latin, spiritus, and in Sanskrit, atma. The word nephesh, soul, is also used for the breath exiting the mouth. According to Ibn Ezra, on Job 41, his soul kindles coals. However, we have found that nephesh also has another meaning, referring to the body, see Radak on the root and piesh, which is evidence for the correctness of the view, especially among the Kabbalists, that nephesh is the lowest of the 3 levels, nephesh, ruach, neshama, and refers to the physical force. Genesis 7:2. Of every clean animal you shall take for yourself 7, etc. This is one of the proofs that the Torah is ancient and eternal, and that parts of it were known and observed even before Moses, our teacher. There is no doubt that the clean and unclean animals in Moses' time were the same as in Noah's time, and all the signs are the same. However, a great scholar among the nations, a friend and admirer of Rabbi Manasseh ben Israel, Hugo Grotius, wrote that the distinction between clean and unclean animals in Noah's time was based on what was loathsome and detestable to people, meaning wild animals, versus those that were good and domesticated, si de jurieu hist tes dogmes p. 99. All this is to distance the true interpretation, which cannot be otherwise. This is what Rashi meant when he wrote Chulun 87, regarding he prepared for them a place for slaughter, that since the sons of Jacob kept the commandments, even though the Torah had not yet been given, they received them as traditions from their ancestors. And of the animals that are not clean, the sages said that the Torah is circumlocuted by 8 letters rather than use an unpleasant expression. Similar to the sages' piety, we find among distinguished philosophers the story of one of Pythagoras' students, who was renowned among Kabbalists in similar circles, named Archida, who never, text cuts off here, he never uttered anything improper, and when he was compelled to allude to it, he would write it on a wall. Plato praised him and held him in high esteem, and learned much from his writings. Genesis 7:11, in the 600th year, etc. Rabbi Eliezer said, on that day, the 17th of Marcheshvan, the constellation Kima, the Pleiades, rose from the sea, etc. I have seen that this was the view of the ancients, that the stars and their movements have an influence on atmospheric changes. See the lengthy and precious discussion on this matter in Pliny Natural History, Book 2, Chapter 39. The commentator Servius wrote that Saturn, as it passes, produces the rain's commentary on Virgil's Georgics, Book 1, v. 336. And not only did they say this about the planets, but also about the fixed stars and the constellations. Pliny mentioned the stars that cause rain and called them the rainy stars. See also Dupuy, Origine des Cultes, pp. 449 to 450, and Sadi. In the 600th year of Noah's life, Rabbi Eliezer said, on that day, the 17th of Marcheshvan, the constellation Kima rose from the sea, and the springs diminished, and because they changed their ways, God changed the order, etc., and took 2 stars from Kima. Now listen to Pliny's naturalist view, which reflects the state of knowledge in his time and aligns in many ways with the words of our sages, who sought to interpret and understand the words of the Torah according to the sciences of their era. The character of the planets governed the entire meteorological system, which was subordinate to the influence of the stars, both wandering planets and fixed. Who can doubt that the temperature, summer and winter, and the periodic changes that recur during each revolution are all effects dependent on the movement of the stars? Some are responsible for the liquefaction and dissolution of fluids, others for their solidification or freezing, others produce the wind, give the air a gentle warmth, stir up burning exhalations, spread dew, or finally produce biting cold. Pliny, Natural History, Book 2, Chapter 39. Not only do the planets have these different properties, but also a great number of stars or constellations that make up the system of the fixed stars, such as the rainy constellation of the Hyades. Depuis Origine des Cultes, pp. 449 to 450, Genesis 7:19, and the mountains were covered. Ibn Ezra, in his commentary on Psalms 148, wrote that the word for mountains is derived from the root meaning pregnant, in which metals are found, as it says, and from its mountains you will mine copper. Iron is taken from the earth, and the hills without metals, therefore. According to this, the sage's interpretation of the verse, I lift my eyes to the mountains, do not read mountains herim, but parents horim, is justified by the root of the word. I am almost certain that whenever the sages say do not read it this way, but that way, it is merely a transfer from one meaning of the root to another included in the root itself, as with mountains mentioned above, or as with your sons Banaik and your builders Banaik, since the root BNH includes both building and sons, as in the verse I will also build from him, and the sage's interpretation on I will build, and the opposite, childless Ariri, from the root destroyed, as in destroyed, destroy to its foundation. See also Parashat Re'eh on the high mountains. Genesis 7:22, all in whose nostrils was the breath, etc. Some of the early and later commentators said that the flood did not descend upon the entire world, but only on the region of Asia where humanity was concentrated. Among them is Rosenmuller Scholia in Genesis 7th, Vol. 1, p. 64. However, this is not the view of the giver of the Torah, for many reasons. I see that those who say this erred in the same way as many of the ancient nations, who claimed the flood occurred only in their lands. From one cause, two almost opposite results followed. The cause is the pride of these nations, who believed that only to them was the land given as an inheritance, and that other nations were insignificant. From this, they attributed to themselves and their people alone everything they had received by tradition, including the story of the flood, which they believed happened only in their land. Sometimes the opposite, they would exclude their land from the general rule and claim that the flood did not reach them, as the Samaritans said about Mount Gerizim, the blessed mountain that was not touched by the waters of the flood. These later scholars who claim the flood was only in Asia are mistaken in the same way as the foolish ancients, like the Greeks and others. Genesis 7:23. From man to beast, etc., and they were wiped out from the earth, and only Noah remained. If God had not taught all this to Moses, he could not have comprehended on his own that no nation or family remained anywhere in the world that had not been swept away by the waters of the flood. And if he had written only from his own mind, it would have been possible, over time, for people to reconstruct and trace back the chronology, even to the days before Noah. It would have been inevitable that buildings, writings, monuments, or coins would persist in the world and contradict, God forbid, Moses' account, and they would testify that there existed a people or language that did not perish in the flood. We could also trace the origins of sciences and crafts to before their supposed inventors, according to Moses' account. All this Moses knew could be revealed and seen by all if his words were not true. Yet our eyes see that nothing has ever contradicted his account. If the story itself is true, then nothing has been or will be revealed to contradict it. And if Moses could only have known these things through divine instruction, then we have a clear proof for the divine origin of the Torah. Genesis 8:4. The mountains of Ararat. Onkelos translates, the mountains of Kardu. Bereshit himself, the ancient historian of the Chaldeans, wrote that on these mountains the remains of the ark were left, and he called these mountains the Kordyan Mountains, Kordyani. I will not hide that I found clear evidence for the truth of the sages' words, even in their interpretations about, which some may claim that they did not need to be written with every possible precision. Experience shows that they were careful even in their lightest speech to align with the truth. For example, in Sanhedrin 11, Sennacherib found a plank from Noah's ark and said, "This is the great God who saved Noah from the flood." Rashi explains, he made the plank into his god, meaning he bowed to the plank and made it an idol. Now listen to the words of Bereshit, the ancient historian who did not know the sages. They say that in Armenia, on the mountains of Kardu, even today, the remains of a ship are found, and many know that people have used the pitch and tar from it for atonement purposes. Martinetti explains, perhaps the plank remaining from Noah's great ark, or the remaining material and pitch used in its construction, were taken by people for religious purposes and as sacred relics, reliquiae. The simple people believed that these items, even without true worship of God, would atone for sin or bring favor and good sense in the eyes of the gods. And it is not only Bereshit who testifies to this. However, another ancient source, Abidinis, is also cited by the aforementioned author Tez, De Sacra, Vol. 229, who gives testimony regarding Sisuthros, the name of the man who escaped the flood. After he was driven by the rushing waters onto the mountains of Armenia, the inhabitants of those areas took pieces of wood from his ark to make talismans and amulets, which they would hang around their necks. Another ancient source, not inferior to these, is Alexander Polyhistor, as cited by the aforementioned author, Vol. Su, p. 173, who also discusses this matter in haste. All of this indicates that the tradition received by the sages Chazal is true. As for the name Nezrach, perhaps it was interpreted as Nezer, board or plank, as a mere association, since many linguists have thought that Nezrach, the god of Sennacherib, is mentioned in many Babylonian names such as Nebuchadnezzar, Shalmaneser, Shalmaneser, and Tiglath-Pileser, with the interchange of Nun and Lamed, as in Lashaka and Nishaka. We already find from ancient times in Babylon names such as Arioch, which ends similarly to Nezrach, and Elasar, which resembles the Ezer in Tiglath-Pileser, and from there to Nezrach. In any case, I saw that the famous Christian scholar Kircher apparently accepted the sage's interpretation of Nezrach and adopted it with slight modification, for he wrote that Nezrach was for the Babylonians a kind of small box fashioned after the Ark of the Covenant and constructed from the planks of Noah's Ark, Dant, after I considered the division. Of names such as Nebuchadnezzar and Shalmaneser into parts, as mentioned above, I found that an earlier great scholar renowned for his knowledge of language and grammar, Ibn Jana, wrote in Sefer Harekma, p. 161, when it says Shad Shalman, Hosea 10:14, the root is Shalman Asar. Thus he assumes that Shalman is divided into Man Asar, or Man Etzar, and similarly, it is said about Netzarim, Jeremiah 4:16, that they are related to Nebuchadnezzar. Ararat, according to Gesenius, this is Armenia, and Mini and Ashkenaz are two regions in Armenia. There are those who wrote that Armenia is like Harmeni, mountain of Mini. Genesis 8:21, a pleasing aroma, Reach HaNichosh. The scholar S.D. Lozado, in his commentary P. 43 Billions, wrote that the Torah spoke in accordance with the intellectual state of the people of that generation. Samuel, David, and the prophets, who lessened the importance of sacrifices, also spoke according to the understanding of their contemporaries. From this, he sought to prove the antiquity of the Torah. In my opinion, he was not sufficiently precise, for even if it were, as he said, that the words of those mentioned differ from the poetic expressions of the Torah and its statutes, it does not follow that the views of their generation changed. On the contrary, whether in the poetic language of the Torah, which extols the value of sacrifices, or in the words of the prophets, who, according to Luzzatto, diminished their standing, the correct conclusion is that the opinion of their generations was the same. The proof is that the prophets exerted themselves to uproot this view. On the contrary, it becomes clear that in the days of the prophets, people held on to sacrifices even more than in Moses' generation. If anything changed, it was the view of the teachers of the Torah, according to Luzzatto's assumptions. In my opinion, he followed the mistaken ideas invented by those who deny the divine origin of the Torah and believe that all its statutes and laws are merely products of their time. If we were to collect from the books of the prophets all their statements in praise and exaltation of sacrifices, the task would be overwhelming. Conversely, we do not find in the Torah poetic expressions about sacrifices as we find in the words of the prophets. This is because, at the time the religion was established, it was not yet possible to sense the errors people would make by exaggerating one commandment over another or adhering to one part of it excessively, without paying attention to its other aspects, as happened in the days of the prophets. When the prophets saw that the people leaned excessively toward the benefits of sacrifices and thought that it was enough to find favor in the eyes of God, they adopted the methods of those who heal souls and bodies, who strive to restore balance by pulling toward the opposite extreme, so that from the two opposing tendencies, the soul or body will reach its proper state. All this was not possible at the time of the giving of the Torah. Genesis 9:3, every moving thing that lives shall be food for you, as the green herb. I have given you everything. The sages Chazal said that here permission was granted to eat meat. Know that even among the ancient nations there was a tradition that before the flood, people did not eat meat. See Ovid, Metamorphoses, Book Shi, and also De Jurio, Hist, Des Dogmes, etc. p. 175, Genesis 9:5. And surely your blood of your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require it, and at the hand of man, at the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of man. The phrase at the hand of every man's brother, after at the hand of man, seems redundant. I saw someone explain that. The verse wanted to allude to the killing of Abel by his brother Cain, as this was the first murder in the world, meaning that the killer will no longer be acquitted, as Cain was by the placing of the sign, but rather God will demand accountability from the hand of every man's brother. This is a correct interpretation. However, in truth, such redundancies are given for homiletical interpretation derash, and point directly to the oral Torah, Torah Shibi al Peh. Genesis 9:13. My bow I have set in the cloud. The sages, Chazal, mention a blessing for the rainbow, and it is remarkable that this blessing is also mentioned in the book of Ben Sirah, chapter 43, verse 12. Omitted, my bow I have set. It is well known what Ramban wrote on the Torah in Parashat Noach, and we are compelled to believe the Greek's words. This was written by an Israeli sage accepted by the power of truth that speaks to his heart. In contrast, the pride of the Ishmaelite will be humbled, namely Ibn Sina Avicenna. His words were brought by our beloved sage Solomon Monk in Mélange de philosophie juive et arabe, p. 317. What Aristotle wrote on this matter is insufficient, for it is full of falsehood and foolishness. Genesis 9:15. And the waters shall no more become a flood. The sages, Chazal said, perhaps he will bring a flood of fire. Among the Pythagoreans there was a well-known one named Philolaus, who believed that the world would be destroyed by fire or water. With this you can understand what they said to Balaam. Perhaps he will bring a flood of fire, after they were assured that he would not bring a flood of water. According to their understanding, the sages ascribed to Balaam, the ancient, ideas common among the philosophers of their time, for Balaam was also called a philosopher among them, as they said. No philosophers among the nations stood like Balaam and Abdemos of Gadara in the books Gardai, which is an error. This is the view of Heraclitus, head of the Cynics, a sect of philosophers mentioned in the Jerusalem Talmud, who said that all created beings come from fire and the fire will consume them. The Stoics, whom Josephus compared to the Romans, also thought so. The Christian scholars of the first generation also held this view. See Gibbon, History, etc. 15th, the ancient Greek Orpheus, about 3,600 years ago, taught that the world would ultimately be destroyed by fire. Ot. Man Dehist, Ang C. p. 408. This idea was transmitted as a secret teaching from generation to generation among the followers of Orpheus. The poet Lucan comforted Julius Caesar for the improper burial of those who fell in the battle of Pharsalia by saying that the fire destined soon to burn the world would also consume the bones of his servants, and the whole world would become their grave and cremation site, as was the custom of cremating kings mentioned in the Talmud. Lucan, Pharsalia, Book the 8th. However, among us, only the possessions of kings are burned, not the kings themselves, while among the idolatrous nations, they would burn the kings as well. LaMikra, Genesis 15:9, 1 with navigation. Their essence, and if this were the place, to evaluate the beliefs of the Western nations, the Greeks and Romans, in comparison to the beliefs of the peoples of the East, it would be clear that this fire was, for the peoples of the East, a metaphor, and later became, for the Greeks and Romans, a material fire like ours. Even though among them some traces remain that remind us of its ancient metaphorical nature, this is not the place for such discussion. And keep this important principle in mind. Many things that were spoken of in the lands of the peoples of the East as metaphors became, among the nations of Europe, understood in their most literal material sense. Genesis 9:16. Omission, and I will see it to remember the everlasting covenant. It seems that the appearance of the rainbow is meant to hint that the world is worthy of the punishment of the flood, but the Holy One, blessed be He, has compassion for His world and does not bring it. This is also the opinion of our sages, who would ask, did you see the rainbow in your days? Meaning, was the world worthy of the flood? In this matter, we find something similar in many places. A foreign impression remains in the beliefs and legends of the peoples of the East, stemming from the deniers of the Torah and its hints. For example, the rainbow, according to their view, indicated some impending disaster or calamity about to come upon the world. Del Ride, give non si serviva se non quando voleva cielo se annunziato ai mortali, guerra, peste, morte o qualche altro gran mal. E altre cose poi più pisevoli mandava Mercurio of the rainbow. It was used only when it was to announce to mortals war, plague, death, or some other great evil. And for more pleasant things Mercury was sent. And who would not be astonished to see that both the view of the giver of the Torah, blessed be He, and the view of the distinguished nations, as Nachmanides says, agree with the wisdom of truth in its metaphors and hints. For among them, the rainbow is a symbol of kingship and is a messenger of God, just as the rainbow was the messenger of Jove, Jovis, who is associated with the attribute of Tiferet, beauty, in which the divine name Havaya is manifest, and the name Jovis is only a slight variation, like a monkey before a human, as the Kabbalists say. Genesis 9:22. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw. The sage Reggio wrote in his commentary that its meaning is like, and he saw her nakedness. And this interpretation is taken from Ibn Ezra, who cites others as well. See Otsar Nechmad II, 221. This is the matter spoken of by our sages who said that he sexually assaulted him. Genesis 9:25. Cursed is Canaan, if we were to compare the curse of Canaan to the curse of the serpent, to whom it was said, Cursed are you more than all the animals. On your belly you shall go, and dust. We might think that Canaan's curse was that his constitution would be corrupted and his temperament changed. I have seen that some writers use this difference in temperament and constitution as a justification for the perpetual enslavement that befell them. The first to do so was Aristotle, Politics, Book 1, Chapter 3, and from this, the supporters of slavery non-abolitionists in England excused themselves by saying that black slaves are not of the human species, being in some respects similar to the ape family, especially those known as pongo and orangutan. Among the evidence they brought to show that they are not considered human due to the curse is the observation that their skull is smaller than that of other nations, and also that the convolutions and twists of their brain resemble those found in the brain of an ape. For more similarities, see Aristotle, Politics, Paris edition, p. 14. The scholar Tiedemann wrote a special book to refute this view. Omission Canaan, Malay Shekalat, it has already been noted that this is the opinion of some linguists, and the root of the matter is found in the words of our sages. Also the name Aram. Compare their measures. See what is written in Genesis 37a, Genesis 10:2, Gomer, Magog, etc. I have seen fit to write and evaluate the names of these nations as translated into other languages in both Talmud's Babylonian and Jerusalem, and in Bereshit Rabbah BR, and from there the researcher may decide which translation is more acceptable. It is surprising that Abarbanel brought these names according to the Latin scholars and did not pay attention to our sages, though his intention was good. We too will mention some of them according to the opinion of contemporary scholars. Gomer, in Bereshit Rabbah, Africa, in Jerusalem Talmud, the first chapter of Megillah, Germania, likewise in Babylonian Talmud, Yoma, Germania. The sages who interpreted Germania meant the nation so called in our language, and they chose this interpretation for two reasons. First, because the Germans Ashkenazim are indeed descended from Japheth, according to their own scholars, Gipediti, and second, due to the similarity of the name with a change in the letters. Many times in the sages' writings, the land of Ashkenaz is called Germania, as in their statement in the Talmud. Do not loosen this bridle. This is Germania of Edom, for if it were loosened, they would go out and destroy the whole world. Their intention was the kingdoms of Ashkenaz, which served as a bridle and restraint for Rome at that time, and were always a stumbling block and obstacle for Rome until they finally overcame them. From this comes the Midrash, not a Cushite sells a German, nor a German sells a Cushite, their intention being to hint at two nations distinguished by their color and appearance, the first by their extreme lightness, the second by their blackness. Indeed, even today, the Germans are an example of extreme fairness. As the sages said in Negaim, chapter 2, a very white spot looks like a pale German, and a dark spot like a very black Cushite. Rabbi Akiva explained, very white. Apparently, he did not pay attention to the origin of the word, but explained the intention, following Maimonides' surprising interpretation that it refers to the bone called germa. It is astonishing that Maimonides wrote this, as if the heavenly eye does not see that the sage's words testify that German is the name of a nation, nothing else. What connection is there to the Aramaic word for bone, germa? In the name Germania, the mem is doubled instead of a nun, as in the name Aspamia for Hispania, which should be Espana. Magog in Bereshit Rabbah, Germania in Jerusalem Talmud, Gothia, Goti. A city named Magog is mentioned by Pliny Book 5, chapter 25, who wrote that it was built by the Scythians, from whom the Goths, mentioned in the Jerusalem Talmud, descended. Perhaps they named the city Magog after their ancestor. Javan, in Bereshit Rabbah, Macedonia, in Jerusalem Talmud. Oski, Ossi. Tubal, in Bereshit Rabbah, Isya, in Jerusalem Talmud. Bithynia, Bithynia. Meshech, in Bereshit Rabbah, Bithynia, in Jerusalem Talmud. Mysia, Tiras, in Bereshit Rabbah, Persia or Thrace, likewise in Jerusalem Talmud. Genesis 10:3. Ashkenaz, in Bereshit Rabbah and Jerusalem Talmud. Asia, originally the name of one city, and later extended to the entire eastern part of the world, and there is more to say. Ashkenaz, Jeremiah 51, Targum Yonatan, and the Targum attributed to Jonathan both render it as Ashkenaz. Riphath, in Bereshit Rabbah. Hadith, in Jerusalem Talmud. Hadith should be Hadayev, which is the land of Adiabeni. According to some modern scholars, Hadayev belonged to the descendants of Shem and is part of Assyria. It was named after a river among them called Lycus, in Greek meaning wolf, and in Aramaic, Duba meaning bear. In the land of Hadayev, Monobaz and Helene ruled. Togarma, in Bereshit Rabbah, Germanicia, likewise in Jerusalem Talmud and in Targum Yechezkel 27, Germania. Perhaps Germanicia refers to the same as Germanici, Genesis 10:4, Elisha and Tarshish. In Bereshit Rabbah, Br al-Sutros, in the Jerusalem Talmud, Yerushalmi al-Barsas, and in Ezekiel 27, the Targum identifies them as from the land of Emilia. Kittim in Br is identified as Italia in the Yerushalmi, Avia, and in the book of Ezekiel 27, from the islands of Kittim, the Targum identifies them as from the land of Apilia, and there are those who wrote that Kittim are the Macedonians, relying on the books of the Hasmoneans, which call the Macedonians Kittim. They argued, based on Daniel, where the Roman ships are called ships of Kittim, and from the entire story it is evident that they are the Romans. They explained that Daniel refers to the ships of Rome as ships of Kittim because they traveled from the coast of Macedonia to Egypt, as is indeed recounted in the writings of Titus Livius Tito Livio, L. 45n. And the view of the sages Chazal is that it refers to Italy and Rome, as mentioned above. See Rashi on ships from the land of Kittim and Daniel there. Dedanim in Br is Dardania, and likewise in the Yerushalmi and in the commentary on we found Rodanim, and the sage Lozado combined the two. Manuscripts and made from them Dardani, and our sages in Br and in the Yerushalmi preceded him in this. See how the sages agreed in equating Italy and Dardania, and how they aligned their identifications with the prevailing opinions of their time and afterward, since the exiles of Dardania, Troy founded Rome, the head of the kingdom of Italy. I have seen one who pointed out that Dedanim, according to the Torah's testimony, are sons of Javan, Greece, and perhaps they are known among the Greeks as the Titans Titani, and we find that their ancestors and their gods, Saturn, were called Titan Titano, or Pheo, Ino Saturno. And according to the first interpretation, which combines the two manuscripts, we also find an explanation of how the city of Memphis is sometimes called Maph and sometimes Naph in the text, and when combined, it becomes Menphi. I found in the words of the sages in Tractate Tanit something similar. It is written Chashat, and it is written Chashrat. Exchange the letter Kaf for Resh, and read it as Chasharat. See there Rashi and Tosafot, Genesis 10:5, Isles of the Nations. The writer Plushoy wrote that in every place where we find in the scriptures Isles of the Sea, it refers to the part of the globe known as Europe. There is no contradiction to this explanation from the fact that we sometimes find isle in its literal sense, meaning a land surrounded by sea on all sides, since we also find isle used with another meaning, as in Isaiah 20, and the inhabitant of this isle shall say. And who knows if the original intent of isle was a designation of a place, as in the blood of your brother cries out, and similarly, heaven Shamayim is derived from their Sham, see Genesis. Likewise, man is named for the question, what is it? Genesis 10:6. Cush and Egypt Mitzrayim. We find them together both in their earliest ancestors and in what happened to their descendants throughout the scriptures. The words of the Torah are confirmed by the accounts of the ancient Egyptians. See Champollion, Egypt 417. Likewise, Nimrod, who according to the Torah is the son of Cush, is found among the kings of Egypt. See Lipsius, Renan, Histoire des langues sémitiques, L34. Egypt Mitzrayim. We cannot ignore that Matzor is also found in Scripture as a reference to Egypt as it is still called today by the Ishmaelites Arabs Matzar. One of the places called by this name, in my opinion, is in 2 Kings 19:24, with the soul of my feet I dried up all the rivers of Matzor. If Matzor here is not Egypt, it is difficult for Rashi on Miqqes, and this is correct, who wrote that no other rivers are called Yoram except the Nile. The correct explanation is that the verse is speaking about Egypt and calls it Matzor as the Ishmaelites do, Matzar. I will explain all the verses that refer to the miracles performed in Egypt. The prophet begins to say in the name of God that King Sennacherib thought in his heart, I went up to the heights of the mountains, meaning Mount Zion, as Isaiah says, and it shall come to pass in the last days, that the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established at the top of the mountains. Therefore, he called Mount Zion the heights of the mountains, as the other mountains were humbled before Sinai. Why do you leap, O high mountains? This is the mountain that God desired, etc. And our sages explain that all the mountains were considered blemished compared to Sinai. He added the farthest parts of Lebanon, which is the temple, the fortress, etc., and the Holy One, blessed be he, responds, have you not heard what I did long ago? I dug and drank strange waters, meaning I planted and I uprooted. I dug the rivers, for by my power I did this. The word dug here is like to dig a well for its water, and perhaps the original meaning is calling, as the waters call to each other, and deep calls to deep, And as the sages said, the spring of your waters, and the Targum says, and they called to each other and received from one another. And I filled them with water, and afterwards, on the day of judgment for the nations, I myself drank strange waters, meaning I destroyed them, as in the waters will be drunk from the sea and will dry up. And I dried up the rivers, thus hinting at the miracles in Egypt, which is self-explanatory. And when it says, with the sole of my feet I dried up all the rivers of Matzor, it means the rivers of Egypt. Redek hinted at our explanation, but he did not want to interpret the entire verse about the miracles in Egypt. His opinion is that these rivers are called the rivers of Egypt as a hyperbole because it is a great river. The strongest proof for our explanation is Isaiah 19, the burden of Egypt. Behold, the Lord rides upon a swift cloud, and the waters shall be dried up from the sea, and the river shall be wasted and dried up, and the brooks shall become foul, and the rivers of Matzor shall be diminished and dried up, etc. See how, by distancing the interpretation of Matzor as Egypt, Ibn Ezra on Isaiah there was forced to explain that the rivers of Matzor are rivers that can exist even during a siege. And perhaps from Matzor comes Mitzrayim, Egypt, to indicate what is known about the land of Egypt being divided into two parts, Upper and Lower Egypt. Put in Canaan, Put is called Libya by the ancients, and I found evidence for this in Champollion, Egypt, Vol. 1, 293. Canaan, the Sidonians, Phoenicians called themselves by this name, as is clear from the Sidonian inscriptions mentioned by Sharon Turner, 5th 4, p. 2 and 12. Some thought that the meaning of the name Canaan is the lowland, from the root to be humble, and in contrast, Aram means the highland. See Renan, Histoire des langues sémitiques I, p. 180. Perhaps to contrast this material reality attributed to the land of Israel among the nations, the sages said, the land of Israel is higher than all other lands. I will not withhold from mentioning that the meaning of Aram, as we heard from the aforementioned scholars, is also found among the sages in the Midrash. On from Aram, he led me, which they interpret as from the heights he led me. Many explanations that seem strange to us have been clarified by modern scholars. Genesis 10:10, Erech, Akkad, and Calneh. In Br, Haran, and Nisibis and Ctesiphon. Michaelis and Gesenius both translated Calneh as Ctesiphon, and Michaelis translated Akkad as Nisibis. Genesis 10:11. From that land Ashur went out. The correct interpretation, in my opinion, is that from that land Nimrod went out to the land of Ashur, and not that Ashur was a person who went out from that land. The proof for this is that, in Micah 5:5, we find that the land of Ashur is called the land of Nimrod, as it says, and they shall waste the land of Ashur with the sword, and the land of Nimrod at its entrances, etc. Thus, it refers to Ashur as the land of Nimrod. And he built Nineveh, the Greek and Roman historians, all his descendants, from the youngest to the eldest, unless we refer to the words of Ibn Ezra Ravad that mention the land of Canaan. It remains to clarify in detail about the smaller families who did not have a specific name, and whose names were lost among the greater and more important ones. Genesis 10:22. Elam, in Persian Farsi, Iran and a nearby region considered impure by them is called Eniran. The French scholar Renan Hist, Des langues sémitiques p. found that in some ancient inscriptions in Persia, Yelan is written instead of Iran, and this is closer to the name Elam. Arpachshad, it seems likely that this name is divided into two parts, Arf, meaning territory or border in Arabic, Kasher, Kasdim, Chaldeans, and Gesenius. Ptolemy, the mapmaker, mentions a district in Assyria called Arapachitis, and many respected scholars believe it is derived from Arpachshad, as his descendants settled there, and the region was named after him. Genesis 10:25. Yoktan. In Arabia, the name Yoktan existed from ancient times even before the prophecy of Muhammad as a name of honor and renown, though the letter Yod was dropped, and it was called Katan. Ptolemy mentions a region in Arabia called Katanida, and you should know that in ancient Arabic writings and traditions, it is found that their first ancestor was Yoktan, and he begot Yarab. This shows that they preserved their lineage from the time of the dispersion until today, for what they say is confirmed by our Torah, which states, and Yoktan begot. And Yera, it is easy for Yera to become Yarab, and there is further proof in the name Uzal, which is the name of an ancient city in the kingdom of Yemen today called Sana'a. Perhaps Uzal, son of Yoktan, gave it his name. Rav Sadia Gaon thought that Mecca, the holy city of the Ishmaelites, is the Mesha mentioned in the verse, and their dwelling was from Mesha. Another city, now nearly in ruins, is called by the Arabs Hadramaut, after Hazarmaveth, son of Yoktan, and brother of Uzal. Anyone who knows Arabic will not doubt the change from TZTs to DD, as they often use TZ for D. For example, Ramet's ashes is called Remad, as if it were written with a D. In this city, the tribe of Ad, one of the Arab tribes, settled. They say he was the son of Uz, son of Aram, son of Shem. Other tribes are called Thamud, Tassam, Diadis, Dioras, and Amalek. Of the Thamud tribe, they say they were descended from Gether, son of Aram, and they add that when the tribe strayed after idols and abandoned the true God of their ancestors, a prophet named Salih arose among their descendants, who prophesied in God's name and tried to bring them back. Many scholars of the nations have debated who this prophet was. Herbalot Bibliothèque Orientale thought it was Shelah, father of Eber, but others, following Ishmaelite tradition, argue that it could not be the Shelah mentioned in the Torah, because the Ishmaelites say this prophet was born after Hud and before Abraham. Some say Hud is Eber, and argue from this that the prophet mentioned is not the Shelah of the Bible, since he was Eber's father. But I do not know how they concluded that Hud is Eber, or how his name changed, since we find all the names have remained as they were originally and have not changed. In my opinion, the prophet Salih is none other than Shelah, father of Eber, and Hud is Lud, son of Shem. With this, the investigation and the opposition are resolved. Many miracles are attributed to this prophet, such as bringing a camel out of a rock, which is not mentioned in the Torah and was invented by the Arabs. Regarding the Tassam tribe, they say they are descendants of Lud, son of Shem. The Dioras tribe is from Gether, and the Dioras tribe, they say, descended from Noah, but they do not elaborate further. Regarding the Amalek tribe, there are differing opinions. Some say they were born from Eliphaz, son of Esau, which is supported by our Torah, but others are divided into two groups. The first says they are from the descendants of Ham, and the second disagrees, saying they are from the descendants of Shem. The first opinion is cited in Herbalot p. 110, and the second is from Ishmaelite author Ibn Shuna. This is not the only surprising thing. Some have written that this tribe conquered all of Lower Egypt, Baso Egiddo, in the time of Joseph, and that they are the ones known in Chronicles as the Canaanite shepherds Pastori Phenich. I have not found a solution to all this, nor do I know the source of these stories, for it is most strange to believe that the descendants of Amalek, a cousin of Joseph, multiplied so greatly that by the time Joseph went down to Egypt, they ruled the whole land and their enemies were at peace. This could only be possible if we assume that Amalek was a grandson of Noah, as some scholars claim. But the testimony of God refutes this, for the name Amalek is not mentioned among the descendants of Noah in Scripture. The Arabs living today in the Arabian Peninsula, Arabia, are divided into two lineages, according to their scholars and writers. The first is called Qahtan, descended from Joktan, son of Eber, as mentioned in the Torah. So wrote Rav Sadia Gaon, whose words are quoted in a Christian scholar's book, Observations sur le Mahometisme. They were the ancient inhabitants of the land, called in their language Arab al-Ariba. The second family is called Arwan, descended from Ishmael, called Arab al-Mustariba. According to the historians of the Ishmaelites, they add that Yarab or Yera, son of Yoktan, ruled over them for many years and founded and established the kingdom of Yemen. His brother Dioras built a city and named it Harias. These names are the very ones mentioned in the Torah. Yera is also found as the son of Yoktan, as the Ishmaelites say, and his brother, whom they call Dioram, is in fact Hadoram, son of Yoktan. Thus it is clear why an ancient tribe is called Dioram, for it is evidently named after their first ancestor. Genesis 10:29, Ophir. Bochart wrote that the Ophirites were called so because their land was rich and fertile. The first is known from the time of Job and is in Arabia, from which gold was exported. The inhabitants exchanged it for iron or lead. This is the gold of Ophir mentioned in Psalms as the gold of Ophir. The second, according to some, is in the part of the world called America, in the land of Peru. Basnaja argued about this, saying they were not. In ancient times it was possible to travel such great distances by sea, and according to Bochart, Ophir was in India, on the island of Ceylon, which was known to the ancients as Taprobane. He brought evidence that elephants were abundant there, from which Solomon's ivory was sourced, as well as many precious stones. They argued, therefore, that the journey was not as far as described in the Book of Kings, and relied on what Strabo wrote regarding the distance to that island. Asemani found a reason for the length of the journey in the construction of the ships and in the sails, which were made of reeds called papyrus. Reland set forth three conditions to identify the place referred to as Ophir, as we learn from the text. 1, that the mentioned items were found there in abundance. 2, the voyage was necessarily by way of the Arabian Sea, Golfo Arabico, as we will recall. 3, that the distance was about 3 years' journey there and back. In my opinion, this third condition is not necessary at all, for the text does not say except once every 3 years they came, and its meaning is not that it took 3 years to go and return, but rather that the entire period, including their stays at various locations and the journey itself, took 3 years. Based on these conditions, Reland concluded that Ophir was beyond the Ganges River in East India. Asimani argued that East India was not well known even in the time of Tiberius Caesar, let alone in Solomon's days. Others said that Ophir was on the Malabar coast at Goa, reasoning that it was formerly called Supara. We know from Josephus, the Jewish historian, that he called the Ophir of the Bible Sophir. Arias Montanus held that the name Ophir changed after Solomon's time to Peruim, meaning 2 great countries, and among them is the Panama Sea. He also said that, according to the text, Ophir was a descendant of Yoctan, and in the land of Peru we find a region named Yucatan. However, it is hard to believe that Ophir is Peru simply because of the similarity in names, for we know that the name Peru was coined later, after an incident in which someone asked a local for the name of the place, and thinking he was asked for his own name, he replied Peru, and so the name Peru was established for posterity. Genesis 11:1. And the whole earth was of one language. I have seen one who pointed out a true matter, from which precious testimony emerges for the truth of our Torah's narrative, that all the great events and wondrous deeds that occurred in the world before people were separated from one another, such as the creation of the world, the fall of man from his level, his happiness and goodness before he sinned, the corruption of the earth before God through theft, violence, oppression, and deceit, the pride and arrogance of the mighty ones called giants, the flood, and the destruction of the world, the survival of only one man and his 3 sons, and the belief in a lofty God who oversees all human actions to reward and punish, especially the violent, the murderers, and those who swear falsely. All these memories and beliefs have remained for all time among all nations, old and new. In contrast, all that happened later, such as the overturning of Sodom and its cities, the enslavement in Egypt, the plagues, the splitting of the Red Sea, the descent of manna, and the conquest of the land. If news of these reached the surrounding nations, it did not spread widely or reach distant peoples. Only a faint echo reached their ears, and they distorted its glory and beauty with mixtures of falsehood and lies. Truly, this is a precious revelation, proving directly that only the giver of our Torah speaks the truth. Genesis 11:5. The city and the tower built by the people of the dispersion, is today called by the Ishmaelites Muslims Bir Nimrud, Nimrod's well, perhaps because Nimrod was one of the builders and the greatest among them. The bricks used to build the city and the tower are still visible, many of them blackened, and anyone who examines them has no doubt that they were blackened by fire that burned in them. C. Keppel travels in Babylonia, p. 200. This confirms the words of the prophet Isaiah, who wrote about Babylon that it would be overturned like Sodom and Gomorrah, and this destruction was by fire and brimstone. After him, Jeremiah prophesied similarly. Regarding the ancient tower, the sages of blessed memory believed, saying, 1/3 sank, 1/3 was burned, and 1/3 remained. Observation today confirms their words, for a portion, even if not exactly a third, though perhaps it was in their time, remains. Another portion sank and is still found when digging in the ground, and a third was burned, as evidenced by the blackening of the bricks. In Tractate Sanhedrin, chapter 11, page 109, Rav Yosef said, Babylon and Borsif are a bad sign for Torah study. What is Borsif? Rav Assi said, a pit of tar. Rashi explained that Babylon and Borsif cause forgetfulness of learning, because they are born in the air of the tower, and the air of the tower was decreed to cause forgetfulness. For this reason, the generation of the dispersion forgot their original language when they tried to build the tower there. Strabo referred to Borsif as Borsippa, and Ptolemy in his maps called it Borsista. Today it is known in the land of Babylon as Borsa. The traveler Rish in Voyages aux Ruines de Babylone mentioned what the sages said. See there, volume 4, page 94. Genesis 11:9. Babel, because there the Lord confounded Balal, the language. It is clear that, according to the Torah's author, Babylon, Bavel, is named for the confusion Balal of languages. According to this, it is difficult, since the first bet seems to be superfluous, and the lamd is missing from the root Balal. Our sages taught us and permitted us to seek the origin and source of names beyond what is found in the Torah, if it does not fit. Linguistically, in Genesis Rabbah, section 25, on, and he called his name Noah, Rabbi Yochanan and Resh Lakish said, the Midrash is not the name, and the name is not the Midrash. The verse did not need to say Noah, this one will bring us rest, or Nachman, this one will comfort us. The two sages sought another reason for the name Noah. Therefore, I mentioned what later linguists found in their research on Babylonian antiquities, among them Oppert Etudes Assyrians 23, that Bavel means the gate of the flood. Bab, gate, plus El, flood. If this meaning does not fit the analysis of the word as related to the confusion of languages, it does fit the Torah's account, which attests that Babylon was their first dwelling place after the flood. It also fits the sages' interpretation of Shinar, that the corpses of the flood were shaken out there. If we look closely, we see that both meanings are hinted at in the root Balal, both the flood and the confusion, as in streams of water, Yivle Ma'im, the month of bull, and thus the word can be divided into Babilal. We must mention that, according to the testimony of the aforementioned scholar, sometimes this name is found inscribed on stones in a way that better fits the linguistic analysis according to the Torah's view, for example, instead of Babilu, and according to this division, it means the gate of the flood. Sometimes it appears as Babilu, in which case the name indicating the gate Bab has disappeared. Perhaps the prophet also wished to hint at another source or meaning in the name Bavel when he said, "I will punish Bel in Babylon," thus revealing that Bavel is derived from Bel. If I am not mistaken, some linguists have also thought so. Genesis 11, and he lived there, etc., 500 years. The nations of the world also retained a memory of these long lives among the ancients. They also believed in the great height of those early people, as all the ancients did. The earliest Greeks wrote about the bones of Orestes found in the land of Arcadia, which were 9 handbreadths long, Erod, Lib, I-68, Guignol, Religion de l'Antiquité, 3.2. Genesis 11:24, and he begot Terach, according to the chronological order chronology of the Arabs. Nahor, Abraham's grandfather, is called Terach. Perhaps he had 2 names, and with this we can resolve any apparent contradiction in calculating the time of Abraham's departure with the number of years of Terach's life and his death, as has already been discussed. Genesis 11:26. Abram, according to the sages Chazal, Terach, Nahor, and even Abraham erred and followed idolatry Avodah Zarah for a certain period. However, the Torah does not mention this at all, especially not regarding Abraham. From the tradition of the sages, there remains a trace of this, as recorded in the book of Judith Shoiv, which tells that Achior, the commander of the Ammonites, said about these 3 that they worshipped idols. This view was also adopted by Ambrosius among the Christians and by other commentators, whereas Augustine's City of God 16 rejected this idea. I have seen that among the Persians, it is mentioned that Terach was an idol seller, as our sages said. See Hyde, De Religione Veterum Persarum, 5866. No one should think that the Torah omits the story of the transition from the idolatry practiced by Abraham's ancestors to his faith in the one God, and who would believe that the only thing between the first state and the second was the command "Go forth, Lekh Lekha," the first time God spoke to him. Thus, you learn that the Torah points directly to some act or teaching that mediates between the ancient idolatry and the new monotheism, by which Abraham distinguished himself from the people of his generation and his family. And what is that? It is the act passed down to us by the tradition of our ancestors, or something similar. Genesis 11:29. And the father of Yiscah, according to the sages, Yiscah is Sarah, just as they said that Keturah is Hagar. In general, there are many people about whom the Talmud and Midrashim say that they had many names, including kings. Indeed, we know from the study of antiquities that this was the custom among some of the great nations of the world, especially among the kings of Egypt. Each of them was called by 2 or 3 names. Syncelis, p. 33, and Clement of Alexandria, in his book Stromata, Book 1, clearly stated that every Egyptian, when initiated into the mysteries of his religion, was called by another name. This will help you understand the nature of the name changes for the patriarchs. Abram to Abraham, Jacob to Israel, and after them, other great figures such as Hosea to Joshua. Many expressions in the Torah and the prophets can only be understood in this way, according to the well-known custom we mentioned. And to his servants he will call by another name. You will call me my husband, and no longer call me my master. Hosea 2:18. Even among the sages of the nations, it was believed that Yiscah is Sarah, see Explications sur la Genèse, vol. 2, p. 370, and they said that he called her my sister because she was his brother's daughter, just as he called Lot my brother because he was his brother's son. In my opinion, we can find a hint in the 2 names, as they have the same meaning. Sarai is from the word for authority, Sarah, like my princess, and Yiscah is from the word for nobility, Nezishut, as indicated by the name Milcah, her sister, which means queen. Nachmanides Ramban on Deuteronomy already pointed out that names may change in form but keep their meaning, like Zerach and Zachar, both referring to the same person. The Torah itself, at the beginning of Proverbs, uses this method of calling one person by different names, so that every listener thinks they are different people. And without mentioning Jethro and others like him, the Book of Chronicles is full of different names attributed to people we already know from other books of the Bible. The sages noticed this and said about Rabbi Shimon ben Pazi, Megillah 13a, that when he would open the book of Chronicles, he would say, "All your words are one, and we know how to interpret them." See Rashi. A modern scholar, Geiger, said that Davar Acher is an ancient midrash. I would add that the midrash is a new composition, Genesis 11:31, or Kasdim. The well-known interpretation of the sages is that it refers to the miracle performed for Abraham in the fire of the Chaldeans. However, whatever the plain meaning of the text, we find support for the sages' tradition in the apocryphal book of Ezra, Book 2, Ch. 9, where it is told that God saved Abraham from the fire of the Chaldeans. Jerome and Augustine did not dare to dispute this Argonajul. Regarding the meaning of the name, a modern scholar's store. Della Theologia 41, Oppert, Etudes Assyrians, p. 157, found that in the Assyrian language, Kasdim means Aram Naharim, Mesopotamia, or as the Greeks called it, Mesopotamia, meaning between the rivers. The analysis of the word is as follows. Ur means shore of the land, Kas means two, and Dim means waters. Besides these, the Ishmaelites Arabs also provide testimony supporting the sages' words about Abraham's error in following the sun, etc. For among them, this story also became famous in ancient times. Their prophet Muhammad explicitly mentioned it in the Quran, chapter 6, 21, 26, 37. Omission, and they went out with them from Kasdim. See Oppert's view that in Assyrian, Kasdim means the land between the rivers. And according to this interpretation, the difficulty in the prophetic verse about the inhabitants of Kasdim is resolved. Even if we interpret it as the inhabitants of the land of Kasdim, the difficulty remains. Why use a lengthy expression instead of simply the Chaldeans? And who are the inhabitants of the land of Kasdim, if not the Chaldeans? Similarly, we find the inhabitants of Levkami Kasdim, as in Beit Shemesh. Bereshit, Lekh Lekha, Genesis 12:5. And the souls they made in Haran, the sages said that Abraham converted the men, etc. See how their interpretation aligns with the expressions used by the ancients. It is well known from the story of Prometheus that the Greeks said he created mankind. According to Hyginus, this means attributing to him the creation of people because of the greatness of his character traits or the value of his inventions for the benefit of humanity. See Jeriu, Hist, Des Dogmes, HCC, p. 785. From there, it is only a small step to ascribe divinity, and we will discuss this further in the portion Haye Sarah regarding a prince of God. Omission, the souls they made, see all that is written in the book, and this is the intent of the sages. Anyone who teaches Torah to the son of his friend, it is as if he gave birth to him. Similarly, they expounded, and you shall make them, meaning if you fulfill the Torah, it is as if you made yourselves. They interpreted the word making in both of its meanings as a play on words. In the language of our rabbis, it is explicitly stated that Rabbi Judah the prince said about Rabbi Chia, I made Chia, and Chia made me. Genesis 12:10. And Abram went down to Egypt to live there. A great Italian scholar from Naples, Vico, wrote by way of estimation that it is evident that people who separated and spread throughout the world, except for the community of believers, each remained isolated, without an organized society. And a wild man was born in the city, until the skies darkened with clouds, and there were many sounds of God. Fire went forth to the earth, and out of great fear they hid in caves of rock and in holes in the ground because of the fear of the Lord and the majesty of his glory. This was the beginning of domestic life, when a man and his wife began to live together in continual companionship. This was the beginning of their reverence for the Lord God and their service to him, for his power is great, and mighty is he who carries out his word. What is remarkable here is that our sacred language has preserved a trace of these matters, for the word gur, GVR, in our language can mean fear, as in beware guru for yourselves of the sword. It can also mean to gather into the home, as in I will gather agra in the harvest, and it can mean the association of people, as in goats will dwell yaguru with me. Some of the young small animals are called gurim cubs, as in a lion's cub, gur aryeh, their cub's nurse. Furthermore, the aforementioned sage wrote that the beginning of servitude started in the land with the sojourners megarim who were gathered into homes, and afterwards they were enslaved either by force or by deceit. In our language, a jir is one who lives in a land not his own, and ger can also mean a servant, as I believe is the case in the verse in Job 19:15, the strangers jerai of my house and my maidservants consider me a stranger. It seems to me that in Arabic, a female servant is called gaira. We will discuss this further regarding the verse, the enemy who oppresses you, for stranger zar. And enemy zar are similar, just as hosts in Latin means both guest and enemy. Genesis 12:15, Pharaoh. Ibn Ezra wrote, "In my opinion, Pharaoh is not a proper name, but a title, derived from the word Egypt, Mitzrayim." Ibn Ezra's hypothesis has been confirmed by later grammatical research, which found not only that Pharaoh is an Egyptian word, but also that it was the name of a deity, and the king was called by this name. This custom sheds great light on the poetic expressions and difficult names in the Bible, which have confused some interpreters. We will see more of this by God's help. This resolves the difficulty and clarifies the verse in Jeremiah concerning Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and his gods, and his kings, and Pharaoh, and those who trust in him. The second Pharaoh refers to the god called by this name, Phre. The Spirit of Truth was inspired in the words of Rabbi Chida in his book, Chomat Anak, where he intended all these things. His interpretation is consistent with the plain meaning of the text, for they are one and the same. This is a sign that the Spirit of Truth, the Lord, has placed among our sages. Genesis 14:1, Kedar Laomer. It should be noted that the name Kedar appears in various names, and here in Kedar Laomer, as well as in Nebuchadnezzar, Nebo Kedarzar. For there is no doubt that Nebo is the name of a god, and the king was named after him. See Oppert, Etudes Assyrianus 14, who holds that Kedar in Assyrian means son, or firstborn, and perhaps from this comes the word Kadur mentioned in the Talmud. Genesis 14:5, and the Zuzim in them. In the Septuagint translation, they rendered in them as with them, and even though our Torah does not require external support, the end of the verse indicates that these are place names. Genesis 14:7, all the field of the Amalekites. See what I wrote in Bereshit to Noach about the name Yoktan and the Arab tradition regarding their earliest ancestors, and about another Amalek before the son of Eliphaz. In this verse we find a place named after Amalek, even though he had not yet been born. See Rashi's commentary and Ramban's opinion, for in ancient times there was a prominent man among the Horites, a ruler of that region, named Amalek, and Eliphaz, the firstborn of Esau, named his son after this man. Had our teacher Ramban known the Arab tradition, he would have relied on them, for they are no more than a people speaking in their innocence. Genesis 14:13. And the fugitive came and told Abram the Hebrew. The term Hebrew, Ivri, is used specifically for Jews, as in Jeremiah 34, to send away each his Hebrew slave and his Hebrew slave woman, and later for the Jew Ahiyahu. As for Jonah's statement, "I am a Hebrew," we cannot determine whether he meant they would recognize him as a Jew or as a descendant of Eber. In my opinion, its earliest usage referred to a complete family of nations, the descendants of Eber, as in there is with us a Hebrew youth, for at that time the Israelites were not yet distinguished as a nation, and similarly from the land of the Hebrews, and Abram the Hebrew. Later, it was used specifically for the Israelites, but some ambiguity remained, as in, "I am a Hebrew" in Jonah, and it seems to me that it came to mean Jew, for otherwise it would not have been a fitting answer to the question, "From which nation are you?" And they would not have known to which descendant of Eber Jonah belonged. Furthermore, already in those days, the name Hebrew was designated for Israel. In Bereshit Rabbah, they disputed the origin of the name Ivri. Some said it was from Eber, son of Shelah, others said from the other side of the river. Some wanted to decide in favor of the first, as we find in Ezra that he refers to the people living beyond the river as Chench Avar Nahara, and if so, he should have called them Ivrim. In my opinion, there is no proof from here, for after the name Hebrew became specific to Israel, it was necessary to use a different name for other peoples coming from beyond the river. To explain further, Genesis 14:14, he armed his trained men, 318. Josephus, in his Wars, Book 19, Sharon, wrote that these 318 were the heads of legions. See also Turner. Omission, he armed his trained men. Our sages said that he called them by Abraham's name, making them Chanishaf trained ones, from the word Chinook, dedication training, as in the name by which a person is called, and those who do not understand will find this laughable. However, their thoughts are precious, for it is well established among the ancients that those who were attached to a great man to serve him and bless in his name, as with the Kleins among the Romans, were called by their patron's name. And this is what our sages meant, that a person is called by the name of his patron. Josephus was called Flavius because he was a member of the household of the emperors Vespasian and Titus, called Flavius. They would come and go to their patron for any service or war. All of this is explained in Vico, Principe di Scienza Nuova. This is what our sages meant when they said they were called by Abraham's name, and that among them, as with Vico, the name Abraham was a general title tipo carter for his entire camp. They added, Abraham's strides were 3 milen. Rabbi Yehuda Bartima says a mil. The whole camp was likened to one man, and they said that each stride was so great. This is the intent of all the wondrous deeds told about a single individual who could not possibly accomplish them alone, but rather the strength of many people, as in the story of Og, king of Bashan. As far as Dan. Josephus wrote for the Romans that Dan is one of the sources of the Jordan River, and so said our sages, that the Jordan descends from Dan. Those with confused spirit thought to find a contradiction to the antiquity of the Torah by saying that at that time, Dan did not yet exist. They did not realize that many names found in later generations existed from antiquity, and I will mention a few to silence the critics. For example, we find Yehudit before Judah and the Jews. He took a wife, Yehudit, daughter of Be'eri the Hittite, Hanoch, son of Reuben, Hanoch and Palu, Hezron and Carmi. We find Hanoch, son of Cain, and Hanoch, son of Jared. Korach, the one who quarreled with Moses, and Korach, son of Esau. Roel, father of Jethro, and Roel, son of Basemath, Esau's wife. Ebal is found among the Horites as a person, and also as a mountain in the days of Moses. And so he also considered that it is possible that there was a famous person, and the place was named after him. Similarly, we find this previously with the descendants of Rama, Sheba, and Dedan, and it is easy for one of the doubled letters to drop out, as is sometimes customary. His disciples, Hanekav. The sages Hazal said that his disciples Hanekav means those whom Abraham named after himself, interpreting Hanekav as deriving from initiation Hanukkah. There is no doubt that in ancient times it was customary to be named after the head or leader of the group. This was not only the case in the city of Rome, as is well known from the matter of the Clienti who were named after their patroni, but also in Greece and in the lands of the ancient East, as the scholar Vico demonstrated extensively. There is also a midrash from Hazal, stating that Israel is called by the name of their patron, and this is based on the custom of their times, as with many of their interpretations, which can only be understood according to what was commonly known in those generations. Therefore, it is necessary to understand them in their original context. Genesis 14:15. And he pursued them as far as Hobah in Bereshit Rabbah. On this verse, Rabbi Levi, in the name of Rabbi Yossi bar Zimra, said, "The strides of our father Abraham were 3 mil ancient miles." Rabbi Yudan bar Simon said, 1 mil. What may seem strange in this idea disappears if you consider the customs and language of the ancients, who would attribute to a single individual what was fitting for an entire people, kingdom, or camp, and the people to whom these collective deeds were attributed were called tipi karateri. The scholar Vico elaborated greatly on this matter. This necessity led the sages to interpret it so, because of the great distance from Hebron to Damascus, which gave heretics room to criticize. Perhaps their intention was to include the Torah's figurative language among the figures of speech common among the ancients, which should not be understood literally. See also what I wrote regarding he armed, and regarding his disciples, Genesis 14:17, to the valley of Shav, etc. Our rabbis said that they were united in one council to make him Abraham king over them. You should know that this was a well-known tradition in the time of the sages among the surrounding nations as well. See Eusebius, Book 2. Abraham was king of Damascus and lived among the most learned of Egypt. Among those who attest to this are also Josephus in his work to the Romans, section 7th, and among the Christians, Nicholas of Damascus, and Justino 36.5.2. Genesis 14 is Salem. Our Torah comes to teach us that Jerusalem was from ancient times a holy city and the chosen place for worship. 2 points are noteworthy. First, there is no doubt that Moses, peace be upon him, did not refrain from passing this knowledge to the judges and elders and to those who came after them. This knowledge was part of the oral law, and even if it was not written, it was so as not to provoke jealousy among the tribes before the land was conquered, and so that they would not rush to ascend there before the other parts of the land, and perhaps for other reasons as well. Only through truth and these matters can you fully understand why even the places chosen for the tent and tabernacle before Jerusalem were also called by its name, as the commentators have noted. This is because it was known among them that the main dwelling of the divine presence and worship was in Jerusalem. This is what was said in the Zohar, Part 1, 76 billions, Mount Zion, the extreme north, because in the territory of Joseph stands the tabernacle of Shiloh. Rabbi Makom struggled to explain it, but the correct explanation is as we have written. Second, Israel did not refrain from establishing the temple, the fortress, in a place where the nations before them had worshipped the Most High God, as a sign and example that the two forms of worship are united, with the second being an enhancement of the first. How awesome is Nachmanides Ramban's interpretation on this, who wrote, "For from ancient times the nations knew that this place was the choicest in the center of civilization, or they knew its virtue by tradition, that it corresponded to the heavenly sanctuary." See how elevated are the thoughts of our teacher Moses Ramban. that he did not hesitate to attribute such lofty knowledge to the ancient nations, to the extent that he established this as the foundation for Jerusalem's selection above all other cities. This choice is a sign that the Spirit of God is within Israel to distance or bring close, and not from their own will. For, were it not for the divine command, it would not be conceivable that the people of Israel, after dispossessing the land's previous inhabitants, who were their mortal enemies, would choose to worship God in a place that had also been sacred to its former inhabitants, unless commanded by the Almighty. The one who forbade the high mountains and hills is the one who permitted Jerusalem and Mount Moriah. That Salem before us is, in fact, Jerusalem can be demonstrated by several proofs. First, the similarity of the name between Salem and Jerusalem, especially if we accept that Jerusalem is composed of fear. Yirah, see the fear of the Lord, and Salem. Second, the name of its king, Melchizedek, is similar and related to Adoni-Zedek in the book of Joshua. Just as the kings of Philistia were always called Abimelech in the days of Abraham and David, and Pharaoh in Egypt throughout the generations, so too were the kings of Jerusalem called by the name Tzedek, righteousness. Perhaps this is the intent of the verse, a king will reign in righteousness, and both are explained and clarified by what is written in Isaiah, righteousness shall lodge in her. The name of the future king is similar to Adoni-Zedek, and it is written, and this is the name by which he will be called, the Lord is our righteousness. Likewise, the future Jerusalem is called the city of righteousness, the faithful city, as it is written, afterward you shall be called the city of righteousness. Even though, in my opinion, the psalm the Lord said to my Lord refers to Abraham, nevertheless, according to those who do not say so, it is possible to interpret it as referring to Melchizedek, as a title for David, who was called after the ancient king of Jerusalem. Just as the Israelite is called citizen Ezrach, and their language is called the language of Canaan, so their king is called by the poetic title King of Righteousness, or the Lord our Righteousness. By the way, see the wonders of how the Kabbalists, in calling the kingdom Jerusalem, named it righteousness. Third, as it says in Psalms about Jerusalem, in Salem is his tabernacle, and his dwelling place in Zion. From this, in my opinion, the exile of Judah is called the exile of Salem, and likewise the Shulamite in Song of Songs is, as we say today, the Jerusalemite, an honorable and fitting title for the congregation, which is the community of Israel. Just as she is sometimes called daughter of Zion or daughter of Jerusalem, so she is called, in short, the Shulamite, meaning daughter of Salem. Perhaps even Solomon's name is intended for this, aside from being named for peace and truth. The words of the sages who say that every Solomon mentioned in Song of Songs is holy are entirely appropriate, for after the Shulamite is the daughter of Salem, or the congregation of Israel, it is fitting and likely that the bridegroom, called Solomon, is the Holy One, blessed be he. Regarding Melchizedek, I saw that the renowned scholar Renan, in his count of all the inhabitants of the land of Canaan from ancient times, surprisingly did not include Melchizedek, who clearly appears to be a descendant of Shem, if not Shem himself, as the sages said, Si Hist, Dislang, Semitix, Vol, I, P, 107. The same scholar wrote P30 about Abraham. Abraham was not the first of his family to dwell in the land of Canaan, for besides the Canaanites, he found a chief and leader from the descendants of Shem, and likewise, he believes uniquely in Melchizedek and entered into a covenant of peace with him. Indeed, the sages Chazal, in their sacred words, fill the gaps left by the scholars and illuminate and complete his statements. For they said that before, the Canaanites, the inhabitants of the land, were descendants of Shem, and from them the Canaanites conquered the land. See Rashi on the verse. And the Canaanite and the Perizzite were then dwelling in the land, as we have already stated. Even before the temple was built, the location of the tabernacle was called Jerusalem. This is also stated by Radak, Rabbi David Kimhi, in his commentary on the Book of Kings. Similarly, we find that any place where the Pope resided was called Rome. See Basnage, Vol 14, p. 694. Melchizedek, the sages Chazal, said he was Shem, the son of Noah. Epiphanius, the Christian, argued against the sages, and Juriu came to their defense, see de Juriu, p. 69. Omission and Melchizedek, king of Salem. See what I wrote there about the name Shulamit. It refers to the congregation that goes to make pilgrimage to Jerusalem. Similarly, among the nations, they called those who went to venerate the holy soil in Rome, Romeo, Romeo, meaning one who goes to Rome. In this way, the Israelite congregation is called Shulamit in the sense that it gathers in Jerusalem. And Melchizedek, king of Salem. See all that is written in the book about the name Tzedek, righteousness, being attributed to Jerusalem. Know that Egypt is called in the scriptures the dwelling of purity and righteousness. See Orkurti, Katel, Illust, Vol. 2, p. 17e, and what we wrote there regarding the connection between Jerusalem, Tzedek, and the kingdom also called Jerusalem, and Tzedek, or Tzedakah, righteousness, charity. We've also alluded in many places that all the female idols were essentially rooted in the concept of the kingdom of holiness, which is called the navel of the earth, the center of the world. Who would not be amazed reading the writings about Egypt, where it is said that Athor, the idol's name, is the navel of the earth, the middle of Sheol, and the center of the dwelling of purity and righteousness, that is Egypt. King of Salem, see there, and also see DST, P1A. It seems likely that Yerushalem, from which Jerusalem comes, means God saw for himself, Shalem, meaning he chose it, as in God will see for himself the lamb for the burnt offering, my son. Conversely, be careful not to offer your burnt offerings in every place that you see, which refers to Jerusalem. This is the place that God saw for himself. Similarly, for I have seen among his sons a king for myself, we find that the name is derived from to see, as in Ben's son, and he called the place God will see. Possibly from what Abraham said, God will see for himself the lamb, etc. King. Regarding the term king, we wrote above that it may be derived from the Aramaic root meaning to advise. Now I see that the Rashbam, Rabbi Samuel ben Meir, in his commentary on Psalms, Psalm 1, wrote that a king is called so because of my heart rules over me, meaning his counsel prevails. Genesis 14:19. Creator of heaven and earth. The philosophers debated which way a person can acquire land or movable property so that it becomes his, and others have no claim to it. How can one distinguish between mine and yours? Their conclusion was that labor is the primary means of acquisition, for it gives one the power to claim ownership, saying, this is mine in exchange for my labor, as if I created it. In our own times, Thiers writes on this principle, see Thiers de l'origine de la propriété. Nothing like this is unfamiliar to the Hebrew camp and our early sages, even as they defined the ways of acquiring. Land said if one locks, fences, or breaches a property, he acquires it, all of which are acts done for the benefit of the acquired item and are appropriate acts to grant the owner rights. In the language of Israel and humanity, this is a treasure and a source open for the arts and opinions that discuss it. Rashi in our section explained, I have raised my hand, creator of heaven and earth. Creator means maker, for through his making he acquired them for himself. Ramban agreed and wrote, perhaps this is so, that the term acquisition comes in the context of making, as in, you acquired my kidneys, and he is your father, your acquirer, he made you, etc. These are strong proofs. However, these two great luminaries did not pay attention to an even greater proof, that the matter is reversible. Just as acquisition implies making in the cited verses, so making implies acquisition, as in the souls they made in Haran. This is evidence that acquisition and making are one in our language. From here is proof for the truth of our tradition, which gives power and authority to the act performed on the object itself to complete the acquisition. The language itself unites the two concepts in one phrase, and this is among the many topics we have mentioned in this commentary, where the language testifies to the details of the tradition attached to the general commandment. Genesis 15:5, and he brought him outside. The sages Hazal said, go out of your astrologic calculations. They also said that Abraham Avinu, possessed great astrological wisdom, so much so that all the kings of the east and west would rise early to seek his counsel. Now, listen to the words of Eusebius, the Christian, quoting Bereshit the Chaldean. Bereshit mentions our father Abraham, though he gives him a different name. In the 10th generation after the flood, there was among the Chaldeans a great and strong man, highly skilled in astronomy. Eusebius continues, it was he who discovered astronomy and Chaldean science. Prep, Evang, Ibid, 18, and count the stars if you are able to count them. I have seen that there are several things that were difficult to understand based on the wisdom known in ancient times, yet only by later knowledge were these matters properly explained. Here it says, count the stars if you are able, and from this we learn two things. First, that the stars are extremely numerous. Second, that no one can determine their number. These 2 points were difficult for ancient astronomy, which according to its assumptions held that there were only about 6,000 stars visible in the entire sky, and experts could count them all. With medium telescopes, up to 200,000 stars have been observed. The renowned astronomer Johann Herschel counted up to 1.8 million Milioni stars around the Milky Way, and from these, he identified up to 4,000 Milky Way paths. Go and calculate, and you will see that the words of the Torah, if you are able to count them, have been verified with great precision. This is a sign and a proof that our Torah is divine, for who could have declared things unknown until the latest scientific discoveries, if not God above? Similarly, in Job it says, is there any number to his armies? And indeed, according to modern science, there is no number, only according to ancient wisdom was there a number. See how much the early commentators struggled to interpret the verse. These are the words of Rashbats in Sefer Ohev Mishpat Here is a question. Did not the sages of astrology determine the number of stars and prove that there are only about 1,000 or a little more? If so, they are few in number. How then, can it be said, is there any number to his armies? It is possible that they only counted the visible stars, but there are many invisible stars, innumerable. And with this, our teacher Shimon's prophecy was fulfilled. Some have written that what appears to be a single star is actually a cluster of many stars, but due to their great distance, they appear as one, just as we see with birds, etc. Genesis 15:7, of the Chaldees. According to the sages Chazal, this refers to the fire into which Abraham was cast. Not only in Hebrew does mean fire, as in a light for him in Zion, but also in ancient Persian. The word for fire was see Religions de l'Antiquité, Croiserval, 1p 314. Thus, both interpretations are valid, one as fire and the other as the name of a place. What supports the tradition of the sages is what is written in the book of Ezra, and what is also believed by others. See Parashat Noach and what is written there. According to Oppert, in the Chaldean language, means land, and it is possible that the word had both meanings, fire and land, as in Hebrew. In conclusion, we find that there was still a city by that name in the time of the writer Ammianus Marcellinus in their 2nd century, who mentions it in his book, section 25, Genesis 15:9. A 3-year-old heifer, the number 3 as a symbol of strength, is found not only in Hebrew, but also frequently in other languages. According to the Italian Vico, the dog that guards the entrance to Hades in Greek mythology was depicted with 3 mouths, tryphos, or throats, to symbolize that all people descend there. From this comes the French custom of using the word triple très doux, for example, to mean very sweet, to indicate abundance. Similarly, when the Greeks gave the sea god Neptune a trident, it was not because it literally had 3 prongs, but to symbolize a long iron tool used by pirates' corsairs to capture many ships. Likewise, the arrow of the great god Jove Jupiter was called trisulco, an arrow that makes 3 furrows in the ground, meaning it pierces and descends to the depths with force. Genesis 15:12. A deep sleep fell upon Abram. It is likely that this deep sleep, tardemema, was a prophetic sleep estasi. In Bereshit Rabbah, we find that there are 3 kinds of deep sleep, one of which is prophetic sleep, as it says, a deep sleep fell upon Abram. In the Christian translation, is called assopimento. In the Greek translation, estasi. Many followers of magnetismo, claim that the deep sleep mentioned in the holy books is what they call sono magnetico, magnetic sleep. According to them, when a person sleeps this sleep, he is completely unaware of anything done or said outside of him, and he only hears the one with whom he is connected through magnetism. If their words are true, we have found a parallel to prophecy in natural phenomena, though perhaps it is a lower level than higher spiritual attainments. This is a general principle. A sign or a wonder is not merely a supernatural event. There must be its likeness in creation. This is what they meant by saying, "Come, and I will show you its likeness in this world," and Shabbat is a taste of the world to come, and blessing does not rest in an empty place, and the flask of oil that Elisha asked for. Everything above and below is a model for one another, until the source of all models and perfections, blessed be he. Even miracles are only a kind of model of what, by his power and wisdom, he can do in nature. This is what they meant when they said that everything God will do in the future, he already performed through the righteous. For all times and realities are like a chain, or a path ascending to Bet El, each calling to the other to sanctify the name of the Creator. Blessed be he. Genesis 15:16. The iniquity of the Amorites is not yet complete. In our language, iniquity avon also refers to punishment, and this is for a deep reason. The essence of punishment is the sin itself. This is what Gioberti wrote, Phil, Della Riv, p. 350. Any philosophy that posits the existence of punishment apart from the sin itself is false, for true punishment, whether natural or divine, arises from the very law of the sin itself. This is the meaning of measure for measure as taught by the sages, that is, the effort to produce punishment from the law of the sin as much as possible. The words of Rabbi Moshe Alshish on the verse, "Your own wickedness will punish you, and your backslidings will reprove you," Jeremiah 2:19, are closer to the plain meaning than to the homiletic interpretation. Genesis 15:17. He passed between the pieces. One of the ancient illustrators, Didi of Candia, depicted Agamemnon, the chief of the Greek army when they came to besiege the great city of Troy in the days of Solomon, or close to it, as dividing the animal he wished to sacrifice into 2 parts, placing them opposite each other and passing between the pieces. Similar actions are depicted in the covenants made between the Greek leaders and the leaders of Troy. See Lavore, History of the Idols, Storia, 157 of the fable. All of this indicates that it was an ancient custom among the early nations, and this clarifies the Torah's metaphor for anyone who enters into a covenant brit with another, that it is said of him he cut a covenant karet brit, for indeed covenants were actually cut, as we have seen, not only with animals, but there was also a practice in ancient times to cut something in two and for both parties to pass between its pieces as a sign of the covenant, just as our forefather Abraham, peace be upon him, did at the covenant between the pieces, Brit Bain Habatarim, where a smoking furnace and a flaming torch passed between the divided pieces. All of this alludes to honor, for it is he who makes the covenant with Abraham. Similarly, it is said, the calf which they cut in two and passed between its pieces, for this is a clear sign that they entered into a covenantal tradition. Furthermore, I found that in the land of Greece, anyone who wished to enter into a covenant with another would take a tablet, split it in two, and each would take a half and keep it as testimony. They called this a symboli, meaning it was a sign of their partnership. From this, the term symbol came to refer to anything that establishes a partnership or its conditions. In my opinion, this is also the origin of the Ark of the Covenant Aaron Habrit. Who knows, perhaps the word Brit covenant is derived from the concept of cutting karat, as in the act of dividing with swords. Additionally, we find that in Greece, the accuser and the accused would cut an animal in two and take upon themselves all manner of curses, should they swear falsely. See Anacharsis, p. 736, and Demosthenes in Aristarchus, p. 308. See also Ephraim the Syrian, a Christian who lived in the early centuries according to their reckoning, who wrote that in his time this custom was still practiced among the Chaldeans. In both Greek and Latin there remains a trace of this custom, as the term for making a covenant is similar to the Hebrew referring to the act of cutting. In Greek they say orkia timnein, and in Latin ferire fedus or fetus, which also means to cut. Genesis 15:19. The Kenite. It is clear from the Torah and from the book of Joshua that many nations, more than would be expected given the size of the land, held territory in the land of Israel. This led our sages to say that the 31 kings mentioned in the book of Joshua were great kings from outside the land who held a portion in Israel as a mark of honor and distinction. It is possible, as a great contemporary scholar suggests, that a similar occurrence took place in the land of Israel, in Greece, and in Tuscany, and in general, in all lands that God granted a special advantage over other lands, lands from which wisdom or custom spread to all the nations. That is, to gather within their borders, despite their small size, various nations with different natures, traits, and inclinations. See Renan, Histoire des langues sémitiques, VP 230. It was in his wisdom, may he be blessed, to establish in the land of Israel, in place of its original inhabitants, the 12 tribes of Jacob, who were themselves diverse in temperament and occupation, as is evident from the blessings of Jacob and Moses. This was so that all the necessary conditions and traits for the nation's survival would not be lacking, and so that they could preserve and bear within themselves all the differences that distinguish all the nations, so that they would have the appropriate relationship to be teachers of Torah to all tongues and nations, who were also different in their natures. The Israelites came in 70 souls, corresponding to the 70 nations, each corresponding to another, because all the various temperaments and inclinations found among the nations are also found among Israel, so that they could have a connection and relationship with all of them, as we have written. Even before Israel's conquest, many nations ruled in Israel, and aside from the 10 peoples mentioned there, we also find in the time of Joshua 31 kings, a remarkable number considering the land's size. Our sages already noted this and said that any king outside the land who did not have a portion in the land of Israel was not considered a true king. In any case, the words of our sages have come true in our times, as many kings of nations have crowned themselves with the title King of Jerusalem, and their words are true for the past and for the future. The Kenite. Since there is much confusion regarding the Kenites mentioned in various contexts and for different purposes in the Bible, I decided to collect and gather the relevant verses from which one can derive the correct understanding of this inquiry. After listing them, I will comment on what seems to be the meaning of Kenite in each place, according to its context. The first verse is the one before us, the Kenite, the Kenizzite, and the Cadmonite. The second, I Samuel 27, and Achish said, "Where have you made a raid today?" And David said, "Against the south of Judah, and against the south of the Kenites." The third, I Chronicles 2, and the families of scribes who lived at Jebez, the Tirathites, the Shimeathites, and the Succothites. These are the Kenites who came from Hamath, the father of the house of Reshab, the fourth. And Saul said to the Kenite, Go, depart, get down from among the Amalekites. And the Kenite departed from among Amalek. I Samuel 15. The fifth, and he saw the Kenite, and took up his parable. If his nest was set in a rock, Numbers 2:4-21. The sixth, and the children of the Kenite, Moses' father-in-law, went up from the city of palms. Judges 1:16. The seventh, and Heber the Kenite, separated himself from Cain, from the children of Hobab. Judges 4:11. The eighth, and Sisera fled on foot to the tent of Jael, wife of Heber the Kenite. Judges 4:17. The ninth, blessed above women shall Jael, wife of Heber the Kenite, be. Judges 5:24. After mentioning these verses, which provide us with knowledge and understanding regarding the Kenites, I would say that, in my opinion, there was a nation called the Kenites, descended from Cain, or so it was thought, who lived in the land of Canaan or in the region of Aram, as hinted in the above passages. The descendants of Jethro, Hobab, Moses' father-in-law, settled among this people, who themselves were descendants of Cain and were called by their name, Kenites, see verse 7. At times, they lived among the Amalekites, see verse 4, and were called Kenites just as Uriah was called the Hittite, and as the language of the Hebrews was called the language of Canaan, and as Israel was called native Ezrach, as we have written. They lived in places in the land of Israel, Jericho and the wilderness of Judah, see verse 6. Part of this family separated from their brethren and settled in Elon Bezananim, between the borders of Manasseh and Gad, see verse 7, and some of them settled in the territory of Judah in Jabez, and they were the Tirathites, Shimeathites, etc., see verse 3. Thus, from the land of Midian, the place where Jethro and his family lived, separated from Jericho by the land of the Amorites, Jethro, his descendants, for reasons and at times unknown to us, settled in Jericho. There we find them after the death of Joshua, and since the city of palms is Jericho, we learn from the verse, and they clothed them and put shoes on them and fed them, and brought them to Jericho, the city of palms too, their brethren, and also the valley of Jericho, the city of palms, up to Zor. When Israel conquered Jericho, the Kenites left there and settled in the territory of Judah, to the south of Akkad, in a place of rich oil and pasture in the wilderness of Judah, near the border of Amalek. Thus they established and expanded their dwelling among the Amalekites, see verse 6. Perhaps at that time a part of Jethro's descendants, led by Heber the Kenite, also separated and settled between the borders of Manasseh and Gad, near Elon Bezananim, by the territory of the Amorites and Perizzites, see verse 7. In the place first mentioned, Jabez, we find them in Chronicles as families of wise men and scribes, see verse 3. In the second place, we find them in the days of Sisera, see verses 7, 8, 9. In the territory of Judah, we find them until the time of Jeremiah, Jeremiah 35, when he tried to give them wine against the command of their ancestor, but they did not listen to him. Since the Rechabites are the Kenites, as we learn from verse 3, after clarifying our view, we will mention the view of the later commentators. Gesenius was the first to think that the Kenites were descendants of Hobab, Moses' father-in-law. However, it was rightly argued against him. If so, how are they mentioned together with the Kenizzites, 77, and Cadmonites, it? The Ashkenazi scholar John wrote that the Kenite referred to in the book of Genesis is a people whose origin is unknown, and they are definitely distinct from the Kenites mentioned in the books of the prophets. Boland found an opportunity in this to challenge the authenticity of the Torah, claiming it was not the work of Moses. The Jewish scholar Monk sharply refuted him, stating that, regardless, the contradiction remains unresolved. Monk himself believed that the Kenites are not at all descendants of Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, but rather that Jethro himself was a Kenite. Therefore, when his sons are called Kenites, it is as if to say the sons of the Kenite, Moses' father-in-law, that is, the sons of Moses' Kenite father-in-law. With all due respect, we do not find anywhere that Jethro was a Kenite. Rather, he was a Midianite, as it is written, and Moses said, to Hobab son of Reuel the Midianite, Moses' father-in-law, Numbers 10:29. In my opinion, the correct understanding is, as I have written, Genesis 16:14. Bir Lakai Roi, X and X. See what Ibn Ezra wrote, that this is called by the Arabs Bir Zamum. Note that there is a textual error in some books, and it should be Bir Zamzam with a Z. The custom that the rabbi mentioned still exists among them today. Every Ishmaelite Muslim who goes to pray at the prophet's grave, see Ezekiel 3, goes to drink from this well. I will quote here what I found in a certain wise book, as follows: Gale, Observations historiques et critiques sur le Mahometisme, in the sacred house of the Ishmaelites, which is the Kaaba, from the word cube, there is a well called Bir Zamzam to the east of the Kaaba, with a small, magnificent building constructed over it. The Ishmaelites have a tradition that this is the very well from which Ishmael drank when he left Abraham's house with his mother Hagar. Some think it is called so because Hagar, in the Egyptian language, said to her son Zamzam, meaning, wait. The water of the well is holy to them, and they send it in small containers to all the lands of Ishmael. Genesis 17:1. V. Walk before me and be blameless. Timim heklekhenlai. A complete person is called Tamim, blameless, perfect, and Meshulam in Isaiah, because he has reached the purpose of his creation and fulfilled his potential. This teaches that, according to the faith of our Torah, there is a goal that a person must strive to reach, which is the image and sublimity in which he was created. Blamelessness is to resemble him in all his attributes, and this is one of the noble beliefs that remained as a heritage among the nations after the dispersion, as can be seen from their languages. For example, in Latin they say perfectus for a complete person, meaning perfect and blameless. Likewise, in Sanskrit they say sadhu, meaning one who has completed his obligation. See Colebrook, Essai sur les Hindus, p. 313. Genesis 17:5. And your name shall be Abraham. I saw someone write that just as when a person, a nation, or a kingdom receives some benefit from a prominent individual among them, they give him a new name for glory and honor, so too did the Holy One act with his pious ones and keepers of his covenant and testimonies. Furthermore, it is said that for another purpose, the names of several great individuals were changed, so that they would hold fast to their faith. For whenever their names were mentioned, recalling what befell them, they would remember all of God's deeds for their sake and all the goodness he bestowed upon them, and this would lead them to stand firm in their righteousness and holiness. Av Haman Ab, I saw in Shabbat that they interpreted the name Abraham HMVN as an acronym, and from there it is evident that the letters Ha and Chet were considered interchangeable by them, as seen elsewhere. The text says, from where do we learn acronyms in the Torah? Av Haman, Av of father, Bachar young man, Shaviv beloved, Melech king, Vatican elders, Ne'eman faithful. Thus they interpreted the He as if it were a Chet. From this it follows that, in their view, Abraham could be read as Avraham, and I found in the book Masabarov p. 66 by the scholar Romanin, and Avidarachim, the name among the Ishmaelites, meaning servant of the merciful. And perhaps this is also the name Abraham with the He as a Chet, even if it is Aramaic. It can be shown that the name Abraham also has another meaning besides father of a multitude, as our sages said, because of the addition of the Resh, which does not fit this acronym. This is another proof that, in addition to the reasons and interpretations hinted at in the Torah, names have other meanings as well, as we see with the names Noah and Babel. See there, for everything leads to one place. I also saw in an early Christian source, Moyen in Eos, Prep, Evang, p. 20, ed Paris's, that he called him Aviracham, which can be translated as beloved of his father, which is similar to the interpretation of our sages above. It seems that the custom to pronounce the He as a Chet, which our sages noted as one of the errors of their time, already had roots in the nation from ancient times. The Samaritans are evidence, as this was a stumbling block for them always. There is not a single verse where this custom of substituting one letter for another is not found, as in Ve'asu uva'u kol hagoyim, which is like Chushu uva'u. Omitted section for more on Avhamon, see the section on our sages' interpretation of Chet in place of He, and the evidence I brought from Ve'asu kol hagoyim. There are even clearer proofs, but time did not permit me to mention them, such as every place where He is found instead of Chet, like Hatzan instead of Chatzan, Jeremiah 49, see the commentators there, and likewise Ir-Haheris instead of Ir-Haheris, which is Heliopolis, the city of the sun, and Chet for He in Ufahad Verachav Levaveka, where perhaps Rashav is like Rahav, as they say in Syriac Etherhav instead of was afraid, see the Syriac Evangelion, Luke 24, Genesis 17:12, and an 8-day-old boy, Shmvent Imim Vbn. Among the nations who did not know the law of our God regarding the commandment of circumcision, they nonetheless preserved the custom of waiting 8 days before naming a child. This custom is mentioned by Aristotle the Greek. Genesis 17:14. That soul shall be cut off, venkurthimsh. We find proof that carrot excision does not mean the destruction or annihilation of the soul, but rather separation from the Creator. As it says in 2 Kings 17, and I will cut off Israel from the face of the land that I have given them, meaning they will be distanced, separated, and exiled from it. So too here they will be distant and separated from the source of life, the opposite of, and may the soul of my Lord be bound up in the bundle of life with the Lord your God. Genesis 17:17. And if Sarah, who is 90 years old, etc., know that a wonder or miracle is not merely a suspension of nature, but rather the use of the unusual in nature for the purpose of divine providence over his handiwork. This is what our sages meant in several statements, such as come, and I will show you their likeness in this world, and similar expressions. Likewise, it has been found that a woman among the Christian ascetics and devotees regained her period at the age of 93, after it had ceased at age 52. Gazzetta Medicale, Milan, 1845, Vol. 4, Fasc. Parashat Vayera. As the day grew hot. As the day grew hot, kmi, the word day is used for many things. Sometimes it means a good day, sometimes a bad day, sometimes it refers to the sun, a constellation, a time, or a season. Sometimes it means soon, and sometimes it refers to a hired worker's labor. The meaning of sun is found in our current passage. LaMikra, Genesis 2:9-32:1. In the heat of the day, and even more explicitly, behold, the day is coming, burning like an oven, and similarly, for the day has turned, meaning towards evening. Since it was believed that the sun revolves around the earth once every 24 hours, they called the entire duration of its revolution a day, after the sun. Similarly, a year is called a day because in the course of a year the sun returns to the same point on its circuit as before, as in the sacrifice of days, etc. With this, you will understand. A statement of our sages, of blessed memory, Hazal, and it was the day. This refers to the day of Rosh Hashanah. A certain scholar, De Vignol, relied on the use of the same term for both concepts to indicate that all the years counted by the ancient Egyptians in vast numbers were actually days, not years, CV Larsha Kron, Er Degliagij. Likewise, in the language of the sages, we find day used in place of sun. As in chapter 3 of Hulun, they established it together with the day. It should also be noted that in India, the sun is called Jama Amaya, which is one of 1,000 words similar to our language in Indo-European languages. Furthermore, whenever the scriptures speak about the continuity of a matter, they mention the word day, or heavens and earth, or sun and moon, or another general term, for the earth, or the created reality such as olam, world, which means all the days that the world endures. See what I wrote in the commentary on the term olam. And until this day, Genesis 18:2, and behold, 3 men. There is no doubt that ancient events, especially when they were miraculous, left a lasting impression and memory in the hearts of all who heard even the slightest mention of those awesome happenings. Among these, it is inevitable that what happened to our 3 patriarchs would become known, to a greater or lesser extent, among all the nations who were dispersed there, and among their descendants, including the sons of Ishmael and Esau. From them, even distant nations heard by word of mouth, especially the Greek people whom we know learned and were educated both in human wisdom and in divine wisdom from the people of the East, the Philistines, Tyre, and the people of Cush, who are closely related to the Israelite nation. Some scholars have noted that certain stories among them, such as the tale of Ovirios, about the 3 gods of Greece, closely resemble in many details the great vision at the Oaks of Mamre at the entrance of the tent. Oviri tells that the 3 Greek gods, as they were traveling throughout the earth to observe the deeds of all creatures, good or bad, chanced one day, toward evening, upon a small hut. At its entrance sat the old Eri, who, upon seeing them from afar, quickly pleaded with them to enter his home and welcomed them into his tent, honoring them as best he could. After they had eaten and drunk, they asked the old man what they could do for his benefit and pleasure. The old man replied that all he wished for was to have a child for his delight, but without needing to lie with a woman, for his wife had died, and he had sworn to her before her death not to marry another woman. The gods did not delay in granting his request, and he had a son. 2 points are noteworthy in this story. First, the man's name, Erai, as told by Ovid, which some believe hints at Abraham, who is called the man from Ur-Kasdim among them, because of the miracle performed for him. And second, the wondrous event of Sarah's rejuvenation and return to her youth is transformed in their tale into an even greater wonder, the birth of a child without a partner. None of this should surprise anyone who knows how easily the details of stories change over the years and among the many people who retell them without careful preservation of their original meaning and flavor. Genesis 18:4. Omission, let a little water be brought. In an ancient Chinese book, Lois de Manus, it is written, when a guest enters the house of the host is obligated to provide 3 things, a chair to sit on, water to wash his feet, and bread to eat. Genesis 18:5. For therefore have you passed the word ki, because for, and its many meanings have already been discussed by the sages, Buxtorf and Gesenius, and are well known. I wish to note another meaning, which in my opinion is just as valid as the others, though I do not know if anyone preceded me in this. Sometimes the word ki is used in the sense of when, for example, ki bal bashar betula, when a young man marries a virgin, and similarly, ki me noach zodli, when these are the waters of Noah to me, so I have sworn, etc. See Radak on Isaiah 54. And also, ki atzek mayim al tzama venoslim al yavesha ken atzek. When I pour water on the thirsty and streams on the dry land, so will I pour. And Isaiah 55, ki gavhu shamayim meha aretz ken gavhu. As the heavens are higher than the earth, so are. Genesis 18:12. It has become pleasure for me. The sages said that the wrinkles disappeared and beauty returned to its place, and this interpretation was also accepted among Christians, as mentioned by Ephraim the Syrian, Ephraim Siro, Genesis 18:22. And Abraham still stood before the Lord. The sages said, this is a scribal correction, tikkun sofarim, meaning that the Torah speaks in the manner of scribes who adjust the language out of respect for the divine, not, God forbid, that there was any alteration of the Torah scroll itself. We have evidence for this from the Septuagint translation, where the Greek matches our Hebrew text, and Abraham still stood before the Lord. See also the commentary of Ram, who wrote that this does not mean, etc., but that the divine author followed the conventions of scribal corrections. In my opinion, we have clear evidence from Nedarim 9 billions. Rabbi Yitzchak said, Mikra Sofarim, Atar Sofarim, and words that are read but not written, etc., are a law from Moses at Sinai. Thus, all these are named after the scribes, and yet they are from Sinai. Therefore, the intention is the conventions practiced by scribes. And similarly, scribal correction refers to the linguistic conventions that book writers use to adjust language. If you ask why scribal correction is not included among these, the answer is that all those listed involve some change from the written text, and therefore it was necessary to say they are a law from Moses at Sinai. But with scribal correction, this does not apply, since the Torah scroll is present and entirely from Sinai. Genesis 19:1, and 2 angels came, etc. In Yalkut 125a, I found a curious custom among the ancients, where it is said that there is no Sabbath on which the portion of Lot is not read. If only I knew the reason for this. Genesis 19:11. With blindness, Rashi, of blessed memory, explained this as a blow of blindness, and in 2 Kings 6 he described it as a disease of confusion, where one sees but does not know what he is seeing. This latter explanation is agreed upon by Ralbag and Don Isaac, Genesis 19:24. And the Lord rained upon Sodom, one of the earliest geographers. Strabo, who saw or knew about all parts of the world and wrote about them, recounts regarding these cities that they were once inhabited from earliest times and had fields and vineyards, fertile and rich, but all were destroyed by fire falling from the clouds on a rainy day fulminum jactu. This author had heard an echo of the true story that remained among the people of his generation, though he prophesied without knowing. I will not deny that according to his words there were 13 overturned towns, and perhaps the Torah only mentioned the major cities and omitted the others. Not only Strabo, but also Diodorus Siculus, Tacitus the Roman, who lived at the end of the Second Temple period, Pliny, and Solinus, all alike describe the Dead Sea Lago Asphaltide, which is near Sodom and was formed from a great fire that destroyed several towns in that district. See Duklot, Vengeance of the Torah, 152.2. Genesis 19:28, and he looked down upon the face of Sodom. The sages, Chazal, said that every instance of looking down hashkafa in Scripture refers to looking from above to below, and it appears to be so from the word itself and its root. The root shakaf is related to mashkaf lintel in Hebrew, to zakaf in rabbinic language, and to sakaf in Arabic meaning roof. With this, you can understand what we find in Samaritan poetry, Ramai Shomron 97, your goodness is made as a roof sakuf for Israel, Genesis 27, and he will pray for you, and you shall live. We know that during prayer, our ancestors would spread their hands toward the heavens, as it is written, I will spread my hands to the Lord, and similarly, let us lift our hearts with our hands to God in the heavens, and the lifting of my hands as the evening offering. It appears that besides this, they would also bring their hands to their mouths, and then lift them to the heavens, as if wishing to raise and offer the meditation of their mouth and heart to the heavens, or as a gesture of kissing. In Job we find, when he boasts that he did not serve any other than God, he says, If I beheld the sun when it shone, or the moon moving in brightness, and my heart was secretly enticed, and my hand kissed my mouth, Job 31:26-27. In my opinion, a trace of this foreign custom remains in the root palal, to pray, whose meaning is prayer, and it is composed of peh and la, mouth to, meaning a gesture that shows kissing with the mouth to the object before him. Similarly, in Latin they say adorare, which is composed of 2 words ad ora, meaning to the mouth. The early Christians, while still preserving the customs of Israel, would pray standing on their feet, opening and stretching out their hands. The idol worshippers of their time would distance their hands from their mouths and stretch them out with fingers extended toward the object they wished to kiss. Genesis 20:12. Omission, she is my sister, the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother. The verse proves, according to our rabbis, that the descendants of Noah were permitted to marry a sister from their father's side. I have seen that not only was this allowed, but it was even considered a mitzvah commandment, especially in Egypt. However, according to some Paw, it was not established as a commandment until the Macedonian kings and onwards in Egypt. CPL sect 2P52. Pastoret rightly pointed out that from the time of Osiris, the Egyptian god, it was told that he married his sister Isis. Similarly, Pausanias Lib 137 wrote that Ptolemy Philadelphus did not violate Egyptian law when he married his sister. See also Justin Cap 24.32, and what I will write, with God's help, on the verse, and the daughter of Pharaoh came down. After all this, I do not know what to make of the opinion of a great contemporary scholar who wrote that the term sister Adelphi, used for the wives of Egyptian kings, was only a term of endearment and affection. Omission, and also, indeed, she is my sister, the daughter of my father. See what I wrote in the notes at the end of Genesis and in Exodus on the verse, and the daughter of Pharaoh came down, and what Latron wrote, that the term sister for the wives of Egyptian kings was only an honorary title. We find similar usage in the Holy Scriptures. And in the words of our rabbis, for example, the bride in Song of Songs is called sister, and in Chronicles 7:15, his sister is used instead of his wife, as it is written, and his sister's name was Makkah, where it should have said his wife. See also what R. Jonah ibn Janach wrote in Sefer Rachma, p. 180. Our rabbis also said, he did not cease to endear her until he called her my sister, and did not cease until he called her my daughter, etc. They did not deviate from the straightforward meaning, as you have seen. The term daughter is used to refer to a woman in general and to a spouse in particular. See what I wrote at length on the verse. And their children were 30, Genesis 4:6-27. Therefore, it is possible that when Abraham said, she is my sister, he spoke in a way that also alluded to the truth, but it was liable to mislead, as was the custom among all the ancients, who preserved the literal meaning of words more than the intended meaning. Our rabbis were correct in attributing this intention to Jacob when he said, I am Esau, your firstborn, and they understood the mindset of the ancients. See what I wrote there. Even more remarkable is what our rabbi said. He did not cease until he called her my mother. Indeed, I recall that I have heard people, out of affection, call their daughters or wives mother, and in some places any woman is called mother as a sign of respect. Similarly, in rabbinic language, Amma Shalom and Abba for certain sages such as Rav and others, generally mother is for females and father for males. See what I explained on the verse, you shall not cook a kid in its mother's milk. Or Kurti, Ketal, Ilus, Delmus. Ditor, Vol. 2, p. 207, testifies that in Egypt all women were called mothers, and likewise son and brother, and even uncle were titles for men, and daughter and sister for women. Just as we find among some ancient nations that some married their sisters, so too we find an even more abhorrent practice, those who married their mothers. It is not without reason that our rabbis attributed this abomination to some of the ancients, such as Anna, of whom they said he lay with his mother. There is a statement of our rabbis that requires explanation. One who has intercourse with his mother in a dream should expect wisdom, as it is said, if you call for understanding, Proverbs 2:3. Besides the fact that this whole statement expresses honor and points directly to the wisdom of Kabbalah in several ways, there is no doubt in my mind that they referred to a known custom of their time. Apart from the Parthians, who until they converted to Christianity would marry their mothers, as testified by Eusebius, Prep Eval IP 443 and 11.2. The Persians, especially those considered wise, that is, the Magi, would marry their mothers. The Christian Strabo and Quintus Curtius, as well as Ctesias, mention a satrap named Sisimitro who had 2 daughters by his mother. Philo, I do not know if he was the Jewish Philo or another, wrote that the great and noble of Persia would marry their mothers, and those born from such unions were praised. It is clear and certain to me that both these abominations and the statements of the sages alluding to union with them are all connected to the beginnings of esoteric wisdom, which is found both in Persia and among our rabbis. However, the allegories of the holy wisdom became literal material acts among the nations who were uncircumcised of heart and flesh. We have clear evidence that this is so, for even among us, at 2 different and distant periods, there were 2 groups of witnesses who testified about themselves that they were of Judean descent, and yet they strayed in the wilderness of the nations, in the wasteland of secret paths, turning the esoteric into heresy and impurity. Who were they? First, the Gnostics, various Christian sects whose characteristics and appearance show that they were undoubtedly misguided Kabbalists. There was no abomination or depravity they did not commit, claiming that it was proper and their duty to do so. The second was the sect of Shabbatai Tzvi, which was born from Kabbalah, and they too did not refrain from any abomination, doing everything openly and without fear of God or his Torah, claiming that everything they did was for righteousness. And all their actions he exalted for them, and showed them that their intentions and roots are connected to the heavens above. All these and similar errors are, in my opinion, nothing but the concretization of allegories and descriptions of divinity. For among these allegories there are some which, if taken literally and acted upon, would cause a person to transgress the will of his creator. For example, the allegories of unions, zivagim, described in various elevated aspects between one sephirah and another. If someone were to actually perform them, it would lead to punishments of excision and death by the court. For in those allegories, the brother marries his sister, and the son, even the son, marries his mother Tiferet and Bina, and similar things, just as the magicians of Egypt claimed in their allegories, saying that the son is both the son and the husband of his mother. Genesis 21:9, whom Sarah bore to Abraham Isaac. In Bereshit Rabbah, Rabbi Elazar, the son of Rabbi Yossi the Galilean, said, "This language is only an expression of mockery, shedek, etc." And aside from the fact that we find in the scriptures the term laughter, satchok, which denotes mockery, we also find the same in other languages, such as ludo in Latin. Likewise, Jerome translated ludentem, and it seems that they understood it as referring to persecution and enmity. For Saul Paulo wrote that Ishmael, the son of the flesh, persecuted Isaac, the son of the spirit or intellect, tonc ilikinatos erat secundum carnem, persecebatur im secundum spiritum. You can see for yourself that this interpretation had already appeared in our nation, long before the one who said it. For Saul lived earlier than Rabbi Elazar, the son of Rabbi Yossi the Galilean. Many similar notes are written in my records, and from this you may infer about all the other interpretations of our sages and their traditions. Genesis 22:1. And it came to pass after these things. I heard an important reason regarding the commandment of the binding of Isaac, Akadat Yitzchak, that God, may he be exalted, wished to abolish the abominable practices of sacrificing their sons and daughters, and generally of spilling human blood on their altars. For this purpose he commanded Abraham to offer his son as a burnt offering for the sake of heaven, so that at the moment of slaughtering his son, he would send his word to abolish that act. In this way, he would instruct sinners that this act is inherently evil and bitter, even if all the conditions that might seem to justify it are fulfilled, namely, the explicit command of the Creator, the offering by the Father himself, leaving no doubt about the truth of the divine will, and the offering being made not for idolatry, but for the Creator of the world, in whose hand is the soul of every living being, who gives the soul to the people upon it, and has the power to take it. All these are conditions that are not found among any of the nations or in any of their kingdoms. Despite all this, the command came necessarily to say, "Do not stretch out your hand," etc. And if you ask why the act was necessary, and why it was not sufficient to merely command it, the answer is as follows. To what may this be compared? To someone being removed from his position of greatness for some offense or other reason, they dress him in the splendid garments he wore while in office, and then, while he is still dressed in them, they strip him. Similarly, it is explained in the verse, "Take Aaron and Eleazar his son," etc. Aaron was dressed in the garments, and afterward they were removed from him and put on Eleazar. It was not sufficient for Eleazar to put them on in front of his father. In this way, to abolish human sacrifice, all the preparations and arrangements were made, so that only the act of slaughter itself remained, and at that very moment it was annulled. Genesis 22:12. And do not do anything to him. In Bereshit Rabbah section 56, our sages said, "I will draw a drop of blood from him." God said to him, "Do not do anything to him, not even a blemish mum." In my opinion, their interpretation here hits the mark of truth and delves deeply into the language for a blemish, which means deficiency, and loss is derived from meuma, anything, which means absence. For every blemish has its root in absence and lack of existence, the opposite of wholeness and perfection, where the existence of the thing is complete in all its conditions. This is a great general principle. Our language, in all its expressions, accords with the belief that the Kabbalists have placed at the center, that existence is goodness, perfection, and blessing, and the opposite, absence, is evil, deficiency, and curse. Look and see what I wrote in Genesis on God, saw that it was good. We have two reliable witnesses, for we find blemish mum twice, both based on fullness as at the beginning of their creation, with the addition of an aleph in the middle to hint at the source from which meuma, anything, flows. One is in Job 31:7, "If there is in my hands any wrong or blemish," and the second is in Daniel, "Youths in whom there was no blemish and who were good of appearance." We have already noted similar cases where two other words appear with an added letter to testify to their root. For example, like a mighty one sitting, Isaiah, to show that kabir means like a beer mighty, and the kaf of resemblance is intensified in the word. Similarly, but cruel aksar in Job, to show that aksar is two words joined together. See Parashat V'Hakeruvim. Moreover, the formation of mum from mi'uma is further supported by the fact that we find mi'uma written both with and without an aleph in some texts, and so it was certainly before Rashi in 2 Kings 5:20, mi'uma of Gehazi. What Rabbi Menachem Tzvi brought as support for Rashi from Midrash Tanchuma and Vayikra Rabbah is, in my opinion, not decisive, just as Bereshit Rabbah is not decisive regarding Me'oma of Isaac. Their intention was to interpret the word according to its etymologia, as is their custom. Also, Rabbi Kli Yakar, with all due respect, introduced readings and spellings where not needed, for it is the custom of our sages to interpret words according to their root. Let this principle guide you, and see in the words of Rabbi Menachem Tzvi near the end that he approaches the truth as we understand it, except that he treats the eye above as if it does not see the correct reason we have hinted at, to derive mum from me'oma and unite them in their root as they are united in their meaning. Also, not all words that indicate this have. Before us, our ancestors' belief in associating goodness with existence and evil with absence. The proof he brought from the Jerusalem Talmud for Rashi's version is indeed a strong proof. The words of the Yefe Mare are not sufficient to refute it. Genesis 22:14. Hashem Yir'eh, the Lord will see, provide. We cannot deny that Mount Moriah is in Jerusalem, and upon it the temple was built, as stated in the book of Chronicles. It is also evident that Shalem is Jerusalem, as it is called by that name in the book of Psalms. We see that Abraham called that place Hashem Yir'eh, and from this, the rabbinic interpretation that the name Jerusalem, Yerushalayim, is composed of Yir'eh, will see, provide, as called by Abraham, and Shalem, peace, wholeness, as called by Shem the son of Noah, is almost necessary. This is what they said in Bereshit Rabbah 36. Abraham called it Yireh, and Shem the son of Noah called it Shalem. The Holy One, blessed be he, said, I will call it as both of them called it, Yerushalayim, Yerushalem. In my view, this is a very fitting and important explanation that presents before us, in the name Jerusalem, its ultimate purpose as a sanctuary and a house of prayer for all nations, and as the place of Israel's dwelling to serve and minister there in the name of God. For the root of this name is in Israel and in humanity, and each gave their part to it. His name is the most significant among the nations, and Abraham is truly the head and cornerstone of the nation of Israel. See also what I wrote on the verse in Melchizedek, king of Salem, Genesis 14:18. If it is correct, as we have said, that Salem is Jerusalem, and Mount Moriah is in Jerusalem, as is demonstrated both in the plain meaning of the text and in the words of our sages, though there is an opinion that it is Mount Sinai, then observe the wonder how the binding of Isaac, Akedat Yitzchak, took place in the city where Melchizedek served as priest, that is, Salem. It is fitting and logical, since Scripture informs us that he was a priest of God Most High, that this exalted act of worship would be performed with his permission, just as Abraham acknowledged Melchizedek's priesthood by giving him a tithe of everything. So too it is appropriate that he would show deference when offering his son as a burnt offering in the holy city and within the kingdom of Melchizedek's priesthood. Genesis 22:22, Kasht. Over time, Kasht became Beld, and his descendants were called Beldaim in the language of the sages and in Greek and Roman. This is what Oppert wrote in Etudes Syriens. We have already explained earlier how the letter S is replaced by L in roots when they come before T or D. Thus, sometimes Mastapar becomes Altifal, and so too the name Chaldeans is proof of this linguistic rule among the Babylonians, as Kasher was transformed into Kald. The Greeks only knew the last name. See also regarding the identification of the Chaldeans, with the Kurds, see Tesoro di Antichita Vol. 2 p. 106. The name Chaldeans, Kasdim, has two meanings, both in the language of Scripture and of the ancients, as written by Eusebius Prep Avang, Vol. 2, Paris, p. 674, quoting Porphyry. Chaldean or Kashtian sometimes refers to a class of priests and astrologers who specialize in the wisdom of astronomy, and sometimes to the entire nation, as today the people of Assyria are called Chaldeans. Thus the question is resolved as to why our sages use the term Chaldeans for the Kasdim, in a form borrowed from Greek or Roman, as we previously thought, since the name Kasdim was familiar to them and appears in the Holy Scriptures. Should we assume they did not recognize that the Chaldei of the Greeks are the same as the Kasdim in the text, based on what we have explained? We can be at ease, for both our sages and the Greeks in saying Chaldeans did not deviate from the linguistic patterns of the Kasdim, who exchanged S for L. Similarly, as the name chasm has two meanings in Scripture, and in the words of our sages, as we have hinted, we find a similar phenomenon with the term Chevarim companions, who went to Babylonia. It is both a name of a nation and of magicians. Parashat Haye Sarah, Genesis 23:2, in Kiryat Arba. In the book of Joshua it is written, now the name of Hebron before was Kiryat Arba. Arba was the greatest man among the Anakim. Rashi offers two explanations, but I do not understand how his second explanation is possible, given the explicit statement that Kiryat Arba was so named because Arba was the father of the Anak, which proves that Arba is a personal name, not a general term for a group. To eulogize Sarah and to weep for her, the Torah does not explain the details of mourning and weeping, and it is unlikely that such a significant practice would leave no trace in the nation. Therefore, it is reasonable to say that the concept of mourning and weeping, as found in the words of our sages, was customary among the ancients as well. This is also evidence that certain practices, though formalized after Moses, have their roots in the time of the patriarchs. Genesis 23:3, from before his dead. This refers to what we find with Joseph, and Joseph fell upon his father's face and wept upon him and kissed him. It is likely that our father Abraham did the same, and afterwards he rose from before his dead and spoke to the children of Heth. Genesis 23:6, a prince of God among us. Our sages said, you are a prince over us, you are as a god over us. We have already hinted that the beginning of idolatry among the nations was the veneration of the early ancestors, whom they sanctified and made into gods. The testimony of a court is as reliable as 100 witnesses, for many of the sages and priests of the nations believe this. Above all, the name Evehemir, possibly a reference to a great ancestor, remained for glory, for he was the first to publicize these matters. Thus the graves of the great ones became shrines and places of worship in ancient times in Greece, se de juria, hist, de dogmes, etc. of all. 758. Perhaps for this reason Moses' burial place was hidden. As it is written, no one knows his burial place. Because with all the signs and wonders Moses performed before their eyes, it would have been easy for people to err and attribute some divinity to him. I believe I have seen someone before me give this reason. Many Christian scholars in previous generations also tried to prove that most of the gods of the nations were none other than the ancestors of the world, whom people elevated and attributed divinity to. Among these scholars are Bocart, Banier, Bryant, Hallman, and Kreuzer, Cyrillig, de l'Antique, Paris, Vol. 1 p. 130. See their extensive discussions on this topic. In our times, Zoega and even Gibbon erred in claiming that the practice of deifying dead. People began only from Alexander the Great onward, forgetting that the Egyptians made many of their kings into gods, and among the Greeks many of their gods were, even by their own admission, merely earthly kings. Romulus, too, was made a god after his death. See Titus Livy, Book 1, Chapter 16. One of the strongest proofs is from the ancient Greek poet Hesiod Theogony v. 134, about Japetus Japheth, who is considered one of the ancestors of the gods. If you consider that Japheth is the ancestor of the Greeks as they are descended from his sons, you will see a remarkable agreement with all that has been said. Although not all modern scholars accept this, the matter is logical, and this is not the place to prove it. The Torah and our sages support this idea, and we will not prolong the matter with further proofs from Scripture, except for the hint in the word metim, the dead, as in, and they ate the sacrifices of the dead. But in the words of our sages we find complete agreement with this idea. For example, here regarding the sons of Heth, you are as a god among us, and also regarding Jacob our father, who was afraid they would make him a god. If it was not their custom to worship created beings and the great ones of the nation after their death, what reason would there be for such fear? Furthermore, our sages taught explicitly in Tractate Avodah Zarah that Serapis, the well-known idol, is none other than Joseph, who removed and reconciled Serapis as the whole world. They also said that the image of the nursing woman worshipped in Egypt is Isis, who is Eve nursing her son. Their words show a remarkable agreement with the Egyptian beliefs on one hand and with the wisdom of Kabbalah on the other. In Kabbalah, Joseph is associated with the Sephirah of Yesod, whose qualities and attributes correspond to the Egyptian Serapis, as could be demonstrated with evidence. Similarly, Eve, the nursing mother, is associated with the Sephirah of Malkut kingship, whose qualities are reflected in the Egyptian Isis, especially as a nursing mother, as discussed in the Talmud. According to the Kabbalists, the child nurses from his mother's breasts. This refers to Metatron, the youth who nurses. Note that Scripture says, "And he called her name Eve, for she was the mother of all living." Yet Eve is only the mother of the human species, So the text here hints at her higher spiritual significance as the supernal mother Malkut, who is truly the mother of all life and the land of the living. Regarding the deification of the ancestors we have mentioned, we will not elaborate further about others except Abraham. Even regarding him, we will only point out a precious parallel that surely did not occur by chance we find in India, the greatest among the three. Their god is called Brahm, Armab, Brahm. And not only that, but just as his name was changed, just as the name of Abram was changed to Abraham, so too in Indian beliefs, Brahm, Marab, Brahma, by adding a H at the end, just as Armab, Brahm, became Brahma, was added to Abraham's name. What a remarkable agreement this is. If we pay close attention on one side to the words of our sages of blessed memory, these are the generations of the heavens and the earth. When they were created, Bechbram, Behebaram, read not when they were created, but in Abraham, Babram, Bavraham. And we know clearly that, in Indian beliefs, Brahm, Vishnu, Vimharab. Brahma is the creator, Vishnu, Ram, Brahm, or Brahma. Vishnu is the preserver, and Shiva, Siva is the destroyer. You will see even greater wonders if you know that, according to the sages of Kabbalah, Abraham represents kindness, chesed, which is the attribute of mercy through which the world was created. This is enough of a note to understand that even in their casual conversations, the words of our sages are as strong as tempered glass. Genesis 23:16. And he weighed out, etc., 400 shekels of silver. From the word he weighed, vishkul, vayishkul, it would seem that these were not coins, but rather pieces of silver given by weight. However, if that is so, how can it say shekel of silver, since shekel is not a coin, but a unit of weight, and not even a specific weight, but any weight? And if you say we find shekel as a coin in the days of Moses, and its meaning is a weight, the answer is that it is likely that the coin was called shekel because people were used to coins that always weighed the same, just as our coins are called livre or pound. But at a time when coins had not yet been invented, it would not make sense to call a specific weight a shekel. Furthermore, the term shekel is closer in meaning to a coin than to a weight. Why would the language change from a unit of weight? Additionally, the phrase, accepted by merchants, is difficult to explain unless it refers to a coin that is accepted by all merchants in exchange for their goods. Still, I do not conclude that in Abraham's time, coins already existed. Rather, I say that when our sages explained, and you shall bind up the money as something that has a form, they did not say something that reasonable research would reject, as some of the later commentators have questioned. Genesis 23:19. To the cave of the field of Machpelah, etc., which is before, etc., the field, etc., in my opinion, all these signs are repeated and emphasized so that the Israelites would have a clear sign when they entered the land, to seek out the resting place of their ancestors and to honor their graves, for they would surely long for them. Genesis 23:20. And the field stood. In my opinion, the repetition, the field stood, after previously stating the field of Ephron stood, alludes to two methods of acquisition. One through the completion of the transaction, and the other through physical possession. This was the burial of Sarah, and therefore it adds, and the field stood. We learn from here that already in Abraham's time, the inhabitants of the land had permanent holdings in the land, and were not merely shepherds, contrary to the claim of the Italian, Mazzoldi, who said the Canaanites were still savages, while the Italians were already civilized and settled, and brought proof from our ancestors. He did not realize that our ancestors were foreigners in the land, while the Canaanites were the actual inhabitants, farmers, and landholders. He also brought proof from the gift that Jacob sent to Joseph, saying that because of their poverty they sent balm and honey, etc., but he ignored that they also took double money in their hands. Even if there were no coins, it was at least already agreed among them to use anything as payment. It is surprising that he strengthened his argument from the verse, and they brought the gift that was in their hand into the house, thinking it was literally in their hand. But if he understood Hebrew, he would know that in their hand means in their possession, not literally in their hand. Genesis 24:2. Please place your hand under my thigh. Our sages, who said this refers to his circumcision, intended this with great precision according to the views of the ancients. See what I wrote on the verse, you shall not plant for yourself an asherah of any tree, and from that you will understand that the reproductive organ was considered sacred among the ancient peoples. Only after Abraham's circumcision was the meaning redirected to holiness, according to the command of our Creator, which is inscribed upon that organ. The reason for circumcision on that organ is the same as the reason for the ancient idolatrous worship of that organ, namely its allusion to the higher worlds, as it is in man the source of life. The proof is that even the nobles of the nations practiced circumcision, such as the priests of Egypt and other peoples, not due to heat or climate, as some shallow thinkers believed, since circumcision is found in temperate climates as well, but for the inner reason I have written. See what I wrote on Parashat Miqqes. The verse, whatever he tells you, do Genesis 24:7. He will send his angel. Let those who claim that the existence and service of angels both on earth and in heaven is a new concept among us pay attention to this phrase. Also, regarding our sage's statement that the names of the angels came up with them from Babylon, this does not mean, as some have thought, that even the location and dimensions of the altar came up from Babylon. Did our ancestors learn this from the Babylonians? If the existence of angels and their missions on earth was accepted by the patriarchs, then all seekers of truth should ask whether it is reasonable that many generations could pass without anyone distinguishing their ranks and actions by name. You must say that the names were also known, but the written Torah did not mention them because its purpose is not to teach beliefs but actions. The true treasury of beliefs is the oral Torah. See what I will write with God's help on Parashat Vayishlah regarding please tell me your name, Genesis 2:4-10. To Aram Naharaim, etc., Rashi explained that Padan Aram is so called because there were two Arams, Aram Naharaim and Aram Zobah. According to his explanation, Padan Haran refers to Aram, which were twofold, and this raises a difficulty. How can it say from Padan Aram, since one who wants to specify a place should mention it precisely, not generally? By saying from Padan Aram, we still do not know which Aram is meant. Moreover, Isaac told him, go to Padan Aram, and it should have specified which Aram. In my opinion, Padan means two or a pair, as the Targum renders 12 yoke as 12 Padanan. Padan Aram and Aram Naharaim are the same place, and Scripture calls it Padan Aram because of the two rivers there, the Tigris and the Euphrates. Thus it is called Aram Naharaim for the same reason. Naharaim means two rivers. Another verse says, he arose and went to Aram Naharaim, to the city of Nahor. Also it says, when he took Rebekah, the daughter of Bethuel the Aramean, from Padan Aram, which shows that Padan Aram and Aram Naharaim are the same place. It seems that the name in Aramaic is Padan Aram, and its translation in Hebrew is Aram Naharaim, just as its Greek name is Mesopotamia, meaning between two rivers. In the Jerusalem Talmud, our brothers have melted our hearts, Palgan yet Labana. They explain Palgan from the Greek, meaning half Palga. Genesis 2:4-21. Waiting. It seems correct, as Rashi says, that this is an expression of astonishment, Shaya, but Onkelos' translation as waiting, Shahaya, is also reasonable, for both are similar. One who is astonished or amazed at something stops all movement and waits to see what will happen due to the strangeness of the matter. However, I am not satisfied with Rashi's explanation that the reason for the waiting or the astonishment was because he did not know whether she was from the family of Abraham or not. The reason for his amazement was that he saw, with his own eyes, every detail of his request being fulfilled with remarkable precision, and he was astonished and amazed at the matter, like a person who witnesses things that go beyond the natural order. Genesis 2:4-27. The Lord, God of my master Abraham. He said God of Abraham, not because he himself denied the divinity, but in order to mention Abraham's merit in matters concerning him and his family. This is a brief statement that includes Abraham's words to Eliezer, the Lord before whom I have walked, etc. Genesis 2:4-31. Come, blessed of the Lord. The name of the Lord was common on Laban's lips because he knew it from the traditions of his ancestors and from the teachings of Abraham. For if the name of the Lord were invoked by non-Israelites, it would not be appropriate for him to prevent someone from his own family, or perhaps it shows that from the earliest generations there remained with them a memory of the righteous one of the world as a source of blessing, honor, and glory. This is also the case with Balaam, as I will explain in its place. See below on the verse, the matter has come from the Lord, Genesis 2:44. She is the woman whom you have appointed. Sometimes you will find in the Torah the word he who written with a vav and read with a yud. And it is worth noting that in the Etruscan language, the ancient Tuscan language before the Romans, sometimes they wrote you or five, that is vav, instead of I, that is yud. The same occurred in the Latin, language which some consider to have originated from Etruscan, especially in the 12 tables of law, and in the laws of the worshippers of Bacchus, the idol of wine, like a ducitor instead of a dicitor, and cereris veneris instead of cereris veneris. See the book entitled 162, Lettere die Etrusca Erudizione. With this, the meaning of what is written concerning Tehu, king of Hamath, instead of Tei 2 Samuel 8, and also Miatzeket 2 Kings 4, which is read Motzaket, will be clarified. Genesis 24:49. To the right or to the left. Our sages said, to the right of the daughters of Ishmael, to the left of the daughters of Lot. Even though we do not find that the north is called left as the south is called right, nonetheless, in the context of Abraham's position, their words are fitting. We will further write, with God's help, regarding the association of right with the south, which is also sometimes called sea-yam in certain verses, such as from east and from west, from north and from the sea. Who knows if sea here does not mean right, that is, the part corresponding to the west. And even though we do not find left in the Torah to indicate north, we do find it in Kabbalistic wisdom, where north and left are considered one and the same. This fills the lack in the written Torah, in which we only find east Kedem, west Akor, and right south, but not left. I have always wondered about another remarkable analogy that I have not seen mentioned by those before me. The attribute of Gevurah, strength, or north, is called Samael by the Kabbalists. And what is the connection between Samael and left in the scriptures? The strong evidence for this analogy being natural and inherent is that the Kabbalists themselves did not notice it. If they had known, a skeptic might claim they chose the name intentionally, but they did not know it or publicize it. Nor were they clear about the meaning of Samael in the text. The truth itself proclaims this openly. There may also be a significant connection between Samael and Samel's symbol, whose origin is not explained. And if the final Aleph is missing, we find a similar case in Azazel, which is the name of an evil angel among the ancients, even according to the sage Luzado, who returned to believe in this with all his strength. See Mishtaral. Genesis 2:50, the matter has come from the Lord. See what I wrote on the verse come, blessed of the Lord, and on the verse, as the Lord speaks to me regarding Balaam. Now I will point out a true matter. There are 3 times where the name of the Lord is mentioned by non-Israelites. The first is here, the matter has come from the Lord, we cannot speak to you bad or good. Later, with Laban, beware not to speak to Jacob either good or bad. And regarding Balaam, I cannot transgress the word of the Lord to do either good or bad of my own mind. Thus, the supreme and exalted power above all human, natural, and divine forces is attributed to this distinguished name. I say that this happened because for them, the God of Israel was considered the God of gods and Lord of lords. Even if they also worshipped others, they believed in him as being above all. If you study the beliefs of the ancient peoples, you will see that all of them have a master and ruler who governs all powers, and the gods they worship are called by different names, each in his own language. How precious is the saying of our sages on the verse, for from the rising of the sun to its setting, my name is great among the nations, that they call him the God of gods. This is a statement of great quality, attesting to the depth of their wisdom and knowledge of the beliefs of the nations, as clarified by later scholars. After them, our teacher Maimonides, of blessed memory, followed this in the Laws of Idolatry, chapter 1, where he wrote something significant in the name of the sages. Thus said their worshippers who knew the source, not that they say there is no God, but that this star is what Jeremiah refers to, who would not fear you, King of the nations. For it is fitting. For among all the wise men of the nations and in all their kingdoms there is none like you. That is, everyone knows that you alone are God. And this language of the sages proves that in his view, even after the masses corrupted and forgot the sovereignty of the Creator, blessed be he, the knowledge of him was still preserved among a select few. This is a correct and established opinion, consistent with all that we know from the ancients. The language of the verse, as explained by Maimonides, among all the wise men of the nations, etc., attests to this. I saw in the Zohar precious words that agree with all this, as follows part 2, 96, for among all the wise men of the nations, what is the word that spread among them in their wisdom? There is none like you. All of them admit this, for when they see your deeds and might, this word spreads among them, and they say, there is none like you. Among all the wise men of the nations and in all their kingdoms, there is none like you. And it spreads among them. See also Radak on Jeremiah chapter 10, who says similarly. In truth, it is difficult to interpret the verse otherwise than as mentioned above. If so, how lofty were the thoughts of our prophets? How deep was their knowledge of the beliefs of the nations, to investigate the hidden errors, and to bring forth the hidden truth from the darkness, cloud and fog of defiled worship and abominable confusions that are visible to the eye. Genesis 24:55. Days are 10. See what I wrote on the verse as the day is strong. I say that the year is called days because it is a complete cycle, as if to say complete days. For this reason, our sages said that every mention of it was the day refers to Rosh Hashanah, for it is the complete day, the whole of the year, just as the first day of the month is called a month, and the last day of the week, Shabbat, is called by the name of the whole week. In my opinion, the name Shabbat includes the concept of cessation, as well as the concept of sevens, from the Aramaic language shab, to cease. Thus, the name Shabbat hints at the desirable faith, for the day of cessation is the seventh day and no other. Do not be surprised that the name Shabbat is used for a meaning not explicitly stated in the text, for you will yet hear great proofs regarding the names of the sons of Jacob, and from there you will understand that in the names of the Torah, beyond the intended meaning, there is another well-known intention that has not been mentioned or has only been hinted at, and some of our later sages have said that the eternal sanctity of Shabbat is evident in the fact that it is called by this name throughout the world. This is true, but they did not realize that only the Christians and onward have called it Shabbat among the nations, since they made its name known among the Gentiles. Therefore, there is no proof from this. In my opinion, their words extend beyond the limits of their intention, because in ancient Latin, the word for 7 is septem, and in Greek it is epta, both of which are close to the name Shabbat in the words of our sages. I found support for this, as linguistic corruption among the masses leads to the dropping of the ayin from the word. For example, they said that one of the names or nicknames for an oath is shvuta shpuvta, which is like shvuata, shpuvata, oath. It seems to me that a similar but much earlier corruption led to the name Bel for the god Baal, as in Bel fell, Nebo stooped, for Baal and Bel are certainly one and the same. This is the foundation upon which Oppert relies in Etudes Syrians, where he wrote about the house of Arbela. Some mention only 4 lights that preside over the 4 regions of the sun, that is, these 4 hammam, to which Arbelis, the house of 4 gods, is dedicated. According to his likely opinion, Arbela is missing an ayin, and it is possible that our sages intentionally named a city after the number 4, that is Kiryat Arba, city of 4, after the 4 couples, even though this does not seem to be the case in the book of Joshua, as we have written. Regarding the sanctity of the 7th day among the ancient nations, Greeks and Chinese, as appears from the sacred Chinese book Chu King, you will hear more from me in my commentary on Parashat Yitro with God's help. Omission, days or a decade. See what I wrote on the name Shabbat and similarly in Greek epta, which is really missing an S or a shin. But I found something remarkable that supports the truth of our sages' pronunciation. The Epitagores said that the name epta comes from septa, a noble and holy language. Perhaps this explains what is said in the Jerusalem Talmud to prove to the heretic that a child born in the 7th month lives, but in the 8th month does not, using the terms ipta, sipenta, etc. See also what I noted about the dropping of the ayin in the name Baal, which became Bel, and perhaps there is a hint of this in the verse. And I will punish Bel in Babylon and bring out of his mouth what he has swallowed, where Bel is joined with swallow Bala, as is customary to derive curses or blessings from the name, and the ayin is also dropped from Zerubbabel, which is like Zerubbabel, seed of Babylon. See also Tes Dantish, Vol 1, P 115, Genesis 24:60, and may your descendants possess the gate of their enemies. This shows that the promises of God to our forefather were known to them, for otherwise they would not bless the maiden being married with such blessings. Genesis 24:63, and Isaac went out to meditate in the field. It appears that the view of our sages, who interpreted meditate sitya as prayer, is an ancient tradition in our nation. For we find that the Samaritans derived the obligation of the morning prayer at Sli Zafra from, and Abraham arose early in the morning, and the obligation of the afternoon prayer Lamatzlah B'Tovrei from, and Isaac went out to meditate in the field, and so on. Furthermore, the text itself supports this for 2 reasons. First, if it meant only walking or strolling, why would it use the unusual term meditate? Second, if meditate meant strolling, what is the significance of telling us this, and what important purpose does it serve? By interpreting meditate as prayer, our sages adhered to the usage in our language and others, where speech and movement are often denoted by the same word, and prayer is referred to as speech, for the highest form of speech is addressed to God. Thus, in our languages, orare means both prayer and speech, as does prière and similar terms in French and English, derived from précaire. Genesis 25:4. And the sons of Midian, Ephah and Epher. Some have thought that the name Epher is the origin of the name for the region known as Africa, and that in Josephus it is referred to the Romans as Afreno. As for Hanoch, Midian resembles Madai among the sons of Japheth, Genesis 10, and Dedan to the Dedanim, and perhaps the Dedanim refers to the sons named after their father Dedan, just as the Assyrians are named for Ashur. Hanoch is a new name derived from the ancient. Sheba and Seba are similar in pronunciation, and we also find a different Sheba and different Dedan among the sons of Rama. All these similarities serve as evidence that in the time of Abraham, ancient events were known, and the early ancestors of the world were already named by the names that Moses, our teacher, later used. This is one of the proofs that our tradition is true, for the later generations were named after the earlier ones. Genesis 25:6. The concubines. Rabbi Elijah wrote that concubines pilakshim means a division of women, peleg nashim, and Schultens also accepted this. Gesenius, in his Thesaurus, rejected their view and brought a distant argument. In my opinion, their explanation is correct. Not only is it a fitting and reasonable interpretation, but tradition supports it by stating that a concubine is taken in marriage without a ketubah marriage contract, meaning that of the two requirements for a wife, only one is present in a concubine. Therefore, it is rightly called peleg isha, a partial wife, and this is a sound and reliable method for interpreting languages according to the beliefs they express, a fundamental principle in all of Vico's inquiries, as is well known. Gesenius argued that the Greek word pelex has roots and derivatives, whereas the Hebrew term is isolated and has no related words. However, this is not proof. On the contrary, this explanation is strengthened. For in Hebrew, being a compound of two words, peleg and isha, it is natural that it would have no related words, since compounds rarely produce derivatives as long as their composite nature is felt. In Greek, however, the original meaning was forgotten, and new words with similar meanings were derived from it. Aside from this, I cannot refrain from pointing out what Gesenius hinted at, namely the Greek word Pallas, which means maiden, and is one of the names of Athena, called Minerva by the Etruscans and Romans. I have already informed you that all the goddesses of the nations have their roots in the concept of sacred kingship. See Parashat, you shall not plant for yourself an Asherah of any tree. Thus, the special name for maiden attributed to Pallas is remarkable, for likewise we find the term maiden, virgin of Israel, attributed to kingship. If we were to delve deeply into these matters and expand on all that pertains to these fundamental inquiries, there would be no end to the writing of. Books. With God's help, I have prepared for you in my notes many extensive details on these topics. Just as Vayiggash in Hebrew is a compound of peleg and isha, so in Aramaic the word lehinata, which is the translation of concubine, may be a compound of lehinata, meaning a woman for love and affection, not for marriage or wedlock. Genesis 2:5-11. And it came to pass after God blessed. What is the purpose of this blessing, and why is it necessary or beneficial to inform us that it was after the death of Abraham? In my opinion, it alerts us to the fact that all the blessings given to the patriarchs were for the future and for their descendants after them, and each of them passed these blessings on to their children until the end of days. For these blessings are the guarantee to endure through all generations and wherever we may go. Therefore, after Abraham's death, the blessings were given to Isaac, and thus the interpretation of our sages, as cited by Rashi, is almost the plain meaning of the verse. Genesis 2:5-13. Nebaioth and Kedar. These are the 12 princes that the Holy One, blessed be he, promised to Abraham would come from Ishmael. And Ishmael himself is also evidence for the truth of our explanation regarding he set the boundaries of peoples according to the number of the children of Israel. Listen to these precious words in Yansivio Vol. Seka P. 20 from Hagar the Egyptian. Abraham had 12 sons who went to the land of Arabia and divided the land into 12 sections. They became the first kings there, and for this reason, even today, we see 12 tribes in Arabia, and they are called by the names of the original sons of Ishmael. End of quote. Some of these nations are mentioned in the holy books, Nebaioth, Kedar, Duma, the oracle of Duma, Tema, Kedema. Regarding Nebaioth in particular, see Eus, Prep, Evang, Vol. 2, 44 and 567, Paris edition. Genesis 2:5-16. These are the sons of Ishmael, and these are their names by their settlements and encampments. The custom in Arabia is to name places after their kings or great leaders. We have already seen in the Torah that Cain named a city after his son Enoch, and as mentioned above, Uzal and Hazarmaveth, his sons, established 2 towns and named them after themselves. This custom still prevails in those regions. The traveler Rish, in his travels in Babylonia, wrote that he passed through a village called Monumil, named after an Arab sheik who lived there. He added that this is the practice for all locations in that land, and the text supports him, as it is explained in the verse. These are the sons of Ishmael, and these are their names by their settlements and encampments. From this, you can understand what our sages said. In the future, Jerusalem will be called by the name of the Holy One, blessed be he, because it will be the dwelling place of his glory, and he will reign there. The prophets said that it will be called the throne of the Lord. In my opinion, this explains the verse, Parashat Matot. They named the cities after the names of the people, meaning they named the cities after individuals. Genesis 2:5-18. He settled in the presence of all his brothers. As we wrote above, the east is called Kedem. In my opinion, in the presence of all his brothers means to the east of all his brothers, that is, he was the most easterly of them all, and settled to the east of his brothers, as Kedem means front, just as the west is called back Parashat Toledot. Genesis 25:19. These are the generations. It is possible that these are the events of Isaac, as in you do not know what a day may bring. It adds, Abraham begot Isaac, because the beginning of all events is birth, and here it tells us who fathered him. Even though this has already been stated earlier, know that this is the way of the Torah in many places, even when it is not necessary. I do not agree with the reason, given that the Torah is following the custom of the ancients, and they bring as an example Homer, the Greek. For the Torah is divine and exalted above any fixed or passing flaw. There are two important reasons for this repetition. First, this is the way of all writers, especially if the Spirit of God moves them to look far into the future, to all generations, out of fear that, over time, with changing circumstances and the hardships of exile and suffering, part of the Torah might be lost. The Torah repeats, alters, and triples things out of love, so that no memory will be lost. For all its words are written for the generations, not for the moment. The second reason is that we find our sages differ on this matter. Some say the Torah was given as a sealed scroll, others say it was given in sections. According to those who say it was given in sections, it is almost necessary to repeat things, as the writer naturally tends to repeat, alter, and add something new each time, even to what was already told. This is according to the plain meaning. However, in the divine word, there is always a hidden intention, whether by allusion or secret, as our sages have taught us. Regarding the repetition that follows, which seems foreign, such as when he took Rebekah, daughter of Bethuel the Aramean, from Paddan Aram, sister of Laban the Aramean, all of which has already been told to us, Rashi's words are in the way of homiletics. Similarly, at the end of the portion, the brother of Rebekah, the mother of Jacob and Esau, and Rashi wrote, I do not know what this comes to teach us. Let the wise hear what Luzada wrote in his discourse, that nothing was hidden from Rashi. These are the generations of Isaac, etc. I saw in Bereshit Rabbah, section 63, Abram is called Abraham, etc. Isaac is called Abraham, etc. Jacob is called Israel, etc. Isaac is called Israel, etc. Abraham is called Israel. This is a deep matter. In the settlement of the children of Israel, the purpose of this midrash is to highlight a profound truth that Ramban also expounded at length, namely, that all the events of the three patriarchs are similar to each other in significant and important ways. This led some recent scholars to mistakenly claim that different stories existed before Moses, attributing the same event to Abraham, Isaac, or Jacob, and that Moses gathered and combined them. Heaven forbid! Without considering the true purpose, they fail to see that, as our sages said in general, everything that happened to Jacob happened to Joseph, and that the appearance of Isaac resembled Abraham, and Joseph resembled Jacob, and that Rebekah was worthy to produce 12 tribes, not only among the first patriarchs, but this resemblance extends to their descendants in later generations. Our sages said, everything that happened to the fathers is a sign for the children. This is what they meant when they said that the patriarchs were called Abraham and were called Israel, meaning that the sharing of the name is a sign of the shared events that happened to them. The reason for this similarity, and how it is measured by the many things that happened to them, for better or worse, is a matter dependent on the teachings of Kabbalah. All three patriarchs are interconnected, and the existence of each is not complete without the connection and unity of all three together. To highlight this hidden intention, the Midrash concludes, this is a deep matter. Without this, we would be faced with the seemingly inexplicable similarities among the three patriarchs, and fall into the trap set by those who innovate decrees against the holy writings, as we noted above. This is one of the proofs that in such fundamental matters, whoever flees from the teachings of Kabbalah will fall into a pit with no escape. In my opinion, the commentators on this midrash erred when they understood this great and awesome phrase, which is rarely heard, as mere hyperbole, when in fact it is a statement about the depth of the insight brought by the verse. The settlement of the children of Israel who dwelled, meaning this verse is extremely deep, and it is difficult to prove that Abraham is called Israel. Anyone who speaks truthfully will sense the weakness and lack of precision in this interpretation, whether because the understanding of the verse is not remote or wondrous when relating it to the beginning of the nation's existence from the days of Abraham, and the calculation of years and order of times compels it, or because they did not use such proof for all the earlier examples they brought from the verses, even though they were not as clear as this. Moreover, to prove that Isaac is called Abraham, they said, these are the generations of Isaac, son of Abraham, and the verse ends abruptly, Israel, as it is written, and these are the names of the children of Israel. This, too, was not stated explicitly, but rather implied. That is, from the fact that Jacob himself is included among those who came, and yet all are called the children of Israel, you learn that even Isaac is called Israel. Why then did he not include the word these Ella here? This is a profound matter, Milta Amikta Haydin. for they are not less than those who came after. But only regarding Abraham, who is called Israel, did he say this is a profound matter. The intent was only to draw attention to the hidden meaning in the participation of these names, which appear strange and unnecessary in the text. And even if they are correct, we do not know their reason. Therefore, he concluded and said, this is a profound matter. And this is one of the places where the sages point directly to the study of hidden matters. See what I wrote regarding and carry me out of Egypt, and they're saying, there is substance here, devarim bigo, Genesis 2:5-21. And Isaac entreated Ve'etar the Lord. See Rashi's commentary. It seems to me that the core meaning of the word atar is smoke, and it came to refer to prayer as well as to the acceptance of prayer, where it is said that God has entreated na'atar, for prayer is similar to sacrifice. This demonstrates that sacrifice preceded prayer, or at least that they are like twins born together. This is the opinion of the greatest linguists, see Gesenius, Thesaurus, Subrad, see Tichar. See now how deep is the knowledge of our sages in the Zohar regarding the roots of language, for they explained Ve'etar here as an expression of a burnt offering and sacrifice. Genesis 25:22. And the children struggled Vaytrotsetsu within her. See Rashi's commentary. Our sages interpreted it as an expression of running, etc. And from this, the writers of the gospel learned and wrote that John the Baptist leaped in his mother's womb when he saw Mary, the mother of Jesus, while she was pregnant. See also what I will write, with God's help, regarding and a man wrestled with him, etc. If so, why am I thus? That is, if pregnancy and childbirth are so painful, why am I pregnant at all? Would it not have been better not to conceive? And seeing that her experience was different from that of other women, she went to inquire of the Lord. To inquire of the Lord. This is one of the verses that testifies to the greatness of our ancestors. For much of the beliefs and customs of our forebears are veiled in mystery, revealed only occasionally and fleetingly, like a flash of lightning. For we have not yet heard that there were prophets at that time and place, to whom people would go to seek the word of the Lord. All this we glean from the way the verse is written and from a brief and obscure statement, for the written Torah does not elaborate on matters of faith and divine matters, except where there is great necessity for the assembly of Israel. Genesis 2:5-23. 2 nations are in your womb. That is, do not be surprised if your pregnancy pain is greater than that of other women, for you are not carrying 2 children, but 2 nations and 2 peoples. This is poetic language, as in prophecy in the oracular style of the ancients, one against the other. Furthermore, they will not be equal in nature or fortune, and there will be no peace between them, only hatred and strife. Even from their mother's womb their conflict began, and therefore they struggle. See what I will write about Jacob's wrestling with the angel, Genesis 2:5-25. And the first came out red Admoni. See what I have written on Genesis in there regarding beginning Reshit, head Rosh, and their uses in sacred and secular contexts. I see in Megillah 21a a statement parallel to all that is said there. I will comment on it briefly. And the first came out red. Because of their head Roshan, I am revealed to you as their head. I repay you from the head. I build for you a head, and I bring you a head. Regarding I bring you a head, this refers to the King Messiah, as it says, the head to Zion. Expressions like these and others were misunderstood by sectarians and taken out of context. See what I wrote on Genesis about such expressions among Christians and how this misuse led the sages to say, regarding and David came to the head, that he sought to worship idols. I have no doubt that they referred to the expressions used by the sectarians for idolatry. Esau, interpreted as fully made Asui, that he was fully developed with hair like an older child. But I do not agree with this, for his hair was not like that of adults, but was unusual and different from the natural way, as the verse testifies, all of him like a hairy cloak. If his hair had been like that of any other person, Rebekah would not have clothed Jacob's hands and neck with goatskins to make him resemble Esau. Therefore, there is no reason to derive Esau from Asui. Rather, it seems to me that Esau is related to the word crushed or made, as I wrote above regarding the children struggled Vaytrotsetsu. It is a name that connects to the name Jacob, for Jacob means the one who grasps the heel, and Esau is like Yaakov, who is grasped by the heel. Even though the verse says, and they called his name Esau before it says, and after that his brother came out, and it might seem that he was called Esau before he was seen grasping the heel, this is not so, for it is not possible that at that very moment before he finished coming out of his mother's womb, he was named, but rather after he fully emerged, when he was seen grasping the heel, then the one grasped was called Esau, and the one grasping was called Jacob. The verse explicitly says, he took hold of his brother's heel in the womb, so it is fitting to call the one who grasped Jacob and the one who was grasped Esau, and Makev is from the root to follow or to be crooked. Genesis 2:5-28. Because game was in his mouth, Rashi explains, as the Targum says, in Isaac's mouth. But this does not seem correct to me, for it would be unseemly for the Torah to use a derogatory expression about Isaac, as if he were one of the frivolous or gluttonous people. Rather, in his mouth refers back to Esau, meaning that, knowing his father Isaac loved the game of wild animals or birds which he ate, Esau would always ask him, "Father, shall I bring you for my game?" Therefore, it is said that he deceived his father. To further the matter and bring it closer to the understanding of their generation, who were learned in tithes and offerings, they gave the example, "Father, how does one tithe straw and salt?" even if the example is homiletic. The main explanation is the straightforward meaning. According to this explanation, it is also clear why the reason for Isaac's love for Esau is mentioned, but the reason for Rebekah's love for Jacob is not. In truth, it is the same reason, since Esau knew his father was the head of the household and could bequeath the property and blessings to whomever he wished, he would flatter him without caring about his mother. From this, Rebekah's love for Jacob arose. Likewise, we find in Scripture the use of hunting Zayid for deception, as in to hunt souls in the book of Ezekiel. Genesis 2:5-32. Behold, I am going to die. What is the connection between death and the birthright? If you say that because of the famine he feared he might die, did he not have any food? Except for Jacob's stew. Rather, this is proof that the matter of the birthright and what is sought from it pertains entirely to the future for their descendants. Therefore, he said, a person's end is to die. What do I care about what comes after? There is also no doubt that the birthright, because of the priesthood attached to it, essentially relates to spirituality and the immortality of the soul. This is what he meant. Behold, I am going to die. What benefit is there to a person after death? Our sages said something similar, that he denied the resurrection of the dead. Genesis 26:1. Besides the first famine, the heretics of our time claim that this story is a repetition, and is the same as what was told about Abraham. They say that Moses copied both stories into his Torah because he found them in different books. The Torah almost anticipates the future, what the heretics will eventually claim, and it cries out and says, besides, the first famine, which occurred in the days of Abraham, is something seemingly unnecessary to mention, unless it is to prevent confusion due to the many similarities between the two stories, lest we mistakenly conflate them, as some heretics have done. Thus, a preventative measure was taken. On the other hand, it is true that the two events are similar in every detail, and perhaps there is a reason for this of which we are unaware. See what I have written on the section. These are the generations of Isaac. Genesis 2:6-30. A feast mishte in our language. This refers to a meal named after the drinking aspect, and the same is true in Greek, symposis. Genesis 2:6-33. Therefore, the city was named Be'er-sheva. In the section Vayera, it is said that the place was called Beersheba because of the oath Shevuah between Abraham and Abimelech, as it is written. Therefore, he called that place Beersheba, etc. However, from our section, it seems that the place was also called Beersheba because of the well-named Sheva. A certain modern scholar, Strauss, wrote that Moses included in his book two different stories about why the place was called Beersheba, as he found them. Had he looked at our section, where it does not say therefore he called, as it is written in the story between Abraham and Abimelech, he would not have written so. He also ignored other verses where therefore is used, and he prefers to say per se rather than persio, which indicates the cause rather than the effect. For example, for therefore, I have seen your face as though I had seen the face of God, meaning, take my gift now that I have seen your face, likewise. For therefore they have come under the shadow of my roof, meaning, do not harm them now that they have come under my roof, and afterward you shall pass on, for therefore you have passed on, meaning since you have passed on, etc. These are among the remarkable parallels between the stories, as I have noted in the section The Generations of Isaac. Know that in the name Sheva 7, there is a very precious revelation, which strongly aligns with the beliefs of Kabbalah, that oath Shevuah and 7 Sheva share a common root in our language. The oath is called Shevuah in our section, and it is called Sheva because of the covenant. Similarly, in Kabbalistic wisdom, the attribute of Malchut sovereignty is called Sheva and is the root of the oath, and upon it the oath depends. This is one of the many places where the language conceals within itself the imprint of foreign beliefs and customs of the nation speaking it, as we have often noted. See how the truth guides its way. Our beloved scholar, Solomon Monk, who has no connection with Kabbalah and perhaps does not believe, as we do, that it is the soul of the Torah of Moses, nevertheless could not refrain from noting that oath and 7 share the same root. See the entry Palestine, omission, therefore the city was named Beersheba, see in its place. Similarly, in the Greek language, therefore sometimes indicates the cause and sometimes the effect. See explicat, de l'époque, d'après le prime Desacompos, Paramaset, Paris 1832, Vol, IP 50. Who then? Our sages interpreted, who is it that is baked here? And they further said that Gehinnom entered with him. It is noteworthy that the Samaritans translated, if so, as Argaza, which is remarkable. Genesis 27, Behold, I have grown old. Ibn Ezra wrote Psalms, Lokh, Sit. Na means now, as in behold, I have grown old, and woe to us, na. This is the interpretation. Every na in Scripture, and in Arabic it is the reverse, and falls on the present time. Genesis 27, 4. So that my soul may bless you. That is, my soul, which is close to separating from the body, wants to bless you while I am still alive, with body and soul together, for the soul is connected to the body and relates to other people more when it is joined to the body than when it is separated. He said, my soul, also to hint that the ultimate purpose of blessings is spiritual, relating essentially to the soul, namely the proclamation of God's divinity in the world through Israel, which is the blessing of Abraham. The greatest proof is that when Rebekah came to instruct Jacob, instead of saying, so that my soul may bless you, she said, and I will bless you before the Lord, before my death, thus clarifying that the blessing of the soul is before the Lord, meaning a matter of spirituality. And when Jacob repeated the words to Isaac, he said, so that your soul may bless me, and he had only heard from Rebekah, who had said only before the Lord. Thus, the blessing of the soul and the blessing before the Lord are one, for the soul is always before the Lord. Genesis 2:7-19. I am Esau, your firstborn. The sages interpreted, I am who I am, and Esau is your firstborn, without delving now into the validity of these interpretations in themselves, and whether there is deception involved. What is established for us is that the ancients would resort to such strategies when they did not wish to reveal all the secrets of their hearts. The sages did not depart from the customs of the ancients and interpreted the words of the ancients according to their customs and not otherwise. See this explained in Vico, Scienza Nuova, Lib. 4, 256-258, regarding the heroic ages, when people would try to save themselves as much as possible with certain specific and limited statements. Among the customs of the ancient heroic times, Homer, the Greek, would show the Greeks as examples. The hero Odysseus would always tell, promise, and swear, but always in a way that, apart from the plain meaning of the words, he would achieve his intended goal. We see this custom from the time of the divine governments in Greece, for in such cunning, as heard from Odysseus, the goddess Juno swore to Jupiter, though she was not the cause of provoking Neptune against the Trojans. In truth, she did so only through sleep, and thus deceived Jupiter, though he was ruler and judge over those who swore falsely. See further there, 319.2. I've also seen that the great Rabbi Sadia wrote things worth quoting, I am, in place of Esau your firstborn, meaning for the birthright. Since Isaac wished to bless Esau for the birthright, the blessings were truly appropriate for Jacob in his place, since he had already taken the birthright from him, and it is through its power that he came to the birthright and all that pertains to it, and whoever comes through the power of another is considered as that other, and stands in his place for that matter, etc. In Minave Dio, ch 15, Genesis 2:7-27, he smelled the smell. Our sages said that the Garden of Eden entered with him. They also explained like the smell of a field. This is a field of apples. Both explanations are mentioned by Rashi. Thus, according to their view, the Garden of Eden and the field of apples are one and the same, which is evidence that the earliest sages were familiar with the poetic expressions of the Kabbalists, for both Garden of Eden and field of apples are attributes and titles specifically related to the quality of Malchut sovereignty. Genesis 2:7-39. Behold, from the fatness. Isaac's blessing to Esau is similar to his blessing to Jacob, except for one thing: nations will serve you and peoples will bow down to you, which is the great promise given to the patriarchs, the blessing of Abraham that he passed on to his descendants. Likewise, it is said of his children after him, kings shall be your foster fathers, and their queens your nursing mothers. They shall bow down to you with their faces to the ground and lick the dust of your feet. Isaiah 4:9-23. Therefore, this was reserved for Jacob alone, and only one of Isaac's sons could receive it. This subjugation is not due to the strength and power of Israel, for they are the fewest of all peoples, but because they are priests of the Lord and ministers of our God. See what I will write, with God's help, regarding Jacob's struggle with the angel. Genesis 2:7-41. Omission and Esau bore a grudge. See what I wrote there, that it is similar to the general use of the letter Tav Tet in Hebrew. Similarly, in the phrases he erred and strayed, and their heart was foolish as milk, and grasping gold and silver. Genesis 2:7-42. Comforts himself concerning you, LKH MTNHM. The Targum translates it as like you, but I do not know where the Targum finds this implied in the word comforts himself. It is possible that the Targum understood the verse to mean that Esau was pretending to be reconciled and at peace with Jacob regarding the matter of the blessings, so that Jacob would not be wary of him. This also seems to be indicated by the verse, and Esau bore a grudge, which refers to harboring resentment in the heart. The word bore a grudge, vishtim, is also close in pronunciation to sealed off, stm. Genesis 27:45. Why should I lose both of you in one day? See Rashi's commentary. According to his explanation, the phrase both of you is only appropriate if Jacob kills Esau, for if the opposite occurs, both of you would not be fitting. What seems correct to me is that Rebekah was saying, whichever of you is killed, I will be bereaved in one day. For the one who is killed is gone, and the one who kills his brother will be despised by me as a stranger and enemy, as if he no longer exists. In any case, I will be bereaved of both of you in one day. Parashat Vayesse, Genesis 2:8-11. And he encountered the place. Our sages said that this was Mount Moriah. One of the reasons they interpreted it this way is that we find the term the place used without specification, meaning the well-known and distinguished place among places, which is this one. Similarly, God is sometimes called the dwelling or the place, because he is the place of everything and contains everything. Perhaps this is also why the phrase, the place which the Lord will choose, hints at Jerusalem. In fact, it is not by chance that this place is called the place, since it already had a known name, Luz, as mentioned later. From this, our sages called the first day of the year a day, and likewise the whole year is called a day, and the first day of the month is called a month, as we have written. And he encountered the place. Our sages said that the patriarchs established the prayers. Know that we have strong and broad evidence that their words are true, for we know from the ancient Arabs before Muhammad that they would pray 3 times a day, in the morning at sunrise, in the afternoon when the sun began to set, and at night after sunset. Not only are these 3 times like our 3 prayers, but the timing also matches Shacharit, morning prayer, at sunrise, Minsha, afternoon prayer when the sun inclines westward, and Ma'ariv, evening prayer after sunset. It is almost certain that the Arabs learned this from the early patriarchs. See de Herbelo, 726, Hyde, de Religion Veterum Persarum, p. 128, Genesis 2:8-12. And behold, a ladder was set on the earth. From this vision, there are 2 details for which we do not find an explanation in God's words: the appearance of the ladder itself, standing on the earth with its top reaching the heavens, and the angels of God ascending and descending on it, which do not seem directly connected to the promise God made to Jacob. In any case, whatever the intended hint among all the interpretations given, you have already learned that in the Bible there are matters that do not have a visible or close connection to what follows and are interpreted based on general principles. In our case, the latter symbolizes the connection and relationship between the spiritual upper realms and the material lower realms. The angels of God represent all the forces, both artificial and natural, since they are agents of divine providence. The ascent symbolizes the prayers and acts of worship that have an effect above, which is the pure and complete belief of the Kabbalists, and the descent symbolizes the good and bad that descend from heaven. Genesis 2:8-14. You shall spread out to the west and to the east. After it already says, the land on which you are lying, to you I will give it, and to your descendants what is the purpose of, saying, you shall spread out to the west and to the east. In my opinion, it is close and likely that here is a hint to the exile of Israel to the 4 corners of the earth, as Moses already prophesied, and the Lord will scatter you among the nations. And if your outcasts are at the ends of the heavens, and the Lord will scatter you among all the peoples from one end of the earth to the other, just as Moses saw this in his prophecy, so Jacob saw it in his vision. The phrase, all the families of the earth shall be blessed through you, is then connected to the prophecy of exile, meaning that they will be blessed and succeed because of them, as the translator explains, which is correct. That is, through the exile, the knowledge of God's divinity will spread among many nations, and they will attain ways of life. If, however, the phrase, you shall spread out, means that Israel will conquer great lands in every direction outside the land of Israel, not only has this never happened, but it is also not seen from the prophets that it will happen in the future. What then is the meaning of all the families of the earth shall be blessed through you? How will the nations be blessed or benefit if Israel conquers their lands and enslaves them? And if you say, as Rashi explains, that they will say, may you be like Israel, how is it possible that the nations who are subjugated by Israel will be blessed through them? And if you ask, what kind of blessing is this, since exile is only a punishment to atone for sin? This is the objection raised by our beloved Rabbi Mortara, chief rabbi of the Mentua community. I say that this is not a valid objection, for the ways of divine providence are to bring about causes and events, so that even from evil itself, good and benefit will come to many. This is a well-known and established idea that does not require proof. Genesis 2:8-16. Surely the Lord is in this place. This is evidence that, according to our ancient sages, there were places worthy of the divine presence besides this one, for otherwise Jacob would not have said, "Surely the Lord is in this place, and I did not know." Genesis 28:18. And he set it up as a pillar and poured oil on its top. Some have written that these are like the monuments set up in city squares to commemorate some awesome or significant event, but I do not agree with this. Rather, these are items dedicated to heaven. Just as a person consecrates his animal or field, so too can one consecrate inanimate objects like stones, anointing them for the sake of heaven. Many have thought, and it is likely that from this, the Greeks and other nations learned to worship particular stone images and call them by the name derived from Bethel, that is, Betili, believing that the divine presence dwelled within them, as Ibn Ezra wrote several times. This belief is reflected in the words of Sanchuniathon, who explained Betili as living stones. They also said that from here. The nations learned to dedicate stones and anoint them, as attested by Clement of Alexandria, Arnobius, Minucius Felix, and Apuleius. This is the mistake our ancestors made with the golden calf, thinking to bring the divine presence into it, a kind of materialization similar to the error of some sects, except that this was with an inanimate object and that with a living being, as was the belief of the surrounding nations. Ibn Ezra noted this well, and the wisdom of modern scholars agrees with him, as Kreuzer wrote in Religions of Antiquity, Paris edition, Vol 1, p. 91. It was believed that the divinity could be captured and brought down in person into the images in the temple, etc., and a great scholar of antiquities, Dupuy, wrote, Origine des Cultes II, p. 113, the belief in the intensification of divinity in created things is found in all religions. The African who makes an idol or mask does not intend to worship the material form itself, but rather the god dwelling within it. The people of the island of Ceylon who set up statues or monuments do so, thinking that a divine influence is bestowed upon them from above through their prayers or incantations, and similarly the statement of the Christian priests, hoc est, through which, according to their understanding, they draw down divinity. In general, know that heresy and idolatry are nothing but a distorted belief in truth, as we will point out elsewhere. Genesis 2:8-22. And of all that you give me, I will surely give a tenth to you. Remember Abraham, and what is written about him, and he gave him a tenth of everything. It is clear that from the time of the patriarchs, it was customary to give the priests of God a portion of the harvest, of the spoils, and of possessions in general. This portion was 1 in 10, or a tithe, as the custom was established in the time of Moses. This is one of the significant places indicating the antiquity of the Torah, if not in all its generalities and details, then at least in many of its major aspects, as we noted regarding the distinction between pure and impure animals in the portion of Noah, and how Moses, peace be upon him, did not innovate anything new, but rather established as an obligation what was already customary among the nation. Thus, the tradition precedes the written Torah, and the written Torah is only a written part of the oral Torah, with the rest remaining dependent on tradition, and more parts were written down from time to time. Not only was the matter of tithing ancient among us, but also among ancient nations, including those who knew nothing of us. Among them are the Chinese, for it is known from their sacred books, the Shao King, that the portion given by each person to the leaders of the people and to their priests was 1 in 10. Our sages followed this approach when they said in Tractate Kala, and they blessed Rebekah. From here we learn the blessing of the bridegrooms from the Torah. Thus, they derived the blessing of the bridegrooms from the custom of Abraham's relatives, even though they were Gentiles. We have many arguments and proofs to demonstrate beyond doubt the existence and persistence of the laws and customs of the Torah, even among the Gentiles. This is not the place to elaborate, but let us mention what they said. Jerusalem Talmud Mot Gatan. One does not mix one joy with another. Fulfill this week, Nachmanides wrote, and I do not know that the 7 days of feasting were instituted by the sages, but perhaps the prominent people of the nations practiced this from the beginning. These words of Nachmanides, more precious than gold, should be engraved upon your heart, for they are a great key to entering the wisdom of antiquity, beliefs, and customs among the ancient nations. See what I wrote regarding Melchizedek, king of Salem, and further what I will write, God willing, on, and he made a mourning for his father 7 days, and the words of our sages about the practice of comforting mourners among the Gentiles. In all these discussions, see how exalted are the ways of our early sages compared to the later pious believers, for the ancients did not speak in secret. There was a great connection and relationship between the ancient Israelites and the ancient nations, all of which attest to the breadth of their wisdom and the nobility of their souls, far above all hatred and strife against the nations, even though they were oppressed and tormented under their rule. Genesis 2:9-32. She named him Reuben, for she said, "We know from various proofs that Laban and his family spoke Aramaic, as shown by his naming the mountain Yeger Sa'adutha in Aramaic. So how did his daughters give their sons names derived from Hebrew roots? You must say that they learned this from Jacob. This is unusual, for after Jacob lived in Laban's house for 20 years, he still preserved his ancestral language. Not only that, but he taught it to his wives so that they named their sons in that language. You must therefore conclude that the greatness of the Hebrew language was the reason. Thus Jacob preserved it and taught it to his wives and children, even while still with Laban the Aramean. I observe something noteworthy in the names of Jacob's sons. For many of them, the Torah gives one reason for the name, but from the verses, it is clear that there is another reason, even if it is not explicitly stated. For example, the first son is called Reuben because the Lord has seen my affliction. Perhaps Ben here is used as in my affliction, a shortened form. See what I wrote about this in Haye Sarah on Dazer 10, and about omitting the ayin as customary. It is clear that Reuben also means see, a son. As a woman might exclaim to others, see, a son. Similarly, God has given me a good gift. This time my husband will dwell with me. The name Zebulun hints at both gift Zavad and dwelling Zebul, though only the latter is explicitly mentioned in the text. This is even clearer with Joseph, as it says, God has taken away my disgrace, and she named him Joseph, saying, May the Lord add to me another son. The verse only hints at may the Lord add, but no one can deny that God has taken away my disgrace is also part of the hidden meaning of the name Joseph, containing both gathering and addition. All of this shows that names can have reasons beyond those explicitly given in the text. Genesis 3:11, Gad, and she called his name Gad. In my opinion, the primary meaning and original sense of the word is connection or binding. In Aramaic, it retains this meaning as in agida, meaning something tied or bound together, like bundles of myrtle, which are connected and bound. There are similar roots in Hebrew that remain only in their Aramaic usage. B. The ancients believed that when the stars aligned, some good or bad event would be influenced by this conjunction for those on earth, therefore the term Gad in this. Context refers to the arrangement of the stars, as in those who set the table for Gad, Isaiah 6:5-11, meaning the gathering of the stars. Thus, Gad implies the success that flows from the configuration of the stars. In rabbinic language, for the Gad of the mountain to the fortune of the mountain, Rashi explains as the constellation of the mountain, and similarly, in a bad Gad refers to a negative stellar influence. If you ask how the error of the ancients regarding the influence of the stars became established in Hebrew, I will answer, the meaning of ger stranger in Hebrew is not the same as in other languages, and among the Hebrews the word Gad simply means gathering, without reference to the conjunction of the stars. Connection and union are the source of good and blessings for the Hebrews, and in their language, according to the depth of its roots. You have already heard enough about the words good and evil, blessing and curse. The former relate to connection and increase, the latter to separation and diminution. Similarly, all names referring to worship and divinity have this purpose, such as korban offering and kiruret incense, which signify closeness and connection. See, when several people join together in a covenant, for good or for harm, as in they band together against the soul of the righteous, Psalms 9:4-21. From this comes the word gedud, troop, which sometimes means a group of people prepared for war, as in, I will run against a troop, Psalms 18:30. The Arameans went out in troops, 2 Kings 5:2. The sons of the troop, 1 Chronicles 2:5-13. And sometimes without any specific military implication, as in the troops of the Lord, Job 25:3. The meaning of wounding and striking, because when people gather for war, they strike one another. Thus, they gashed themselves, as was their custom, 1 Kings 18:28, for this was the way of the priests of Baal, according to the ancients, to dress as warriors with helmets and armor, and to wound themselves in honor of their God. See Exodus 18, men of valor. It was also customary for the ancients to gather men and women to mourn the dead, weep, tear their clothes, pull out their hair and beards, and cut their flesh. See the explanation on tattoo, kerevet ka'aka. From this, the act was called gedida, gashing, as in you shall not make gashes, lo titgodadu, Deuteronomy 14:1. See how our sages understood the root and its ancient meaning. They interpreted you shall not make gashes, lo titgodadu, as do not make separate groups, egudo, for the root is the same. The act of gashing itself is called so because of the custom of gathering to mourn and lament the dead. The Aramaic translator rendered every instance of gedida as, and they gathered in groups from the root, meaning multitude and noise, and group means a company, as in, and the group of his companions, see Jeremiah 49 and Rashi there, and the house of prostitution gathered in groups, which Rashi explains as they assembled in bands, And the translation is the house that goes outside gathers. E. Its meaning is also the bank of a sea or river, because the shore connects the waters into one body, as in the Jordan overflows all its banks, Gedotav, Joshua 3:15. F. A field sown with various kinds of herbs, as in you water its furrows abundantly, you settle its ridges, Gedadeha, Psalms 6:5-11. Genesis 31:7. Minim counts or units. In Greek they say monas for units, and it is possible that minim is related to this. To interpret it as from the root meaning to count is not plausible, for what sense is there in saying minim to mean those who count, instead of times? In any case, we have found a similarity between Hebrew and Greek, and it appears only once in the entire Bible, whereas in Greek it is a very common word. I find a significant reason for calling times units in Hebrew. The custom in Egypt was for the counter to count one by one, always adding to the number, for example, 1 and 2, 1 and 3, 1 and 4, so that the units were being counted and increased. Thus, the phrase like the light of dawn, which shines more and more, Proverbs 4:18. And so too did our ancestors use this style for counting the sprinklings, 1 and 2, 1 and 3, 1 and 4, in the manner customary at the time and place of the giving of the Torah. Besides the authority of their tradition, which is true and reliable, it is reasonable to interpret the Torah's words according to the well-known custom of that place and time. Genesis 3:1-19. And Rachel stole the teraphim, household idols. If the generation who saw the glory of God with their own eyes in the wilderness still erred and made for themselves a molten calf, it is not surprising that our mother Rachel, peace be upon her, thought that a spirit from above resided in the teraphim, which, according to some, resembled the cherubim, and she stole them so that the angel or spirit would accompany them and guide their way. We know from the ancient nations that they believed the spirit or angel residing within the idol would go wherever the idol was taken, even if it was stolen or seized. Regarding the form of the teraphim, see what I wrote in Genesis on the cherubim. Some wrote that they resembled copper vessels used to indicate the hours of the day and the positions of the heavens. Others said they were figures made by astrologers at certain times, and according to the idolaters, they could speak. We find support for this from the verse, the teraphim speak iniquity, Zechariah 10:2. However, the correct view is, as Ibn Ezra wrote, that they were in human form. Michal's act of placing the teraphim in a bed, 1 Samuel 19:13, proves this. The teraphim were impure, like the cherubim were holy, these for the nations, those for Israel. As it says, the teraphim speak iniquity, so it also says, and I will speak with you from between the two cherubim, Exodus 2:5-22, and their place was called the Debir, inner sanctuary. See Radak on Judges 18. The form of the teraphim, which was in the shape of a human, teaches us about their counterpart among Israel, the cherubim, which were also in human form. The teraphim, resembled idols called kibiri, and their form was considered effective for addressing barrenness. That is why Rachel stole them, according to Miqqes Bibelübersetzung, a first, p. 42. They had a human form, and were household gods among the ancients. See Kreuzer, ed. Paris Vol. 2, p. 308. Their faces resembled those of ancestors and elders, similar to the customs of the Greeks and Romans, according to Lightfoot. See also what I wrote about the cherubim. According to Miqqes, they were close in form to the Seleni Sigigno, Religions de l'Antiquité, 3, p. 142. It should be noted that Pausanias wrote that among the Hebrews they would show the graves of the Seleni, and in Pirkei Rabbi Eliezer, Yalkut 35:2, it asks, what are teraphim di? They slaughter a firstborn, human, remove his head, and salt it with salt and spices. They write on a golden plate the name of an impure spirit and place it under his tongue. They put it in the wall, light candles, bow down to it, and it speaks to them. There are also those who wrote that teraphim di are like seraphim di, with the letter shin w replaced by tav n, according to linguistic custom, or as a reference to the name Gagai. According to Ibn Ezra X and Monastir, these are talismans, lixnu, talismani, Genesis 3:1-39. I myself bore the loss, he the commentator tried, to twist the verse and said the correct reading is, I was robbed by day and I was robbed by night, and its explanation is a far-fetched interpretation. All forced interpretations are nullified when we explain for my hand you would demand it as connected with that which was stolen from me, etc. regarding the torn animal. He said, I myself bore the loss, and regarding the stolen one, he said, for my hand you would demand it. The pronoun is added before the noun, as in, and she saw him, the child, as if it says, for my hand you would demand the one stolen by day and the one stolen by night. He referred to the stolen one as his own, as is appropriate, just as one says about the thief, his theft, and is sold for his theft, So too one says about the stolen, his being stolen. Bereshit, Vayishlah, Genesis 32:7. We have come, etc. Rashbam explained, and he found favor in his eyes, and behold, out of his joy at your coming and his love for you, he is coming to meet you, and 400 men are with him. All this is contrary to the truth and to our sages. For how, after all these assurances, would Jacob immediately say, and Jacob was greatly afraid and distressed, etc., if Esau comes to one camp and strikes it? And how would he pray with so many pleas and requests, save me, please, etc.? And how did he say, I will appease him, etc.? Perhaps he will accept me. What is the point of appeasing anger if there is no anger? And how could he doubt, perhaps he will accept me, after all these assurances? It is possible that at first it was not clear for what purpose Esau was coming, and his coming with 400 men seemed more likely to be for harm. Only after sending the gift, perhaps his anger subsided, and when Jacob bowed down 7 times, Esau's compassion was stirred, and he ran to meet him and embraced him, etc. Genesis 32:16. And their children were 30. Rashi, quoting our sages, explained their children bin Hm as a masculine form corresponding to the feminine. We've already discussed the specificity of the construction and meanings in a single root, and we could add understanding, bain. And in the Zohar, what is bina, benya? They delved into the depths of language and brought up a pearl. Conversely, the root zarar is used for barrenness and lack of children. With this, you will understand, and I will also understand the statement of our sages regarding I will be built, obnach, from her, and it will enlighten our eyes regarding the verse, so shall be done, to the man who does not build his brother's house. We also understand their statement, do not read your children bik, but your builders bivnik, for their root is the same, and they shifted the meaning from one idea to another without departing from the basic meaning of the root. Included is the explanation of their children before us, like their builders. We learn that children are called by the term building. From this, we should not always understand children, bnym, as only referring to offspring, but sometimes it refers to the male of the species. Similarly, in my opinion, regarding the feminine, sometimes in the Torah daughter, bt, does not refer only to a female child, but to all females of the species. Thus, I answered those who asked why the woman is not mentioned in the prohibition of work on Shabbat, only the daughter. I said that daughter includes all the females in the family, and I found further support for my words in Yevamot, chapter Haril, if he left sons. Both these and those eat. And Rabbi Yehuda says, the daughter eats, and the Gemara explains, what is the daughter? The mother. In my opinion, the correct explanation is that they understood that daughter can mean all females, so they limited the meaning in this context to the mother. Similarly, you shall not cook a kid in its mother's milk. The prohibition is expressed in a way that prohibits all meat and milk, and kid refers to all offspring, and mother to all who give birth. It implies that all meat, born and raised on a mother's milk, is forbidden with all milk. The Torah expressed the prohibition in terms of cooking to hint at the reason, that it is not proper to cook the meat for eating in the very milk in which it was raised. This, too, is a feature of poetic style, similar to do not put a stumbling block before the blind. Similarly, remove the golden earrings that are in the ears of your wives, your sons, and your daughters. And afterwards it says, and all the people remove the golden earrings. It says all the people because your sons includes all males, and your daughters all females. Genesis 3:2-21. I will appease his face. Appease, KHPR, means to cover, and this is the opinion of Ibn Ezra. According to this, we find one of the roots similar to the languages of the descendants of Japheth, for in our languages we say coprior, Italian, to cover. See also what I have collected on similar matters in Parashat Vayesheb regarding if you will give a pledge. Genesis 32:25. And a man wrestled with him until the break of dawn. The verse hints to us that this man was not permitted to wrestle with Jacob past the break of dawn. Similarly, it says, let me go, for the dawn has broken. From here you learn that dawn sets a limit to his dominion, and from this we know that the word of God is true in the mouths of our sages, that harmful spirits have power only at night. If it were not so, why would the Torah hint at the time and repeat things multiple times? And that the man who appeared to Jacob was an angel is proven by several factors. It says, for you have struggled with God and with men, Jacob said, for I have seen God face to face. And he added, and my soul was saved, hinting that he deserved to be harmed, were it not that he struggled with an angel and prevailed. It is stated in the prophets, he wrestled with an angel and prevailed. And if you ask, why did the verse call him a man? I say, it teaches us that according to our Torah, one class of angels is called men Ashim. So too, our sages said, and a man found him. This is Gabriel. This removes the objections of those who criticize Maimonides for writing that the first class of angels is called Ishim men. See also Maimonides' essay on unity in the introduction by Gaon Rappaport. People wondered where he learned this from. We find that Jacob asked the angel, tell me your name. Thus, the patriarchs and even Moses, who wrote the Torah, would inquire about the names of the angels who appeared to them. If the name of this angel was hidden from them, does it mean all other angels had no names for them? How would they distinguish them if not by name? Nevertheless, we see that only a few names were written in the Torah and in later generations. Therefore, you should only say that they were known to them but kept secret, and were only revealed over generations, as with other parts of the Torah. See what I wrote above on the verse, "He will send his angel with you." And a man wrestled. See Rashi, who explains it as embraced HBK with the letter Chet H replaced by Aleph A, and see what I wrote on for. I have made you the father of a multitude, as this is one of them. Dawn, Shachar, Shar, Dawn, and Sachar, Shar are related and indicate opposites. Ibn Ezra's opinion is until the darkness of the night is gone, but this is not the view of our earlier sages. When they said, when the pillar of dawn rises, the dawn then is understood as the beginning of light, and it seems to me that Shachar, dawn, is similar to Zachar, brightness, and both are names that indicate opposites. Genesis 3:2-29. For you have striven with God and with men. Many well-known allegories appear in the words of our sages, expressing metaphorically the idea of a kind of opposition and struggle between man and God, and that Israel's victory is the desired outcome for God. May he be blessed. This is reflected in their saying in the Midrash Tehillim, "Sing praises to the one who is defeated and rejoices," Psalms 9. Similarly, in the Talmud, it is said, "The Holy One, blessed be he, sits and smiles and says, 'My children have defeated me, my children have defeated me.'" From this comes their saying, "The work of human hands is greater than the work of heaven." The essence of this precious statement is that the ultimate purpose of human action is to elevate and uplift creation beyond the work of God and nature, and this is the true victory. Foremost among them is the Talmudic teaching on the verse, "A righteous person rules in the fear of God, and who rules over me?" The righteous one, this saying is a hallmark of Kabbalistic tradition, carried on its shoulders, and is one of its scattered pearls in the Talmud attesting to its existence. Many of the ancient and modern sages of other nations have also used this idea in metaphor together. Among them is Dante, who followed the Evangelion, which itself is rooted in the words of our sages, who wrote Pete violentia caelorum regnum, and among contemporary philosophers. Gioberti wrote about Jacob's wrestling with the angel, translated into French for better understanding de lutte la Dieu avec Jacob implique d'abord l'idée d'une lutte entre Dieu et l'homme. Ensuite, une louange de la part de Dieu pour la résistance, et enfin un certain dommage en suivant d'une telle résistance, c'est dire la claudication de Jacob. The struggle of God with Jacob first implies the idea of a struggle between God and man, then praise from God for the resistance, and finally some harm resulting from such resistance, namely Jacob's limp. And justly it has been said that there is no error without some truth in it. Similarly, the Kabbalists have said that there is no evil in the world without a trace of good. We see in our times a great heretic and philosopher in France, Proudhon, who based all his philosophy on this deep idea, that the ultimate purpose of man is to wage war against God, and his goal is victory. He uttered harsh words that should not be written or purified in the speech of our early sages, who would not have felt compelled to refute his opinion, as he said, Dieu c'est le mal, God is evil. May the lips of falsehood be silenced, those who speak arrogantly about the righteous one of the world. And holding on to this root is the error of early Christians such as Marcion and his companions, who said that the God of the Torah and Israel is the origin of evil. Our sages have precious words about this in the Midrash on the verse, "See that evil is before your faces. There is no place here except to hint at them briefly." And from the time of Saul, the Christian, and from his writings, this heresy began to sprout, to justify before people the nullification of the Torah of Moses. Even if he did not open his mouth like Marcion and his companions, he wrote that the power of the eye is the Torah to the Corinthians, Corinthians 15:57, and he admits and praises his God for granting him salvation and victory over the Torah Ibid. Further evidence that the struggle between Jacob and Esau from their mother's womb is a hint is that they were brothers. You will also find in the beliefs of the ancients that the force of good and the force of evil were considered brothers. Thus Typhon is the brother of Osiris in Egypt, Ormuz the brother of Ahriman in Persia, Hercules the brother of Evariste, and Pluto or Hades the brother of Jupiter in Greece. Many have pointed out that, according to many ancient researchers, and there is some truth in this, the stories of our ancestors served as a foundation for the myths of mythology. Even if only the story of Jacob wrestling with the angel existed, it would suffice, for with a little reflection, we cannot ignore the remarkable similarity between it and the stories of Vulcan, Venus, and Mars, especially if we understand the story in the Torah according to the beliefs of Kabbalah and the Midrashim of our sages. For them, Jacob represents Tiferet, Rachel represents Malchut. The angel is Esau's guardian, Samael. In this, the story is about Vulcan, the man of Venus, Venus the goddess of beauty, likened to a monkey before royalty, or the royalty of impurity, and Vulcan corresponding to Jacob Tiferet, as the Kabbalists say, a man of worthlessness, and Samael, Esau's guardian angel. The defeated angel is Mars, whose task is war and bloodshed, as our sages said about Esau and his guardian, red like him, and his star is Mars. Just as Vulcan and Mars quarreled and fought, so did Jacob wrestle with the angel, Samael, Esau's guardian. Just as the quarrel left Jacob limping, so too from Vulcan's push did he become lame. And just as the quarrel between Vulcan and Mars was over Venus, so, according to our sages, Esau set his eyes on Rachel, and Joseph had to protect her. As the Greeks publicized this story in both its physical and spiritual understanding, so too do we find it complete in all its parts and details among the Egyptians in the stories of Isis, Rachel, Malchut, Osiris, Jacob, Tiferet, Typhon, Esau, Samael, all red, and Horus, Joseph, Yesud. Study these and you will see wonders. Know also that the allegory of limping for philosophical instruction is also found in Plato, as Gioberti rightly points out in Protologia 491, saying that if there were not opposites in nature, nature itself would limp. For you have striven with God. See Ibn Ezra, and what he wrote in the name of Rabbi the commentator, that the purpose of this vision was to show Jacob that if he could prevail over an angel, all the more so over Esau, and all this was to strengthen his heart. This is correct if we accept, as our sages said, that it was Esau's guardian angel. I say that this story contains hints for Jacob regarding all the events that would befall him with Esau. For it says, a man wrestled with him. And regarding Jacob and Esau, it says, the children struggled within her while they were still in their mother's womb, and both refer to the quarrel between them, between Jacob and Esau below, and between Jacob and Esau's guardian above. Furthermore, it says, he saw that he could not prevail against him, meaning he did not succeed against Jacob himself, and he touched the hollow of his thigh, meaning he would rise up against his descendants and prevail over them. So it was said to Rebekah, one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger. It is well known that children and their descendants are referred to in the Holy Tongue as those who issue from his thigh, and this is alluded to in he struck the hollow of Jacob's thigh. He said, let me go, meaning in the future, when saviors will ascend Mount Zion to judge the mountain of Esau. Jacob replied, I will not let you go unless you bless me. These words indicate that this statement relates to the blessings that were prepared for Esau and taken by Jacob through the delicacies, and the blessing given here by Esau's guardian angel to Jacob corresponds to the blessing of the elder to Jacob. Nations will serve you, and peoples will bow down to you. See what is written there, and how these matters align with the prophecies of our prophets regarding the nation of Israel as a whole. Kings shall be your foster fathers, and their queens your nursing mothers, etc. And it is said, no longer Jacob, that all the nations will acknowledge that they are worthy of the name Israel, which signifies spiritual sovereignty and authority. This is as it is written in the place where it was said to them, you are not my people, it will be said to them, children of the living God. Similarly it says, and he shall call them oaks of righteousness, the planting of the Lord, in which he takes pride. Omitted, for you have striven with God. Even now the hand writes what God has set before me, things as written and as I have surmised in my mind throughout this book. For I have seen in the periodical 1862, Revue de Deux Mondes, August, new hypotheses recounting the stories of Prometheus, and all that is said about him among the ancient Greeks. Near the end, the writer says thus and answers thus regarding the war and victory between the deeds of man and the deeds of heaven. Later, Jacob did not enter the promised land until he had wrestled all night with a mysterious and nameless being who had to disappear at dawn, in order to go, this spirit of darkness. Remember what our sages said, that this was Samael, the angel of Esau, who was forced to admit the truth about the blessings, was forced to bless his stubborn adversary, who, though victorious, limped away from his nocturnal duel with the mighty one whom no eye could see. Reverend de Monteval, XL P 870. Omitted, for you have striven with God and with men. See what is written there about the figure of Osiris, the Egyptian, as it relates to the physical and spiritual Jacob in the wisdom of Kabbalah. Also see Parashat Balak, and he will destroy the remnant from the city, where I have extensively brought the words of the Ramban, that the events of the patriarchs were signs for their descendants. This view has its root in the words of the ancient sages, and if you look closely, you will see that most of the legends attributed to Jacob and Esau are merely examples of what happened to the Jews with the Romans. Now listen to the words of an expert scholar of Egyptian antiquities. At the beginning of the ways of the Egyptians, the spirit that ruled among them was that the events of Osiris were a sign and example for everything that would happen to any person after his death. For every Egyptian was called Osiris and became attached and united with him. Oriurdi Katal, 76, Ilus, Vol, I, P. Also in this, we are not lacking, for every Jewish person is also called Israel. This parallels what our sages said, that in the future, the righteous will be called by the name of the Holy One, blessed be he. Genesis 33, 3, 7 times. Already in the time of the patriarchs, the number 7 was beloved by them. And not only in the days of Jacob, but also in the days of Noah, who took from the pure animals 7 pairs, male and female. This is proof that the Torah has not changed and will not change. The same is true for the number 10, as it says, and he gave him a tenth of everything. I will surely tithe to you, for therefore I have seen your face. See what I wrote on there, for the name of the city is Bereshit, and this is similar. Genesis 33:10, likewise. Genesis 33:14. Laiti, at my pace. According to Rashi, the letter lamed is not a prepositional prefix, and indeed this is sometimes the case, but it was not so originally. It was not from the root, just at, and many remained without the lamed. However, in contrast, we find others where the lamed is undoubtedly part of the root, like laet slowly, li to me, lenar to the youth, and the like. I say that what happened here is similar to what happened with nation, and people, where at first the lamed served as a prefix and later became part of the word. All these are clear proofs for our rabbi's interpretation regarding the word cherub, keruv, that the kaf is a prefix. See the lengthy discussion on the verse and the cherubim. Genesis 33:18. And Jacob came to Shalem. Rashbam wrote, to a city called Shalem, and the commentator who said Shechem is the name of the city is mistaken, for we do not find elsewhere a city called Zion or Jerusalem city. I say that if we have not found a city called Zion, where have we found a city named after a person or a king? If we find city of David, that was its name, not because it belonged to David, but because it was named after him. Our teacher Samuel overlooked the city of Shushan in the book of Esther, and also your city Jerusalem in the book of Daniel. Perhaps he would say there is no proof from the books of exile, and just as they say land of Canaan, land of Egypt, so they say city of Shechem, city of Jerusalem. Ibn Ezra, who explained Shalem, according to our sages, and set their words in order, Genesis 33:19, with 100 kesita, it is possible that this was a known coin among them made of goatskin called kesita, and therefore they were called by this name. Leather coins also existed among the Spartans, see Plutarch, Life of Lycurgus, and Seneca, Benef. 5 cap. 14th in Bereshit Rabbah, I saw, with 100, kesita means 100 ounces, and according to this, kesita would be a unit of weight that became the name of the coin, like shekel, and as in our languages, pounds, livre. Also there, with 100 lambs, meaning the coin was called lamb after its image, and so it is explained in our days by wise men, rapports entre la science, etc. The people of Sweden in ancient times called their first coin felaganda, meaning cattle in the pocket, to allude to the image of livestock on the coin in the pocket. Similarly, the Romans called their coin pecunia from pecus, meaning goats. It seems to me that coins were not named for their image until a later time, but at first were named for their weight. See what I wrote on Parashat Haye Sarah, and Abraham weighed, and on ancient Italy, Miqqes, l'Italia avanti il dominio dei Romani, that there, libera pounds were divided into 12 ounces, and this was the division of the coin. Also in Bereshit Rabbah, with 100 selaim, they made kesita, the translation of coin in that language. Rabbi Akiva also said, when I went to the cities of the sea, they called them kesita. If these cities of the sea are the Ionian Islands, then this statement is confirmed today beyond doubt, for in Cyprus they have found coins buried in the ground, engraved with the image of a goat and ancient script on the other side. We have also heard that in Macedonia, their coin bore the image of a goat just in 5.6.1 XT. Vel, Paturk. The kesita is similar to the aster mentioned in the Talmudic literature, and although there was also a city named Astyra, both were named after the goddess Astarte or Ashtoreth, whose image is that of a goat. It seems more likely to me that they were called kesita and Astera because of the image. Genesis 34:5, and Jacob kept silent until they came. In my opinion, this is the proper approach for a person to choose in inquiries relating to the scriptures, especially regarding what our sages received, to investigate the roots of the language. Perhaps one will find a basis to support the law, the midrash, or the accepted practice. For we have learned this from a great Italian scholar Vico, that ancient languages conceal in the depths of their expressions the customs, beliefs, and practices that were known among the ancients, And after some time, they concealed their origins, and we no longer know their roots. I, too, for many years, have tried to follow these ways, and God has guided my path which I walk upon. You will yet hear more from me in the section of Shoftim Judges on the verse, at the word of 2 witnesses or 3 witnesses, Deuteronomy 17:6. Also here, I have seen a similar matter regarding the root cherish, HRH, and the term cherish derived from it. It is already known what our sages included in this. A cherish deaf-mute, as mentioned by the sages everywhere, is one who neither hears nor speaks. Even with a minimal examination of the uses of this root in the holy language, it appears that cherish refers both to a lack of hearing and to a lack of speech or silence. Thus, both conditions are rightly combined as understood by the sages regarding the cherish of the Torah, and their source is the very language spoken by our ancestors. Genesis 3:4-20. At the gate of their city, in Persia they used to call the palace of the king and the palaces of the rulers gate Shar. See Xenophonte Siropt, Lib. 8p 201, 203, Plutarch in Pelopidas, Vol. I. p. 294, and in Lysander p. 436. Note that the term gate is one of the names that misled the people of Europe in their writings, and to this day in Constantinople, the royal court is called by the ancients gate. For Homer called the city of Thebes in Egypt the city of 100 gates. But when the French army, together with their scholars and researchers, traveled to Egypt and investigated the ruins, they found that Thebes did not have 100 gates. Diodorus already noticed this and wrote that in Eastern languages, gate also means palace. See Belzoni Viaggi, Vol. I. p. 83. This is one of the errors that result from transferring concepts from one language to another. See also what I will write, with God's help, on the verse those descended from Jacob in the section of Shemot, Exodus Genesis 3:4-30. You have troubled me. Rashi, of blessed memory, wrote in the name of our sages, the Canaanites had a tradition that they would fall into the hands of the children of Jacob. Note that we find 2 similar traditions, like minor prophecies with strong evidence. One, from the time of Virgil, the great Roman poet, when the Romans began to foretell, even before their arrival, all the events of Christianity and its great spread in the world. The second, that in America, before the Spanish conquest, there was already a tradition among them that a distant people from the direction of Spain would come by sea to conquer their land. Genesis 35:2. Remove the foreign gods. Jacob said, remove, etc. to his household. Perhaps among the spoils there were idols of the nations. And he said to the Canaanite women among them, remove, etc. Perhaps they had hidden them to worship. As for the earrings, we do not know why they removed them from their ears. I suggest that it was customary to hang images of their gods made of silver or gold from their ears, and the Targum supports me, as it always translates earrings as holy ones, kadishaya. Perhaps this is why they chose the earrings above all other items to make the golden calf, as it says, remove the golden earrings that are in the ears of your wives, etc., and purify yourselves, and change, etc., purify, tahir. In Hebrew is close to the Aramaic tahir, which means light, as in a candle in the daylight, in the holy language, noon. So horaim is used for something bright, and sohar for something that gives light. Similarly, oil is called yitzhar for this reason. Sometimes the language preserves the Aramaic form to indicate light and clarity, as in and in the very heavens for clarity, the Sabbath for its clarity. Who knows if our ancestors pronounced the letter tet, as the Ishmaelites do, as tzadi in pronunciation. A precious discovery is found in the verse, for 40 years I was disgusted with that generation, which, according to the translator and Ibn Ezra, means disgust and revulsion. Thus, it is like akutz, and conversely, in Hebrew, tzadi is exchanged for tet in Arabic. According to Rav Sadia Gaon, but in the shadow man walks, like Dallas in Arabic, means darkness. In our sages' words, remetz is ash, and in Arabic, ramad. The root zohar, or taher, is also found among the Ishmaelites with this same meaning. Genesis 3:5-13. And he went up from him, etc. Rashi wrote, I do not know what this comes to teach us. I say that the divine presence was seen to ascend upwards toward the heavens opposite the place where he had spoken with him. This is what is meant by in the place where he spoke with him, not that he disappeared from his sight and was not seen again. From this, he knew that it was Bethel, as it says in the section of Vayesse, this is none other than the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven. That is, when he saw the ladder set up between the earth and the sky in that place, he decided, this is none other than, and this is the gate of heaven. Just as one enters and exits through a gate, so he saw the divine presence and angels ascending and descending through that place. Genesis 3:5-16. And there was still a stretch of land. In Bereshit Rabbah, Rashi brings that this was when the land was hollow and perforated like a sieve, when plowing was common, the winter had passed, and the heat had not yet come. I saw that Jerome, in his translation for Christians, understood this as the springtime, which is what the sages said. Although he preserved the idea, he did not preserve the reason. For kivra comes from the root choose, as in choose for yourselves a man, and let him come down to me, meaning the best of times, which is spring. We already know this man studied Hebrew and the books of the sages with one of the Jewish sages of his time. Many such examples are found in his translation, where he aligns his words with the opinions of our sages in the Midrash and Talmud. Genesis 3:5-18. His father called him Benjamin. See Rashi's commentary. In my opinion, Rachel called him Ben-Oni, meaning son of my sorrow, since, in Hebrew, on also implies strength and courage. Jacob shifted the meaning to strength and called him Benjamin, son of the right hand, preserving one of the meanings hinted at in the name On. For right hand, Yamin is like On's strength. Thus, he did not entirely nullify Rachel's name. The proof is that Yamin alone is found as a person's name, and if, according to Rashi's explanation, what is the reason for calling him by the name of the south? Genesis 3:5-20. This is the pillar of Rachel's grave. See what I wrote about the repetition of the cave's markers and boundaries to alert the ears of Israel so they would seek it. This is similar. We see that in the time of Samuel, it was already known to them. How would they know if they did not preserve the memory of the places with their markers and boundaries as? Told by Moses, peace be upon him? Certainly, the same applies to the graves of the ancestors in Hebron. Genesis 3:5-29. And he was gathered to his people. If only the scholars had paid proper attention to this precious phrase and weighed it carefully with the scales of justice, they would not have doubted the immortality of the soul according to the Torah. They would have seen a clear light dispelling the clouds of confusion and illuminating great truths. I will recount these important outcomes briefly, and it is up to the wise reader to expand and develop them. The first conclusion that emerges from this brief statement is the foundation of all providence and reward, the immortality of the soul and its existence after death. For if, according to the giver of the Torah, there were no memory or remnant of a person after death, what would be the reason? They say that one is gathered to his people, as if this is not just a transfer from one place to another or from one state to another. What is the secondary implication that emerges from the phrase gathering? It is that, even though the soul of a person remains connected to the body, it also maintains a strong bond and relationship with the spiritual beings of its kind, and with the source of spirituality, which is God, blessed be He. For the term gathering, asif, asifa, is only used when a part returns to the whole, in the sense of returning to its beginning and its source, and the individual returning to the collective through the relationship and connection preserved between them during life. As it is said, he gathered his feet onto the bed, meaning his feet, which had been dangling outside the body but attached to it, he gathered and brought close to the main body, which was on the bed. So too, when the language of gathering is used for death, we have already learned, through careful linguistic analysis according to the unerring rules of language, that it means nothing other than a return to where it originally dwelled, a return of the part to the whole. We find two ways the phrase gathering is used in Scripture regarding death. Sometimes it is stated explicitly that one is gathered to God, as in if he sets his heart upon man, if he gathers unto himself his spirit and his breath. Job 3:14, and similarly, the glory of the Lord will gather you, Isaiah 58:8. Sometimes a more difficult and profound expression is used to his people, that one is gathered to his people. We will not discuss the first cases now, either because they are self-explanatory or because the lesson derived from the latter, though not essential to the main discussion, is nevertheless of great importance and can bear us, as on eagle's wings, to heights of wisdom we had not imagined or conceived, namely, to the heights of esoteric wisdom, Kabbalah. It is as if we are hearing new things, or things that seem new, coming from the mouth of an ancient sage, who is the giver of the Torah, blessed be He. For it is clear to anyone with understanding that one of the Kabbalistic beliefs regarding souls which do not die is that at their origin they are divided and separated into roots or sources. Just as, on earth, we see people divided into families, so too, of the spiritual souls, it is rightly said that they are also divided into families, roots, or sources. This is the main intent of the verse wherever it says, gathered to his people. The people to whom he is gathered is nothing other than the original source, the spiritual root, or family, to which the soul returns when it is separated from the body, as everything returns to its origin when the barrier is removed. I see that, perhaps unintentionally, a certain Christian scholar, Lekh Lekha, touched upon these truths. He wrote that the Torah's use of the phrase gathered to his people refers to the beliefs of the nations, that each family has its own dwelling place in Sheol below or in the world to come. And this is true in itself, though not as he thought, that the Torah borrows its language from the vain material beliefs of the nations. Rather, these ideas and expressions originated from within Israel, and even though we find among the nations similar concepts as you see, they heard echoes of these ancient beliefs and materialized what was originally meant only as a reference to the relationships of souls according to their nature, source, and inclination, as explained above. It is not surprising to me, then, that the custom of allocating a separate burial place for each family, both among Israel and among the nations, originated from this belief. They made a physical model below of what they believed to exist above by gathering souls, each under its banner and in its camp. Anyone knowledgeable about the customs and beliefs of the nations knows that all their physical actions and rituals are directed toward this purpose, to create on earth a physical representation of the spiritual matters they received. This belief, hinted at by the Kabbalists, is also found in many statements of our sages in the Talmud, who focused on this idea. For example, they said, "We do not bury a wicked person next to a righteous one, nor a perfectly righteous person next to one who is not completely righteous." They also said, "We do not bury two enemies next to each other." The reason, in my opinion, is that hatred, though abominable in the eyes of God, serves as a sign and proof that their souls are alien to one another in terms of their source and root. This is what is called in our language antipathy, antipatia, which neither intellect nor will can influence. Its power arises from the depths of the heart with a force that nothing can restrain. Similarly, it is said, in the future, the Holy One, blessed be He, will make a canopy for each righteous person, and each will be burned by the canopy of his fellow. This canopy is a metaphor used by the sages to indicate what the Kabbalists call a root or a source. The only difference between the language of the Kabbalists and that of the Talmud is that the Kabbalists speak in theological terms, while the Talmudic sages use mythological language. One is internal, the other external. But the concept is the same. Not only in this respect is the Talmudic canopy similar to the Kabbalistic idea, but also in another way, among the Kabbalists, there is the concept of the wedding feast, Hilula, which is the canopy, alluding to the soul's attachment to its root and its return to its original place. Through this analogy, the divine parable grew, symbolizing the union of the soul with the Holy One, blessed be He, like a bride and groom. This is not the place to elaborate further. Among the sayings of our sages that align with the view of the Kabbalists is their description of a person who is naturally close to another, called Ben Gilo, one born under the same constellation. Rashi, the Ran, and the Rosh explained this as born under the same sign, but none of them explain the meaning of the word or its connection to the concept of sign. In my opinion, Gil refers to a cycle, as in Arabic dor means cycle, and it has a Hebrew root as well, as in begal, because of, galgal, wheel, and it is called by this name to indicate the revolution of the spheres and the constellations. That is, they were born in the same cycle and at the same point. Now, let us mention a few places in the Torah where the phrase gathering appears with some variations or valuable additions that clarify the intended meaning. We find gathering used even without any accompanying phrase, such as, "And afterwards you shall be gathered," Numbers 27, 13, and "Aaron shall be gathered and die there," Numbers. There is no doubt as if it were written to his passion. In Kings 2:22, we find, "Behold, I will gather you to your fathers," which is like saying to your fathers. Similarly, in 2 Chronicles 34, it is explained that to his people refers to the fathers and relatives. It is well known among the Kabbalists that the fathers and relatives are usually from the same root, and this, according to them, is the reason for the levirate marriage among brothers. However, it is not reasonable or believable that the phrase to his people refers only to the fathers, for his people includes all relatives and those similar to them, and we will discuss this further. Similarly, we find regarding Jacob, "And I will lie with my fathers," and Rashi's commentary there necessarily means that it does not refer to burial, but is like, "I will gather you to your fathers." In Psalms, we find an even higher example, "Do not gather my soul with sinners," which is similar to what Balaam said, "Let me die the death of the righteous," and it is even clearer than that, for David prayed that his portion should not be with the wicked, and that he should not dwell in their company forever. Next, from this we also learn to understand the metaphor of gathering asifah in the Torah according to its context. From this, it appears that the nations mentioned in the Torah are those that are similar to a person in their nature, actions, and purpose. And above all, I have seen many verses where, under the metaphor of nations amim, which is hidden from the scriptural writers, one of the names of the Creator is substituted, and it is said that God gathered him, or he was gathered to God. Thus, It seems that what is described in some places as being gathered to a people, am or amim, is described elsewhere as being gathered to the Creator. This indicates that the concept is the same. For example, we find in Job, he gathers his spirit and his breath to himself, referring back to God. And in Psalms, you take away their breath, they perish and return to their dust. You send forth your spirit, they are created. In these two ideas, we have already touched upon the general understanding of the Kabbalists and the beliefs of the people of India regarding breathing and exhaling, by which one brings the spirit in and out through the mouth. These are ancient matters. Similarly, in Isaiah 58, and the glory of the Lord will gather you. If you understand the views of the Kabbalists, that the entire spiritual world exists within him, as the Platonists said, that he is the place of thoughts, loco dei dei, you will understand how sometimes the name of God is mentioned, and it is said that God gathered him, and sometimes the term people am is used, and it says he was gathered to his people. One of the proofs supporting our interpretation of the phrase gathered to his people is the contrasting metaphor that teaches about itself and its opposite, as our philosophers said, the knowledge of opposites is one, since both refer to the state of the soul in the world of souls after separation from the body, one for pleasure, the other for punishment. Thus it says in 1,000 places, he shall be cut off from his people, which is the opposite of he was gathered to his people, just as the gathering indicates, the return of the soul to its source, and its connection to its particular root, alluded to in his people, so too does cutting off kret signify separation for punishment from its root. Like the analogy of a branch cut from a tree, which our sages used, it is correct and well established. Moreover, in the case of being cut off from the people, we find an additional metaphor, which fills the entire statement with meaning, even where it is missing and he was gathered to his people. This is the metaphor of the soul, as in that soul shall be cut off from his people. From this, we learn that the concept of gathering, which is the opposite, even when the word soul is missing, truly refers to the soul and not the body. For this reason, it is also necessary to explain from his people in a spiritual sense, and it cannot be interpreted otherwise than as we have described. Just as we find gathering without mentioning people, so too do we find cutting off without people, for example. That soul shall be cut off, Leviticus 7, 20-21, 25, and sometimes Ezekiel 14:8, we find the people, referred to God, who says, my people, as in any man from the house of Israel, I will set my face against that man, and I will cut him off from among my people. By the way, let us note an important testimony derived from these verses. From them, we learn that the metaphors of the Torah were familiar to Ezekiel, for all his words are sealed with their seal, and it seems clear that he strove to resemble them. Moses said, any man of the children of Israel, or of the strangers who sojourn in Israel, who gives any of his offspring to Molech, I will set my face against that man, and I will cut him off from among his people. And in Ezekiel, any man from the house of Israel, or from the strangers who sojourn in Israel, I will set my face against that man, and I will cut him off from among my people. There are many such verses, but this is not the place to elaborate on them. Let those who deny that our Torah was before the prophets as it is before us, remember and return to the truth. This belief in roots, around which, in my opinion, the metaphors of the Torah revolve, is the one that Plato also favored, saying, man does not grow from the earth, but from the heavens Timaeus. And in various similar metaphors, the Kabbalists say that the roots of man are above in the heavens, and the thread connecting the branch below and the root above is at the head of a person through the hair. See Mishnah Chasidim, Tractate Hakava, Sich 6, and Tractate Avor Haneshemot, Sich 5. All the sayings of our sages and the Kabbalists that place the dwelling of the Shekinah divine presence and the divine light above a person's head point to this. We would want to elaborate and expand on their mention, were it not for the need to be concise. I will mention just one parable we heard from our sages about the existence of a person in this world. It is like a tree whose branches are in a place of impurity, and its trunk stands in a place of purity. All this is very close to Plato's words. Every wise person will wonder at the usages, as it is stated in the Zohar, Part 3, 242 billions, and 240, 3a, for man is the tree of the field. Another explanation, a man is called a tree that is known above and below. The tree of the field is the great and mighty tree of that field which God has blessed. It is always attached to that field. Here you have a threefold blessing. In this statement, 1, the belief in roots clothed in the parable of the tree. 2, this very parable is complete in its form as Plato's parable, and especially if you understand that the field hinted at here is the attribute of Malkut sovereignty called field. 3, the attachment of the tree's roots to the field or Malkut, which is also alluded to by the term people, mother, to which the branches are gathered, or from which they are cut off, as in he was gathered to his people or he was cut off from his people. I will not send you off before adding 2 more comments about the term am people. Radak Rabbi David Kimchi insightfully noted in his dictionary that the root meaning of am is connection, and those who dwell together in a country are called am because of their connection. We also see that sometimes am in Scripture specifically means a group, as in and with those who know their God Daniel, 11:32, and similarly, the tribes are called nations. It is possible that originally am and em, mother, were one and the same, since in the singular, am is em, and from this comes and lam, nation. Radak wrote in the root em that from this comes the term family, or ima, and it is even clearer where we find em used instead of am, Jeremiah 15, I brought upon them, against the mother of a young man, a spoiler at noonday. See there the Targum. From this comes the phrase the crown that his mother crowned him, combining the meaning of mother and nation as they are one, see Radak on him. With this you can also understand how accurate the words of our sages are when they said, your father, this is the Holy One, blessed be he, your mother. This is the congregation of Israel, not only in meaning but also in language. Similarly, do not despise your mother when she is old, which they interpreted as your nation when it is old. And they also said about animals, he took its mother, meaning the source of reproduction and children. All these streams lead to the attribute in which the souls dwell, which is the upper motherly sovereignty, Malkut, and to this the verse he was gathered to his people alludes. The discussion is long and profound, and the space here is too short to cover it all, but the reader should diligently study all that has been said with even greater attention. Omission, he was gathered to his people. See what I wrote in its place, and now I add that I have seen written that the concept of gathering is expressed with a precious variation that reveals the intent of the giver of the Torah, in a more common phrase, which is gathered to the nations. From this variation we have further proof for our explanation, that gathering to the nations is nothing other than gathering to the spiritual root connected to the Blessed One, and similarly the opposite, being cut off. He said, Leviticus 22, say to them, etc., and he becomes impure because of it, and that soul shall be cut off from before me. I am the Lord. Here, from before the Lord, is given instead of from among his people, or from among his people as it appears in most places. Rightly, the author of Hizuk Emunah, section 18, noted that by saying from before me, the text hints that souls come from a holy place, and if they merit it, they return there. Similarly, when it says, for every soul that is not afflicted shall be cut off from among its people, the intention is that the soul will not be gathered and assembled with the souls of the righteous, who are called his people, etc. However, in this he was not correct in saying that his people refers only to the souls of the righteous, even when discussing transgressors of the Torah. Why would you call the people of a wicked person the souls of the righteous and not the souls of the wicked? And if we are speaking about souls in general, then the souls of the wicked should also be considered the people of the righteous, just as the souls of the righteous are the people of the wicked. What reason is there to distinguish between them? Rather, the correct explanation, as we have written, is that his people refers only to those souls that share his root and source. The cutting off is absolute, not only for the righteous, and its meaning is like a branch that is cut off from the tree. I found a similar expression in Chinese lands, where they say about a person who died that he was gathered to his family, Polytechnico Milan. February 1861, p. 215. Omission, and he was gathered to his people. For more on the gathering to the people, see what is written on Parashat Vayishlah, and at the end of the section on Genesis, note 14, and in the note on Parashat Pinchas, at the end of the section on Numbers. Among the revealed texts that teach the belief in the return of souls to their origin is the explicit verse, gather not my soul with sinners. What does it mean to be gathered with sinners, if not to be joined with them? This is the opposite of being gathered to his people, and similar to he shall be cut off from his people. For to be cut off from his people, that is, from the pure souls, is to be gathered with sinners. One is stated negatively, the other positively. Genesis 36:3. And Basmath, daughter of Ishmael, etc. See Rashi, who later calls her Mahalath. This is further evidence that the ancients were called by many names, as I wrote on, and he took, etc., and her name was Keturah. Now I see that an early French commentator strongly criticized the integrity of the Holy Scriptures because of contradictions in names and the like. Yet he could not refrain from acknowledging these matters that wonderfully agree with the teachings of our sages. Je ne m'arrête pas à la diversité des noms. Les noms métiens que des épithètes chez les orientaux, les mêmes personnes ayant plusieurs noms selon les occasions, at first called so, and later called so, and this can be confirmed by many examples. Astruc conjectures sur le Pentateuch, p. 313. Genesis 3:6-20. These are the sons of Seir the Horite. In Yalkut 1, it says they were experts in the settlement of the land of the Horites, smelling the earth, Shivites who would taste the earth to know for what it was suitable, like a snake whose food is dust. I saw in the French work Salverte des Sciences Occultes à XV, p. 462, quoting the Ismailite Idrisi, that in North Africa there was a caravan suffering from thirst with no water to drink. And one of the caravan, a black Berber, took a handful of earth, smelled it, and indicated a place for them to dig and find fresh water, and so it was. See also what I will write, with God's help, on Parashat Den shall be a serpent, by the way, regarding the Shivite, which I believe is derived from the word for snake, and the interpretation of our earlier sages supports me. Genesis 36:39, Hadar and the name of his city, etc. This section gave opportunity to heretics to criticize, but they did not consider that once the Spirit of the Lord rested upon Moses, it is possible that he informed us from afar what would happen in the end of days, even after his death. Thus, we can explain that Hadar or Hadad was the last king of Edom until Joab came and conquered them and killed the males. Perhaps he is the Hadad mentioned in the Book of Kings, who fled from David when Joab was commander of the army. This Hadar, before us, is the last king of Edom until a king ruled over the Israelites. The meaning is not until Saul or David ruled, but rather until a king appointed by Israel ruled over Edom, when the king of Judah sent an official or governor to administer Edom, which was subjugated to him. Similarly, at the end of 1 Kings there was no king in Edom, a deputy was king, and Radak explained that they had no king of their own, only the officials sent by the king of Judah ruled over them. Likewise, in 2 Kings 3, it is written that Jehoram and Jehoshaphat went with the king of Edom, who was an Israelite sent by the kings of Judah. This provides a correct explanation for the phrase before a king ruled over the Israelites, which should have said over the Israelites or among the Israelites, as it says he reigned in Edom, but the intent is before a king ruled in Edom by the appointment or mission of the Israelites. Similarly, it says, I have seen a king among his sons, meaning a king who will rule by my appointment and under my authority. It appears that Moses, our teacher, revealed what would happen in the future. Do not be surprised at the precision of the names, for even Isaiah, several centuries before Cyrus, called him by that name, and due to a lack of faith in prophecy. Those who denied that these verses are attributed to Moses also denied that the prophecy about Cyrus could be ascribed to Isaiah. Genesis 36:43. Chief Magdiel, Chief Iram, Rashi interprets Magdiel as Rome, and so the custom continued among the liturgical poets to refer to Rome as Magdiel. I have always wondered where they got this from, and I suspected that perhaps Iram was confused with Magdiel. It is more accurate to interpret Iram as Rome, for so was called the city Herbs, and our sages explain the verse, you despise their shadow in the city with their clear knowledge. This is what we learned in Tractate Ma'ila 17d. I saw it in the city, meaning in Rome, and so it was called throughout the world the city, just as Jerusalem is called the city, as it says, I will not come into the city, and our sages explained, I will not come into the Jerusalem above, etc., this corresponding to that. Similarly, the state, the holy city for the Ishmaelites, in their language means simply city or state, see Chevalier Olam, Asia 233, until I found a precious source in the chapters of Rabbi Eliezer the Ancient, without a doubt, where it says, Chief Iram, this is Rome, and Magdiel is not mentioned at all. Parashat Vayesheb, Genesis 37:2. These are the generations of Jacob, these are the events of Jacob, although many things happened to him before this, since his sorrow over Joseph surpassed them all, and through him greatness came to his father and brothers, and through him our ancestors descended to Egypt, etc. Therefore it says specifically about what happened to Joseph, these are the generations of Jacob, Debatim, their evil report. Deba in Aramaic means flow or discharge, and the letters Dalet, D, and Zayin, Z are interchangeable in that language. Arabic, and in the Hebrew language, as they said, may my words distill as the dew, Deuteronomy 32. Thus, they referred to speech as dripping hatifa, as in prophesy toward the south, Ezekiel 21:2, my word shall drop titof. And similarly, they spoke of speech that pertains to all human actions as speech, dibba. I see that all these expressions, which are used metaphorically and derived from the descent of rain, were employed when they wish to allude to speech that is meant to make an impression and bear fruit in the heart of the listener, just as rain leaves an impression and causes the earth to be fruitful and multiply. Go and see, and you will find that in most places this is certainly the case. And explicitly, the verse states, For as the rain and the snow come down from heaven and do not return there, but water the earth, making it bring forth and sprout, so shall my word be that goes out from my mouth. Isaiah 55:10-11. Genesis 37:4. They spoke to him in peace. It seems to me to interpret they spoke diberu as acted, established, ate, drank. In other words, The action of speech refers back to Joseph, and the intent of the verse is to say that they could not tolerate his words, even if they were words of peace, just as any hater will despise the words of someone he hates, even if he speaks gently. They could not, as in, I cannot bear iniquity and solemn assembly, Isaiah 1:13. And similarly, that I cannot, for interpreting they spoke as they spoke harshly to him is difficult for me, for it is unusual, and there is proof in verse 8, which says, and they increased their hatred of him for his dreams and for his words. If his words were his dreams, why the repetition? Rather, the correct interpretation is for his dreams and also for his other words. And behold, the sun. I cannot ignore the greatness of this metaphor and its similarity in all its details to one of the parables of the Kabbalists from the ancients and distinguished among them. For them, Jacob Yaakov, who is Tiferet, is compared to the sun, and Rachel, who is Malchut, is compared to the moon, and the 12 tribes are the 12 constellations or the 12 borders of the diagonal zodiac. Anyone who knows the meaning of these attributes and the relationship of Tiferet to Malchut as the sun relates to the moon in all their aspects will have no doubt that perhaps the Kabbalists took their parable from this verse. Rather, it will be confirmed for him with complete certainty that this parable is essentially and primarily related to Kabbalistic ideas. And if we find it here applied to the physical Jacob and Rachel, just as it is applied by them to the spiritual Jacob and Rachel, this is evidence and proof that, according to the giver of the Torah, the patriarchs, besides being physical people on earth, each alludes to higher spiritual attributes, just as the sages of the Talmud explicitly said. The patriarchs are the divine chariot, Bereshit, Rabbah 47:6. See all that I have written at length on the portion. These are the generations of Isaac, and how only through the teachings of Kabbalah regarding the hints of the patriarchs can we refute and overcome the heretics of our time, who say that Moses composed in his Torah stories similar to one another without knowledge or understanding, and thus it happened as with countless such investigations. For between the heretics on one side and the Kabbalists on the other, there is no way to turn right or left, and whoever wishes to escape between these two extremes has no choice but to take refuge in the secret tents of the Kabbalists. Genesis 3:7-21. Let us not take his life. To avoid repetition, I say that he said, let us not take his life means that this is what he decided in his heart, and he said, it is not appropriate to strike him mortally. And thus he brought his thought into action, as Reuben said to them, do not shed blood. Genesis 3:7-22. Genesis 3:7-28. And they sold Joseph. He strives to support the opinion of those who say that it was not his brothers who sold him, but the Midianites. However, in my opinion, such comfort is in vain, and the truth is, as the sages Chazal said, his brothers sold him, and the verse cries out, whom you sold into Egypt, Genesis 45:4. And if, according to his interpretation, you caused me to be sold by throwing me into the pit, he would not have said, but you thought evil against me, God meant it for good, Genesis 5:0-20, because according to his interpretation, the brother's intention was not that he should go down to Egypt, and therefore their thought would not be similar to God's thought to warrant such a comparison. And if, as he says, Joseph did not know when the Midianites lifted him from the pit whether his brothers sold him, and therefore mistakenly attributed the sale to them, he would not have said, you sold me into Egypt. For with his own eyes he saw that those who sold him to Egypt were not his brothers, but the Midianites. What refutes this interpretation entirely is what Reuben said, did I not speak to you, saying, do not sin against the child, and you did not listen. Genesis 4:2-22. What did the brothers do against his will if they did not sell him, that he should? Say, and you did not listen. And if it was about throwing him into the pit, he was the one who advised them in that matter. Genesis 3:7-33. My son's tunic, Rashi explained. It is this one, but in my opinion, it is as a person who is astonished and amazed. So Jacob, when he saw Joseph's tunic stained with the blood of the goat, was greatly alarmed, and said with a voice of weeping and astonishment, my son's tunic. And after a short while he cried out, a wild beast has devoured him, etc. Genesis 3:7-35. For I will go down to my son mourning to Sheol. Many have erred when they saw that the metaphors of the Torah, which refer to the soul of a person and its purpose and state after death, allude to physical things. They did not consider that it is the way of all languages to describe spiritual matters in general, of terms that originally and primarily refer to physical things. And if you ask, how did it happen that they erred in the Hebrew language and not in other languages? I say that it was difficult to err in other languages, for they are alive, and everyone feels, when speaking them, the intended meaning without doubt. Not so with an ancient language, which has ceased to be used by people, so that when later generations look at the expressions of the early ones, they can only sense the meaning that derives from the material aspect of the statement, and it is impossible to enter into the inner intent of the speaker. This is what happened with the term Sheol, for to the eye it means only the grave. But this is not the intent of the early ones, for whom the metaphorical meaning was still felt, just as we sense in the term inferno, even though its literal meaning is only the depths of the earth. Only those who are experts in languages, who can trace their thoughts back to the earliest speakers, can grasp the matter. Among them is the great philosopher Gioberti, who wrote, "The earth is a storehouse of seeds for those yet to be born," as travelers would say, embryos, and it is also the grave for those who have already died. These two ideas are both included in the term Sheol in Scripture Filosofia della Rivelazione 341. By his light, we can understand the words of our sages who equated Sheol and the womb, as they said, just as the womb brings forth with cries, so does Sheol bring forth with cries Sanhedrin 110 billions. Thus they compared and equated Sheol to the womb, and to this the verse in Psalms refers, "My frame was not hidden from you when I was made in secret, woven in the depths of the earth," Psalms 39:15. See what I have written regarding, and he was gathered to his people about the meaning of the term mother, and this is also one of them. Accordingly, Rashi's forced interpretation, that I will go down to my son, mourning to Sheol, means about my son, is unnecessary. Rather, its meaning is, I too will go down to the abode of the dead, which is called Sheol, to be with my son. Omission, for I will go down to my son, mourning to Sheol. See what I wrote there, and I will also mention precious words from Lamennais that shed great light on the comparison of Sheol to the womb, in the words of our sages in Sanhedrin, des vives douleurs. They seize the mother, and in all likelihood resonate within her offspring. The bonds that unite her with it are broken, and these bonds are those of life. What would this appear to him in the invincible feeling that he would have of this tremendous crisis? Death, with all its terrors, Lamennais. From De La Religion, p. 236, Genesis 3:7-36. To Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh. Later, we find Potipharah, priest of On, and before we investigate whether they are two different people or the same person, I note that, according to the knowledge of all who are familiar with the beliefs and languages of the Egyptians, and also according to the statements of leading philology of our time, both Potiphar and Potipharah are derived from two Egyptian words, Pet Phre, meaning belonging to Phre, and Phre is the great god of Egypt who is identified with every pharaoh mentioned in Scripture, because the kings are named after their gods. See what is written about the name Pharaoh. Similar to this name, we find many names in the Egyptian language that mean property of a god, such as Pet Amun, property of Amun, and others, see Gesenius, Thesaurus. The ancient Greek, Syriac, and Ethiopian translations mentioned by Gesenius Ibid all attest that both Potiphar and Potipharah have the same meaning as we have written. If the ayin in the name Potipharah is missing, it is because it was not pronounced. Know that there is a manuscript, papyrus, in the library of the King of France in which Potipharah is mentioned and called in Egyptian Petifri, meaning consecrated to the god Phre, and this god is the sun, in whose honor the great city of Heliopolis, that is, On, mentioned in the Torah, was built. Michaud, in correspondence on Orient Vol. 62, also agrees with this, as does Pastore, Hist. De la Legislation, Cap. X. p. 120, and Jablonski, Prolegomena, p. 18, who divides the name Potipharah into three words, Phre Hant P, meaning the high priest of the god Phre. I see that the Hebrews learned from the Egyptians to create names that refer to the same idea, only using the word holy in place of the name of the Egyptian god. Besides other names we will discuss later, we find names like Potiphar or Potipharah among those who came out of Egypt. Only instead of Phre, we find El, God, as in the name Podal, and similarly, Bildad among the nations is derived from Bel, the word for idol, Dad, and in Israel Eldad, or more completely, Elidad. Among the nations, Balaam, and in Israel Eli, and perhaps similarly, Shad Shalman in the house of Arbela among the nations, instead of Ariel in Israel. See what I wrote in Parashat Haye Sarah on the verse days or 10 years, after having clearly demonstrated the meaning of this name. Let us now seek to know whether Potiphar and Potipharah are the same person. The opinion of our sages is that they are the same, but the early commentators do not agree, and according to them, they are two people. The reader will have noticed from what we have written that the meaning of both names is the same, and it seems likely that they refer to one person, though this is not definitive proof, especially if we consider the titles given to Potiphar and Potipharah. The former is called Chief of the Butchers or Chief of the Guards, and the latter, priest of On. At first glance, no two titles could be more different, so one might say they are two people. In fact, one could interpret chief of the butchers by its original meaning, like Dabach or Zevach, and the intention would be chief of those who offer sacrifices, similar to how the Romans called the official in charge of all sacrifices Rex Sacrificulus. However, in my opinion, this is not the full intent of the text, and we have clear and convincing evidence for the discerning and upright that both chief of the butchers and priest of On refer to the same title, and there is no contradiction. For even if we understand chief of the butchers in its literal sense, meaning chief executioner, as in the Targum Onkelos, or executioner as in the Targum attributed to Yonatan, or the one who judges those condemned to death, as Rashi's grandson Rashbam explains, we can still reconcile Potiphar and Potipherah according to two reliable witnesses. First, we know from all ancient peoples that those condemned to death by the king, or who stood trial before the assembly, were considered harem devoted to the gods, for judgment was rendered by the gods. As it is said, God stands in the assembly of judges, Psalms 82:1. On this basis, we can better explain a certain verse that greatly disturbed heretics. Any devoted thing that is devoted by man shall not be redeemed. It must be put to death. See there at length. Therefore, it is not surprising. Indeed, it is satisfying. If sometimes Potiphar is called chief of the butchers, and other times priest of On, for he was one of the chief priests, and it was particularly his role to supervise all those condemned to death, for their execution was considered a divine service. In this, I have seen fit to quiet the tumult among scholars of Egyptian wisdom regarding whether it was the custom among the Egyptians to sacrifice humans on their altars. Each brings their own evidence, but in my opinion, the reliable evidence points only to what we have said, that those killed were devoted to the gods, and their death was an atonement for themselves and others, who is greater than Demestar in knowledge of the ancients. He followed their writings and language, and wrote that the executioner or chief executioner, Carnafes, was accorded every honor in the world, and this was the title by which he was called chief priest. The Greek philosophers, who learned from the wisdom of the ancients, Plato among them, also mixed the teachings of the Eastern sages into their own, writing that punishment serves the purpose of atonement, and even that punishment is a merit dirito, and there is in this belief a trace of the ancient views. In addition to this general evidence, which encompasses great and mighty nations, we have a double portion in the antiquities of Egypt in particular, to which every knee bows and every tongue swears. For who would dare deny their books, monuments, and writings, or value their own imaginations above what is learned from them? If we ask who were the ones who judged matters of blood and law in Egypt, we will see that it was the priests, and no one else. Therefore, it is clear that not only is it possible and likely that the chief of the butchers was also a priest, but it is necessary and unavoidable. Thus, we see Potiphar distinguished by all the signs of a judge or priest, for they are one in Egypt. He is the one who put Joseph in prison, Genesis 3:9-20, and the prison was in his house and under his jurisdiction, Genesis 40:3, and he was the one who either joined or separated the prisoners, Ibid. And if you say, if so, since the two people are one and the same, why does the text refer to them with two different titles? I suggest that in the context of the acquisition, he is called Chief of the Butchers, Sar Hatabakim, to hint at the specific office assigned to him, since the priests were divided into divisions, and each division was appointed over a particular matter, as Champollion informs us in L'Egypte, so that we may understand. The details that follow, such as his assignment to the prison, etc., however, regarding his marriage to his daughter, he is referred to as priest of On, Cohen On, because this is what we seek to know, that Pharaoh elevated and honored him to the extent that he would marry his daughter to someone from the family of Egyptian priests who were the most distinguished in wealth, honor, and splendor. Officer of Pharaoh Saras Paro. The term Saras was generally used to denote high officials and governors, following the ancient custom, since they were actually made eunuchs. Montesquieu, in Book 15, Chapter 19, mentions the custom in the land of Tonkin to make all military and state officials into eunuchs. Therefore, the sages sometimes debated whether Saracen eunuchs were literally eunuchs, or if the term had another meaning. Similarly, in the Talmudic tractate Chilek, it is stated, and there were eunuchs in the palace of the king of Babylon. Rav said, actual eunuchs, and Rabbi Shanina said, they were made eunuchs during their days. The translator rendered Saras Paro as Rabba de Pharaoh, great one of Pharaoh. In truth, I have not seen among the customs of ancient Egypt that castration was practiced in the royal court as it was in other places, and perhaps this was Onkelos' reason for translating it as Rabba de Pharaoh. Also, as a mark of greatness and importance, abstention from sexual relations was called eunuch in the Zohar for Torah scholars. Who are the eunuchs? These are the Torah scholars who make themselves eunuchs, that is, abstain from marriage. And we do not find this in the Talmudic literature, but we do find it in the Christian writings, Matthew 19:12, which is evidence for the antiquity of the Zohar, since its author could not have learned from other books. From the fact that he intended an ancient expression without intending to, we know his words are trustworthy. As for the main meaning of the word, I saw that Gesenius wrote that it is like the root sarash, and your root in the land of the living, with the interchange of shin and samsh. Besides the likelihood that such terms would exist in our language, I found proof from Aramaic, where instead of saris one says gozai, and there is no doubt in my mind that it is from the same root as gazi nezrek, cut your crown and cast it away, and similar expressions. Thus, the Aramaic term informs the Hebrew one for the meaning and root of both names. Omitted regarding Potiphar, the officer of Pharaoh. See what is written there, and God has brought me a good proof from all that has been said to show that there is no iron wall separating these two titles, namely, priest of On and chief of the butchers, one indicating that the person is from the priestly family, and the other hinting at the family of warriors. For although the soldiers and the priests were two distinct classes among the Egyptians, and the office assigned to them was inherited from father to son, nevertheless, it is acknowledged by expert researchers that ministers from the royal family bore both of these titles, the priesthood and the army. See Orkurti, Catalogo Illustrato dei Monumenti e Ghisi del Museo di Torino, Vol. I. p. 65. If so, it is likely that Potiphar or Potifera was also one of them. Furthermore, the wise scholar Ampere has shown through inscriptions that members of the same family were found with both priestly and military titles together, Ibid, p. 66. And this too is among the proofs that the two offices were combined on one person's shoulders. This is because, according to the Torah's account, after Joseph, no master or ruler remained over the lands of Egypt except the king and the priests. This raises a difficulty for researchers, since according to Diodorus, the families of warriors also held land in Egypt. How can these contradictions be reconciled, except according to the aforementioned researcher, who said that under the general term priests, the Torah also included the warriors? E probabile scegli comprendessato il nome di sacerdoti. It is probable that they were included under the name priests. And on a single stone in the palace of the king of Italy, or Curti Vol. I. p. 82, a certain man, Ramesseut, is mentioned 4 times, each time with a different title. The first time he is called Siriba, scribe, and it is likely he was among the priests. The second time he is also called chief of the archers, Capo degli Arcieri. Unless we say that until that time, that is until Joseph, the army command was not a hereditary office for certain families, and it is very likely that the priests were appointed over it, as was the custom among all ancient nations, where in early times both offices, the priesthood and the army, were joined together. See Orkurti, Vol. I. p. 66, Note 1. See also below my commentary on the verse, I am the son of wise men, the son of ancient kings, not as our beloved sage Shaddal wrote. Genesis 38:8. Go in to your brother's wife and perform levirate marriage with her, etc. Here we see that the commandment of levirate marriage, Yibum, was practiced before Moses. See what I wrote in Parashat Noah regarding the distinction between clean and unclean animals, and in other places. Genesis 3:17. If you will give a pledge, Eravon. This is one of the terms that remained after the confusion of languages among distant nations as an everlasting memorial. It is one of the threads connecting the Semitic languages with the Indo-European languages, and there are many like it, such as Pilagesh, concubine, and the like. Thus, in Latin, they say Arhabonem si legiatish 22, and in Greek, in Hebrew letters, Erbon si arbabo. Simonis already noted this in his roots, but regarding the word etnan gift, he did not comment, and a similar word in Greek is ednon. Here, I would like to point out many similar nouns and verbs between Hebrew and the Indo-European languages, and it is indeed true that the scholar Renan pointed out some similarities between these two language groups. Renan, Histoire générale et système compare des langues sémitiques, p. 452, but he was silent about many others. I thought it good to fill in the gaps. In Hebrew yada, to know, and in Greek dio, both mean knowledge. Shol, sand, cave, or pit, with the sense of a cave or pit of dust, with added mem and tav, and in our languages forim and hole, in Old English hail cave, and to this day hole, and therefore hell is called hail, Yubal offering. In Latin oblatione, oblata, car in its 2 meanings, car as in to run, Latin curo, cursor, car as in Lord. Greek kairi, German hair, lapid, torch. In Syriac lampida, Greek lampas, Latin lampada, lampadis. Hak, in Aramaic this, and in Latin hak hak. Ka, in Aramaic here, and in our languages, qua. What is remarkable is that the Italian qua comes from the Latin hic, hacked with the letters reversed, but it retains the correct order with the Aramaic ka, bama, altar. In Hebrew and in Greek bomos, and here Gesenius is proof for the derivation of the word Vayiggash in Aramaic is strong. If we have shown that it is not proof in that context for the reason we wrote, it is not so in our case, for bama does not appear to be a compound word, and we find it in Hebrew to refer to high places, and from this, the altar is called bama, just as in our language altare in Calipino, from altus, height. However, I have seen in the book of Ezekiel, chapter 20, verse 29, statements that indicate that a bama, altar, or high place is composed of an act of coming sexual intercourse. And we still do not know, for it says, and say to them, what is the bama to which you go? So its name is called bama, to this day. See there, Rashi explains it this way. And I was surprised, for I have also seen that the Greek word bomos is, according to Eustathius, derived from beno, which in Greek means to come intercourse. See Calipino, Lexicon Greco-Latinum, London, pp. 230 and 294. This is not far from what Jeremiah the prophet, peace be upon him, derived when he explained bama in the Hebrew language as coming, and bama is similar to the Greek bomos, just as beno is similar to coming, and bima, in the language of the sages, comes from the same root as bomos, which is Greek, and it appears that our sages, peace be upon them, did not notice the strong ties connecting their bima with the bama mentioned in Scripture. Shore ox, in Aramaic is tor, and in Greek and Latin taurus, of bird. In Latin is avis. Anyone who doubts the interchange of the letters P, E, and Vav should examine our alphabet and that of the Greeks and Romans, and he will see that the letter P stands in place of Vav, while the other letters remain in their places. Furthermore, Vav and Pe both originate from the same place of articulation, and Faziolati has already pointed this out. See Todius Latinitatis Lexicon, p. 347, vel podius veluser. Abayev, Lavana, moon. In Latin is luna, especially if you notice that the bet is pronounced close to 5 or u, which are interchangeable, and the ancient Romans, lacking knowledge of the Semitic languages, tried to find the source of the name Luna and could not succeed. Some wrote that its source is from lux, light, in their language, while others said it is a compound name since its light is only from the sun. See Calipino Lexicon, Lucent Aliena, p. 232. Malat in Jeremiah is tit clay, and in Latin, Malta. See Calipino Lexicon, p2, p4. Sherid remnant is from she'erit remainder, and in our language, residuo, by letter inversion called metathesis. I want to point out that names in the Holy Tongue indicating greatness and importance often revolve around the meaning of escape and remnant. Thus, Sharid means both remnant and greatness, as does Atzalim, nobles, as in, have you not left me a blessing? Genesis 2:7-36, she'erit remnant, and perhaps others as well, such as Katzin, officer from Katze, end, as our sages explain regarding, and she ate at the edge of the camp. Lakak, to lick. In Greek is lexo, see Calipino Lexicon, p. 209, and in our language, leker, there is the concept of existence, in Greek isia, in Latin esse. Etik, ancient, is antiquus, in my opinion. Those who derive it from term before are mistaken for two main reasons. First, what will they do with the ending quus? Second, and more importantly, in Latin, antiquus and similar words are used in meanings unrelated to the connotations of before implied by antiquus, but rather are closely related to the other meanings of the Hebrew root atik. For example, antiquus can mean good, antiquatio means abolition or annulment, and antiquo means to annul, similar to annulare. All these meanings have parallels in the Hebrew root atik. If you ask how the letter nun was added, the answer is that we find similar cases in Aramaic, ata without a nun, but the root is anata, chita, wheat is chinta. Here too, atik with a dagesh in the tav indicates the absence of the nun, and it is remarkable that the word remained intact in Latin, as if it was borrowed from Aramaic. In Hebrew, before the nun was dropped from the vernacular, and before the scriptures were written, for we never find atik with a nun in them. The same happened with the Aramaic word kadjar, as explained in its entry. Hiel, to will, means intent or desire. In Latin, volo, like in our languages, come, and its derivatives are from the Hebrew camo, meaning like or as, more than from the Latin cum commodo, for in our languages com serves all the meanings of camo in Hebrew, which is not the case in Latin. All these similarities bring Italian closer to Hebrew and Aramaic than to Latin, due to the influence of ancient Italic languages before Latin, like Etruscan and others, from which part of modern Italian developed, and which have a strong relationship and similarity to Eastern languages. Or light, left a trace in Latin as Uredo. Keles has a meaning in Scripture of praise and thanksgiving, and in Greek, kalos, it is also used in the Talmud, and Rashi explains it as praiseworthy. Most of its uses in the Bible are derogatory, and likewise in Greek, where it is negative, as in klasta ikono, kafar, to cover. According to Ibn Ezra, means covering, and from this, kapara, atonement. In our languages, cuperio, and its root in Latin, quoprie, yomde, sometimes means sun, as in the Indian language, jama, kajar. In Aramaic is ka'asher, and in our languages, quando, yakar, precious. In our languages is karo, in Latin charis, and in Greek zaris. This explains the phrase vekar ruach ish tavuna, the preciousness of a man of understanding, where yakar without the yud is closer to our languages. Ra, evil. In Latin is rios, rio, shena, sleep. And in our languages, somno, ki, because or as in Latin qui satyr, hidden, mystery. Mysterium in Latin, and in Greek, messiaion, chaser, lacking. Tr seems to be from an Eastern language, which was more strictly applied in Latin than in Greek, perhaps due to the earlier inhabitants of Italy before the Romans. See the entry for atik, radem, to doze. By letter inversion in Latin, dormio, natan, to give. In Sanskrit is dana, and in Latin, by letter inversion, donar, and from it, dona. See Colebrook, SI, p. 309. Kol, voice. Kahal, assembly, in Greek and Latin zelo, calling. And from this kalende, see Macrobius, Saturnalia I, p. 175. Vaymenhemelech, the king appointed, in our language, a manire. It is important to note that this verb in Italian does not have a source in Latin or Greek, even though almost all the roots of this language come from those two sources. See the roots Attic and Cedar, Yorish, heir. In Latin is Harris. There is no difference. Adon, master, domen, domo, don in Latin, with the mem added in our languages, as in shena, sleep, somnum, returning as sono, and here, from domino, it returned to don, what happened in recent generations, is evidence of what occurred in earlier generations in the transformation of languages. For in Africa, the inhabitants of Carthage, while the language and beliefs of Tyre and Sidon still lingered among them, they would say Don instead of Adon, Master Lord. Fifth Plotopon, Act 5, SC 1, Guignot Relig de l'Antique, Lib. Fourth P, and perhaps Adon or Adoni, all derive from the root din, judgment. Thus, the sages of Kabbalah were correct according to the root of the language when they said that the name Argi hints at the attribute of Ritz Harafeh, the strict and lenient judge, and the Aleph is added as a common prefix in many names. Pitach, to open, as in if a man entices Exodus 22:15 and similar cases, and in Greek pitho, sahar, moon. In Aramaic is sihara, in Persian sor, and in Sanskrit sora, dash, rish, risha, head, from which comes the Latin rex, king, and in Sanskrit raja or raja. We also find it in the Bible to mean a leader or commander, as in, let us appoint a head and return to Egypt, you shall be to us a head and commander, and he fought against the children of Ammon. Our sages also said richa means king, such as not Aricha, and not the son of Aricha, and similarly, Evrish, it appears they learned this from Latin. But now that we find a similar term in Indian language, raja or rajya, it is not far-fetched that a similar word exists in Egyptian, as was understood regarding the word avreksh. In Psalms, we find the princes of Judah, Psalms 6:28, and Ibn Ezra explained regmatam as princes, see my note in my commentary, to Psalms near LaDavid. Rashbam, in his commentary to Genesis 4:43, explained Avraksh as father of the king, like our sages, but gave no reason. At first glance, this appears to be a homiletic interpretation, since Risha as king is from Latin, and what connection does this have to Egyptian? Unless it is, as we have suggested, and what supports our sage's interpretation is the verse, he has made me a father to Pharaoh, etc. Rashbam already noted this, and rightly so. Ayin Zend is Inichi, in ancient Egyptian Anoki, and our sages have a precious midrash to support this, a parable of a king's son who was captured among bandits. The king began to speak to him in the language of the bandits. So too, Anoki is Egyptian language Shemot Rabbah, Tor, dove. Although this name appears only in the book of Esther, the last of the books, and it could be said it is of Persian origin, nevertheless, I have no doubt it is similar to the word dor, generation, in the sense of circling, with the interchange of dalet and tav. From this comes in our languages tor, turno, in Latin tornare, and in Greek, closer to Eastern languages toriuin. All are clearly related to the Hebrew tor, to circle, and in Arabic yadur means to go around. From this, our sages, in my opinion, derived the term to seek out the mitzvah, hidur mitzvah, hadar bey, he returned to the point he was at after circling. Thus, I interpret the root tor as in to scout for them a resting place, Numbers 10:33, and similarly to spy out the land, Numbers 13:2, meaning to go around it from every side. Thus, our sages were correct when they interpreted, and they returned from spying out the land, Numbers 13:25, as meaning they traveled its length and breadth. From this also comes Navu Lechesh, your cheeks are lovely, with Torim round ornaments, as we find in the explanation of Agil and Agilim rings from a Gaul circle. And from this, 2 Chronicles 9:14, the traders and merchants both involve circling. Similarly, Judges 1:16, and they went around, and Beit Yosef, the house of Joseph, meaning investigation and search, for the investigator goes round and round to find what he seeks. Similarly, and you shall trade in the land, Genesis 3:4-10, meaning to go around, though in this context it refers to going around for commerce, as merchants go from city to city. For this reason, they are called so. In Arabic, merchandise is called sabab, and a merchant mutzabib. Related to dar and tor is zir, crown, which means a circle, as in make for him a crown of gold, and in our language is giro, and the verb arki verabi zerit, safa, to look out. In Latin is spes hope, because the one who hopes and expects, his eyes look out for the desired thing. From this also comes sapir, to be wise, for wisdom is spiritual anticipation, and in Greek, Sophia means wisdom. Sad, side, in English is side, meaning side or edge. Semel, symbol. In our languages is simile or simulacro, and in my opinion, semele, the idol of the Greeks who receives the attribute of kingship and holiness, is called in Hebrew semele, just as kingship itself is called semel, symbol, and the image of God. Kir, oven, is from the language of acquisition, as in, and you shall purchase water from them, Deuteronomy 2:6. In Latin, quaere, to acquire, French acquerir, Italian acquirenti. In my opinion, the sages referred to the Roman language when they said that in the cities by the sea, they call a sail kira, hasket, listen, pay attention. As in hasket, Ushema Yisrael, pay attention, and here, Israel, is in our languages, ascoltar, to listen in Italian. I used to wonder whether hasket in Hebrew was like in Arabic, where it means be silent, until I found a great authority who supports me, Rabbi Yosef ben Karish, in his letter to the sages of Fez, Risala 78, who writes, "It is possible that hasket in Arabic means be silent. You see that in hasket and be silent the letters are the same, even if not in the same order. Tol, take, as in take the staff, translated as tol yachutra, and similarly in Hebrew vayintalam, he took them, and vayinasham, he lifted them. In Latin, similar to Aramaic, tole, and from this in Italian togliere, and especially among the ancient Italian writers who say togliere for to marry a woman, it literally means to lift up, as in the Hebrew nesuin, marriage, and as in vayintalam and vayinasham. They say this comes from the custom at the beginning of organized society of abducting women, and to commemorate this custom, the groom would carry the bride on his shoulder over the threshold of the house in Rome, and they said she was like a beam to them. In the Talmud, some of our sages said that the bride was carried on the shoulder. De jurieu, hist, de dogmes, etc. The groom would carry the bride over the threshold in the city of Rome, and they said she was like a beam to them. In the Talmud, some of our sages said that the bride was carried on the shoulder. Terufa, medicine, in Greek, and in our languages is therapia, therapy, and since we know that the tav is added in Hebrew but not in Greek, we know that the word is derived from Hebrew. Or, in Latin is aut, and in our languages, eretz, land, in English is earth, and similarly in German, shen, tooth, with the interchange of shin and tav, as in, and they plundered us under our captors, barotim instead of baroshim, cypresses instead of fir trees. In our languages, dent, and similarly we see the shin is often replaced with tav in many translation languages, as in shore ox, tor, shuv, return, tov, shad, breast, ted, shem, name, temen, tolma, translation of oshek, oppression, is tolma, which is also a Greek word meaning boldness. Fifth plotin, N vol 2, p. 644. Nota, ed, Paris, kinner, lyre, harp. In the laws of Menu 39, the musicians who play string instruments are called kinnaris. It is possible that since the kinner is the first of all musical instruments, as it is written, all who handle the kinner, etc., therefore all string players are called by the name of the instrument kinnaras. Perhaps from this comes in our languages canner, keno, hafsh, to be. In Aramaic, haya in Hebrew, and in Latin, habio, gar, the root refers to running water, as in like water flowing to the ground, and so is the root gar in Indian Sanskrit, the spreading of water, riv, contemp, vol, exifemph. P. 437, manas, 10 minas in Greek is monas, and see parashat Vayetse, and he changed, etc. Sus, horse, from the root sasin, joy, as Rabbeinu Beshe wrote, and praised by Gesenius. Horse Esvius. Gesenius, in his Thesaurus under this root, writes that in ancient Egyptian the word was also used in this way. I have also found that in Sanskrit it is called aswa aqua, and according to some, its root is as AC, which refers to the swift movement of water. This is similar to the Hebrew word atz, as in he did not hurry atzla to come, etc. Wine, in Greek it is called oinos, and in Latin, vinum. Gesenius holds that it is yin, unlikely that the Hebrew word for wine is derived from a root meaning effervescence, as there is no such usage in the entire Bible. It is also noteworthy that, just as in Hebrew and Aramaic, the words shamar HMR wine, shamor HMVR donkey, and shamra HMR wine are closely related. So too in Greek oinos wine is close to onos donkey. Jubilee, ivbl, jubilum. Grassi in his synonymy explains it as acclamation, shout, festive song, canto festoso, wailing while, in Greek, olugai. This is also found in Homer, Iliad 7:19, Hene. There is a dispute regarding its interpretation. Some explain it as a prayer, while others see it as a cry or weeping, Salvini Monti. The common aspect is that it is close in meaning to the Hebrew yili or hale, their swords, in Greek macher, mafir, as understood by our sages in the Midrash when they said that the sword was cursed in Greek, for the Greeks call a sword macher. I have seen in Simonis' lexicon, written by one of the distinguished Ashkenazi linguists, that machera is sword in Greek, though we question whether these terms are indeed identical. Our sages, 12 generations earlier, already noted this and wrote it plainly. All these similarities, particularly between Hebrew and Greek or Latin, led our sages, through their observation and knowledge, to sometimes interpret Hebrew words based on foreign language roots. It is important to note that all these studies are intended to bring related languages closer and to present meaningful comparisons to the researcher among the languages of the descendants of Shem and Japheth. This is not to claim that these words originated from one another, nor to assert that all languages derive from Hebrew. Modern researchers reject this idea, and for those of us who are believers, there is no need to force the issue. Time will tell, and with years comes wisdom. Omission, for guarantor, see elsewhere regarding similar words and verbs among the languages of the descendants of Shem and Japheth. Now I will add kluf, klvb, in Hebrew. In Greek, klovos, klvbvs means a birdcage. Kedam, kdm, in Aramaic means before, and in Latin it is koram. Our sages were accustomed to interpret the word by exchanging R for R, as in he blasphemes the Lord, MGDP, being like magreth. Omission, words and verbs that are identical in Hebrew and other languages, such as dirag, drg step, and from it madrega, mdrg ladder, in Aramaic darga, and in Arabic daraja. All are similar to the Latin gradus, from which comes the term gardo in our sages' writings, referring to steps, and from this, the phrase raise him to the gardum. Even though the letters are switched in our languages, this is not surprising. The same happened to languages derived from Latin, such as in French, where degree is degré, with the D preceding the G. Similarly, in Latin, the last letters sometimes come before the first, perhaps due to reading from left to right. Charuts, HRVTs, in ancient Babylonian inscriptions, gold is called hiersu, and in Greek, chrysos. This supports our sages' understanding that charuts refers to a type of gold itself, not just an adjective for gold as others have claimed. Kar. See my comments on Parashat Vayishlah, entry Kar. The Jerusalemite scholar, Rabbi Moshe Israel Shazan, supports me in his treatise Shirat Hanakala regarding the connection of Kar with Kiri, Ki, and Kuya, Kavi, refer to burning, and in Greek, for this reason, Keon means heat, lapid LPYD. See what I wrote there. In Tractate Kelim, the term lapid is used for what we call lampada lamp, indicating their similarity and connection. Keles, KLS, see Parshat Vayishlah. In the words of our sages, it always means praise, and perhaps it is from the Greek kleo, glory, from which comes Heracles, meaning the glory of Hera, who is the goddess Juno. See also Vico. Genesis 3:8-18. Your cord, upati Lekha. It is possible that our ancestors, even before Moses, had the custom of wearing cords on the corners of their garments. Moses later made it an obligation, as he did with other customs. See what I previously wrote. The garment was called kala, complete, because of the cord attached to it. And nowhere in Scripture do we find patil cord used for any other purpose. Therefore, it must be that this was an ancestral custom. To interpret it as a belt, as Rashbam does, is unlikely, for we never find a belt called patil. Do not be surprised that this custom predates the giving of the Torah, for there were other customs that existed before and were later made obligatory. In Egypt, it was the custom of the priests to attach cords to the edges of their garments, which is further evidence that the customs of priesthood among the nations were later adopted as obligations for all Israel, since according to the Torah, all Israelites are considered priests of humanity. See Parashat Miqqes, whatever he tells you to. Genesis 38:24. Bring her out and let her be burned. At that time, our ancestors were still living in what researchers of antiquity call the patriarchal regime, where each family was independent before the formation of larger social units such as cities and districts. Therefore, the head of the family was both father and master over all household members, with authority to judge matters of life and death. Genesis 3:29. What a breach, paratzta! Your brother was standing before you to come out first, but you broke through and pushed him aside to make your way. Therefore, the name Peretz is fitting for you. Genesis 3:30. Zerach. It appears that in Aramaic he was called Zehori, and so his name was called Zerach, from the root meaning light or shine. This is further evidence that the Canaanite language was not Hebrew, but rather similar to Syriac and Aramaic. Another proof is from Plutarch, who records that the Canaanites called an oxter. Much insight can be gained from the writings and records left by the Canaanite people, who migrated in ancient times to Sicily, Malta, Sardinia, and Spain. Genesis 39:1. An Egyptian man. It was necessary to call him Egyptian, as in chapters 2 and 5, because at that time Egypt was ruled by the people known as Hyksos, who were not Egyptians, but Canaanites like our ancestors. This clarifies many otherwise obscure matters, as will be discussed further. Genesis 39:11. And it was on that day that he came into the house to do his work. Our sages said that on that day the Nile was great, and their festival day was established, and listen to the words of a wise man of our times. The festival of the rising of the Nile, which is practiced among the Ishmaelites Muslims, seems to have its origins in ancient times, from the days of old among the Egyptians. Ampère in Revue de Deux Mondes, Vol 16, p. 668. Genesis 4:15. And here too I have done nothing wrong. I would like to record here what I have conjectured about the word here, po. We know that in the Ligurian language, Liguri, who were an ancient people before the Romans, the river now known as the Po was called by them Potinko. It is not far-fetched that the word can be divided into two parts, pot, rest, and perhaps the people living there, descendants of the dispersion, called the river by this name to indicate that they would settle there and said Po, rest, and later, over time, abbreviated it to Po, and this is still its name today. Parashat Miqqes, Genesis 41:1. And it came to pass at the end. The word end, KTS, ketz, sometimes means beginning and sometimes end. It is one of those words that denotes opposites, and sometimes the beginning, for example, at the end of 7 years you shall send away every Hebrew brother, and according to Ibn Ezra, also at the end of 3 years, and similarly, at the end of 7 years you shall make a release, Deuteronomy 34. From the other type, at the end of 40, at the end of 2 years, and so on. Beginning and end are similar in pronunciation, and the unification of these opposites in one word is a precious hint, explained in the roots of the wisdom of Kabbalah, and indicates the concept of kingship, which is both the first and the last, the beginning and the end, as is well known. If you have studied contemporary German philosophy, which places the unity of opposites at its foundation, you will understand this better, though there is a difference between them and the Kabbalists, which is not the place to elaborate here. This is one of the places where the wisdom of grammar and the wisdom of Kabbalah support and reconcile each other, and the lower wisdom, which is at the level of the sciences of the Torah and deals with the tangible sensibile, that is, the material aspect of language, gives support and strengthens the upper wisdom, which is the wisdom of divinity. This harmony and reconciliation is the ultimate goal of language study, and we can define and explain it in this way, to understand how the divine language can be a tangible image or likeness of divine wisdom. Genesis 41:2. By the river Yeor, Rashi explains that no other rivers are called Yeor except for the Nile. See Ramban, and also my notes on Ankelos in the treatise Ger Tzedek. The absolute truth is as Rashi says, but not for his reason. He wrote that the reason it is called Yeor is because the entire land is made up of man-made canals, Yorim, but this is not the origin of the name. Rather, the name of the Nile in Egyptian is Yor, as proven by Diodorus Siculus Buccae p. 19. It was also called by another Egyptian name meaning black, and perhaps for this reason, it is also called Shikor in the Bible, Isaiah. See also Guignot, Religion de l'Antiquité ed. Paris Vol. 1, p. 197. If we find in Daniel the term Yeor used for the Tigris, as it says, I was by the great river, which is the Tigris, and behold, 2 others were standing, one on this side of the riverbank and one on that side of the riverbank. I think at first Yor was an Egyptian term simply meaning river, as we know from various nations in the east and west who call their rivers simply river, and the preeminent river is the Euphrates. Therefore, over time, the term Yor was also used for the Tigris, as it means river. Genesis 41:2. 7 cows came up. It has been explained by recent scholars of Egyptian religion that the cow in Egypt was the image of the goddess Isis, and it was also a symbol and representation of the land of Egypt as a whole, just as the Holy Kingdom is called the land of Israel or Jerusalem. Therefore, Pharaoh was shown cows in his dream, for they are a symbol of the land of Egypt. In this way, I have explained the verse in Jeremiah, Egypt is a very fair heifer. Destruction comes from the north, and just as the land of Egypt was called a cow or a heifer, so too its ruler or consort was called a bull, and was worshipped in the form of a bull, known as APIs. This is also alluded to in the verse in Jeremiah, why has your mighty one been swept away? For mighty one, Abir, originally means bull, and is similar in pronunciation to APIs. Aside from other evidence, from the context of the verses, which is not the place to elaborate here, we find in the Septuagint translation, which was produced in Egypt, that they translated your mighty one as the well-known idol APIs. See what I will write, with God's help, in the portion Kitissa. I have also found that not only in Egypt, but also in the Sanskrit language of India, the same word is used for both land and cow, Mallet in Edda. p. 131, Revista Contemporanea, Luglio, 1862, p. 432. All these are matters that are beyond doubt for anyone knowledgeable in Egyptian religion. Now see how the truth is spoken wondrously and with great precision by our sages of the Zohar, even without knowledge of Egyptian beliefs. And if they did know something of it, this too is evidence, since the Talmudic sages were descendants of those who lived near Egypt in time and place, unlike the sages of Spain who had no connection with Egyptian knowledge. In the Zohar it is written, come and see, it is written about Egypt, very fair heifer, and Rabbi Kedem Paz explains there that the reference is to the guardian angel of Egypt, who is called a heifer, under whom Israel was enslaved for many years, and the heifer is Isis, as cited in Zohar II, 192a. Genesis 4:116, Bil Adal Taya, it is not in me. Ibn Ezra wrote that this is a compound word, possibly meaning without coming to me, that is, without needing to come to me, as in return to me. And why did he not apply this method to the word cherubano and say that it is a compound word, as our sages did? In any case, he admits that it is the way of the language to combine two words, Genesis 4:140. By your command shall all my people be sustained. Literally, as we know from Egyptian records and from images seen on the walls of Egyptian ruins, it was the custom of the Egyptians when bowing to the king to stretch out their hands and kiss them in front of the king's face. This is what Ibn Ezra wrote. Some say it is derived from the word for kiss in a distant sense, but he did not give a reason for his words. This was a well-known custom among other nations as well, especially in idolatrous worship. Gentili wrote in his notes on Tasso Cap 8, stanza 5, nor is it of recent origin, this simple custom of stretching out the hand toward the person to be honored and then bringing it back to the lips. This is sometimes done as a token of respect and glory before gods and kings. Pliny also wrote, in worship, we bring the right hand to the mouth for a kiss, Natural History, Book 28, Chapter 4. This is the root of the word adorare. See what I wrote on the portion Vayera, and Abraham prayed, etc. In my opinion, this is the meaning of kiss the Son, lest he be angry, Psalms 2:12, that is, serve him and bow to him as is done to kings. Omitted, by your command shall all my people be sustained. See what I wrote there, and what we explained according to Barkis, and I was pleased that in both cases I intended to follow the opinion of Rashbam, as he wrote, Commentary on Psalms Nashku Bar, although he did not fully explain the phrase upon your mouth, etc. Genesis 4:142. His ring. The ring is called by this name Taba'at, because of the act of imprinting tevia, as it was used to seal and impress the shape engraved on it onto the object being sealed. Similarly, in Arabic, a stamp or mold is called tab. It is possible that for this reason the concept of nature, teva, is called so by our sages, because within it, spiritual forms are imprinted and sealed. This idea comes from the depths of Kabbalistic wisdom, as is known to those who are learned. It is also common for the sages to refer to the creation of beings as a seal or imprint, like a person who has a mold and a seal, and this concept ascends to the highest level, to the giver of our Torah, blessed be he, who called the creation of the chosen among beings by the name's image and likeness. Similarly, in the nuances of the Hebrew language, we find the verb yatzar, to form, used for both making and shaping. For creation is nothing more than the imprinting of higher forms onto lower matter. These are the Platonic ideas, or the attributes, or the Sephirot, according to the Kabbalists. And he placed the golden chain. This was the custom in Egypt, to place on the neck of the great judge a chain or necklace engraved with the image of truth or justice. Genesis 4:1-45. Tsafnat Pa'anek. In the land of Greece, the idol Apollo was called Piania, Poenia, and it is known that many words in that language were borrowed from Eastern languages. They would say that the meaning of that word was solver of mysteries. The scholar Kircher found in the Library of Rome a Bible in Coptic or Egyptian, and saw there that Tsafnat Pa'anek was translated as Somtemfenek, and in Kircher's opinion it means knower of the future, which aligns well with the interpretation of our sages. A priest of On for a wife. On is known among the Greeks and after them, among all non-Jewish writers, as Heliopolis, which in Greek means city of the sun, and perhaps it is Beth Shemesh, or Ir Ha, Hirs, city of destruction, or city of the sun disk, as it says, he who says to the sun disk, do not shine. Perhaps it is called On in our language, meaning strength and might, to hint at the generative power of the sun, which was depicted by the Egyptians as a mighty, heroic man, like the Greek Hercules. In Isaiah 19 it is called Ir Ha Hirs, and there is no need to amend the texts, since the letters H and Chet H are interchangeable in pronunciation. See what is written regarding, for I have made you the father, a multitude of nations. The sages in the Talmud testify that it is the city of the sun, or Heliopolis, as we find in Menachos 110a, what is Ir Ha Hirs, as translated by Rav Yosef, the city of Beth Shemesh, which is destined for destruction. You say it is one of them. And from where do we know that Heresh is a term for sun? As it is written, he who says to the sun disk, do not shine. See that they did not even consider the possibility that Heresh and Hirs are different. Rav Yosef gave reasons for both readings, interpreting Heresh as from the language of destruction, and Hirs literally as sun. It is not unlikely that the prophet intended to shift the word Hirs to mean destruction and desolation, as in the phrase utterly destroyed, and similar expressions. Just as we find Ir Ha Hirs in Egypt, we also find Kir Hirs in the land of Moab, Isaiah 16, Jeremiah 48, and also Kir Hareshet, meaning city of the sun, for Kir is like Kiryah, city, and Hirs is like Sherez, sun disk, meaning sun. In the land of Israel, we find Beth Shemesh mentioned many times. Joshua 21:15-10, Samuel 1:6-12, Chronicles 1:6. From this custom of naming cities, after the deity worshipped there, Jerusalem is called City of Righteousness, just as its king was called Melchizedek, and it is called the Throne of God, the city of the great king, the sanctuary of the king, and the city of God. In the future, it will be called the Lord is there, and so said the sages about the Messiah and Jerusalem, that they will be called by the name of the Holy One, blessed be he. Genesis 4:1-55. Whatever he tells you, do. From Herodotus and onward, it is known to us that the Egyptians practiced circumcision, though later scholars disagreed about this. Some said that circumcision was only a law for the priests and that the rest of the people were exempt. This is the opinion of Huet, Jablonski, Calmet, and Larcher. Others said that all Egyptians were circumcised, and the words of the prophets and the sages indicate this, as it is written in Jeremiah, upon all who are circumcised in the foreskin, upon Egypt, etc. Thus, Egyptians are included among the circumcised. According to our sages, whatever he tells you, do teaches that Joseph commanded them regarding circumcision. If so, they believed that Joseph was the first to command them regarding circumcision, though some of the ancients said this about Moses, such as Artabanus in Eusebius' preparation for the Gospel, Book 9, Chapter 27, but they only spoke about the priests. There is some support for the view that only the priests were circumcised. From the story about Pythagoras, when he went to Egypt, he had to circumcise himself, so that the Egyptian priests would admit him to their inner sanctuaries and teach him their wisdom. Perhaps from the Egyptian custom, he himself learned to require all his disciples to be circumcised before entering the inner circle of his wisdom. See Porphyry, Life of Pythagoras, p. 183, Clement of Alexandria, Stromata I, p. 302. I say that our sages interpreted whatever he tells you, do in order to refute the heretics who claimed, even in their time, that our ancestors learned circumcision from Egypt. This was the claim of Julian the Emperor, who, out of hatred for Christians, sought to undermine the foundations of the Mosaic faith, and wrote that it was from Egypt that the commandment of circumcision was learned. Even Celsus, an enemy of Christianity, agreed with him. In the letters of Barnabas, one of the founders of Christianity, it is seen that the Syrians, Arabs, and all the pagan priests practiced circumcision. Thus, circumcision was a sign of priesthood among the nations, and when their specific priesthood was abolished, and Israel returned to being the priests of the world according to the word of Melchizedek, they were sealed with the sign of circumcision as a memorial and sign of the covenant of eternal priesthood. See Argana, Stor, Della Theolog, p. 309. This is also the opinion of Origen, who wrote that circumcision was practiced in Egypt only by priests, magicians, astrologers, scribes, diviners, and prophets, and that only the circumcised were admitted to the houses of wisdom. Anyone with a foreskin was not educated in the mysteries. See Strabo, Book 1, Herodotus, Book 2, Diodorus, Book 3, Chapter Sessent, Origen, against Romans. The general principle shown by the ancients was that circumcision was a complete prerequisite for entering the chambers of divinity. This is the intention of our sages when they said about Abraham that before he was circumcised he would fall on his face in prophecy, but afterwards he could stand on his feet. Similarly, the distinction between pure and impure animals was at first only for sacrifices and their eaters, and later became obligatory for all Israel as they are the priests of the nations. See what I have written in its place. Now, I bring something new. I have found statements in the Tosafot that strongly support our view regarding the broadening of this matter. As follows, Avodah Zarah 32 billions. We do not say that the general intent of a Gentile is for idolatry, except in the context of slaughter, but in the context of strangulation and slaughter are not the usual ways of preparing meat for idolatry, but rather from a slaughtered animal. We have found that there is another great and important mitzvah commandment, which is the mitzvah of Shechita, ritual slaughter. This mitzvah, too, was originally specific to the priests, Kohanim of the nations, and only later became widespread among all of Israel. This is for the reason we have explained, that the priests of the nations are considered the priests of the world. This idea is further supported by statements in the words of our sages, who said that until Israel was chosen, prophecy existed among the nations. Once Israel was chosen, it ceased, and so on. Similarly, when Israel conquered the land of the 7 nations, it was because they are a tithe from the 70 nations. And likewise, the 70 souls of Jacob's family who went down to Egypt corresponded to the 70 nations descended from the sons of Noah, just as the members of the priestly watch stand for Israel to offer their sacrifices. It is also possible to understand the view of Eliyahu in light of what Herodotus wrote, which predates Julianus by several editions, Book 2, 36.104 and 11.36, that is, the Phoenicians. And Syrians learned circumcision from the Egyptians, and recent scholars have clarified that Herodotus sometimes refers to the Hebrews as Syrians. Similarly, Diodorus, Book 1, 28.55, and Strabo, Book C in 824, wrote about this. It is not surprising that these nations did not accept the Torah of Moses, but it is indeed astonishing that some Christian scholars and their followers allowed themselves to write as such, relying on a flimsy support, claiming that just as the rainbow in the clouds was taken as a sign between God and all living beings on earth, so too was circumcision taken by God from the Egyptians and made into a sign of the covenant between him and Israel. See Spencer, De Legibus Hebriorum, and Marsham, Chronologia Egyptiorum, Saeculum 5, p. 74. What led these two to err was what they found written in Herodotus, that the Egyptians practiced circumcision from ancient times. These are empty words, for Herodotus lived after the first temple, and this custom was already ancient in Egypt. It is fitting to say it existed from time immemorial. Just as he was not correct in saying that the Syrians admit they learned circumcision from Egypt, so too he is not to be relied upon in his other statements. See further correct discussion in Basnage, Histoire des Juifs, Book 6, Chapter 8, who, even without knowledge of our sages' tradition that Joseph taught the Egyptians circumcision, wrote, "It is not surprising if the Egyptians learned this custom from the Israelites, even though they were despised by them, for Joseph was highly esteemed and honored in Egypt all his life. From the words of Moses, it appears that many kings after the one who elevated Joseph remembered him and all the good he did for them, and only after many years did the kings of Egypt forget him and treat his descendants badly. If it is true what is said in Tractate Avodah Zarah, that Serapis is Joseph, then our sages' words and those of Basnage are even more acceptable, that from him they learned to circumcise themselves. For how could they defy his word and not do as he did, being circumcised after they accepted him as a god? Omitted section, whatever he tells you, do. See there at length. What seems possible and likely is that the Egyptians learned some beliefs and customs from Joseph, as our sages hinted regarding circumcision. Now I see that others have preceded me in this approach, for among the astonishing and sometimes degrading things revealed to us by ancient Egyptian records and writings, we find that in the time of Amenophis IV of the 18th dynasty, of blessed memory for holiness and glory, A previously unknown god's name appeared in Egypt's faith, and alongside it, another god's name was erased and defaced, that of the god Amun. The name of the new god was Ra-Aten, or Aten-Ra, and some have thought that this change is connected to Joseph's rule and the settlement of our ancestors in Egypt, to the point that they say the name Aten contains an impression of the name Adonai, for Ra is the name of the sun, not that Aten is derived from it, but as Ururti Katai suggested, Illust, Vol I, p. 81. Note: as I have hinted many times, in their desire to reconcile the two faiths, they sought an Egyptian word similar in sound to Adonai. For all these calculations, this upheaval in Egyptian religion may have occurred in Joseph's time or during Israel's sojourn in Egypt. In any case, it is not likely to be accidental or unrelated to these events, which had a strong and lasting influence on the hearts of the Egyptians. There is a precious statement from our sages indicating that they sensed the Egyptians' tendency to seek new gods, based on a very significant verse. Pharaoh said with arrogance and scorn, "Who is the Lord that I should obey his voice to let Israel go? I do not know the Lord." Our sages added, Rabbi Levi said that Pharaoh at that moment took out a list of gods and read out the gods of Edom, Moab, and Sidon, saying, "See, I have read them and do not find what you are talking about. See Yalkut Shimoni," Exodus 1:24-73a. The Midrash expands on this and adds, he asked them, "Is he a youth or an old man? How many years has he reigned? How many cities has he conquered? How many kingdoms has he subdued? How many years since he ascended to the throne?" All these questions are appropriate for one who asked them, and our sages put in his mouth words according to his thoughts. Is he a youth? Etc., corresponding to the fact that some of their gods were depicted as young boys, Horus, or as youths, or as elders, and his questions about cities and kingdoms correspond to their custom of deifying their kings and exalting the dead to be worshipped as gods, just as people worship the divine in the heavens. In response to this custom, the Midrash brings a parable of a priest not found in the cemetery. So too, the name of the Holy One, blessed be he, would not be found in the books of Pharaoh's gods, for they are dead, as it says, "Those you mention are dead." Or they would tell stories about their gods that they too ruled the land and accomplished great things like the mighty ones of the nations. Similarly, his question about how many years since he ascended to kingship is apt for Pharaoh, for in his land there were gods of recent and ancient fame, some whose divinity was known from ancient times, and some who were not considered gods or worshipped until more recent times. How fitting, then, are the words of Shemat Rabbah, which continues and says, "At first you are lying, for I am the master of the world. There is nothing more common in the inscriptions of Egyptian kings than this title, Master of the Worlds, Seigneur des Demons. And I created myself in the Nile, as it says, my Nile is mine, and I made myself. See the wonder that they brought proof from Pharaoh in the time of Ezekiel to Pharaoh. In the time of Moses, they meant, as we have hinted many times, that the king is not a god because he is an individual, but because he is king and connected to the supreme king, Osiris, or another god. Just as the patriarchs and, in general, the seven who made the covenant are not deities, heaven forbid, but serve as a model below for what exists above. Therefore, it is appropriate to bring as proof the boast of Pharaoh in Ezekiel to the Pharaoh of Moses, for both come from the same claim. At that moment, he gathered all the wise men of Egypt and asked them, "Have you heard the name of the God of these people?" They replied, "We've heard that he is the son of wise men. He is the son of the ancient kings," and it is appropriate to comment on their statements. Firstly, their admission, the sages of Egypt who knew the name of the Holy One, blessed be he, and through this our rabbis revealed to us that, in their opinion, none of the names of the Holy One, blessed be he, were hidden from the sages of Egypt. Thus, we arrive at the point we previously hinted at, that the name Aten, ADN, contains a trace of the name of the God of Israel, especially since we find it newly adopted by them during the time of Israel. I have explicitly found in Yalkut Reuveni, Parashat Vayera, SV, I did not know the Lord, that the name Havaya, the Tetragrammaton, is called masculine, and the name Elohim is called feminine. Pharaoh said, "I did not know the Lord," meaning he only knew the name Elohim. Second, how profound are the allegories that follow. He is a son of sages, a son of ancient kings. Who revealed this secret to our rabbis, and how did it occur to them to attribute to the sages of Egypt, "May God be exalted," such a foreign and strange statement from every perspective? It is not due to the pressure of the text, for on the contrary, they were compelled to interpret it away from its simple meaning, rather than continuing with the usual arguments and debates common among such disputants, for this is entirely outside the norm, unless we further consider the faith of Egypt. Then the hidden wisdom of our rabbis in attributing these allegories to the sages of Egypt will be revealed to us. This is what we have alluded to many times, that Osiris is Jacob below and Jacob above in all his aspects. He is what the Kabbalists call Israel Saba, and the name Havaya depends on him. Just as the Kabbalists say about this attribute that it is the son of wisdom and understanding, so too did the Egyptians say about Osiris that he is the son of his father and mother. Likewise, the sages of Egypt, according to our rabbis, said, "A son of sages is a son of the ancient kings," for they understood from his attributes that the name Havaya for us corresponds to what they call Osiris. Thus, it is clear that it is not far-fetched to believe that there is already some trace of the God of Israel among the names of the gods of Egypt, and this is the opinion of our rabbis. We have strong support in Scripture for the view that the Egyptians returned and served the God of Israel, for aside from the prayers that Pharaoh asked Moses to pray for him, and there is no doubt that he and his sages also turned to him in times of trouble, we find. Moses said to him, "You too shall give into our hands sacrifices and burnt offerings, and we will offer them to the Lord our God," etc. This was the practice of all the ancients and the foremost among the Romans. When war broke out between nations, each side would try to appease the gods of their enemy with offerings and oaths, so that he would not continue to spread his wings of providence over them, but would turn his back and not his face. This is how we explain Deuteronomy 12:29, when the Lord your God cuts off, etc. Beware lest you be ensnared after them, after they are destroyed before you, and lest you inquire after their God, saying, "How did these nations serve their gods?" The intent is perhaps they will say it is beneficial to know the customs of the gods of the land, as the ancients believed that every nation or land had its own special prince or deity. Therefore, the Torah comes to remove this misconception and to inform them that the Lord alone is the God of the land, and all the abominations of the Lord which he hates, they did for their gods. Now that we have the aforementioned verse from Isaiah, "A son of sages am I, a son of ancient kings," I say that, according to the simple meaning of the verse, there is no need for what Rashi wrote, "We are sons of sages, and you, Pharaoh, are a son of ancient kings." Rather, everything refers back to the sages, the advisors of Pharaoh, and they say about themselves sons of ancient kings, meaning the original kings. From what has been clarified regarding the ancient history of Egypt, it is apparent that the first kings of Egypt were from the family of priests, and this continued for many generations until the military men, militaires, took over the kingdom after them. Thus, the sages of Pharaoh, who are the priests, boast by saying they are sons of sages and sons of ancient kings, meaning the first kings. Therefore, there is no need for the interpretation of Yonatan and Rashi, and our beloved sage Shadal Samuel David Luzzatto in his commentary on Isaiah, who followed them, that ancient kings is a vocative calling to the king, for it all refers to the priests. Genesis 4:2-15. As Pharaoh lives, he swore by the idol called Phre, the sun. Just as the Hebrews say as the Lord lives, so too the Egyptians say as Pharaoh lives. Genesis 4:2-32. For the Egyptians could not eat. See Onkelos, Rashi, and Rashbam in their interpretations. However, we find in Herodotus the ancient Greek historian's statements that clarify the intent of the verse. He wrote in his book, Book 2, Section 41, that the Egyptians would not approach to kiss the Greeks, would not use their utensils, nor a knife that had been used by them, and even for meat cut with a Greek knife, they were not permitted to eat. From Herodotus' words, it seems that they were even more strict with other nations, if they acted so with idolaters like themselves, all the more so with Israel, who denied idolatry. According to this, the reason for their separation was the distance they kept from anyone not of their nation, and perhaps this explains why he by himself, and they by themselves, for he, Joseph, was also not an Egyptian. Genesis 4:3-34. And they drank and became intoxicated with him. It is likely that they drank wine, as our rabbi said, for other intoxicating drinks were not found in Egypt. Some later scholars misunderstood the words of Herodotus and Plutarch, who, in their opinion, said that there were no vineyards in Egypt. However, when they investigated the ruins of Egypt in our times, they found evidence supporting our Torah, both in the tomb paintings of Aletia and in the shards of flasks and bottles found by Jomard, as well as the reports of Champollion and Wiseman, who supported this view. The Christian scholar Rosellini, perhaps out of his desire to magnify the importance of these later findings, simply understood Herodotus and Plutarch to mean that there was no wine in Egypt. However, anyone who examines his words will see that this is not what they said. For Herodotus Book 2, p. 77, from whom the aforementioned Christian learned, did not say that the Greeks denied the existence of wine in Egypt, only that in one part of Egypt they did not drink wine. In contrast, we find that he himself wrote, Book 2, p. 37, explicitly that the priests of Egypt drank wine, Genesis 4:15. Divining, he divines Nakish Yenekish, The commentator explained that he was accustomed to take omens from what would happen to the cup, if it was lost, broken, or fell, etc. If so, what is the reason for divining specifically with the cup and not with something else? Joseph's words refute this, for he said, "Do you not know that a man such as I would surely divine?" He attributed the divination not to the occurrences of the cup and its accidents, as the masses do, but to himself. He said that a great and wise man like himself knows the art of divination and uses appropriate tools, and the cup is one of them, as we know from the customs of the nations, especially the great altar of Dodona in Greece, where the high priestess would reveal the future to all who asked by striking bronze cups against each other that hung there. See Eustathius on Odyssey, Book 4, Vol 3, p. 176. 96. Kreuzer, Religions of Antiquity, Vol. I, p. Similarly, in the land of Tibet, their custom when they wish to know the future is to gaze into a cup filled to the brim with water. The Egyptians would place a vessel in the hand of the god Hermes, shaped like a cup, and they would divine with the cup. Likewise, the people of India attribute the cup to Vishnu, and the Persians to Alexander. See Wiseman, Rapport entre la Science, etc., Vol. 2, p. XXV, Genesis 4:16. He has found the iniquity of your servants. The intention is not, as some explain, the iniquity of the cup, but rather a general iniquity. In his heart, he referred to Joseph's own iniquity, as they had said among themselves earlier, "But we are guilty." On the contrary, he wished to hint to Joseph that all the suffering that has come upon them was not due to their crime or sin regarding the cup, nor from Joseph's ill will, but rather from the providence of God who punishes them. The phrase "he has found" is to be understood as the creditor has found an opportunity to collect his debt, and similarly, he has found our iniquity, meaning the iniquity that has pursued us until now has found us and overtaken us. Parashat Vayiggash, Genesis 4:32. And I will bear the blame before my father all the days. This phrase is very precious, as it points directly to several concepts that are not explicitly stated in the Torah. First, the immortality of the soul, for if all the days refers only to one's lifetime in this world, what would be the punishment of Judah, even if he considered himself a sinner before his father? Second, that punishment is not something separate from sin. Rather, the sin itself is the punishment according to divine justice, in the place where reward and punishment are given. This is the meaning of "I will bear the blame before my father all the days," and in this there is disgrace and anger. Genesis 45:1. And he offered sacrifices to the God of his father Isaac. Why does it mention Isaac? And what is the significance of invoking the name the God of his father Isaac? If we find the God of my father Abraham and the God of my father Isaac, perhaps the reason is to mention their merit as a plea, saying, "Just as you were with them in their distress, so be with me." But here, Jacob himself is not the one saying it. Rather, it is Moses, peace be upon him, narrating the story. So why does he inform us that the sacrifices were to the God of his father Isaac more than to the God of his father Abraham? Are they not both the one unique God? I say that when Jacob reached Beersheba, where his father Isaac had lived, he set in his heart to offer sacrifices to the God of his father Isaac, meaning that the sacrifice would be to God, blessed be he, but in honor of his father Isaac, perhaps also for the success and happiness of his soul in its current place. If we wish to prove that, according to the Torah's view, sacrifices can benefit the dead, especially from the words of our sages, the topic is too vast for this place. However, I will not withhold from the reader what we find in the time of the Maccabees. When the spirit of the Bible still hovered over the nation, they were commanded to offer a sacrifice to God for the atonement of the souls of those who died in war. From this, the custom remained among Christians from ancient generations to offer their sacrificial bread, unleavened bread, for the atonement of the souls of the dead. Genesis 4:26. His heart failed, not because of joy, as it is written, for he did not believe them. If so, why did his heart fail him? Meaning, he became weak and lost his strength. I say that he remembered Joseph and what had happened to him, and due to his lack of belief that his son's words were true, his sorrow increased, for Joseph had experienced the opposite of the great imaginary status they were describing to him, and had not even lived as an ordinary person. Genesis 4:28. My son Joseph is still alive. It is enough. The meaning is, the life I have lived until now is enough for me, now that my son Joseph is still alive. And in order for my life truly to be enough, I will hurry and go to see him before I die. The proof for this interpretation is that Jacob said to Joseph, "Now let me die, since I have seen your face that you are still alive." Genesis 46:1. And Joseph could not restrain himself. See Rashi's commentary. It appears to me that until now, he He had restrained himself and strengthened himself not to reveal himself to his brothers because of those standing around him. But now he could no longer restrain himself as he had done previously because of those present, and seeing that he could no longer restrain himself, and wishing to reveal himself, he called out, "Remove everyone from me." Genesis 46:3. Do not be afraid to go down to Egypt, etc. Jacob was afraid and uncertain as to how the blessings of the Holy One, blessed be he, to your descendants I will give this land, would be fulfilled if he went to dwell in Egypt. Therefore God's word came, do not be afraid, for I will make you a great nation. I will go down with you, and I will also surely bring you up again. Genesis 46:4. And I will also surely bring you up again. This, too, is an allusion to the immortality of the soul. This is the opinion of Rabbeinu Jonah ibn Janach, who wrote, as in, do not take me up in the midst of my days, and he explained it well, and I will bring you up. This has a double meaning, for Jacob himself, and for his descendants after him. For Jacob, he promised to bring him up from this life, as in, do not take me up in the midst of my days, and for his descendants, as it is said, I will bring you up from the affliction of Egypt. Genesis 4:6-21. Ashbel, missing an aleph between the bet and the lamed, similar to Shebuel. See above regarding the omission of the aleph in some names. Genesis 4:6-23. And the sons of Dan, Hushim, listen to my words. Gibberti, Ref, Cat, p. 337. The ancient Latins would say liberi, children, in the plural to refer to even a single son or daughter. The reason is that the seed that comes from the father hints at the potential for many descendants, coming from one. I saw in Baba Batra 143 that they pointed to the custom of the Romans of their time, even though they based it on this verse, as it says there, a person calls his child children, as it is said, and the sons of Dan, Hushim. Genesis 4:6-29. And he appeared to him and fell, etc. But Jacob did not fall upon Joseph's neck. See Rashi's commentary. Aside from his explanation, it seems from the plain meaning of the text that Joseph appeared to his father suddenly, without any prior notice that it was Joseph. Therefore, Joseph recognized his father, but his father did not recognize him, and so his father did not run to him or fall upon his neck, because he did not recognize him. Only Joseph, who recognized his father, fell upon his neck and kissed him. Since Jacob was old and slow of movement, he did not do as his son did, even after he recognized him. Rather, he nearly fainted from the great joy and could only say, "Now let me die." This phrase also testifies that he felt himself fainting, like a person near death. If you examine the phrase, "and he appeared to him," you will see that it implies he appeared to him suddenly, for this is the depth of the plain meaning of, "and he appeared to him," Genesis 4:6-34. And you shall say, "Your servants are men of livestock," etc. The text tells us that Joseph's brothers, by their brother's instruction, told Pharaoh that they were men of livestock. Their reasoning was as Joseph had told them, so that you may dwell in the land of Goshen, for every shepherd is an abomination to the Egyptians. However, it seems there is a great difficulty here, for the land of Goshen is part of Egypt, and it is the choicest, as it says, in the best of the land, in the land of Goshen. If so, how could it be? Be aware that because they were considered an abomination by the Egyptians, they would allow them to dwell in the land of Chemda. Surely they would send them away from their presence. And Ibn Ezra wrote that they were an abomination to the Egyptians because they ate meat, since the Egyptians, like the people of India, etc., did not. According to this, one would have to interpret shepherd as meaning meat-eater. But how, then, can we explain the verse which says, men of livestock, etc.? Clearly, the intention is about tending sheep, not about eating them. Furthermore, who excluded Pharaoh from being among the Egyptians that they would dare admit before him that they came to Egypt to violate the laws of the land? The commentators who explained that the reason for their disgrace was their fear did not consider the second difficulty, for Pharaoh himself was also an Egyptian. Moreover, they did not investigate sufficiently the beliefs of the Egyptians, since not everywhere, and not at all times did they worship the animals included under the term flock. For one city would worship the ox, another the sheep, and another the goat. If so, how can the verse assert that every shepherd of sheep is an abomination to Egypt? Furthermore, the verse testifies that the Egyptians themselves sold, during the years of famine, their sheep, cattle, and all their livestock. Who would sell their God for a loaf of bread? Rather, the intention of the verse becomes clear if we accept the accounts of both ancient and modern non-Jewish writers, as our eyes see inscribed on the ancient buildings of Egypt in ancient times. A dynasty known as the Shepherd Kings Hyksos or Pastori Phoenix ruled there, and their kingdom began a few days before Abraham's descent to Egypt, as Champollion the Younger proved by calculation. Therefore, in order to find favor in the eyes of the ruling people and the royal family, Joseph instructed them to testify about themselves with great precision, as is only explained according to our approach. This is what is meant by when he calls you, etc., you shall say, "Your servants have been men of livestock from our youth until now, both we and our fathers." And lest you say that all this was so that they might dwell in the good land of Goshen, which is not considered part of Egypt, because every shepherd of sheep is an abomination to Egypt. See what it says afterwards. And Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Your father and your brothers have come to you. The land of Egypt is before you. Settle your father and your brothers in the best of the land. Let them dwell in the land of Goshen." Thus you must conclude that. This is the interpretation of the verse. You shall say, "Men of livestock," etc., so that you may find favor in the eyes of the ruling people in the royal family, who themselves are shepherds Miqqes, like you, and for this reason they will give you the choicest places, which is the land of Goshen. For every shepherd of sheep is an abomination to Egypt, but the kings are not included among the Egyptians, for they are foreigners in the land, like us today. Thus Pharaoh said, "Settle them in the best of the land," and so they dwelled in the land of Goshen, for it is the best of the land. Furthermore it says, Joseph settled his father and his brothers, and gave them a holding in the land of Egypt, in the best of the land, in the land of Ramesses, as Pharaoh had commanded. Clearly, Pharaoh's whole aim was to settle them in the best of the land, not to distance or separate them. Another proof is from what it says, "And set men of livestock over what is mine," meaning that Pharaoh and his house were also men of livestock, like our ancestors. Champollion also wrote that the new king, who did not know Joseph, was the first king to sit on the throne of Egypt after he deposed the Canaanite kings, exiled them, and dispossessed them from all the land of Egypt. Therefore, he did not know Joseph, because Joseph had served the previous kings his enemies. This same king was the one who increased the burden on the Israelites until they left with a strong hand. During the reign of Pharaoh, Amenephis V. Hennequin also acknowledged that the Egyptians' hatred of the Hebrews was because they were shepherds Miqqes, who had previously ruled Egypt before them. For every shepherd of sheep is an abomination to Egypt. The researchers and travelers Rossellini and Wilkinson are of the opinion that Jacob's sons came to Egypt after the Canaanite shepherds Pastori Phoenix or Miqqes, who had previously ruled there, had been expelled, that is, during the reign of the 18th dynasty. In order to be distinguished from the nations of the land, they described themselves as shepherds, so that the Egyptians would separate them, as they were considered abominable in their eyes. But I wonder how it can be believed that they would call themselves by a name that was hated and abominable before the king of Egypt, who was their enemy and sought their harm, and who had succeeded them on the throne. How could they expect from this to receive a great benefit and a good and broad land, namely the land of Goshen, all because every shepherd of sheep is an abomination to Egypt, according to the interpretations of the aforementioned scholars? Furthermore, consider, if the reigning Pharaoh hated shepherds, and so did his successor, how could he himself repeat Joseph's words by saying, "Let them dwell in the land of Goshen, for every shepherd of sheep is an abomination to Egypt," as if he himself was not included among the Egyptians and, in his eyes, they were not an abomination? I would almost say the opposite is true. Pharaoh's words are those of a king from among the last of the shepherd kings Hyksos, and he wanted to warn Jacob's sons, who were shepherds like himself, to beware of the Egyptians and not to intermingle with them in Lower Egypt, but to dwell in the land of Goshen, where there were shepherds like themselves. Even if, according to the generations counted in our time, the chronologia does not fit, the chronology of Egypt is still uncertain. I would almost say that this debate between Joseph, his brothers, and Pharaoh serves as a torch to illuminate the path we should follow, and that Egyptian chronology comes to teach us and thus becomes a lesson. Genesis 47:2. And from the end of his brothers, etc. Our sages disagreed whether this refers to the most important or the least important. The reason for the disagreement is that both are ends, head and tail, and there is no decisive proof for one view or the other. Regarding Jeroboam, we find the ends of the people, and it says that from them he chose the priests, which is evidence that the ends of the people refers to a certain segment of the people, but whether it refers to the prominent or the lowly, we do not know. Jerome understood the ends of the people in the case of Jeroboam to mean the common people, but I do not agree. Rather, I believe it refers to the great and important ones. I found support for my view that officer Katzin may derive from end KTH, because the head is the visible and revealed end. Similarly, and he struck the corners of Moab, Patimvab, the word corner or end, pa or KTSH. These are like officers, perhaps similarly. Everywhere we find the word horn, KRN, it hints at the great and powerful. Having established this, I wish to reveal to the reader what I saw in the Targum's translation of the verse, which has no chief, overseer, or ruler, which it translates as which has no harvester, HDS day. Harvester is the translation of reaper ketzir, as is known. Although we find the translator sometimes uses words different from the Hebrew, it is still surprising how such a great difference arose between the translation and the Hebrew. Moreover, the idea of harvester or reaper has no relevance to ants, and is not in line with the ideas that follow overseer or ruler. One might have thought that the translator had a different version of the text, reading reaper, as we sometimes find similar cases. However, the words of our sages in the last chapter of Arachin have prevented me from deciding on this, for there it is written, and he said, "What is this monument?" LaMikra, Genesis 5:0-10:1 with connections. I see, etc. But what was Yoshiyahu doing in Bethel? Rather, when Jeremiah returned them, Josiah ruled over them. Rav Nachman said from here, also Judah, set shat for yourself a harvest ketzir when I return, etc. And Rashi explains there that harvest ketzir means officer katzin, as the letters dalet and resh are interchangeable, as it is written Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuchadnezzar. From here, it is explained that sometimes the sages interpreted harvest ketzir as officer katzin. From this, let us consider the translation before us. It is surprising about Rashi, who in the first chapter of Megillah explains that a harvest shat ketzir as made an army in greatness, like you send your harvest to the sea, that is, he made a harvest like a plantation. And from what he wrote in the last chapter of Arachin, one who looks will see how much consideration is needed before deciding about variations in textual versions, for if not for the revealed Talmud, it would seem almost as clear as the sun that the translator before us had the version harvest ketzir instead of officer katzin. Genesis 4:7-11. In the best of the land, in the land of Ramses. The name Ramses is found in the Tanakh only as the name of a country. Only from the Egyptians and the Greeks do we know that many kings ruled there, and their name was Ramses. There is no doubt that the places called Ramses were named after one of these kings. Similarly, we find the name Tahpanhes in the prophets, where it is mentioned as a city on the western border of Egypt, and also as the name of the queen of Egypt, as it is written, the sister of Tahpanhes, the mistress. Because the Egyptians sold, etc. I've seen and paid attention countless times that the beliefs and laws transmitted orally in the oral Torah Sheba'al Peh have left behind in explicit writing hints and impressions that are noticeable in the analysis and meaning of words found in the Holy Scriptures. I've reasoned by analogy from other languages, about which all who see them will say that this is the way to gather in the chambers of memory the roots of beliefs, opinions, and customs that were for honor or disgrace among the nation that spoke that language. This, in my opinion, is an open door that the seekers of investigation have not yet explored to find rest in the reality of the oral Torah. In these recollections, I have recorded some of them, and this is one of them that is not missing. For we know that transfer, Meisira, is one of the ways of acquisition, and the most important of all, and by it, the buyer merits the purchase and the sale is completed. Now come and see with your own eyes that in the root to sell machar, this principle is hinted at, for machar serves two purposes. One, its plain meaning to sell, and the other to transfer, as in, if not that the rock sold them. And related to this is to drive out meger, as in migrants to the sword, Ezek, 3:0-17. See Gesenius, root meger, Genesis 4:7-21, to the cities, Learim. The effort here is similar to according to their armies, according to their families. Here too, they were divided into cities, but they did not separate the people of one city, rather, he moved them all to one place. The meaning would seem clearer if it were written afterward, from one end of Egypt's border to the other, as he wanted to explain by saying, he transferred the people from one end to the other. Now that it is written and to its end, we do not yet know where he moved them. To the cities, in his opinion, is not like the cities, but rather means that each city was moved on its own, and he did not tell us where he moved them to. In my opinion, the le in larim here stands in place of el too, and so in every le, the aleph that precedes it is dropped. Similarly, with pronouns, one says to me Eli, for me li, to you Elechem, for you Lachem, for us Lanu, and to us Aleinu. Parashat Vayehi. Genesis 4:7-29. Put your hand under my thigh. See what I wrote in Parashat Haye Sarah. Ibn Ezra wrote in our text, it is explicit in the words of Eliezer, and he explained there that it was customary in those days to place one's hand under the thigh of someone who had authority over him. I do not know how he will explain this regarding Joseph, for he was not under the authority of his father Jacob, but rather was a ruler and great in all the land of Egypt, and Jacob himself bowed to him to show honor to the monarchy. As for what Ibn Ezra questioned, that if it was a hint to circumcision, He would have sworn by the covenant of circumcision and not by the name. I do not understand his words, for who would dare say that they used to swear by the covenant of circumcision? Rather, they would hold on to it and have in mind the commandment of God hinted at by it. What is correct, in my opinion, is as I wrote in Bereshit Haye Sarah, Genesis 4:7-30. And I will lie with my fathers. I have not seen anyone who addressed, as is fitting, the phrase to lie as an indication of death. In my opinion, there is a hint here to both continuity and resurrection, both in one expression, which we do not find explicitly in the written Torah except in hints and allusions. This is certainly one of the most distinguished, for when you say lying, it is as if you say that the life of the one lying has not been completely cut off. So too, the life of the one who died has not been completely cut off. Furthermore, the end of a person who lies down is to wake up, and one is only called lying in terms of the temporary and future awakening. So too, they said about the dead, lying, for in their view he is destined to awaken. And if someone whispers to you that it is merely a metaphor, you should answer that a metaphor would not be commonly used by people unless they believed in some relationship and connection between the metaphor and the meaning. As Rosenmüller insightfully pointed out regarding your dead will live, Isaiah 2:6-19. Even according to him, if it is a metaphor, it is based on the belief in resurrection. The proof is that we find the term lying among our sages to hint at the future resurrection after death, and for this purpose. How, then, can the same expression serve two different and opposite purposes in the language of the same people, and among the same believers? Genesis 4:7-31. And Israel bowed on the head of the bed. In my opinion, he bowed to give thanks to the Holy One, blessed be he, because Joseph had promised him with an oath that he would be buried with his fathers. It is similar to the man bowed and prostrated himself. To the Lord, that is, Eliezer, after seeing his request fulfilled, gave thanks to the Holy One, blessed be he. Likewise, when Abraham's servant heard their words, he bowed down to the Lord. He intended to bow at the head of the bed, so that it would not appear as if he was bowing to Joseph, who was at his feet, but rather as if he was bowing before the divine presence Shekinah. Similarly, regarding Hezekiah, it says, Hezekiah turned his face to the wall, and our sages said, from here we learn that the divine presence is above the head of a sick person. The later Christians said the bed Mita was in the shape of a cross, and the author of Chizuk Emunah has already responded to their dreams and words. He did not notice two things. First, that this error came to them from Saul the Christian in his letters, who read, and Israel bowed on the head of the staff, Mate. And second, that with this version, Saul did not dare to interpret it as being in the shape of a cross. This is a novelty of the later ones. Genesis 48:7, a short distance kivrat of land. The term kivrat appears twice in Scripture, and according to Rashi, it is a measure of land, like pairs of vineyards, called arpent, in French arpent, and in Italian jugero. Both are measurements of land. Its width is 50 feet, and its length is 100 feet, with each foot containing 12 inches. Thus, according to Rashi, Kivrat Eretz is 120 cubits, which explains how Gehazi, running on foot, could reach Naaman, who was riding in a chariot. If the distance had been greater, he would not have caught up. Ibn Ezra wrote in Parashat Vayishlah that it's possible that Kivrat is a term for a certain measure, perhaps the king's measure, but there is no parallel for this in Scripture. The reference in 2 Kings 5, and he went from him at Kivrat Eretz, was overlooked by the rabbi, and it is surprising that his commentators did not notice this. Radak explained that Kivrat Eretz is the measure of a mile, as Christian translators have also rendered it, though I do not understand from where they learned this. Genesis 4:8-11. I did not expect pilalti. I did not judge in my mind. Judgment is called pilul or tefillah, prayer, because prayer is an intellectual judgment, a chosen thought. Similarly, prayer is also called sisha, conversation, for it is true speech. Thus, two conditions of prayer are fulfilled, thought and speech. Genesis 4:8-14, and Israel stretched out his right hand. How is it possible that two of the patriarchs, Jacob and Joseph, would debate about placing the right or left hand on the heads of the sons unless they understood that the right and left had spiritual significance and symbolism? Genesis 4:8-22, which I took. This teaches us that not all the events that happened to our ancestors are written in the Torah. It serves as a witness that what is recounted by our early sages. Outside of what is written is all true, for they are the transmitters of our nation's traditions. With my sword and with my bow, the great scholar Vico Scienza Nuova, Book 5, p. 343, proved that lands belonging to the nobles and important people of the nation were, called by the ancients Beni de la Lancia, the possessions of the spear, and Nixi Hacharev, properties of the sword. The intention is not that they acquired them with sword and spear, but that they were designated for the nobles' eroi, those who bore the sword. Our sages, sensing this unique connection between physical and spiritual power among the ancients, established on the verse with my prayer and with my supplication. See what I wrote on Parashat Yitro, Parashat Anshe Sheil, that the sword was girded by the ancients for the sake of God, received from him, and sanctified for his service. Thus, our sages told of the sword of the Ammonites, which was sanctified to their God, and the name of the deity was engraved upon it. There is no doubt that in ancient times, not only was the sword a sacred object, but it was also worshipped as an idol. Listen to the words of a wise expert in ancient cultures, Kartari Imagini Degli De, p. 36. In ancient times, people had no monuments to commemorate their gods except for the spear Haste, and thus they bowed to it and served it with utmost devotion. See how sweet are the words of the Zohar after all we have written. In Volume 2, page 117, it is written, "And I swore to him by the Lord, saying, if I kill you by the sword on which the name of God was engraved." The explanation is that David swore to Shimei on the sword, which had the name of the Lord engraved on it, that he would not kill him. See that the words of the Zohar describe them as the ancients did, and its words flow from an ancient, obscure custom, which is also evidence of its antiquity and authenticity. Some later scholars, such as Rebellini, Le Mosesme et Christianisme, wrote that the shape of the cross among Christians came from the wood on which their prophet was hanged. Perhaps with all this we can understand what is written in Ezekiel, "You stood by your sword and did abomination," which may allude to the worship of the sword among the ancients. In summary, the terms and titles related to physical warfare were originally established for spiritual warfare, for in ancient times both were directed toward a single purpose and entrusted to a select few. Only with regard to prayer does it seem to me that there is a particular reason to associate with it terms and actions derived from earthly warfare and victory, for prayer is like a battle in which a person struggles against fate and the natural and divine forces that constrain him. Ultimately, what the Kabbalists call the attribute of judgment and the annulment of those constraints is called victory. See what I wrote on the verse, "For you have struggled with God and study it well." From this comes a precious revelation in the Hebrew language. One of the names for prayer is Pijia, intercession, which also implies battle from Batten's approach 1. Another, hence battle is also called krav in Hebrew, and nishek, weapon, and in our languages rencontre, scontro, mishia. This was the reason for Shaul the Christian in Romans 15:30, who wrote to the Romans, "And I beseech you, brethren, to strive together with me in your prayers to God for me," and also in his letter to the Colossians. Epaphras, who is one of you, a servant of Christ, greets you, always striving for you in his prayers. Genesis 49:3. Reuben. I have seen regarding the blessings Jacob gave his sons that he always interprets their names as relating to the blessing or praise. For Reuben, he says, "You are my firstborn, my might, and the beginning of my strength," meaning it is fitting to call you Reuben. See, a son, for you are the true son, and before you I had none. Similarly, for Judah, your brothers will praise you. For Zebulun will dwell by the seashore, as his mother said, "My husband will dwell with me Yisbeleni," meaning he will make a dwelling and abode with her. For Issachar, he made it as Yissachar, "There is reward," meaning he will receive reward, as it says, "He saw that rest was good." For Dan will judge. For Gad, a troop shall overcome him. For Asher, the word Osher means happiness. His bread will be rich. And this is even more explicit in Moses' words. "Blessed above sons is Asher. Let him be favored by his brothers," meaning all will bless him, for he is the most blessed of all the sons. For Naphtali, he gives beautiful words, meaning judgment and words of justice. These are beautiful words. Genesis 49:4. "You shall not excel, you will not have an advantage. In the number of your tribe, they will be few." Thus Moses said, "Let his men be few." In response to "because you went up to your father's bed," Moses said as a prayer, "Let Reuben live and not die." Genesis 49:6. No text provided in the excerpt. Kavedi. This is a term referring to the soul, and since we find kavedi, heavy, honored, in the words of our ancestors, we know that in their view, the soul is not the body. Rather, it is more honored than the body, and it is the glory of the body and its spirituality, just as the Blessed One is called, glory kavod, for he is the glory and spirituality of the world. Genesis 49:8. Your hand will be on the neck of your enemies. And Moses said, his hands are sufficient for him. Genesis 4:9-10. The scepter shall not depart from Judah. The correct interpretation, according to our ancient sages, is that this refers to the King Messiah. The meaning of the verse is that the scepter of kingship will not depart from Judah, whether in potential or in practice. For to him alone is the kingship fitting, until Shiloh comes, meaning the one to whom the scepter and the lawgiver belong, as previously mentioned, in the highest degree of greatness and importance. To him all nations will listen and submit a spiritual submission, not a physical one. This is the blessing of Abraham, as we have written several times. And likewise Isaac blessed Jacob. Nations shall serve you, and peoples bow down to you. Similarly, the prophet promises Israel kings shall be your foster fathers and their queens, your nursing mothers. All these promises mean that Israel will be called priests of the Lord, ministers of our God. That is the meaning of to him shall the obedience of the peoples be. All the more so, when Shiloh comes, the scepter will not be cut off, for the entire point of this promise is to announce that no oppressor or adversary will have the power to abolish the kingship from Judah. Therefore, when his kingship truly comes, all the kings of the earth and all nations will acknowledge it, as it is written, to him shall the nations seek. There is no need to say that the kingship will not be abolished from Judah, for no obstacle will remain. Shiloh comes with the addition of the letter Yud and the substitution of Vav with He, as in the words Ira, city, Sota, and similarly Nir instead of Ner, lamp, and Ben instead of Ben, son. After revealing my own view, I will briefly mention the opinion of my predecessors. Some interpreted it as referring to Jeroboam, in whose time the kingdom was divided and the scepter departed from Judah. If so, what kind of promise is it that his scepter would endure only for a brief time? And what is the meaning of to him shall the obedience of the peoples be? The opinion of the Septuagint is like that of our ancient sages and the Targum. Until he comes, whose it is? The Christian translator of the Vulgate understood it as sent one, and they falsified our books to no avail. Gusset, comment, Ling, Heber, p. 425, thought it means weary and tired, translating it as from the end, but this is nonsense, as there is no parallel in all of Scripture. Others said it is like Shilia, afterbirth, as in, and in her afterbirth, but they forgot that the male does not give birth. And a lawgiver from between his feet. Some interpret this as literally placing a staff of authority between his feet, as was the custom of ancient kings to place the staff of rule between their legs, but if so, it should have said under his feet. The correct explanation is from his offspring, as in her afterbirth, that comes out from between her legs, similar to the poetic phrase, those who issue from his loins, Genesis 4:9-13. And his border will be towards Sidon. Sidon was a trading city from ancient times, the first to send its ships to sea for trade with nations. Tyre was established only after it, and so only Sidon is mentioned here. Tyre is called daughter of Sidon by the prophets, Genesis 4:9-16. Dan shall judge his people, that is, he will be esteemed as one of the great tribes, and his tribe will have judges to judge it, as was the case with every tribe. Or, it means he shall judge his people, meaning all Israel, that his words will be heeded in Israel like one of the great tribes. Genesis 4:9-17. Dan shall be a serpent. There is no doubt that in Jacob's blessings, several details were hinted at regarding the tribes and division of the land, and there is no need for many proofs, as every reader will sense it on his own. Accordingly, it seems to me that in his blessing to Dan, he hinted that Dan would occupy the land of the Hivite, as indeed happened, as you can see in Dufour's map of the land. Hivichivi is derived from chivia, meaning snake in Aramaic. Even if the original meaning of the name Hivite was not, as we've supposed, Jacob could have adapted it for this purpose and based his appropriate blessing on the tribe situation in the land of Israel, on the border area. Just as Dan traveled last and gathered all the camps in the wilderness, so his territory fell on the borderland, and thus a serpent on the path, meaning he would defend with his strength all those coming by way of the land of Israel to harm the Lord's inheritance. Thus, he became the Israelite Hivite, from the word for snake, and that Hivite means snake was acknowledged by our sages, see Bereshit Vayishlah. The sages said there was a snake depicted on his flag, but I saw that Kirkero wrote in the name of the sages that the tribe of Dan did not want this image on their flag and replaced it with the image of an eagle. I do not know where he learned this in the sages' writings, as he wrote, Ita putavron doctors emerito shfifon adder. Perhaps the snake is called Shfifon because of what was said about the primordial serpent. He shall bruise your head, and you shall bruise his heel. There are two bruisings mentioned, and so Shfifon indicates a doubling of the act. Or you can go in this direction, that the serpent is called by this name, as in, he shall bruise and you shall bruise, based on one of its names, Shfifon, even though it is not mentioned in the text. This is the way of curses in the prophets. To rely on the name of the cursed or the curser, a play on words such as Aror Tearir, utterly cursed, Merametidoma, utterly destroyed, and Shod Mishadda Yavo, destruction from the Almighty will come. Here too, Shifon, he shall bruise your head, and you shall bruise his heel. Genesis 4:9-18. For your salvation I hope, O Lord. It is possible that he did not always sense the Spirit of God moving within him, and he prayed for it to return to him. Or perhaps in response to what he said earlier, He bites the horse's heels. He added, for your salvation, meaning, even though his strength is great, true salvation comes only from him, as it says, the horse is prepared for the day of battle, but deliverance is of the Lord. Likewise, regarding Dan, he says, not by my strength or the might of my hand, but for your salvation I have hoped, O Lord. And similarly, some trust in chariots and some in horses, but we invoke the name of the Lord our God. Genesis 4:9-19. Gad, a troop shall overcome him, but he shall overcome at the last. See what I wrote about Bigar. I see that in this passage. The root Gad appears in nearly all its meanings. Gad as fortune, Mazal, which is the name of Jacob's son. Gedud as camp or company. Yigudinu, meaning to camp against him and surround him on all sides, as in though an army encamp against me, ye shall overcome at the last. He will bite and scratch at the heel, as in you shall not cut yourselves. The meaning of the verse is that in the end, Gad will be victorious over all his enemies around him, and at the last hints at the end, as is fitting. Genesis 4:9-22. Ben Porat. Ben means shoot or branch, as it is from the root. It is true that branches are also called sons in relation to the body of the tree, but in our passage, Ben refers to the main trunk, and the branches are the daughters. Thus it means he will be like a tree planted by water, and its branches will rise ever higher above the wall. Genesis 4:9-23. And they attacked him. This is the language of archery, therefore it says, archers. Thus, he added, his bow remained firm, likening his struggle with his brothers to a battle of archers. Genesis 4:9-24. And his bow stayed taut. After saying his bow remained firm, meaning it stayed drawn tight in its place without turning to the right or left. The opposite, they had been turned like a deceitful bow, he said, and his arms were made agile by the hands of the mighty one of Jacob. The phrase by the hands refers to him beginning to shoot his arrows with his hands. Made agile, Vayefso, is similar to scattered, Vayefatsu, both expressing the idea of throwing and scattering. The shepherd, the stone of Israel. This is written as if it said, the shepherd of Israel and the stone of Israel, one after the other. Genesis 4:9-25. And by Shaddai who will bless you. Regarding Moses it is written, from the blessing of the Lord is his land, while for Jacob it says, blessings of heaven above, blessings of the deep that lies beneath. For Moses, with the precious things of heaven above, with the deep that couches beneath. For Jacob, blessings of the breasts and of the womb. The sun is referred to as breasts, and the moon as womb, as this was a common metaphor among the ancients. Similarly, regarding Moses it says, and with the precious yield of the sun corresponding to breasts, and with the precious produce of the months corresponding to womb. For Jacob, the blessings of your father have prevailed above the blessings of my ancestors to the utmost bound of the everlasting hills. For Moses, and from the top of the ancient mountains, and from the precious things of the everlasting hills. Here, the top of the ancient mountains replaces my ancestors, since the root and the idea are the same. Perhaps he also intended to refer to the ancestors. This supports the words of our sages who equated ancestors Horim and mountains Harim, and the early Christians, who were raised at the feet of our sages, used to call great and noble people mountains. See Apocalypse 6:14, Explicat, de l'Apocal, by Masset Vol, I.P. 177. For Jacob may they be on the head of Joseph, and on the crown of the one set apart from his brothers. For Moses may its choice yield come on the head, and on the crown of the one set apart from his brothers. These similarities show that in Moses' time, Jacob's blessing was well known, and commonly cited among his descendants. This is the way of later generations, to use the eloquent phrases of the earlier ones that are familiar to all, as we also find among the prophets. Genesis 4:9-27. In the morning he will devour the prey, and in the evening, that is, at the beginning and end, at the start of his existence, and also at its end. An Italian scholar, Ant Lasmoro, cited this verse to support his argument that the days of creation were not like our days, but much longer. See what I wrote on Genesis, and in the addendum at the end of the book. Also see Riv. Contempt, Vol, 30th, Fask, CII, Civ, CV. He also brought a beautiful and pleasant proof that it does not say, and there was evening and there was morning on the seventh day, because that day continues to serve its function, for from that time God ceased from all his work, and for him it is still the Sabbath day. We have already approached what our sages call the world to come and the divine world, a world that is all Sabbath. See my lengthy discussion in my book Tam Lashar on the matter of the additional soul, and the Italian commentary supports me, even though many generations have passed. And from this you can infer that the 6 days of creation were long days, and many generations passed from evening to morning, just as many generations have already passed, and it is still the Sabbath day for the Holy One, blessed be he. Others also brought proof from Reiserpi Sola Geolog Revereto, p. 63, 1821, and from Ecclesiastes, one generation passes away, and another generation comes, but the earth remains forever. Genesis 49:29. I am being gathered. Afterwards, he says, bury me with my fathers. From this you learn that being gathered is not burial. But as I wrote above, see what I wrote on Genesis 35:29 about he was gathered to his people. Genesis 4:9-31. There they buried. He elaborated at length, meaning, since all my ancestors are buried there, therefore I command you to bury me with them as well. Genesis 50:3. The Egyptians wept for him 70 days. Here we find a slight difference between the words of our Torah and those of Herodotus and others. According to the Torah, 70 days were the days of weeping and mourning, as was the custom in Egypt. According to Herodotus, 70 days were for embalming and 40 days for mourning. According to the Torah, which is not only divine but also predates the Greeks by many generations, our ancestors saw with their own eyes the customs of the Egyptians and lived among them. Not so with Herodotus and others who did not reside permanently in Egypt, and they confused the days of weeping with the days of embalming, see Kreuzer, ed. Paris 1.458. Furthermore, Herodotus' testimony is self-contradictory, for it is reasonable that the days of weeping would last for all the days of embalming and even longer, and never less. According to Herodotus, it is the opposite, 70 days of embalming, 40 days of mourning. Additionally, the number 7 was beloved by all the ancients, and 70 days of mourning for a great person is 10 times the 7 days of mourning, to magnify the lamentation. I also see that perhaps Herodotus' words do not contradict the Torah, for he adds, they are not permitted to embalm for more than this, revealing that 70 days was the maximum allowed. It is possible that the customary period for most was 40 days. I saw that Champollion, Egypt, p. 51, wrote that the days of weeping when a king died in Egypt were 72 days, and perhaps Jacob was mourned as long as a king. The Torah alluded to the complete number, as was customary. Genesis 5:0-10. He made for his father a mourning of 7 days. In the Jerusalem Talmud, they learned the custom of mourning from this verse. Regarding Saul, when he died, they fasted for 7 days, and this was only mourning. This is one of the proofs that the oral tradition preceded Moses and continued after him. Thus, we find before Moses that he made a mourning for his father 7 days, and Moses did not make it a written commandment. After him, we find the custom of 7 days of mourning still practiced among the nation. From this you learn that the oral tradition both predates and postdates the written Torah. We also find this custom among the Romans. Ovid, the Roman poet, tells about Orpheus, who mourned his wife for 7 days. Septem tamen iridibus qualidas in riposerere sini munem sede cura dolorc animi lacrime que alimenta. Not only do we find the 7 days of mourning among the ancient nations, but also other known and ancient customs of ours are found among nations who knew nothing of Israel. This is evidence that both learned from the earliest ancestors. For example, in the kingdom of China, whoever lost a relative would not sleep in his bed and would prepare a meal of consolation. Our sages also admitted the existence of this custom among the nations in the time of Moses, and thus gave us permission to investigate and study it among others. They said about the spies that they saw people eating the mourner's meal under the trees. Also, during their mourning, they do not eat meat or drink wine, do not participate in festive meals, do not stand among the congregation, do not cut their hair or beards, do not wash, and do not play musical instruments. All these customs are very similar to our own, which were part of our national practice even in the time of the Torah and the prophets, though they were not written, for all are included in the oral Torah, which is itself the nation's custom. From ancient times, and this is the reason our sages attributed to the oral Torah, Torah Shebial Peh, the warning, do not abandon the teaching of your mother, meaning the teaching of your nation. See the sacred book for further explanation. Also, see what I wrote regarding Aser Asher Nolach, I will surely tithe to you. Omission, and he made for his father a mourning of 7 days. See there regarding the precedence of the oral Torah over the written Torah, and hear precious words from Eusebius, who wrote in his preparation for the Gospel, Vol. 2, p. 364, it is not Moses, though endowed with profound wisdom and much older than any of the Greeks, but the last of all the Hebrews of that era, who would have conceived the idea to stir up and remake this tradition delivered by the patriarchs regarding dogmatic theology. He could only lay the foundations of legislation and a political constitution appropriate to the way of life of the people among whom he found himself. I see that the matter of mourning Avalit is a remarkable example of what we have noted in various places, that the oral Torah both precedes and follows the written Torah, and in a certain respect is its source and beginning. For in the laws of mourning, the three necessary conditions to establish this law in its truth are present. It predates the Torah of Moses. It is not mentioned in the Torah. Just as other accepted commandments are not mentioned, it was later revealed and made visible again by the sages. Are these not the three stages or moments that apply to the entirety of the oral Torah, both in its general and specific aspects? Thus, in our view, the written Torah is only the written portion of the oral Torah. See how the truth is found in the words of one who neither imagined nor considered it, our beloved and great sage Solomon Monk, who wrote explicitly, Palestine, p. 106, vol. 2, the entire Torah is nothing but a written tradition. And with a slight change, we would say, you have judged well, you have merited well, you have purified well, provided you say the entire Torah is nothing but a written part of the tradition. See also what is said in the book of Numbers, Parashat Pinchas, regarding the water libation, and in these notes a remark on Parashat Behold, I am going out to oppose you, and what is mentioned there about the fast and the water libation at Mizpah, and the removal of the sandal to confirm any matter, as attested in the book of Ruth, which was once practiced in Israel and called testimony. Genesis 5:26. And they embalmed him, etc. See what I wrote regarding a prince of God, and the ancient custom of making the patriarchs into deities. See Parashat Vayiggash on whatever he tells you, do, and the words of our sages in Tractate Avodah Zarah, that Joseph is Serapis, the Egyptian idol. I have seen in the words of R.S. that there is much agreement with this view, that the gods of the nations were the patriarchs, worshipped, because of the good they did for them and the inventions they created, as some Greek philosophers thought. These are his words, and according to the simple reading of the verses, I say that they had no god because of the constellations, etc., but rather because of the good received. Anyone who benefited them was fit to be worshipped by them. This is the reason for the sheep. And for this reason, the kings themselves were made into gods. From these matters, the prophet rebukes Israel, for she said, I will go after my lovers who give me my bread, etc., meaning the higher powers or people. This was the custom and belief of Egypt. Therefore, who brought you out? See Cedars of Lebanon, 4:23 billions. Regarding Joseph and Serapis, he adds, the common term among all the authors is Serapis P. Serashi with its Sarai, and thus one might wonder how the sages changed his name, which could lead to suspecting them of having said so to fit their interpretation that he turned and distributed, etc. Now come and see that their words are true, for the ancient Porphyry, expert in Egyptian matters above all others, always writes Serapis P. Serasa Si Ius Prep Evan, vol. 1, p. 182. Even great scholars, when seeking the origin of the name, suppose that it should be read Sarapis and divided into these two parts, just as our sages said. Jablonski wrote that Sarapis should be divided as Sar meaning Nile, and some interpreted it as bringer of justice, for he judges souls. Si Guignot, Relic, de l'Antiquité, I, p. 818. Also, regarding Joseph himself being Serapis, as our sages said, there were those who agreed with their view, even without knowing their words, such as Julius Firmicus Maternus, who wrote that Joseph is Serapis, though he explained Serapis as son of Sarah, C. D. Argana, Ist Delateol, 2 p. 29. Similarly, Spondanus translated Serapis as savior of the land, which is the translation of Zaphanath Panik, according to some, referring to the gathering of food that Joseph commanded in the storehouses of Egypt. This is why our sages said that Serapis is Joseph, provided he is depicted with a bushel on his head, as mentioned in Tractate Avodah Zarah, where he is weighing and measuring grain. There are those who wrote against this notion. See Lachman, Dissertatio adversus Eosci credunt Serapidem esse Josephum, and from the evidence he brought, if they had made him a god, they would not have left him where he was buried, but would have placed him in the tombs of the kings, known as pyramids. See Basnash, Hist, des Juifs, Vi, p. 491. It is remarkable that our sages anticipated this answer, and recounted from their tradition that Joseph was buried in the tombs of the kings, which is the opinion of Rabbi Nathan in Soda, who said he was buried in the royal tomb, and Moses went and stood, etc. Soda 13a. In my view, even their statement that he was cast into the Nile also corresponds to their opinion that he was the god Serapis. See Parashat, and he placed him in a coffin in Egypt, for the Egyptian language agrees with the Targum Jonathan, who translated it as Nile, aside from the material agreement, that is the unification of Egypt and the Nile. His burial in Egypt, or the Nile, is a significant hint to his being Serapis, for it has now been established almost beyond doubt that Serapis and Osiris are one and the same. And concerning Osiris, we know that in the material world, he corresponds to the Nile River, and he himself is called the spiritual Upper Nile, just as the foundation, which is the higher Joseph, It is called the river that flows from Eden to water the garden. This is one of the remarkable analogies. Our sages also grasped this when they said, after God struck the Nile, therefore the Nile first, because the Egyptians worshipped the Nile. The Holy One, blessed be he, said, I will strike his God before him, and then him, etc. He was known among the Greeks and Romans as Ionis the Egyptian, and so Tibullus wrote, because of you, your land asks no shade from anyone, nor does dry earth pray to river Jove. And the chief among those who spoke of the unity of Osiris and the Nile was Plutarch. Now that we know this, we understand why they said Joseph was cast into the Nile, for they are fitting for one another, and both allude to the same thing. And not only did our sages understand this, LaMikra, Exodus 1:5-1. Regarding the deities of the material Nile, but also the higher spiritual Nile, even though their words are not entirely clear, through the Targum Yonatan, the translation of Yonatan ben Uziel that we mentioned, the matter becomes clarified. This is what they explained regarding, and Egypt was pursuing after them, meaning the ministering angel Sar of Egypt. And if what Plutarch wrote is accurate, that the Nile was called Egyptus or Egyptus, one of the names of Egypt in the Egyptian language, and now that we know that Osiris is the higher Nile, we come to understand their statement that Egypt is a reference to the ministering angel of Egypt. He is the lower Nile, and Osiris is the higher Nile, just as the river that flows from Eden is below a river, and above it is Joseph. And just as the Nile and Osiris were named after the country, Egypt or Egyptus, so too the foundation or the river corresponding to both is called Zion, and all are one, in a wondrous and lofty unity, as every reader will perceive even at a first glance. Moreover, according to some, Serapis is Osiris, and his form is that of a bull or calf, and after him Israel erred in the wilderness and made themselves a molten calf. And who does not know that the bull is a symbol of Joseph, as in the firstborn of his ox Deuteronomy 3:17. The bull was depicted on his banner. Also, in the inner wisdom, the bull is a reference to the foundation of the world, which is Joseph, and he placed him in a coffin in Egypt. In the Targum attributed to Yonatan, he translates in Egypt as in the Nile, according to the tradition of our sages that the coffin of Joseph was placed in the Nile River. Now come and see how the tradition of our sages and the Targum Yonatan are both correct. For we know from a trustworthy source in the language and history of Egypt, Plutarch, who wrote during the period of the Tanaim, that in ancient times the Nile River was called Egyptus, meaning Egypt. And I found a recent and precious source, Champollion, the French scholar, who excelled in Egyptian wisdom and deciphered the script and language inscribed on monuments, which we did not previously understand, who wrote as follows, which demonstrates clearly why the river is called by the name of the country. According to custom, the valleys and streams in which the river's waters flow are shaped like a cradle, and in the valley the river's waters run. Not so the river of Egypt. On the contrary, a line runs diagonally across all of Egypt, high and hollowed in shape, with a long, deep crack atop it. This is the bed and seat of the Nile River when the waters are low, and when they rise each year, they spread all around. Thus, Egypt is nothing other than the bed and seat of the Nile River. See Egypt by Champollion, p. 5,